Hiss, sizzle. 2 minutes later, Liang removed the peppercorns, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices from the oil, then turned off the heat and let the spice-infused rapeseed oil cool naturally. Next, Liang took out some dried Dayan province chili peppers and ground them little by little into chili powder. Whether it was because the chili peppers had been dried and roasted beforehand or because they weren't very spicy to begin with, Liang felt no discomfort in his nose or eyes while grinding the chili powder. Instead, a rich, spicy aroma kept wafting into his nostrils. This smell reminded Liang of the spicy instant noodles he loved as a child. However, the spicy aroma of these dried chili peppers was much stronger than the spicy instant noodle powder he remembered. After grinding the chili powder, Liang poured it directly into an iron bowl containing white sesame seeds and crushed peanuts, added 13 spice powder and salt, and then began to stir vigorously. The roasted white sesame seeds smell wonderful. The crunchy roasted peanuts smell wonderful. The chili powder smells wonderful. The fried spices smell wonderful. Liang's stall was abuzz with activity, and the various aromas mingled together, making even the birds in the branches forget to sing, constantly glancing towards Liang's stall. The surrounding vendors were even more intoxicated by the aroma, constantly swallowing their saliva. "Boss, how much are these Tsinghua University t-shirts?" At the stall, a tourist picked up a t-shirt, examining and kneading it as he asked. The t-shirt had a price tag, 150 yuan each. The tourist knew the price already, clearly prepared to haggle. In fact, before coming, this tourist had already researched haggling strategies online, and now he was full of confidence, ready for a bloodbath. He aimed to cut the price in half, trying to get it for 75 yuan. Unexpectedly, the vendor only gave a perfunctory looking completely distracted. A customer arrived, but the vendor, as the owner, showed little enthusiasm, instead constantly turning his head to look at Liang. "Boss." The tourist looked puzzled. Was the vendor hard of hearing? In fact, the vendor's hearing was fine, it was the tourist's nose that was the problem. He suffered from severe rhinitis, and in early spring, his nose was completely blocked, forcing him to breathe through his mouth. Therefore, he couldn't smell the aroma of Liang's stir-fried chili oil at all. Otherwise, the tourist probably wouldn't have been interested in examining the t-shirt. "Oh." The vendor waved his hand at the tourist. "If you want it, just give me 15 yuan. This thing only costs 9 yuan and 90 cents to buy." After giving the tourist a perfunctory reply, the vendor finally couldn't resist his craving and moved closer to Liang. 15 yuan, 9.9 yuan cost price? The tourist was stunned. There was a lot more to this vendor's words than met the eye. This haggling drama wasn't what he expected. Although he got the t-shirt for a base price of 20 yuan, he still felt a sense of loss. What the hell? Is this a new trick used by vendors? The online bargaining guides didn't mention this situation. "Boss, wait a minute, boss." The vendors abandoned the tourists and headed for Liang's stall. "Little friend, what are you cooking here?" Seeing the vendor selling t-shirts approach, other vendors also gathered around. Liang's cooking smelled incredibly delicious, and everyone was curious. There were quite a few food stalls near the north gate of Tsinghua University in the evenings, but no one had ever seen a food stall smell this good. Chili oil. The chili powder was mixed in, and the rapeseed oil had cooled down a bit. Although it was still steaming, it wouldn't burn the chili powder. That was the effect they wanted. Liang picked up the oil wok and shouted, "Everyone, make way. Don't get splashed." Splash! The vendors hurriedly moved aside. Liang poured the entire pot of rapeseed oil directly into a large iron basin. The hot oil splashed out, releasing the aroma of chili powder, white sesame seeds, and crushed peanuts. Just then, a spring breeze blew by, ruffling people's hair. The onlookers closed their eyes, tilting their heads back slightly in a blissful state, whether captivated by the gentle spring breeze or overwhelmed by the aroma of Liang's chili oil. "What is this stuff? It's absolutely delicious. Holy crap, I feel like I've wasted all these years. This smells even better than stewed meat. Kid, are you planning to sell this mixed with rice or noodles? I want a bowl." While the students from Shuimu High School weren't immediately drawn to it, the surrounding vendors were completely captivated by Liang's ridiculously fragrant chili oil. To be honest, the aroma of this chili oil was truly exaggerated, even Liang himself was mesmerized by the fragrance. Soon, Liang recovered and shook his head at the enthusiastic vendors. "This is called chili oil. You don't need to mix it with rice or noodles, you can eat it directly." In Dayan province, while chili oil can be eaten as a snack, it's mostly eaten with steamed buns or noodles. However, since Liang's tricycle had limited capacity, he didn't prepare any staple foods, so he sold only the chili oil. Ha! The vendors were dumbfounded, staring at the bright red chili oil. Most of them were locals from Kyoto, but they'd never heard of this way of eating chili oil before. This chili oil looked like a condiment, who eats it directly? It's like eating hot pot, no matter how delicious the broth is, you can't just eat it whole. Hearing Liang's explanation, everyone hesitated for a moment, but soon some people pulled out their money to buy some to try. Liang nodded with a smile and added a little vinegar to the chili oil. Only then was the chili oil officially finished. Ding! Dish, chili oil. Creator, Liang. Quality, golden legendary. Special effect critical hit triggered, the effects of the chili oil have been enhanced. Chili oil, a top-quality culinary companion. Consuming it can significantly increase appetite. Note, adding chili oil to dishes with compatible attributes can improve the quality of that dish, up to a maximum of golden legendary quality. Oh? Liang narrowed his eyes. He's unlocked quite a few golden dishes with special effects now, but when it comes to uniqueness, chili oil reigns supreme. Because chili oil can be used both as a dish and a condiment, its effects are unlike any other dish. It can even be combined with other dishes to create new dishes and elevate their quality. But thinking about it, such effects aren't surprising. In everyday life, adding chili oil to rice makes it chili oil rice. Adding chili oil to noodles makes it chili oil noodles. Ordinary rice and noodles, drizzled with chili oil, become incredibly delicious and satisfying. Liang's chili oil was served in small plastic bowls to the surrounding vendors, along with a small spoon. Someone couldn't resist and immediately scooped out a large spoonful and stuffed it into their mouth. Seeing this, many vendors frowned. Although quite a few onlookers bought some chili oil, most intended to take it home to mix with rice or noodles. Eating it dry. Isn't it greasy? Isn't it spicy? And does it even have any flavor? Some chili sauces sold in Kyoto, while spicy, don't have much flavor and are usually only used as condiments. However, Liang's chili oil is different. Salt, 13 spice powder, and vinegar all contribute to a multi-layered flavor experience in this chili oil. Delicious! Wow, these crushed peanuts are absolutely amazing. The red oil in this chili oil is intoxicatingly fragrant. The moment you taste it, you can taste all the spices. If you get a bite of the crushed peanuts and white sesame seeds, the salty, savory, and spicy flavors all burst forth at once. It's delicious even on its own. The vendor who tried the chili oil on its own took a spoonful and exclaimed in amazement, repeatedly tapping the plastic bowl containing it with his spoon. After he said that, the other vendors curiously tried a few spoonfuls, and their expressions changed drastically. Amazing! Before trying the chili oil, almost no one could have imagined that this bright red, chili oil-like substance could have such a flavor. While it might not be very spicy, the aroma is simply unparalleled, given the countless spices added. He swallowed it in one gulp, and there was no greasy feeling at all. Instead, the aroma made his mouth water, and he immediately wanted to eat a bowl of rice. Little friend, give me some chili oil too. Me too, me too. Seeing the chili oil receiving such acclaim, some of the hesitant vendors didn't hesitate anymore. Everyone crowded around Liang's stall, rushing to pay. For a while, most of the stalls outside the north gate were empty, but Liang's stall was packed, creating a rather unusual scene. Liang smiled as he packed the chili oil for the vendors. Unexpectedly, the chili oil made its first sale among his fellow vendors. It seems this chili oil has quite a market. Meanwhile, 3 students from Tsinghua University walked out of the north gate not far away. These 3 students looked rather uneasy. 2 men and 1 woman walked in a triangle formation. A couple walked ahead, maintaining a distance, while a young man with dyed yellow hair followed behind them. Just by looking at their walking formation, one could tell the delicate nature of their relationship, and indeed, it was. The male student walking in front was named Zhu Kongkong, a third-year student at Tsinghua University. The girl next to Zhu Kongkong was Ma Kekai, a fellow student he had been chatting with online for 2 months but had never met in person. As for the blonde-haired man walking at the back, he was Zhu Kongkong's good friend, Zhao Zihao. Despite his blonde hair, Zhao Zihao was a true friend. Hearing that Zhu Kongkong was going to meet his online girlfriend in person, Zhao Zihao, knowing Zhu's fickle nature both online and offline, rushed over to be his wingman and help Zhu win over Ma Kekai. In fact, Zhu Kongkong did need Zhao Zihao as her wingman. 2 months of online chatting had made Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai inseparable. They shared everything, from the most mundane things in life to their deepest secrets. It could be said that Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai had essentially reached a more than friends, less than lovers relationship online, just one step away from meeting in person. However, after meeting, the two were like muted cannons, walking out of the campus without uttering a single word. Zhao Zihao knew he couldn't let this awkward silence continue. Hee, look at the sky, so blue. Look at the clouds, so white. Look at the lawn in the distance, so green. Zhao Zihao coughed lightly, trying to start a conversation between the two. Yes. Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai nodded in agreement, but showed no intention of continuing Zhao Zihao's line of conversation. Zhao Zihao's eyes darted around, and he reached into his backpack and pulled out a kite. In this setting, it would be a shame not to fly a kite. Ma Kekai, do you know how to fly a kite? Ma Kekai blinked, looking at the kite with apparent interest. I don't know how. I've only ever watched others fly them. I've never flown a kite before. Success! Zhao Zihao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he'd brought the right kite. Haha, what a coincidence. Zhao Zihao then stepped forward and patted Zhu Kongkong on the shoulder, laughing. Zhu Kongkong is the best at flying kites. How about I have him teach you? Flying kites is quite a romantic thing. As the heart-shaped kite floats in the sky, the two people holding the kite string make that intentional or unintentional touch, and they'll both understand their inner feelings. Who knows, they might even confirm their relationship on the spot. Then Zhao Zihao could quietly slip away, waiting for Zhu Kongkong to come back to the dorm and treat him to dinner and drinks, and that would be it. Zhao Zihao was imagining Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai's future in his mind, but Zhu Kongkong shook her head, saying seriously, Zhao Zihao, don't talk nonsense. I don't know how to fly a kite. Why don't you teach us? Teach you two to fly a kite. Teach me what? Zhao Zihao was dumbfounded. Zhu Kongkong's research abilities were practically superhuman, so why was he acting so stupidly at this crucial moment? Zhao Zihao quickly coughed loudly, covered Zhu Kongkong's mouth, and dragged him aside. Hey bro, are you kidding me? I told you to go fly kites with Ma Kekai, what nonsense are you spouting? But, Zhu Kongkong frowned, I really don't know how to fly a kite. What's so hard about flying a kite? Zhao Zihao said speechlessly, you just throw it into the wind, isn't that enough? Wind? How strong is the wind? What's the best angle to throw the kite up? Is it 45 degrees? Hearing Zhao Zihao's words, Zhu Kongkong instinctively pulled out a small notebook and a pen to take notes. Zhao Zihao nearly fainted from anger. He pinched his philtrum for first aid and flicked Zhu Kongkong on the forehead with the other. Stop talking nonsense. Go take Ma Kekai to fly a kite. Zhu Kongkong rubbed his forehead, holding the kite Zhao Zihao had shoved into his hand, his mind filled with doubt. He genuinely didn't know how to fly a kite. What if the kite wouldn't fly? Wouldn't he embarrass himself in front of Ma Kekai? Was Zhao Zihao even capable? As Zhu Kongkong pondered this, suddenly, his nose twitched. What's that? It smells so good. This smell, it's so familiar. Holy crap, it's chili oil. As a native of Dian province, Zhu Kongkong suddenly felt a spiritual awakening, and his eyes welled up with tears. I never expected to find such an authentic aroma of chili oil in Kyoto. Not bad. Zhao Zihao watched as Zhu Kongkong walked towards Ma Kekai with the kite, his expression slightly relieved. His son had grown up. He was finally starting to get the hang of things. But the next moment, Zhu Kongkong changed direction, actually bypassing Ma Kekai and heading towards a snack stall in the distance. Damn it! Zhao Zihao clutched his chest, rolling his eyes. This wingman was utterly useless. Actually, when he first left the school gate, Zhao Zihao had smelled a peculiar aroma wafting from afar. If it weren't for this wingman assignment, Zhao Zihao might have gone to check it out. But, is this the time to be researching snacks? Zhao Zihao had forcibly suppressed his craving, but unexpectedly, Zhu Kongkong, the very person in question, had taken the bait? Fine, destroy it. Zhao Zihao sighed. Today's meeting in person was out of the question. He'd just wait until Ma Kekai blocked Zhu Kongkong, then he'd drink with her to ease her heartbreak. Just as Zhao Zihao was feeling disheartened, he saw Ma Kekai raise an eyebrow and actually follow Zhu Kongkong into the distance. Zhao Zihao was startled, thought for a moment, and quickly followed. Sizzle. The chili oil was still being made, and the closer they got to Liang's stall, the stronger the aroma became. Zhu Kongkong's eyes were glazed over. What was this smell? It was the smell of home. The aroma wafted into her nose, and Zhu Kongkong could almost see the waist drums, shadow puppets, and colorful clay sculptures of her hometown. Boss, give me 5 jin of chili oil. Having finally squeezed to the front of the line, Zhu Kongkong asked for 5 jin. 5 jin? As soon as Zhu Kongkong said this, everyone in the queue turned to look at him. 5 caddies of chili oil. Is this guy here to buy supplies? Zhu Kongkong, however, remained calm. This is chili oil. 5 caddies is nothing. Just kidding, Zhu Kongkong grew up eating chili oil, okay? This kind of delicacy, Zhu Kongkong could eat as much as he wanted. Liang shrugged. Since the customer had ordered it, he had no reason to refuse. Liang stirred in chopped peanuts, white sesame seeds, and other seasonings, then poured hot oil over them, creating a sizzling sound. Zhu Kongkong stared at this scene, his mouth practically watering. At the end of the line, Zhao Zihao, rubbing his forehead, awkwardly said to Ma Kekai, Ma Kekai, don't mind. Zhu Kongkong is just like that, straightforward, loves food, loves life. Zhao Zihao tried his best to smooth things over for Zhu Kongkong, but in his opinion, the hope was slim. Who's so kind as to ditch their online date and go buy chili oil instead of the girl? 5 pounds of it. What kind of date is this? Are they going to go on a date carrying a whole bag of chili oil? Why would I mind? To everyone's surprise, Ma Kekai looked at Zhao Zihao with a puzzled expression. Don't you want to try this chili oil? I smelled it as soon as I left school, it smells so good. Ha! Zhao Zihao was taken aback. He then saw Ma Kekai turn her gaze to Zhu Kongkong's back, a glint of light in her eyes. Thank you for queuing, Zhu Kongkong. Ma Kekai wasn't angry? It seems, his affection for Zhu Kongkong has actually increased? This is unbelievable. Zhao Zihao swallowed hard. Could it be? These two have the same thought process? Is this the legendary match made in heaven? Soon, 5 pounds of chili oil were made. Liang put it in a plastic bag and handed it to Zhu Kongkong. As soon as Zhu Kongkong took the plastic bag, Liang thought for a moment and then put another plastic bag over Zhu Kongkong's chili oil. If these 5 pounds of chili oil spill, the sanitation workers will definitely be cursing. 2 layers of plastic bags are safer. Thank you, boss. Zhu Kongkong returned to Zhao Zihao and Ma Kekai excitedly, carrying the chili oil. You too, try this chili oil. I can tell from the aroma it's authentic. As she spoke, Zhu Kongkong handed Zhao Zihao and Ma Kekai a plastic bowl and a small spoon she'd gotten from Li Ang. Ma Kekai eagerly scooped up a spoonful of chili oil and put it in her mouth. Zhu Kongkong wasn't to be outdone, immediately scooping up a spoonful as well. The next moment, both of them squinted their eyes and exclaimed in unison, hiss. Are you two born in the year of the snake? Zhao Zihao felt there were already too many things to complain about. He shook his head and simply took a bite. Hiss. Zhao Zihao sighed deeply. He couldn't handle spicy food very well, even a simple southwestern dish could make him cry. But this chili oil was just the right amount of spicy. It's less about the spiciness and more about the aroma of the chili oil. The bright red oil is simply to highlight the flavor of the crispy peanut crumbs and white sesame seeds. Swallowing it leaves no greasy feeling, instead, it makes your mouth water and whets your appetite. Delicious. Another spoonful. Zhao Zihao opened his eyes, about to scoop another spoonful of chili oil for himself, when he saw Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai walking away side by side, carrying their chili oil. Let's sit under that willow tree over there and eat slowly. Eating chili oil standing in the sun will make us sweat. Okay, whatever you say. Caw caw. Birds flew overhead in flocks returning to their nests. Watching Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai's retreating figures, Zhao Zihao suddenly felt a pang of unease. It seems like their date is the same whether he's there or not. What was the point of him coming out all this way? Regardless, Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai have successfully broken the ice and found common ground eating. At this rate, they'll probably be officially dating by tonight. This guy, is he finally going to find love? Zhao Zihao smiled wryly, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. If Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai end up getting married and having children, they'll probably tell their kids stories about what happened today. He wondered if he, Zhao Zihao, would be the righteous and noble protagonist in Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai's story. However, Zhao Zihao didn't know that just 2 hours later, Ma Kekai and Zhu Kongkong both ended up in the school clinic with diarrhea from eating too much chili oil, ruining their date, but that's another story. Zhao Zihao stretched, glancing at Liang's stall. He'd been completely focused on Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai's date, barely paying attention to the kids selling chili oil. This guy, he looks vaguely familiar. Holy crap. Zhao Zihao's expression changed drastically, his mind reeling. Could this kid be the war god of window number 4? No mistake. Back when the war god of window number 4 was selling supreme fried rice in the cafeteria, I even pretended to be an athlete and tried my luck at it, getting a close look at his face. Even though he's wearing a mask now, judging by his height, hairstyle, and that dashing, unrestrained expression, it's definitely the war god of window number 4. Zhao Zihao quickly pulled out his phone and went to the SMTH forum. Everyone, stop what you're doing and gather at the North Gate. Zhao Zihao posted a message, and a full 5 minutes passed without a single reply. After all, Zhao Zihao wasn't exactly a celebrity at Tsinghua University, so it was normal for his post to sink. Zhao Zihao gritted his teeth, changed the post title, and posted it again. The God of War has returned to his post in window number 4. You mortals, hurry up and welcome him. This time, Zhao Zihao's post indeed received several replies quickly. Zhao Zihao had a premonition that Tsinghua University was about to be thrown into turmoil by the return of the God of War. Ahem. Zhao Zihao rubbed his nose, trying to tone down his Chuyunibiu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, act. God of War, what God of War? God of War from window number 4, kid, you don't know him? I think I heard there was a cafeteria stall with really good food during the university sports meet, but I've never actually tried it. The lines are always so long. Tisk tisk, you missed out on so much fried rice from God of War from window number 4, bro. A huge regret from university. Holy crap, I've been craving Kid's supreme fried rice, he's back. He's setting up a stall at the North Gate. Let's go, might as well skip class. As Zhao Zihao's post climbed to the top of the SMTH forum, more and more students heard the news of the God of War's return. Some God of War stories like to depict scenes like the God of War returns to find his father humiliated, and with a single command, 10,000 soldiers arrive. Of course, Liang, this god of war from window number 4, wouldn't cause such an exaggerated commotion, but it's true that a large number of SMTH students were on the move. Hey, I'm skipping the next class, can you register me? Third roommate, I'm skipping the next class, can you register me? Fourth roommate, I'm skipping the next class, can you register me? Second roommate, I'm skipping the next class, can you register me? The dorm group chat was flooded with messages asking roommates to register for them, even leading to the tragic situation where 4 roommates begged each other to do so, only for one to show up in class. In the empty classroom, the lecturer was calling roll with his back to the multimedia screen. After calling about 10 names, he noticed something was off about the voices. Turning around, he saw only one student sitting in the empty classroom. The lecturer was trembling with anger. "You little brat, are you a voice actor? Trying to register the whole class by yourself, huh? All of you are marked absent." However, no one cared whether it was recorded as absenteeism or not. Attendance was common, but being a kid was rare. The entrance to the north gate was already packed, the queue stretching hundreds of meters from Liang's stall, a scene of bustling activity. "Warrior of window number 4, we're here. Wah, you rascal, do you know how long I've been craving your supreme fried rice? I finally forgot about it, and you're back to stir my heart again. What, you're making chili oil today? No problem, anything you make is delicious." The number of students queuing to buy chili oil suddenly increased, and Liang was a little overwhelmed. Liang could only work at full speed, juggling the enthusiastic students with making the chili oil. Bowls of incredibly fragrant chili oil, so delicious it made your bones melt, were delivered to the students, who exclaimed in amazement. The students at Tsinghua University initially thought that Liang's supreme fried rice was his masterpiece, but unexpectedly, after several days, Liang conquered everyone's taste buds again with a bowl of chili oil. Whether they were students from Yunnan province or other regions, everyone was captivated by the wild yet layered flavor of the chili oil. White sesame seeds, crushed peanuts. These incredibly ordinary ingredients, things that few people would even enjoy as snacks, somehow become so fragrant when mixed with chili oil. This is no exaggeration. Ingredients like white sesame seeds and crushed peanuts are usually unnoticed when mixed into food, they're simply swallowed. But in chili oil, the abundant white sesame seeds and crushed peanuts are infused with a vibrant aroma. The rapeseed oil, infused with the flavor of spices, blends everything perfectly. The white sesame seeds and crushed peanuts explode in your mouth. It's like being on fire, soaring to heaven. 800 miles of Chin land, yellow dust flies, 30 million sons and daughters roar out Chin opera, holding a bowl of noodles with joy, grumbling if there's no chili. Chili oil that's not just any chili oil, that's its soul. Some people drank the chili oil like milk tea, using a straw, others drained the chili oil and chewed the bright red chili chunks directly, and one grown man even cried while eating it. Later, someone quietly told Liang that the male senior who cried while eating chili oil used to be Liu Yue's suitor. As for why he cried over chili oil, no one knew. Of course, most students chose to rush back to the cafeteria to buy rice, noodles, and other staple foods, mixing them with the chili oil and slurping them down. "Excuse me, everyone, make way. Hey kid, it's me." A familiar voice rang out from the queue. Liang's hand trembled, and he looked up. Who else could it be but Liu Yue? Liu Yue squeezed her way to the front of the line, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the chili oil on Liang's stall. "Little brother, you've finally come to set up a stall here?" she exclaimed eagerly. "Same as always, I'll help you in the kitchen." "What? You don't need help? Tell the truth, is it because I'm not wearing a cheongsam? I'm going back to my dorm to change right now." Liang quickly stopped the somewhat dim-wit Liu Yue and persuaded her to obediently go back to the queue. Only then did she calm down a bit. However, the next customer was an old acquaintance. "Little brother Liang, I knew you'd come back to Tsinghua University." Zhao Zhenhai, the director of the logistics department at Tsinghua University. Because of Liang's outstanding performance during his brief stint as a cook in the cafeteria, Zhao Zhenhai, who had hired Liang, later received praise from the university president. However, after Liang left, Zhao Zhenhai truly missed Liang's cooking skills and wanted to visit Liang's goose leg stall countless times. However, due to his heavy workload and limited free time, Zhao Zhenhai had to give up each time. So, upon hearing that Liang had come to the school gate, Zhao Zhenhai immediately dropped everything and rushed over to try Liang's chili oil. "Director Zhao, you're here." Liang greeted him with a smile, stirring the chili oil. "How much chili oil would you like?" "2 bowls, please." Zhao Zhenhai rubbed his hands together and laughed. Since he was going to eat, he might as well eat to his heart's content. 1 bowl was appetizing, 2 bowls would be satisfying. Back home, he could heat up the leftover steamed buns in his lunchbox, add the chili oil, and some pickled cucumbers and spicy cabbage. Just thinking about it made him feel great. "Hey kid, what time are you planning to close your stall at Tsinghua University this time? I'll come over after I get off work." While waiting for Liang to serve the chili oil, Zhao Zhenhai chatted casually with him. Street vendors usually don't close until 9 or 10 p.m., or even the early hours of the morning. Logically, Zhao Zhenhai should have plenty of time to go back to his meeting and then come out again to buy more chili oil. Hearing Zhao Zhenhai's question, Liang glanced back at the chili oil stock. There were still plenty of crushed peanuts, white sesame seeds, and star anise left, but the large buckets of rapeseed oil were mostly empty. There was no way around it. Making chili oil was incredibly wasteful of oil. Kyoto Agricultural University didn't provide rapeseed oil, nor did they press it themselves, so Liang had ordered it from the farmer's market, and the stock was limited. He'd have to wait for restocking. With limited ingredients, Liang planned to stop once the rapeseed oil was used up. Frankly, thanks to the enthusiasm of the students at Tsinghua University, Liang was already quite satisfied with the progress of today's task. "I'll leave once the oil is used up," Liang truthfully reported. "Looks like it can last another hour or two." "An hour or two?" Zhao Zhenhai paused, slightly taken aback. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. Liang would only be selling for another hour before leaving, and it wasn't even dark yet. Zhao Zhenhai hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Little brother, you'll probably be back at your stall tomorrow, right?" Zhao Zhenhai couldn't find Liang to buy late-night snacks after get off work today, but he could buy them tomorrow. It's very common for vendors to change locations. Customers inevitably get tired of the same snacks after a while. If they don't develop new products, they'll usually try to expand into other markets. Even if the snacks don't sell well in a new market, they can always return to their original, well-established location. A short separation can make customers more enthusiastic. In Zhao Zhenhai's opinion, there was a high probability that he would be able to come to Xiaobeiman every day to buy late-night snacks from Liang. However, Liang didn't come here to set up his stall because the goose legs weren't selling well at Desheng Snack Street. Hard to say. Liang shook his head. Chili oil can be sold anywhere, but Liang came to Tsinghua University because he wanted to boost his reputation there. If the roast goose leg stall is too busy tomorrow, he won't come, he'll just sell chili oil there. Zhao Zhenhai was momentarily speechless. What the heck? Kid bro is leaving after just one more hour? He might not even be back tomorrow. Are you kidding me? I skipped class to come. He's not going to close up shop before I even get a turn, is he? Skipping class is nothing. My long-distance girlfriend came to visit, she even booked a room and told me to come get my luggage, but I didn't go. Wait, Kid Bro is so cold-hearted. Sobs, why is he closing up shop so early? It seems Kid Bro said he ran out of ingredients. The casual conversation between Zhao Zhenhai and Liang, though unintentional, carried from one end of the line to the other. Hearing that Liang was about to close up shop, everyone panicked. They'd finally waited for Kid Bro, and now he's going to leave after making everyone's mouths water? That's practically a crime. Kid Bro rarely comes, they had to find a way to make him stay a little longer. Hey kid, if we bring you the ingredients, can you close up shop a little later? A student from Tsinghua University squeezed past Zhao Zhenhai and peeked at Liang, asking. Liang was taken aback. Selling snacks at a stall, having customers prepare the ingredients? No way. No need, I'll prepare in advance next time and bring extra ingredients. Liang shook his head repeatedly. But even if he said that, who knows when this kid will come next time? Kid, don't be so polite, just tell us if it's okay. The Tsinghua student pleaded earnestly. Liang scratched his nose. Why not? After all, it's still early, selling for a few more hours is no problem at all. If the Tsinghua students were willing to find ingredients for Liang, it would even save him the trouble of sourcing them. However, the ingredients couldn't be chosen casually, they had to be high quality, otherwise the quality of the chili oil would be affected. Of course, Liang would pay the students a high price for the ingredients. After all, the students deserved a fee for preparing the ingredients for him. Don't worry, kid brother, the ingredients we've prepared for you will definitely be in place. The students at Shuimu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kid brother said that as long as the ingredients are in place, he'll continue setting up his stall. The news spread, and a large number of students sprang into action. This caused quite a stir. Soon, nearby high-end supermarkets received a flood of orders for rapeseed oil. Not only rapeseed oil, but also white sesame seeds, crushed peanuts, bay leaves, cinnamon, and other seasonings were in high demand. Many students rode electric bikes and bicycles to the supermarkets to pick up their orders, while some students near the front of the line didn't want to wait any longer and opted for delivery. Watching the delivery drivers and students picking up their orders one after another, the supermarket staff were dumbfounded. With this order volume, he'd probably have to open a shop. Who's a decent person who orders takeout from a shop? He'd go bankrupt. Everyone, stop buying rapeseed oil. My family wholesales cooking oil. I'll take care of the whole thing. A few tons is no problem at all, not even enough for my monthly allowance. There are quite a few rich kids at Tsinghua University. The students' purchasing efforts were in full swing, and soon a wealthy student stepped forward to support the initiative of preparing ingredients for the kid. Liang, focused on making chili oil, had no idea the impact his casual remark would have on the surrounding rapeseed oil and spice market. "Hey kid, this is some white sesame seeds I bought, the top grade kind from the supermarket. See if it suits your taste? Hey kid, come on over, this is some Dian province chili peppers I got, the real deal. I have some 13 spices here, kid, here you go." 20 minutes later, bags and packages of ingredients were piling up behind Liang's stall. Liang scanned them with his god of cookery eye, and sure enough, most of them were purple quality. After all, these things were bought by the students at a high price. Liang wasn't stingy. "How much did you pay? I'll just add a delivery fee and put it back." He wasn't about to be shameless enough to accept favors from the Shui Mu students without reason. That would make him a beggar. All right, you don't need to buy anymore. If you keep sending me groceries like this, I'll have to live at Tsinghua University this year." Liang was organizing the groceries when he gradually sensed something was wrong. The students weren't going to stop. Beep, buzz. Just then, he heard the horn of a semi-trailer truck blare. A Tsinghua student dressed in designer clothes rushed to the stall, excitedly pointing into the distance for Liang. "Hey kid, look, the oil's here." Liang immediately had a bad feeling. He swallowed hard and looked back. A semi-trailer truck slowly pulled up, fully loaded with golden rapeseed oil. What the hell, has the world finally gone mad? Liang went crazy. With so much rapeseed oil, they might as well not make chili oil, just pour it over Liang directly. What does this mean? I asked you where the rapeseed oil was, and you pointed towards the semi-trailer, right? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to work Liang to death? Are you kidding me? Get your semi-trailer back. And you new guy, why did you bring a bag of raw rice? I'm not making supreme fried rice today, and besides, I don't have a rice cooker, so I can't make fried rice with this raw rice. What the heck, you even brought a chicken. I don't know how to cook chicken. For a moment, Liang was on the verge of a breakdown. Some students couldn't buy high-quality chili oil ingredients, so they just brought whatever they had, haphazardly sending it to Liang. Liang naturally wouldn't blame the Shuima students for being too enthusiastic, but with the arrival of the semi-trailer, the situation was starting to get out of control. It was too outrageous. Seeing Liang lose his temper, the Shuima students realized they had gone a bit overboard. Indeed, realistically speaking, Liang's food stall couldn't possibly handle all that stuff. Preparing ingredients for Liang turned into causing him trouble. "Kid, we're so sorry, we were so focused on buying ingredients for you that we forgot to calculate the total amount. Hey kid, I'll take this live chicken with me. Maybe I can keep it as a pet in my dorm." "Kid, we're sorry, this whole truckload of rapeseed oil is definitely too much. Let's keep half a truckload. Oh no, let's keep 10 barrels. The Tsinghua University student felt embarrassed and quickly apologized to Liang. However, these Tsinghua University students weren't doing it intentionally. They hadn't organized or discussed it. Everyone went to buy ingredients independently, so exceeding the allotted amount was quite normal. Liang sighed and said with a wry smile, "Students, I know your enthusiasm, but my capacity is really limited. I'll buy all the ingredients that have already been delivered. Please don't refuse. If you've ordered ingredients that haven't arrived yet, cancel your orders immediately. Also, don't send away that live chicken. You can't keep it in your dorms. Give it to me, I'll take it home for a late-night snack." Liang tied the chicken to a small tree nearby, somewhat helplessly. What kind of situation is this? Could it be because he hadn't been to Tsinghua for so long that his sudden appearance had caused the Tsinghua students to lose their minds? Sigh, hopefully, they won't create such an extravagant scene again. Damn it, stop delivering. We bought too much stock, and kid's gone crazy. It's not our fault. Kid finally came all this way, and he's leaving before dark. Can't we at least try to keep him here? There were just too many students delivering supplies. In desperation, someone frantically posted on the SMTH forum, urging everyone to stop. They couldn't buy any more supplies, but the students were still miserable. They'd scared Liang off by buying so much stock today, he definitely wouldn't be coming tomorrow. No, they had to think of something to salvage the situation. "We can't give him any more ingredients, kid won't accept them for free. Buying more will only burden him." That's true, but are we just going to watch kid act like a jerk and run away after setting up his stall? Absolutely not. We have to find a way to keep kid here, to make him willing to set up his stall at Tsinghua University next. That's true, but he's got legs, how can we control where he sets up his stall? I've thought of a way that might keep kid here. Just as the students were worrying, a student with the ID Little Clever Guy posted a new thread. Recently, several supermarkets in Shanxi province have become incredibly popular online because of their excellent customer service. Apparently, they're packed with people, business is booming. Since good customer service can attract customers, then by extension, if we want to keep kid here, we can rely on good customer service. Customer service? This term confused everyone on the forum. When you're running a street stall, you've heard of service attitude, but never customer attitude. Are you guys stupid? Customer attitude means whether we, as customers, can make the kid feel at home. When we buy things, we should praise the kid's cooking skills, pamper him, make him feel comfortable, then wouldn't he be happy to set up a stall at Tsinghua University? What kind of flattery is this? Everyone on the forum was shocked. But thinking about it carefully, what this clever kid said actually makes sense. Vendors often promote smiling service and offer promotions to attract customers. Conversely, if Tsinghua University wants to keep Liang setting up a stall at its gate, they can use some tricks. Having to constantly flatter him just to buy snacks is something most Tsinghua students can't do, it's too awkward. However, if we broaden our thinking, there are still many ways to make the kid feel comfortable and happy setting up a stall at Tsinghua. Soon, a student put their words into action. Hey kid, isn't it hot setting up a stall in this bright sunshine? I have a mini fan here, you can put it on your stall for now. After buying some chili oil, a student cheerfully placed a small fan on the table next to Liang's stall. To be honest, the temperature in Kyoto City had risen today, and since Liang was making chili oil, he was inevitably feeling a bit hot. The little fan really made him feel much better. Thank you. Liang quickly thanked them, feeling a little touched. He'd been setting up his stall for so many days, and no one had even noticed his discomfort. No need to thank me, kid. Your chili oil is so delicious, it's only right that we, as customers, give you something in return. Just as Liang finished speaking, another student came over with a textbook and gently fanned him. Liang hesitated for a moment, feeling a little awkward, but out of politeness, he said, thank you. There's hope. Seeing that Liang seemed happy, the students in line also brightened up. It seems that consumer attitude approach was right. Kid, I have a lunchbox here. You haven't eaten anything for so long, have you? A girl shyly handed Liang a lunchbox with both hands. A lunchbox. No need for a lunchbox. I'm used to eating after setting up the stall. Besides, I don't have time to eat. Liang chuckled dryly and declined. It's okay, little brother, I'll feed you if you're not feeling well. The girl gently opened the lunchbox lid, scooped up a rice ball with a spoon, and held it to Liang's mouth. Liang felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong with these Tsinghua University students now? It's obvious they want to be kind to him, and Liang completely understands that. But the thing is, it's not necessary. He's 8 years old, not 8 months old, he doesn't need to be fed. Fortunately, just as the rice ball was about to enter Liang's mouth, the girl was pushed away. Hey kid, getting bored cooking? I'll put a tablet here, you can watch anime while you cook. Hey kid, I brought my laptop over. What game do you want to play? I'll download it for you right now. You can control it with your voice, and I'll operate it for you, so it won't interfere with your cooking. Hey kid, I don't have much, but I practiced martial arts when I was little. I'll show you how to open a Red Bull can with your bare hands. All sorts of gadgets were shoved onto Liang's stall. In no time, Liang's snack stall became a multifunctional snack stall combining movie viewing, games, and entertainment. Liang's brain went blank. It took him a while to recover. Just as he was about to say something, a loud shout rang out from afar. Sisters, it's time for us. Let's go. The Tsinghua University cheerleading team, dressed in sailor uniforms, ran over hand in hand, holding cheering sticks, jumping and singing behind Liang, eliciting cheers from the students in line. Cheerleaders, ha! These pure and beautiful cheerleaders, how could they not win over the kid? Anyway, the students in line were completely won over. Liang was utterly stunned. For a moment, he stopped making the chili oil. He might not understand the customs of Tsinghua University, but in his Desheng snack street, setting up a stall didn't require a stage. The cheerleaders left, and the street dance club students took their place. The situation seemed to have subtly changed. Whether the kid was having a blast or not, whether he was happy or not, the students didn't know, but they were definitely having a blast. Liang's lips twitched, he was so embarrassed he felt like he could dig a villa out of the ground with his toes. Should I leave first? You Tsinghua University students are still having a blast? Setting up a stall while enjoying the breeze and watching cartoons, have food vendors evolved to this level now? Wow, if setting up a stall can be like this, I'm thinking of quitting my job and becoming a stall owner. In the distance, several office workers walked by side, noticing Liang's commotion, and couldn't help but cast envious glances. The street dance club members can leave now, let the gym members step up and show Kid a push-up routine. Wait a minute, where's Kid? The Tsinghua University students gave Liang a performance, but then, Kid suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked around and saw Liang had quietly moved his stall over 100 meters away, silently stirring his chili oil. If they wanted to embarrass Tsinghua University, they should embarrass themselves. Liang couldn't take it anymore. If it weren't for the huge amount of leftover food, Liang would have loved to go home. Liang was naturally a rather low-key person, but these Tsinghua students, not only were they fanning him and feeding him, but they were also singing and dancing behind him, cheering him on. It made Liang too ashamed to even look at passers-by. He simply couldn't lift his head. Let's go, let's go. The students sensed something was off and quietly told the cheerleaders to leave. They'd originally intended to create a cheerful and relaxed environment for the young man's stall, but this atmosphere almost drove him away. Clearly, their plan to encourage him to spend money and keep him there had failed. Hey, young man, I'll have some chili oil. Young man, I'll take this laptop with me too, so it doesn't interfere with your work. The students sheepishly lined up again at Liang's stall, pretending nothing was wrong and buying chili oil. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The group finally quieted down a bit. However, while the students appeared to have calmed down, the SMTH forum was in an uproar. Where's that little clever guy ID? Come out here. It's all your fault for that terrible idea. Now look what happened, you almost let Kid Brother run away with the food cart. If Kid Brother really leaves, you're fully responsible. Looking at the barrage of complaints, little clever guy held his phone, on the verge of tears. Damn it, how could this be his fault? It was clearly you guys who went astray. You could have just brought Kid Brother some water and fanned him. Why put on a show? You're all such attention seekers. However, little clever guy didn't dare to retaliate. Right now, it was best for him, the instigator, to keep a low profile. Actually, the reason the students at Tsinghua University wanted to keep Liang so much, besides his delicious cooking, was for a deeper reason. They all harbored a deep-seated desire to compete with the students from Kyoto University. Since the last online flame war, the students at Tsinghua University, whether they admit it or not, all know one fact. Their beloved little kid, the god of war at window number 4, only came to Tsinghua to cook because of a contract. He set up his stall and left. His real stall was near Kyoto University. Little kid seems to have a closer, more intimate relationship with Kyoto University. This time, little kid set up a stall at the north gate of Tsinghua University, which delighted many students. They secretly felt that little kid had finally given up on Kyoto University, and this was a valuable opportunity for Tsinghua University to retain this important talent. That's why everyone's causing so much trouble. Haste makes waste, being impatient leads to mistakes. After all that effort, they not only failed to win Liang's heart, but they've almost traumatized him. Sigh, let me be honest with you all. Actually, there's a reason why Kid can't come to our Shuimu forum to set up his stall more often. Suddenly, a new post caught everyone's eye. The poster's ID was YY Wei loves 5 blessings dumplings. Generally, people wouldn't pay much attention to this kind of low-quality post title, since it's probably clickbait. However, everyone recognized the poster. Lu Yue. If you were to ask who at Shuimu University was closest to Liang, it would undoubtedly be Lu Yue. Is there some inside story behind Lu Yue posting this? As everyone knows, little kid has been setting up a stall at the food street near Kyoto University lately. But what you might not know is that the reason he's been staying at Dasheng Food Street is because he frequently delivers food to the laboratories at Kyoto University. Everyone knows about the artificial heart patent controversy at Kyoto University a while back, right? That's also related to little kid. Professor Wang from Kyoto University developed a new type of magnetically levitated artificial heart, which was originally intended for little kid's mother. Lu Yue recounted the hidden story behind the Kyoto University artificial heart patent controversy in her post. When the newspapers exposed Liang's silhouette, Lu Yue roughly understood what had happened. The recipient of the artificial heart transplant was none other than little kid's mother. Lu Yue had confirmed this with Liang a few days ago, and Liang didn't hide anything from her, telling her the truth. Lu Yue immediately insisted on donating some money to Liang as a token of her appreciation, almost getting blocked by him, so the matter was dropped. Kyoto University retaliated against the US patent sanctions by developing a fully patented artificial heart. Liang awaited the successful development of this artificial heart so Zhang Yan could receive a transplant. It could be said that the relationship between Liang and Kyoto University was mutually beneficial and progressive, a relationship that Tsinghua University couldn't match. No wonder the young man always liked to set up a stall near Kyoto University. Lu Yue's revelation was overwhelming. The students at Tsinghua University were momentarily speechless. After all, this wasn't just a fun fight over food, it was a very serious matter. The students at Tsinghua University had naturally heard that the US had withdrawn Kyoto University's wireless charging patent for the artificial heart. The two universities have a stalemate, but they aren't enemies. Students at Shuaki University were initially quite indignant about Kyoto University's situation. However, they never expected that the patent withdrawal would have such a complicated relationship with little kid, a nickname for a student. So, it seems we can't keep little kid. Sigh. I hate to admit it, but our medical program is indeed slightly inferior to Kyoto University's. We at Shuaki University simply can't develop this new type of magnetically levitated artificial heart. Hee hee, I'm from the medical school. If Kyoto University's medical program hadn't developed so much earlier than ours, they might not be as good as us, but it's no use talking about that now. Wait. Suddenly, someone replied in the post, wireless charging technology for artificial hearts involves interactions across multiple fields, and it can't be accomplished solely through medical technology. Materials science, artificial intelligence, communications, mechanical engineering, all are indispensable. We might not be able to get involved in the medical field, but when it comes to materials science, Kyoto University is lagging far behind. We could try to find a professor and establish a collaboration between the two universities. If Kyoto University is really stuck, then we'll lend a hand. Although the people at Kyoto University aren't great, if anyone's going to bully Kyoto University, it's our Tsinghua University. Since the unscrupulous American company is bullying domestic universities, Tsinghua University has to show some respect. Incidentally, this will also allow the kid's mother to have her surgery smoothly, which is a win-win situation. If Tsinghua University could contribute to the patent for wireless charging of artificial hearts, it would not only gain national recognition but also attract that kid to continue setting up his stall. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Inside a faculty apartment at Tsinghua University, a female student was enthusiastically browsing the campus forum. Her name was Wang Kei, an ordinary middle school student, and her grandmother was a faculty member at Tsinghua University. I have to go to grandma about this. Wang Kei made up her mind, went downstairs, hopped on a shared bicycle, and headed towards the Tsinghua University administration building. Grandma. 10 minutes later, the door to the dean's office at the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tsinghua University was pushed open. Wang Kei skipped and hopped in. Cai Liang, dean of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tsinghua University, frowned, but relaxed upon seeing that the visitor was her granddaughter. She said helplessly, "Keek, grandma's busy. What are you doing here?" "Grandma, I have a suggestion. It won't just enhance the prestige of Tsinghua University, but it will also ensure that the older students can eat well every day." Wang Kei stood with her hands on her hips, beaming. Cai Liang chuckled. As is often the case with grandparents, Cai Liang always doted on her granddaughter, even to the point of spoiling her. Wang Kei had always looked up to her grandmother, Cai Liang, as a role model, aspiring from a young age to attend Tsinghua University and consider herself a Tsinghua person. Of course, whether Wang Kei would actually get into Tsinghua University was uncertain, but having grown up there under Cai Liang's guidance, witnessing waves of Tsinghua students come and go, it wouldn't be wrong to call Wang Kei half a Tsinghua person. She had also been quite involved in campus affairs. "What method do you have? Tell me." Cai Liang turned her gaze away and continued researching on the computer. Wang Kei chuckled and said, "Grandma, you know about the patent dispute between Kyoto University and Anazin Corporation, right?" Click. Cai Liang's finger, which was clicking the mouse, suddenly stopped. "Keek, you know about this too?" "Yes, I even heard the inside story from my older siblings. The reason Kyoto University clashed with the US military is because of a kid named Liang. He sells snacks at a street stall, and they're incredibly delicious, so the professors at Kyoto all like him. That's why they wanted to get his mother's surgery. Right now, that Professor Wang Ziliang from Kyoto, he's leading the research on wireless charging technology patents for the artificial heart for my son's mother. The older kids all say Kyoto University's materials science isn't as good as our Tsinghua University's. If Tsinghua University can help, then my son should get on good terms with Tsinghua University and come set up his stall there often, so the older kids, including me, can eat delicious food every day. And also, if Tsinghua University participates in the production of the artificial heart, when the news reports it, we'll be heroes fighting against the US military. So Grandma, please step in and help." Wang Kei was still a child, and his logic was a bit rambling, but Cai Liang understood the gist of it. Cai Liang shook her head and slowly said, "Keek, cooperation between the two universities isn't that simple. Even if we wanted to help, Kyoto University might not be willing to accept our assistance. Behind this lies the issue of academic reputation. If a new patent is actually developed, who will own it? And why should Kyoto University get a share of Shuimu University's profits?" What Cai Liang said was very realistic. On the Shuimu forum, although students were discussing it enthusiastically, everyone knew that interinstitutional cooperation was extremely complex. It wasn't something two universities could just decide to do on a whim. Not to mention, this new magnetic levitation artificial heart wireless charging technology involved huge patent interests. The students were just joking, indulging in the fantasy of Shuimu University saving Kyoto University from crisis, but Wang Kei, still somewhat naive and immature, took it all seriously. "Grandma, I don't care what you're saying. I know you're the best at materials science, so please help me. If you don't, I won't eat tonight." Wang Kei started to whine. Because Cai Liang spoiled her, as long as Wang Kei's requests weren't unreasonable, whining always worked. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Cai Liang's face darkened, and she coldly said, "There's no room for discussion. Also, a person should keep their word. You'd better not eat tonight. If you dare to eat, I'll tell your mother you'll be punished by doing 5 sets of practice papers." When had Cai Liang ever spoken to Wang Ke so harshly? Instantly, Wang Ke pouted, almost crying, but seeing Cai Liang's sharp gaze, she swallowed her grievances. She knew that this time her grandmother was truly angry. "I'm sorry, Grandma, I misspoke. I'll go now, so as not to disturb your work." After saying this, Wang Ke hurriedly ran away. "If this continues, I guess I'll really have to do practice tests tonight." Sigh. Cai Liang sighed deeply, removed her hairpin, and let her long, gray hair fall loose. Wang Ziliang, so many years have passed, and your temper hasn't changed. The artificial heart transplant slots are so precious, and you actually gave it to a mother of a child selling snacks. You must have been under a lot of pressure from school, right? Heh, this child you favor so much, I'd like to go see him. Cai Liang's thoughts seemed to drift to the distant past. After a long while, she finally tied her hair back up, shut down her computer, and left the office. "Kid, chili oil, quick. Kid, I have a question. If I eat too much chili oil and get diarrhea, can I keep eating chili oil to treat it with poison? Give me 2 more pounds. I brought a bucket of rice. Kid, could you just pour this chili oil over the rice for me?" At the north gate of Tsinghua University, the chili oil business is booming. Since there's no immediate way to keep the kid around, they might as well seize the moment and enjoy themselves first. Besides students, many lecturers and professors have also joined the long queue. "Isn't that Professor Wang? You're also queuing up for chili oil?" "Hey Professor Chen, hello. You don't need to queue. I bought 2 jin, 1 kilogram, of chili oil. I can share 1 jin with you, but could you please give it to me for the final exams?" "No? Then give me back my chili oil. I'm failing anyway, I want to eat my fill of chili oil." "Wow, isn't that Dean Cai from the Materials Science and Engineering Department?" "Hello, Dean Cai." The arrival of Dean Cai Liang from the Materials Science and Engineering Department caused a stir among the students. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, at her age, does Dean Cai still have an interest in street food? "Little one, could I have a bowl of chili oil?" Finally, Dean Cai reached the front of the line. Looking at Dean Cai, who appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, Liang was taken aback. Although Dean Cai looked rosy-cheeked and more energetic than many students, could she really handle chili oil? Chili oil is a piece of cake for those who can handle spicy food, and even most people who don't eat much chili can manage, but for an elderly person, it's a different story. "It's alright, just give me a little less chili oil," Dean Cai said with a smile. Liang nodded and served Dean Cai half a bowl of chili oil, saying, "Grandma, just try it. If you like it, you can have more. If not, this half bowl is free." Cai Liang picked up the chili oil, smelled it, and tentatively scooped out a small spoonful and tasted it. Ouch! Cai Liang immediately felt a burning sensation on her lips, but compared to the sting of the chili peppers, the most noticeable sensation from this chili oil was its aroma. It smelled amazing. Even the broth from stewing meat with spices at home couldn't surpass the fragrance of this chili oil. Cai Liang isn't someone who can handle spicy food, but she still forced herself to endure the slight stinging sensation in her mouth and ate several spoonfuls. Cai Liang isn't usually a glutton, but how could she not indulge in a few more bites of this level of deliciousness? In a daze, Cai Liang recalled some experiences from her distant university days. Back then, a male classmate from Dayang province always liked to bring her local chili oil. Cai Liang had long forgotten the taste of that chili oil, but after tasting Liang's, the chili oil in her memory seemed to come alive again. After finishing half a bowl of chili oil, Cai Liang was already sweating. Eating it dry was delicious, but Cai Liang regretted not bringing some dry food like steamed buns or flatbread. Eating chili oil with dry food would reduce the spiciness of the chili to some extent, allowing her to better enjoy its flavor. She pulled out a faded handkerchief, carefully wiping the sweat from her brow, and said gently, "Little friend, your chili oil is so delicious. I want to take a pound home." Cai Liang couldn't eat any more chili oil now, but her daughter and granddaughter could. Cai Liang could tell that this chili oil made everything taste amazing, except for being a little spicy. It was perfect. Liang packed a pound of chili oil for Cai Liang and handed it to her. Cai Liang exclaimed, "What a good child! And such good cooking skills! In young people's terms, I'm going to become your fan." Wang Ziliang, is he also your fan? Hearing Cai Liang's words, Liang was taken aback. "You know Professor Wang?" Yes. Cai Liang nodded with a smile, not saying anything more. Carrying the plastic bag of chili oil, Dean Cai Liang walked away slowly. Liang shrugged, not taking it seriously, and continued making chili oil for his classmates. The sun gradually set, the moon climbed into the sky, and the surrounding traffic transformed into streaks of neon light. It wasn't until 10:30 p.m. that Liang finally ran out of ingredients he had collected from the students at Tsinghua University. "Director Zhao, here's your chili oil, take it." Coincidentally, the last bowl of chili oil was sold to Zhao Zhenhai, who was out for a late-night snack after a meeting. Zhao Zhenhai walked away happily with his chili oil, but the dozens of students still in line were all devastated. They weren't unaware that Liang's chili oil was almost sold out, but they all clung to a sliver of hope, thinking they could get the last bowl. Seeing the students' mournful faces, Liang coughed lightly. "Everyone, I'll come back another day. Tomorrow, or the day after." Liang wasn't just brushing off the students. He'd been at Tsinghua for half a day, and the chili oil was selling like hotcakes. The task progress was probably already halfway done. With chili oil being so popular at Tsinghua, Liang would definitely come back. However, the students found it hard to believe Liang's words. They, the students of Tsinghua University, had tried every possible way to keep Liang at Tsinghua all day, but all their efforts had failed, even angering Liang. No one believed him when he said he would come again. Liang packed up his stall, loaded the remaining ingredients and pots and pans onto his tricycle, and was about to mount it when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. A chicken had just spread its wings and was attacking Liang's calf. "I forgot, there's a rooster here." Liang scratched his head. That afternoon, some students had brought him ingredients, and one of them, oblivious to the situation, had brought a live chicken. Liang had simply kept it, tying it to a nearby tree and leaving it alone. He hadn't expected that he would forget about it, and now the rooster had broken free and was attacking Liang. "This is your fate." Liang quickly tied up the rooster and tossed it to the back of the tricycle, then pedaled away. Watching Liang's departing figure, some classmates finally couldn't hold back anymore. "Kid, you'll definitely be back tomorrow, right? Kid, it's okay if you set up a stall at Kyoto University, as long as you're happy and can come back to see us 2 or 3 times a month." "Wah, kid, those students at Kyoto University are all idiots. You should just come set up your stall at our Tsinghua University." "Kid, how can I live without you, kid?" Several conspicuous students jumped out, chasing after Liang's tricycle and shouting. Liang got goosebumps. Holy crap, was it really necessary to be so mushy? "Actually, you guys can come to Desheng Snack Street if you're free. My family sets up a stall there every day, and it's not far from Desheng Snack Street to Tsinghua University, is it?" Liang stopped his tricycle. He was a little embarrassed by Tsinghua University's antics. Had he really been neglecting Tsinghua University students? Liang hesitated for a moment before offering a suggestion to the Tsinghua students. Teaching University wasn't far from Desheng Snack Street, it was only a 10-minute electric scooter ride. However, the next moment, the Tsinghua University students all wore strange expressions. "Going to the area near Kyoto University, that's not bad either. Since we can't keep Kid Bro at Tsinghua University, then let's take over Kyoto University's territory. If Tsinghua University takes over Desheng Snack Street, wouldn't that effectively make Kid Bro ours?" "That's true, okay, let's do it." Liang was dumbfounded. He never expected his well-intentioned suggestion to have this effect. "Never mind, let's get out of here." Liang pedaled his bicycle furiously and sped away. Phew! After riding a kilometer, Liang finally shook off the students from Tsinghua University. It wasn't that Liang was heartless towards the Tsinghua students, but their frantic, relentless pursuit was simply outrageous. The red light came on, and Liang stopped at an intersection. Seeing that there were still 90 seconds left on the light, Liang pulled a lollipop from his pocket and took a big bite. "Why do I always run into these super long red lights? System, report on the mission progress." With nothing else to do, Liang summoned the system. Mission, spicy and delicious. Mission progress, 39.6%. Tsinghua University reputation level, greatly recognized, 68.8%. Please keep up the good work, host. After half a day of hard work, Liang had advanced the system mission by nearly halfway, a very encouraging progress. However, his reputation level at Tsinghua University remained unchanged. This made sense. Tsinghua University had a massive student body. Even though Liang's chili oil stall was incredibly popular, with long queues of students, many students were completely unaware of its existence. Raising his reputation level would have to be gradual. Hiding the system interface, Liang simply leaned on the handlebars of his tricycle, idly watching the red light countdown. Just then, a middle-aged woman on an electric scooter stopped beside Liang. The woman saw Liang and immediately frowned at Liang. "What are you doing wandering around outside alone in the middle of the night?" Liang turned his head, stunned. This woman looked so familiar. According to his memories, this was his homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang? Holy crap! Running into his homeroom teacher while strolling around during the holidays. This kind of plot only happens in horror novels, and Liang actually encountered it. "Hello, Teacher Wei." Liang nodded subconsciously to Wei Yongfang. I just finished setting up my stall and am heading home now. Setting up a stall? Wei Yongfang frowned even more, shook her head, and looked at him with a disappointed expression. Liang, this holiday period isn't really for you to relax and do things unrelated to studying. For a student like you with average grades, the holiday is a precious opportunity to work harder and surpass other students. Such precious time, and you're using it to set up a stall. How much money can you earn from setting up a stall? Do you think you're doing justice to the teacher's hard work and your parents' expensive tuition? In Wei Yongfang's view, working part-time during the holidays was utterly pointless. Liang attended Kyoto Experimental Middle School, a key elementary school in the city, and the tuition was quite high. Instead of earning a pittance from setting up a stall, it would be better to focus on studying. Setting up a stall? Do you, Liang, plan to set up a stall for the rest of your life? How can you be so useless with just that much ambition? Wei Yongfang's tone grew increasingly harsh, while Liang's gaze turned cold. In his past life, Liang was a seasoned office worker who had struggled in society for decades. He wasn't so easily manipulated by a teacher. Liang didn't hate teachers like Wei Yongfang, but he certainly didn't have any good feelings towards them. To call her a heinous, abuse-prone demon wouldn't be accurate. In fact, Liang remembered Wei Yongfang as having a serious and responsible teaching attitude. However, Wei Yongfang's understanding was far too narrow. Teachers like her, who went straight from school to school after graduation, lacked a clear understanding of society, yet preferred to hide in their ivory towers, instilling their naive worldview in their students that academic performance was everything, and that nothing mattered more than studying. If a student's grades weren't good enough, Wei Yongfang would transform into a pressure monster, completely negating the student's worth, as she had done to Liang. Liang, a graduate of a top-tier university in his previous life and a career elite, wasn't buying into Wei Yongfang's rhetoric. Liang simply turned his head away, ignoring her. Seeing Liang's indifferent expression, Wei Yongfang became even more emboldened. Liang, I think you're a smart kid, that's why I'm talking to you like an adult, you know. Now you think you're so great just because you're making some money at your stall, that you don't need to listen to your teachers anymore? That's called short-sighted. You have no idea how wonderful the world can be through studying hard. As she spoke, Wei Yongfang adjusted her glasses, looking up with a longing in her eyes. This afternoon I passed by Tsinghua University and saw students having a party at the campus gate. There were cheerleaders, street dancers. Only top universities have such a vibrant campus life. The carefree and easygoing attitude of those top students towards life, only you can understand that when you reach that level. So, Liang, keep it up. School's starting soon, and I hope to see a completely new you. Ha! Where is he? Wei Yongfang was startled. She hadn't noticed when the red light had ended, and Liang had ridden away on his tricycle. That kid, he's ungrateful for my kindness, he needs a good talking to. Wei Yongfang snorted, clicked his tongue, and turned his electric scooter right. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto University Medical Laboratory. The medical laboratory had been cleared out, and in the center of the lab, on an operating chair, lay a humanoid shape made of special gel. Interspersed within the gel were some simulated human skeletons, and on the left side of the sternum, a mechanical artificial heart was pulsating slightly. From a distance, this humanoid gel looked almost like a person seen through X-rays. This was simulating the behavior of a fifth-generation magnetically levitated heart inside the human body. That's right, after several days of hard work, Kyoto University's makeshift team had successfully replicated the wireless charging technology for artificial hearts and was now in the experimental stage. This progress surprised everyone. Perhaps it was because the mint cake was so refreshing, or perhaps it was because the technological barriers to wireless charging weren't as difficult as people had imagined, and the technological gap with a nascent technology in the wireless charging field wasn't as large as people thought. 105th charge. Begin. Professor Wang Ziliang stared intently at the artificial heart and gave the order. Buzz. An oval-shaped metal plate was attached to the left chest of the humanoid gel. The metal plate emitted a faint blue light, and simultaneously, the vibration frequency of the fifth-generation magnetic levitation was synchronized on the display screen. Frequency 65, frequency 68, frequency 72, frequency 85. Looking at the linear data graph and the increasingly pronounced vibrations of the artificial heart, Professor Wang Ziliang sighed. All right, turn off the power. Whoosh! The oval-shaped metal plate was removed, and the vibration frequency of the artificial heart returned to normal. The wireless charging experiment failed. Wireless charging for an artificial heart is completely different from wireless charging for a mobile phone. Compared to the speed-driven charging of mobile phones, the requirements for charging power and power stability in wireless charging of an artificial heart are extremely demanding. To achieve a lifelong charging capability for the artificial heart, the fifth-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart is equipped with an internal controller, a receiver induction coil, and a ceramic-based glucose fuel cell. The failure of the experiment stemmed from the ceramic battery. The ceramic material provided by Professor Jia and Zhang Shan, who were responsible for materials research, was not stable enough, causing deviations in electromagnetic induction. This could lead to abnormal operation of the artificial heart, resulting in excessive output power. In simpler terms, while current wireless charging technology does meet the standards for implantation surgery, patients may experience arrhythmia, vomiting, or even fainting every time they need to be charged. This falls short of Professor Wang's expectations. You can't expect a patient receiving an artificial heart transplant to faint every time they need to be charged, can you? That would be unbearable suffering. An external charging port would be far better. Alright, everyone, take a break. Professor Wang waved to everyone, then walked over to Professor Jia and Zhang Shan, who were in charge of the materials, and said in a low voice, Professor Jia, Zhang Shan, could you two please do some more research? Professor Jia and Zhang Shan both had heavy dark circles under their eyes, their complexions were poor, and their faces looked even worse. Although no one blamed them, they both knew very well that they were holding the research team back. The research on wireless charging technology was progressing rapidly. After many trials, everything was ready and working perfectly, except for their ceramic materials, which were a major hindrance. What could they do? Keep researching, of course. Professor Jia and Zhang Shan returned to their area, one rubbed his eyes, and the other stuffed a mint cake into his mouth. When people are under a lot of pressure, they often have habitual actions to relieve anxiety, actions that are often unconscious. Take Professor Jia, for example, he rubs his eyes whenever he's anxious, and now his eyes are almost crossed. And then there's Zhang Shan. Because he eats whenever he's anxious, his body has ballooned up like a balloon, he's a whole size bigger than when he first joined the research team, and his cheeks are sagging. That's how research is. When you hit a difficult hurdle, it's even more painful than writer's block for an online novelist. Even racking your brains, you just can't come up with a single idea. Professor Jia, Senior Zhang, you should take a break. Half an hour later, Lu Tao brought over a lunchbox. She glanced at the newly created folder on Zhang Shan's computer desktop and placed the lunchbox on the table. Xiaohei's dad just came by and brought some of Xiaohei's chili oil. Try it. After you eat, go back to your dorms early tonight. Although she said that, Lu Tao herself knew very well how researchers felt when their progress was stuck. Sleep? They had no appetite. If it weren't for the incredibly delicious food the kid always brought, Professor Jia and Zhang Shan would probably be skin and bones by now. Zhang Shan and Professor Jia gave Lu Tao a perfunctory reply, and Lu Tao sighed and left. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth and created a document to roughly outline directions for improving ceramic materials. However, 20 minutes passed, and Zhang Shan hadn't written anything except the title. Click. Professor Jia rubbed his eyes, shook his head, and opened the lunchbox. Instantly, a spicy aroma wafted out. 5 fortune dumplings with spicy oil. This was the late-night snack Liang had prepared for the lab. He put the chili oil in a small dish, added some aged vinegar, and then dipped the 5 fortune dumplings in it. Amazing! The 5 fortune dumplings themselves have an stimulating effect on the taste buds, and combined with the spicy aroma of the chili oil, the two created a powerful, exhilarating combination that left Professor Jia and Zhang Shan feeling completely refreshed. However, the feeling of eating amazing food varies depending on one's state of mind. If you're enjoying this kind of food when you're successful, you'll undoubtedly feel even more elated and enjoy the beauty of life. But if you're eating this kind of food during a low point in your life, it might heal your soul, but it could also cause all your emotions to explode. Wah, I don't deserve to eat such delicious food. I've let down my classmates. I've let down my teachers. I'm a sinner. I've harmed the team. God, I'm willing to give up everything, to eliminate fame, fortune, and power. Just give me some guidance, let me know how to improve this ceramic material. Zhang Shan chewed on the chili oil and 5 blessing dumplings, experiencing a delightful taste, but his heart felt like it was being tortured. Each bite sent shivers down his spine, and tears streamed down his face. The pent-up grievances and frustrations of the past few days erupted in that instant. He was originally a distinguished young scholar. For the honor of Kyoto University, for his academic resume, and for the sake of the child's mother's surgery, he joined this research team. However, the blows of reality made him question his life. Because the ceramic materials research he and Professor Jia were leading kept going wrong, the wireless charging technology, which should have been a success, was repeatedly shelved. His classmates' words of comfort felt like knives stabbing at his pride. Not to mention, the child had brought him such delicious food, and he was powerless to share the good news. How could a high-achieving student like him bear this feeling? Professor Jia, with his eyes squinting, wanted to comfort Zhang Shan, but due to blurred vision, he accidentally spilled dumpling soup on Zhang Shan's pants, making Zhang Shan cry even louder. Sigh. Professor Wang watched this scene from afar and sighed. There was nothing he could do. Although Kyoto University's materials science department had been improving, it still lagged behind other established powerhouses. As for Zhang Shan's talent and academic ability, there's absolutely no problem. However, due to a lack of experience, he hasn't been able to produce a satisfactory result in ceramic materials. Or, should I try going to her? No, I'm really getting senile. This is a matter for Kyoto University. Why would I think of that person? Professor Wang gave a wry smile and muttered to himself. Besides, it's been over 10 years since I last saw her. I heard she even has a granddaughter now. Sigh, I wonder if she looks like her. Wang Ziliang lowered his head, took a sip of his cool tea, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded from behind him. Wang, you haven't changed a bit all these years. Wang Ziliang jolted, turning around in disbelief, his hair practically standing on end. How did you get here? Behind Professor Wang stood Professor Wu. However, the focus wasn't on Professor Wu, but on the woman who arrived with him. Cai Liang, Dean of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tsinghua University. I met Dean Cai at the gate. She said she wanted to come see me, so I brought her along. Professor Wu shrugged at Professor Wang, a sly smile flashing in his eyes. Professor Wu, Professor Wang, and Cai Liang, these three were from the same university. As an old classmate, Professor Wu knew very well that Professor Wang and Cai Liang's relationship was anything but ordinary. So when he encountered Cai Liang at the school gate and heard her say she was looking for Professor Wang, Professor Wu's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he quickly led Cai Liang to her. Could it be that these two had rekindled their romance? Or had they already been in contact for some time? Now, Professor Wu simply brought Cai Liang to Professor Wang and watched from the sidelines. You two talk. Professor Wu chuckled dryly, making room for Professor Wang Ziliang and Cai Liang. He walked to a corner about 5 or 6 meters away and plopped down on a stool. Professor Wu, what's going on here? Is something going on with Professor Wang? Xia Fei and Lu Tao, who were idly sitting in the lab, seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and quickly gathered around Professor Wu to join in the gossip. Professor Wu, could this be Professor Wang's ex-girlfriend? Lu Tao placed a plate of chili oil in front of Professor Wu, her gaze fixed intently on the silent Professor Wang and Cai Liang in the distance. What is this, Kid Brothers' new product? Professor Wu, who had just returned from outside, had never seen chili oil before. He took a spoonful and put it in his mouth. The aroma made him roll his eyes. Old Wang is from Dayang province. He used to bring a lot of chili oil from his hometown when he was in college, but it tasted nowhere near as good as what Ziohei Ge makes. Professor would tap the plastic bowl of chili oil with his spoon, shaking his head, saying Dean Cai was old Wang's ex-girlfriend. Well, not quite. But those two were definitely close and had feelings for each other, in today's terms, mutual unrequited love. Oh. Xia Fei and Lu Tao exchanged a glance and whispered a teasing comment. It was already late at night. Except for Professor Jia and Zhang Shan, who were still working on some ceramic materials, most of the researchers had gone back to their dorms to rest. They stayed a little longer, and they hadn't expected to witness such a scene. In that turbulent era decades ago, Professor Wang and Dean Cai, two highly educated individuals, had a mutual unrequited love, but ultimately didn't end up together. What a romantic drama plot. Lu Tao munched on a mint cake, her eyes darting between Professor Wang and Cai Liang. Although they haven't said a word yet, I can already imagine a 100,000-word novel just from their eyes. Lu Tao commented. Xia Fei nodded silently, agreeing with Lu Tao's words. Finally, Professor Wang spoke. Xiao Cai, it's been a while, you've changed. You've aged, and your skin is sagging even more. Professor Wang coughed lightly. What the heck? Although Professor Wang is usually quite frivolous, who would have thought he'd be frivolous at this crucial moment? Cai Liang, a dean of the college, couldn't stand such words. She paused, then snapped angrily, you haven't changed a bit. With that, Cai Liang slapped Professor Wang. As if expecting it, Professor Wang raised his hand to block the slap aimed at his left cheek, then ducked to avoid the slap aimed at his right. However, the next moment, Cai Liang raised her foot and kicked Professor Wang hard in the shin, causing him to clutch his knee and tremble in pain. Holy crap, what new tricks! Although Professor Wang and Dean Cai hadn't seen each other for years, they must have had their share of playful fights, otherwise Professor Wang would remember all of Cai Liang's hitting techniques. However, Professor Wang hadn't expected Dean Cai to have a new shin-kicking move, and he was immediately hit. Lu Tao and Xia Fei were dumbfounded. Why were these two catching up like this? It wasn't what they had imagined at all. Instead of bursting into tears or lamenting the passage of time, they actually started fighting like children. Who is Dean Cai? The dean of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tsinghua University, a leading figure in the national materials science field. Professor Wang is the same, although not the dean of Kyoto Medical School. His reputation and status are no less than Dean Cai's. Both are leading figures, and they actually started fighting after just a few words? No one would believe it if word got out. These two guys. Xie Fei and Lu Tao were completely bewildered, while Professor Wu's eyes were a little red. Watching Professor Wang and Dean Cai's playful fight, Professor Wu was transported back more than 40 years. Back then, he had also watched from afar, secretly laughing at Professor Wang and Dean Cai's antics. Old Wang and little Cai both have families, perhaps this is the best way for them to reminisce. Professor Wu took out a tissue and wiped his eyes. Alright. Looking at Professor Wang, who was clutching his knee and deliberately yelling, Cai Liang chuckled, her wrinkles smoothing out, making her seem younger. I just happened to be passing by and wanted to see you. By the way, I've been researching ceramic materials lately, and I have some notes on this USB drive. You guys can study them. Oh, don't think I'm helping you. I'm only doing this because of that kid named Li Ang. Cai Liang tossed a USB drive onto the table, then turned to leave without saying anything more. Wait, what do you mean by this? Professor Wang immediately jumped up. Why would we need to see your crappy research? And, how do you know that kid? You're not trying to steal my VIP card, are you? Let me tell you, no way. However, Cai Liang completely ignored Professor Wang, walked out of the lab, and closed the door. Professor Wang's expression shifted from feigned anger to a hint of dejection, before finally returning to normal. Have you had enough of the show? Professor Wang looked towards Professor Wu and Lu Tao, who immediately looked away. Professor Wang first inserted the USB drive into the computer, then waved for Professors Zhang Shan and Jia to come over. A moment later, both Zhang Shan and Professor Jia cheered with delight. Clearly, Dean Cai's research materials had proven invaluable, opening up new avenues of thought for them. Tisk tisk, I still don't understand. Lu Tao pondered for a long time, still unable to grasp the relationship between Professor Wang and Dean Cai. According to those romantic dramas, they should have been hugging and crying when they met. At the very least, they should have had a long, heart-to-heart talk, reminiscing about the past, right? What does this playful banter mean? Senior Xie, do you understand? Lu Tao's head was starting to ache. She turned to Xie Fei. I can understand, Xie Fei nodded thoughtfully. You can understand? Lu Tao was somewhat surprised. In her memory, Xie Fei had never been in a relationship. Was Xie Fei's emotional intelligence higher than hers? If I hadn't seen my beloved little goose leg for years, upon our reunion, I certainly wouldn't be pretentious, I would simply devour it as usual. Xie Fei thought to himself, contemplating Liang's roasted goose leg. Following this logic, perhaps for Professor Wang and Dean Cai, whose relationship was once more than friendship, any words would seem overly sentimental and cheesy. Spending some time together in a comfortable manner would be the best way for them to catch up. They've both grown old, but they haven't changed. By the way, Professor Wu, Lu Tao suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Professor Wu, why didn't Dean Cai and Professor Wang end up together back then? Well, Professor Wu dipped a wufu dumpling in chili oil and vinegar, recalling, because after they graduated, they corresponded and agreed to teach at the best universities together. Who knew that old Wang thought Kyoto University was the best university and went straight there, while Dean Cai thought it was Tsinghua University and went there. They had a huge fight because of this, and in their anger and delays, they both got married through arranged marriages. Lu Tao was speechless. All she could say was that this breakup method was very much in line with Professor Wang's style. Cluck cluck cluck. Hey, what are you doing? Liang sat up in bed, looking annoyed, and turned on his little genius smartwatch. It was 5 a.m. Liang rubbed his temples. He'd gone to sleep as soon as he got home last night, putting the chicken in the living room first. He hadn't expected this chicken to cause him trouble so early in the morning. Waking him up wasn't a big deal, but if it kept his parents awake, Liang couldn't tolerate it. Liang walked out of the bedroom, glanced at the chicken in its bamboo cage, then grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen, grabbed the chicken, and ran downstairs to find an open space. Downstairs, the chicken was still clucking incessantly, even turning on some lights in the apartments. Liang shook his head. Chicken, don't blame me, blame your bad luck. Cluck cluck cluck. The chicken flapped its wings, expressing its last act of defiance. Swish. A flash of cold light, and Chicken Brother's glorious life came to an end. Bleeding, plucking. After settling Chicken Brother, Liang wasn't sleepy anymore. Since he was already up, Liang casually started preparing the chicken. Although Liang hadn't unlocked the chicken recipes in the cookbook, he could easily make a simple chicken soup. He made incisions in the prepared chicken, put it in a pot of cold water with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. After the water boiled, Liang took out the chicken, changed the water, and continued simmering. He covered the pot, and after 5 or 6 minutes, the rich aroma of chicken filled the air. There's no fresher ingredient than a freshly killed chicken. This chicken soup would definitely be delicious. You brat, what are you banging around in the kitchen so early in the morning? As Liang sat on a small stool watching over the chicken soup, Li Xiangdong, shirtless and wearing shorts and slippers, walked out of the bedroom. Where's the chicken? Did you kill it? Realizing that the chicken Liang had brought home last night was already in the pot, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but swallow hard and give Liang a thumbs up. To be honest, although Li Xiangdong came from a rural background, he hadn't killed many chickens before and couldn't bring himself to do it. His son had handled the chicken so cleanly and efficiently, he couldn't help but admire him. But, chicken soup this morning is so bland. Li Xiangdong smacked his lips. You brat, there's still some chili oil you made yesterday in the fridge. Take it out, we can use it to dip the chicken later. Liang nodded and was about to open the fridge when he suddenly froze. Wait, chili oil, plus stewed chicken, that's just chili oil chicken? Liang gasped. He'd been complaining that the system hadn't given him any chicken recipes, but now, thinking about it carefully, it was his brain that hadn't quite grasped the concept. It might work, maybe it will. Liang quickly turned off the heat, scooped the chicken thigh meat from the pot, cut it into pieces, and sprinkled on some chopped green onions. Ding! Stewed chicken thigh meat, cooked by Liang. Quality, green, good. Evaluation, fresh ingredients, minimal seasoning, suitable for those with a light palate. While the chicken was indeed fresh, Liang simply stewed it into a soup, so the system only gave it a green quality rating. Liang didn't care. His current goal was to make spicy chicken with chili oil. The stewed chicken leg meat was only a semi-finished product, and even if it was organic, its quality wasn't a big problem. After all, according to the system's introduction, chili oil could improve the quality of food. Pouring chili oil over this stewed chicken leg meat should change its quality. After the chicken leg meat cooled slightly, Liang took out the chili oil from the refrigerator. Sizzle, sizzle. The chili oil went into the pot, and soon wisps of smoke rose, the bright red chili oil sizzling and bubbling. Seeing that the oil temperature was about right, Liang placed the chicken leg meat in a stainless steel bowl and poured the boiling chili oil over it. Then, Liang eagerly pricked up his ears, waiting for the system's notification. Sure enough, the system's notification sounded the next moment. Ding! Spicy chicken with chili oil. Creator, Liang. Quality, purple, precious. After the stewed chicken legs were poured over boiling hot chili oil, the deep red chilies and star anise contrasted beautifully with the golden, glossy chicken, creating a vibrant color scheme. The aroma of the chili oil intertwined with the savory flavor of the chicken, making it incredibly appetizing. This color, this aroma, it truly deserves the purple, precious, quality. Liang clenched his fist excitedly. In his eyes, this wasn't just spicy chicken with chili oil, it was a whopping 5 million. Although this spicy chicken with chili oil didn't reach the golden, legendary, quality, the purple quality was still quite impressive, basically qualifying as a master-level dish. Not to mention, there was room for improvement. If Liang shortened the stewing time and fried the chicken a bit more, this spicy chicken with chili oil might even reach the golden, legendary, quality. Wow, this stuff is good. Looking at the chili oil chicken that Liang had made, Li Xiangdong was wide awake, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, nodding vigorously. It has to be said, this chili oil chicken suited Li Xiangdong's taste even better than the mint cake. The chicken was tender and juicy, perfectly complemented by the rich and intense aroma of the chili oil. It was incredibly satisfying. Chili and chicken are a perfect match. Li Xiangdong patted Liang on the shoulder. You little rascal, your cooking is getting better every day. Liang smiled slightly, picked up his chopsticks, took a large piece of chicken leg meat, and put it in his mouth, then closed his eyes to savor it slowly. Not bad. The tender and refreshing flavor of the stewed chicken and the numbing spiciness of the chili oil didn't contradict each other, rather, they formed a perfect harmony, which is the main reason this dish was described as having a purple hue. However, in terms of texture, this oil-splashed chicken was a little lacking. If the chicken were fried before stewing, making it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it would be perfect. Li Xiangdong was focused on how delicious it was, while Liang was mainly tasting his oil-splashed chicken to see what shortcomings it could have. But after eating several pieces of the oil-splashed chicken, they were both reluctant to finish it. Liang and Li Xiangdong shared a common food quirk: if a dish was good enough to eat with rice, they would never eat it plain. They always felt that it was only truly satisfying with rice. This oil-splashed chicken was undoubtedly a perfect accompaniment to rice. You brat, let's put this spicy chicken aside for now. I'll cook some rice first. Li Xiangdong swallowed hard and started cooking rice, also preparing 3 side dishes. Liang, on the other hand, put the spicy chicken aside and continued simmering the chicken soup. The father and son were busy in the kitchen early in the morning. After half an hour of work, Zhang Yan emerged from her bedroom, yawning. Mom, breakfast is ready. Li Xiangdong and Liang had already prepared the meal and set the table, waiting for Zhang Yan to eat breakfast. Zhang Yan looked at the 4 dishes and soup on the table, rubbed her eyes, and was a little bewildered. What kind of living conditions do they have now? 4 dishes and a soup for breakfast? Hiccup. After the family of 3 finished breakfast, Zhang Yawen was so full she kept hiccuping. Although Zhang Yawen wasn't highly educated, she was usually a gentle and quiet person, a true virtuous wife and loving mother. This hiccuping was so out of character for her. Liang and Li Xiangdong were both amused by Zhang Yawen's hiccups, especially Li Xiangdong, who laughed heartily while imitating her hiccups until Zhang Yawen gave him a light slap, which finally stopped him. Eating so much this morning, what a waste, hiccup. Zhang Yawen complained as she cleared the dishes. She had originally planned to leave some food for lunch, but the spicy chicken was just too appetizing, and she couldn't resist. She finished all 4 dishes and the soup, leaving only a little chicken broth. Li Xiangdong helped Zhang Yawen clear the dishes, while Liang called Qian Hongfei. Since he was going to cook Qian Hongfei's signature dish, he naturally needed to have Qian Hongfei deliver the ingredients. "Hey kid, you finally agreed to make me chicken." Qian Hongfei's voice rose an octave with joy upon receiving Liang's call. Liang was a lifesaver. Qian Hongfei had just received news that the renowned food writer Huang Yankaio had moved up his schedule and might be filming teacher Wang's Taste of 100 Flavors at his Desheng restaurant today. Although Qian Hongfei had already hired several chefs, he was still uncertain. After all, who knew if that picky old man would be satisfied with his signature chicken? If he nodded, Desheng restaurant would be a hit. If he shook his head, Desheng restaurant might go out of business. Liang's timely help moved Qian Hongfei deeply. After hanging up, Liang, as usual, made some breakfast for the research team at Kyoto University and then waited at home for Qian Hongfei's chicken to arrive. "Hello, is this Mr. Liang's home? Mr. Qian's chicken delivery has arrived." 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit knocked on Liang's door, looking at Liang, who barely reached his chest, with a bewildered expression. He couldn't understand why Qian Hongfei would send a box of chicken for this young man to cook at this crucial moment. "Thank you, would you like to come in and sit down? I'll close the door then." Liang didn't waste any words, took the cooler box containing the chicken, and closed the door. The middle-aged man shook his head, not leaving, standing at the door like a gatekeeper. This was also Qian Hongfei's arrangement. After Liang cooked the chicken, he had to take it back to Desheng restaurant immediately. However, the middle-aged man was getting bored waiting at the door. Looking around, he suddenly saw widow Lu next door open her door, heading to buy groceries. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he quickly went over to strike up a conversation. Inside, Liang opened the refrigerator, revealing 2 clean chickens. Free-range young roosters, quality, purple, precious. Roosters aged 6 to 12 months are called young roosters. Their meat is tender and rich in protein compared to mature roosters, making them a premium, high-priced cut of chicken. Liang nodded. It wasn't surprising that Qian Hongfei immediately offered purple quality chicken. After all, Desheng restaurant was a high-end restaurant specializing in chicken. Liang exhaled, cracking his knuckles. Next, it was time to make the chili oil chicken. Although Liang had made a purple quality chili oil chicken that morning, the method was rather rudimentary. It was essentially a simplified version of chicken soup with chili oil poured over it. Making a proper chili oil chicken requires a more complex process. Liang washed the chicken thighs and wings, cut them into pieces, and evenly coated them with light soy sauce, cooking wine, and a little salt to marinate. Meanwhile, Liang began making the chili oil. After making a pot of chili oil, the chicken was marinated. Liang took out the chicken, then took out a large iron pot and briefly blanched the chicken pieces in boiling water for half a minute. He then poured peanut oil over the chicken to cover the bottom of the pot. Sizzle! The peanut oil was hot, and Liang directly added the chicken pieces, scallions, ginger, garlic, and a little sugar, stir-frying. Once the chicken surface turned slightly yellow, Liang used a large ladle to add a spoonful of chili oil. Whoosh! With the addition of chili oil, the oil and salt surged dramatically, simultaneously releasing the aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic mingled with the spiciness of the chili oil. After a few stirs, the oil temperature rose, and the vegetables in the pan suddenly burst into flames. Liang calmly tossed the pan a few times, and soon the oil temperature dropped, and the flames extinguished on their own. Time's almost up. Liang observed that the chicken had turned golden brown with slightly charred edges, then immediately removed it from the pan and poured it into a stainless steel bowl. Then, he poured the chili oil over it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The bright red chili oil soaked into the chicken, sizzling and releasing a spicy aroma that filled Liang's nostrils, making his mouth water. Liang's homemade chili oil chicken, complete. Ding! Spicy chicken with chili oil. Creator, Liang. Quality, Golden Legend. Evaluation, spicy chicken with chili oil as the main flavor and chicken as the secondary flavor. The method is clever, but the color, aroma, and taste have reached the Golden Legend quality standard. Note, due to the special effect of spicy chicken with chili oil enhancing the quality of the dish, other special effects will not be triggered. It's done! Golden Legend. According to the system's evaluation, the stir-fried chicken that Liang prepared was probably only of blue quality. It was the chili oil that elevated it to Golden Legend quality. Therefore, this spicy chicken with chili oil doesn't have any special effects like Liang's other Golden Legend dishes, but Liang doesn't care. As long as the taste is comparable to a Golden Legend dish, that's enough. Liang pushed open the door and saw the middle-aged man who delivered the chicken chatting happily with Widow Lu next door, occasionally making her giggle. Seeing Liang carrying the prepared spicy chicken out, the middle-aged man immediately suppressed his smile and coughed a few times. "Mr. Liang, please hand over the prepared dish to me." The middle-aged man tightened his suit and tie, then opened his briefcase and took out an inexpensive-looking electronic food storage container. He placed the spicy chicken in the container, secured it, and put it back into the briefcase. The middle-aged man nodded to Liang. "Mr. Liang, then I'll be going now." "Go ahead." Liang waved to the middle-aged man and was about to go back inside when he was grabbed. The widow next door, Lu, looked at Liang with obvious excitement. "Little Liang, that handsome guy from earlier, do you have his contact information? Introduce him to Aunt Lu, he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a nice voice." Aunt Liu's heart is still racing. Seeing that the widow was persistent and determined to get the middle-aged man's phone number, Liang was speechless. If Qi and Hung Fei asked Liang about the middle-aged man's work attitude, Liang would definitely give him a bad review. Hooking up on girls during work hours, I suggest deducting his bonus. Setting up the stall. After packing his luggage, preparing his ingredients, putting on his windproof mask, and hopping on his tricycle, Liang was ready to set up his stall. Today, Liang was going to sell chili oil at Tsinghua University again. Yesterday's profits at Tsinghua University were pretty good, so there was no reason to change locations. Tsinghua University, North Gate. Sigh, the air still smells of chili oil. Yesterday's taste of chili oil has haunted me, making me restless and unable to eat or sleep. "Kid, where are you? Come back, I need you." Zhu Kongkong and his brother Zhao Zihao strolled along the tree-lined path outside the north gate. Zhu Kongkong looked at Liang's stall location and couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Zihao glanced sideways at Zhu Kongkong and pursed his lips. "Stop thinking about your chili oil." Yesterday, Zhu Kongkong and her online friend Ma Kakai were almost ready to meet in person and officially start dating. However, at the crucial moment, Zhu Kongkong dragged Ma Kakai into eating spicy hot pot, and the two of them ate a whopping 5 kilograms of it, ending up in the school hospital together. Their date was ruined. "She's impossible to handle, truly impossible." It seems Zhao Zihao's dream of getting a date dinner from Zhu Kongkong during his university years is out of the question. Eek! Chili oil. You are the warm sun in my winter, a lake of spring water rippling in my heart. The peanuts in the oil crackle, like the high heels of a beautiful young girl stepping on my heart. Brother kid, come back, like a swallow returning home. Brother kid, come back, like a lost wanderer. Brother kid, come back, like lightning in the sky, come back. Zhu Kongkong, completely oblivious to Zhao Zihao's good intentions, suddenly shouted, bursting into poetry. The surrounding classmates kept staring, making Zhao Zihao's scalp tingle with embarrassment. "You son of a bitch. Use this cheesy energy to tell Ma Kakai it's no good, but to spout this chili oil in public, is that really appropriate? This is courting death." Unexpectedly, the classmates didn't laugh, instead, they all echoed her sentiments. "What a poem. Wow, this student's poem really touched my heart. Kid, come back. Kid, where are you? How can I live without spicy oil? Scumbag. Kid, you're definitely a scumbag. Wow, please come back. I'll do anything for you. Come back, my kid." As luck would have it, many of the people loitering around the north gate were there to see if Kid had come today, waiting for Liang's stall. Hearing Zhu Kongkong's poem, they all felt a surge of emotion. However, this group kept shouting "come back," which scared passers-by away, making them think it was some kind of mentally ill gathering, some strange ritual. "Come back my ass, are you summoning an evil god?" Zhao Zihao listened to this bunch of people shouting "come back," and was full of complaints, but then he suddenly looked up. On the distant horizon, a small figure pedaling a tricycle appeared. Did it really summon something? Zhao Zihao felt he had regained his faith in Guang. "Kid bro." Before Liang even reached his stall, he was surrounded by enthusiastic students. Some had red eyes, grabbing Liang's sleeves and refusing to let go. Liang had really come again. He hadn't broken his promise. All right, is it really that serious? Hurry up and line up, there's plenty of chili oil today. Liang smiled wryly. The students' mentality was still so incomprehensible. After calming the students down, Liang set up his stall. Sizzle. In the time it took to heat the oil, a long line had already formed in front of Liang's stall, and more students, having received the news, poured out from the north gate. "A pound of chili oil, never mind, 2 bowls will do. Kid bro, give me a bowl of chili oil." However, although the students were still enthusiastic, the amount each person bought was significantly lower today. While chili oil is delicious, it's incredibly oily, and eating too much can be greasy. Many people even felt nauseous and couldn't sleep last night after eating it yesterday. Having learned from yesterday's experience, people are hesitant to buy too much today, opting for just 1 or 2 bowls to enjoy the flavor. Hey kid, just add the chili oil to my mutton soup. Logistics Director Zhao Zhenhai had somehow managed to blend into the queue. When he bought his chili oil, he simply opened his lunchbox, revealing the mutton soup he had prepared himself. This mutton soup was lunch prepared for him by Zhao Zhenhai's wife, whose cooking style was all about making sure it wouldn't kill him. Zhao Zhenhai had been wondering how to eat this mutton soup, which was even blander than water, when he saw Liang's stall and had a sudden inspiration for this method. Liang smiled and poured chili oil into Zhao Zhenhai's lunchbox. The bowl of mutton stew instantly turned red, with chili oil floating on top, making the otherwise bland mutton stew look much better. Delicious. I can't believe I'll ever find my wife's cooking delicious. The chili oil compensated for the lack of seasoning in the mutton stew, masking the mutton's gamey smell. At the same time, the spicy and fragrant flavors complemented the mutton perfectly. Each bite of mutton was fragrant and delicious, and the combination of the hot broth and the softened stewed bread was incredibly satisfying. Zhao Zhenhai picked up a spoon and started shoveling food into the mutton stew, quickly eating more than half of it. Seeing Zhao Zhenhai enjoying his meal so much, many classmates were also drooling. They wanted to try this mutton stew with chili oil too. Unfortunately, there's no place to buy mutton stew around here. Actually, chili oil can be used in quite a few dishes. Seeing the envious looks in his classmates' eyes at Zhao Zhenhai, Liang smiled and said, "If you mix chili oil into rinsed round noodles, that's chili oil cold noodles. If you mix it into stir-fried shrimp, that's chili oil shrimp. Chili oil is a culinary all-rounder, you can add it to almost anything. Everyone should try it out." In fact, in Liang's opinion, the correct way to eat it is for Director Zhao to bring his own dishes to buy chili oil. While chili oil can be a dish on its own, its properties also enhance the flavor and quality of other dishes. Drinking chili oil with a straw like the students at Tsinghua University did yesterday would definitely be cloying and indirectly affect Liang's chili oil sales. Ha! Great job, kid. Wait a minute, kid, I'll go get some other dishes. Hearing Liang say this, the students' curiosity was piqued. University students are at the peak of their exploratory drive. Since chili oil is so magical, everyone wanted to see what kind of sparks it could create with various dishes. Holy crap, bro, are you crazy? At the chili oil stall, Zhao Zihao stared blankly at the huge bag of steamed buns Zhu Kongkong had brought over. Liang had just told everyone to find something to eat with the chili oil that would make it even better, but wasn't Zhu Kongkong a bit clueless? This huge bag of steamed buns was enough for the two of them for 3 days. Suanhu's steamed buns with chili oil, a perfect match. I brought extra on purpose, so the other classmates could try the authentic flavor of Dayuan province. Zhu Kongkong said with a grin. Don't let Zhu Kongkong's occasional scatterbrained nature fool you, he possessed the hearty generosity and enthusiasm of a Dayuan native. Godfather. Hearing Zhu Kongkong's words, several classmates immediately gathered around. Zhao Zihao chuckled to himself. Zhu Kongkong's carefree personality might not help him find a girlfriend, but it certainly helps him make many good buddies. When it was Zhu Kongkong's turn to buy chili oil, he still held up 5 fingers and asked Liang for 5 jin, 2.5 kilograms, of chili oil. However, today Zhu Kongkong dared not eat the chili oil himself. Instead, he broke open a steamed bun and stuffed the chili oil inside. The white steamed bun absorbed the red oil from the chili oil, with crushed peanuts, white sesame seeds, and other ingredients sandwiched in the middle. What is this? It's like a secret recipe mini hamburger from Dayuan province. Zhao Zihao and his classmates took a bite. The satisfying texture of the steamed bun and the aroma of the chili oil complemented each other perfectly. Zhao Zihao, who doesn't usually eat steamed buns, ate 3 whole buns with the chili oil. It's delicious. Dude, people from Dayuan province have been eating this kind of delicious food since they were kids. I'm a little jealous. Hearing his classmates' praise, Zhu Kongkong smiled like a flower. Actually, it would be even better if you mixed the chili oil with pulled noodles. Unfortunately, they don't sell pulled noodles in Beijing. When you come to Dayuan province sometime, I'll treat you to some. Pulled noodles are a traditional noodle dish from Dayuan province. They get their name from the way the dough is stretched on a board during preparation. Homemade pulled noodles have very flexible toppings. You can add eggs, spinach, carrots, green beans, potatoes, bean sprouts, etc. They come in soy sauce, hot and sour, and of course, Zhu Kongkong's favorite chili oil flavor. Hearing Zhu Kongkong say this, many classmates became envious of the pulled noodles he described. I really want to try pulled noodles with chili oil. Hey classmate, can I add you on WeChat? If I ever go to Dayuan province, I'll definitely come find you for some pulled noodles. Haha, me too. I'm a freshman, I'll call you Brother Zhu. Oh no, Big Brother Zhu. The students all pulled out their phones to add Zhu Kongkong on WeChat. Let's be honest, Zhu Kongkong might not be the best at charming girls, but he's definitely a pro at charming guys. Zhu Kongkong's chili oil with steamed buns is considered one of the correct ways to enjoy chili oil. However, as more and more people bought chili oil, many students started trying other ways to eat it, and the styles started getting weirder and weirder. For example, chili oil with fried chicken. Seriously, chili oil with fried chicken tastes even better than with ketchup or sweet chili sauce. The fried chicken itself is marinated, so the flavor is quite strong. Adding the salty and savory aroma of the chili oil makes it a bit overpowering. Eating too much can be overwhelmingly sweet. Some people have also tried pairing chili oil with snail rice noodles. The taste was actually alright. The snail rice noodle broth, combined with the chili oil, surprisingly tasted somewhat like donkey meat soup from Shandong province, quite amazing. Someone even took a bird's eye chili and paired it with chili oil and immediately teleported. Unsurprisingly, this combination is a disaster. The spiciness of the bird's eye chili masks the fragrant spiciness of the chili oil. This combination only leaves you with spiciness. You might as well just eat the bird's eye chili on its own. However, if pairing bird's eye chili with chili oil is considered a sabotage, then the next one is even more serious. Hey kid, pour chili oil over this thing. Liang looked up and saw Lu Yue holding a skewer of hawthorn and walnut kernels, made into a candied hawthorn stick, and handing it to him. Liang's eyelids twitched. Lu Yue, are you here to cause trouble? Although Liang said chili oil was a cure-all, this candied hawthorn is just too outrageous. What does it even taste like? I ran into you selling chili oil here on my way back from shopping, and this is all I have left. It's okay, just add as much as you want, I'll definitely finish it, no wasting food. Seeing Lu Yue's insistence on trying the chili oil and candied hawthorn, Liang could only sigh and take the candied hawthorn. He poured the chili oil over the candied hawthorn, and the hawthorn, which was originally coated in translucent rock sugar, instantly turned bright red and glistened with oil, looking quite strange. This dark-colored candied hawthorn also made the students queuing behind him frown. What does this thing taste like? Can it really taste good? No, can I really eat this? Under the curious gazes of her classmates, Lu Yue took back her modified candied hawthorn and immediately popped a hawthorn with a walnut inside into her mouth. Crunch, crunch. The candied hawthorn shell mixed with chili oil exploded in Lu Yue's mouth. She squinted her eyes, seemingly savoring the taste. Swallowing the hawthorn, Lu Yue nodded in satisfaction, giving her evaluation. Super delicious. Ha! The classmates were all shocked. It was hard to imagine that candied hawthorn with chili oil could be associated with deliciousness, let alone super deliciousness. However, seeing the satisfied expression on Lu Yue's face as she chewed the candied hawthorn, everyone felt that she wasn't lying. Could it be that the kid's chili oil was so magical that it could even be paired with candied hawthorn? Tell me, how delicious is it? What does it taste like? Even Liang was intrigued by Lu Yue's antics and couldn't help but ask. Try one bite and you'll know. Lu Yue didn't mince words and directly handed the candied hawthorn with chili oil to Liang. Liang shook his head. He absolutely wouldn't put this thing in his mouth. This combination was just too outrageous. I'll try it. A female classmate in the line came over and took a bite of Lu Yue's candied hawthorn. The next moment, the girl's eyes widened. This taste, how to describe it? The candied rock sugar coating paired with chili oil makes the chili oil incredibly greasy. The aroma of crushed peanuts and white sesame seeds clashes terribly with the fruity scent of hawthorn. The chili oil soaks into the sour hawthorn and walnuts, failing to enhance their flavor at all. Instead, it amplifies the sourness of the hawthorn and the bitterness of the walnuts. The chili oil is delicious. The candied hawthorn is also delicious. But these two mixed together are simply inedible. Delicious, isn't it? Lu Yue patted her classmate, who was rolling her eyes from eating, and laughed. The hawthorn is sour, the rock sugar is sweet, the walnuts are bitter, and the chili oil is spicy. A candied hawthorn with chili oil, it has all the flavors sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. It's simply an exquisite delicacy. Lu Yue, being a quirky foodie, had a thought process that defied all logic. This really put the classmate who was trying it in a difficult position. Delicious my foot. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. The classmate wanted to complain, but the disgusting smell of the candied hawthorn hit her stomach. She felt her stomach trembling, as if protesting why her owner had put this thing in her mouth. A strong urge to vomit surged up, and the classmate could only quickly bend over and cover her mouth to stop herself from throwing up. The feeling of stomach cramps and the struggle to hold back vomiting made her face turn red, and tears streamed down her face. The students were all stunned. Everyone was waiting for the girl who had tested the poison to give a fair evaluation, so why did she suddenly start crying? Are you all right, classmate? Seeing the girl squatting on the ground, tears streaming down her face, Lu Yue quickly knelt down to check on her. Oil splashed, candied hawthorn. The girl, barely managing to hold back her nausea, gasped for breath, her eyes unfocused. When she came to her senses, she saw Lu Yue squatting in front of her with the oil-splashed candied hawthorn. Looking at the candied hawthorn, the girl felt like vomiting again, quickly pushed Lu Yue away, covered her mouth, and ran away. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what was wrong with the girl. She was crying from the smell. Lu Yue stood up with a smile, casually scooped up the remaining oil-splashed candied hawthorn, and bit into it all. Judging from her ravenous eating, she was clearly afraid someone would ask her to sample it again. Lu Yue ate with her mouth dripping with oil, and a question mark appeared above the classmates' heads. Could it be that this candied hawthorn berries with chili oil are unexpectedly delicious? Zhu Kongkong and Zhao Zihao stood a short distance away, curiously observing Lu Yue, when suddenly a clear female voice rang out. Zhu Kongkong, Zhao, you're here too. Zhao Zihao and Zhu Kongkong turned around and saw Ma Kekai walking towards them carrying half a watermelon she had bought from the fruit shop. Ma Kekai's face was a little pale. After all, she had eaten chili oil yesterday and had been hospitalized with diarrhea, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Ma, are you here to buy chili oil? Zhao Zihao nodded slightly to Ma Kekai, then nudged Zhu Kongkong with his elbow. I didn't. Ma Kekai shook her head vigorously. The chili oil Brother Ziohei made was delicious, but I dare not eat it again today. I'm afraid I'll get diarrhea again. Ah, Ma. Zhu Kongkong's back ached from Zhao Zihao's teasing, but he understood what Zhao Zihao meant and spoke up for Ma Kekai. Yesterday I didn't consider that your stomach wasn't used to the flavors of our Dayuan province, and I made you eat too much chili oil. Don't eat chili oil today, and I guarantee you won't get diarrhea again. Zhu Kongkong patted his chest, looking completely confident. You've forgotten how you were yesterday, having diarrhea, and whining like a little brat in the bathroom, Zhao Zihao thought to himself, but he wouldn't expose Zhu Kongkong at this crucial moment. Judging from Ma Kekai's expression, she didn't seem to have any resentment towards Zhu Kongkong because of yesterday's failed date. Maybe there's still something going on between these two. Thinking of this, Zhao Zihao cleared his throat and echoed Zhu Kongkong. Yeah, today, Kid taught us that besides eating chili oil on its own, it can also create different delicious flavors when paired with different dishes. Zhu Kongkong just ate some chili oil with a steamed bun, and it was incredibly fragrant. Oh, really? Ma Kekai was taken aback. Yesterday, she got diarrhea from eating chili oil, mainly because she couldn't stop eating it and ended up consuming too much oil. Eating it with a steamed bun would not only control the greasiness but also limit the amount of chili oil she could eat. Before she got diarrhea from consuming too much oil, the steamed bun had already filled her up. Recalling the deliciousness of chili oil, Ma Kekai felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, Ma Kekai asked, Zhu Kongkong, do you have any steamed buns left? I want to try steamed buns with chili oil. Hearing Ma Kekai's question, Zhu Kongkong spread his hands, intending to refuse. After all, he had already distributed all the steamed buns to his classmates, and there were none left. Luckily, Zhao Zihao was quick-witted and grabbed Zhu Kongkong, whispering in his ear, silly you, if you don't have any steamed buns, why don't you go buy some? You two go buy some steamed buns together, and then let Ma Kekai try steamed buns with chili oil. It's a specialty of your Dayuan province, and you'll make up for the bad impression you lost yesterday. Okay. Zhu Kongkong nodded, about to invite Ma Kekai to go buy steamed buns together, but his gaze suddenly fell on the watermelon Ma Kekai was carrying. Maybe, we don't need to buy steamed buns. We can try eating watermelon with chili oil. Ha! Watermelon can be eaten with chili oil? Hearing Zhu Kongkong's words, Ma Kekai was dumbfounded, while Zhao Zihao nearly fainted. Damn it! Zhu Kongkong, can't you be normal for once? You're usually a top student, getting scholarships even without studying, but you become a complete idiot when it comes to love? Eating watermelon dipped in chili oil? Is that even edible? No, just now, Lu Yue was eating candied hawthorns dipped in chili oil, and she looked so happy. Perhaps, chili oil really is more versatile than everyone thinks. Hearing Zhu Kongkong's explanation, Zhao Zihao was taken aback. According to Zhu Kongkong, it wasn't unreasonable. Just now, Lu Yue was eating candied hawthorns with chili oil with gusto, even making the students who were trying it cry from the deliciousness. Everyone witnessed it. If that spicy candied hawthorn with chili oil was really bad, Lu Yue definitely wouldn't have eaten it so heartily and so greedily. So, since spicy oil with candied hawthorn with chili oil works, maybe spicy oil with watermelon would work too. Thinking back, Zhao Zihao seemed to have seen a recipe for stir-fried shrimp with watermelon online. The reviews were pretty good. Everyone said the watermelon brought a refreshing feeling to the shrimp. Feasible. Thinking about it carefully, if they went back after buying the steamed buns, they'd be right in the middle of the lunch rush when the other students were queuing. Ma Kekai was feeling weak right now. She might not be able to queue for that long. That's it then, let's try spicy oil with watermelon. Zhao Zihao nodded to Zhu Kongkong, who gave him a smug look in return. Under Zhu Kongkong's earnest encouragement, Ma Kekai also picked up a watermelon and joined the queue. Actually, Ma Kekai herself was a little curious about the taste of watermelon with chili oil. The refreshing taste of watermelon should be able to counteract the greasiness of the chili oil, right? If that were the case, it would probably be a unique taste experience. Life is about daring to try new things. Soon, Ma Kekai was at the front of the line. Zhu Kongkong squeezed through the crowd to pay, and called out to Liang, "Hey kid, dip this watermelon in chili oil." Wow! Following Lu Yuwei's candied hawthorn dipped in chili oil, here comes another heavyweight. The students in line were all surprised and excitedly discussed it. Lu Yuwei's candied hawthorn with chili oil seemed pretty good. I wonder how the watermelon with chili oil will be. It'll definitely be delicious. Kids, chili oil is magical, it even works with candied hawthorn, let alone watermelon. Tisk tisk, why don't we go buy some fruit and try making chili oil with it? Listening to his classmates' discussion, and glancing at the half-eaten watermelon in Ma Kekai's hand, Liang sighed helplessly. Are you guys asking me to do an experiment? Are you sure you want to dip watermelon in it? You have to finish it, don't waste food. After getting Ma Kekai's approval, Liang took the watermelon and then dipped it into a small bowl of chili oil. Only when the watermelon had absorbed most of the chili oil and the flesh turned bright red did Liang take it out and hand it back to Ma Kekai. To be honest, the watermelon flesh became incredibly vibrant in color after being drizzled with chili oil, making it quite appealing against the bright green rind. Thank you, kid. Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai's eyes lit up as they looked at the watermelon, which seemed to have a filter applied to it. They quickly pulled out their small spoons, ready to try it. This taste. Ma Kekai paused, momentarily stunned, as she put the watermelon, soaked in chili oil, into her mouth. How should she describe this combination of chili oil and watermelon? Lu Yuwei's chili oil and candied hawthorn was a strange reaction between chili oil and rock sugar, the flavors blended together, creating an extremely difficult to describe taste, one that only Lu Yuwei herself could stomach. However, this chili oil and watermelon was different. Although the chili oil had permeated the watermelon flesh, upon tasting it, the flavors of chili oil and watermelon seemed to be separated by a distinct boundary. The watermelon flavor was watermelon flavor, and the chili oil flavor was chili oil flavor. The taste was distinct, with a refreshing sweetness followed by the spiciness of the chili oil. The two flavors didn't mix. The refreshing watermelon flesh made Ma Kekai feel as if she could smell the scent of early summer, while the spiciness of the chili oil made her feel as if she were in the sweltering heat of midsummer. Although it's a little strange, it's alright, isn't it? How's it? How was it? Zhu Kongkong asked impatiently, watching Ma Kekai swallow the watermelon with chili oil. As a native of Dian province, he had never tried eating chili oil this way before. Chili oil with candied hawthorn, chili oil with watermelon. If these things were delicious, he'd have ideas for starting a business back home. Not only Zhu Kongkong, but many classmates around also curiously gathered around, waiting for Ma Kekai's evaluation. Ma Kekai inserted a small spoon into the watermelon and nodded, saying, "It tastes pretty good, not as good as I imagined, but not too bad either. It's quite a unique food." Oh. Hearing Ma Kekai say that, Zhu Kongkong raised an eyebrow, becoming interested. After getting Ma Kekai's permission, Zhu Kongkong also scooped out a spoonful of watermelon with chili oil. Delicious. I never imagined chili oil could taste like this. Zhu Kongkong's eyes widened suddenly, praising it enthusiastically. Having eaten so much chili oil since childhood, Zhu Kongkong had never imagined it could be eaten this way. This had opened a whole new world for Zhu Kongkong. The only downside was that the watermelon flesh was too watery, which somewhat diminished the aroma of the chili oil. Perhaps stir-frying it with the watermelon rind would make it even better? Looks like this chili oil is truly amazing. I tried eating chili oil with a sesame seed cake earlier, and it tasted pretty good, but now I think I wasn't creative enough. This stuff is delicious with candied hawthorn, and also with watermelon. I wonder if it would be good with popsicles. I'm going to try chili oil with dragon fruit. By the way, I want to try chili oil with milk tea. Seeing the success of chili oil with candied hawthorn and watermelon, the students were eager to try it themselves. Many quickly turned and left to look for unusual ingredients. Gurgle, gurgle. In no time, Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai had devoured most of the chili oil watermelon. Just as Ma Kekai was about to scoop out another spoonful of watermelon, her stomach suddenly growled. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Ma Kekai's face turned slightly red. Zhao Zihao was taken aback, and just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, Zhu Kongkong's stomach growled. Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai stared at each other blankly, then Ma Kekai suddenly burst out laughing. Zhu Kongkong shook her head sheepishly, while Ma Kekai blinked and said, "This spicy watermelon is so appetizing, Zhu Kongkong. How about we go shopping and grab a big meal later?" "Ah, okay." Zhu Kongkong nodded. These two are a match made in heaven. Seeing their feelings rekindled, Zhao Zihao smiled to himself. However, what Zhao Zihao didn't know was that the growling in Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai's stomachs was due to rapid intestinal peristalsis. Watermelon is naturally high in water content and dietary fiber, which helps with bowel movements, and with the addition of chili oil. Soon, Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai left, clutching their stomachs and looking pale, their date for the day ruined. Meanwhile, on the road not far away, Teacher Huang, we've arrived at Tsinghua University, and we're almost at Desheng Restaurant. Inside the luxurious production van, the director of the Teacher Huang Tastes 100 Flavors program turned around and respectfully addressed Huang Yinkaiu, who was sitting in the back seat. Huang Yinkaiu was the star of their program and a highly influential figure in the culinary world. Today, they were going to Desheng Restaurant to sample their signature dishes for a segment. Frankly, the director felt a little sorry for the owner of Desheng Restaurant. Huang Yinkaiu hadn't slept well last night and had lashed out at the staff early this morning. Today's program was likely to be a disaster. Oh. Hearing the director's reminder, Huang Yinkaiu gave a faint hum. He had no expectations for Desheng Restaurant, a new restaurant lacking any historical depth. He was only going to try it out of necessity for the program schedule. Huang Yinkaiu casually glanced out the window, and the next moment, he frowned. Outside the car window, two students were excitedly licking popsicles, chatting and laughing, and the popsicles were covered with a thick layer of red oil. This is chili oil popsicle? Huang Yinkaiu's lips trembled. His gaze shifted to the distance, where he saw another student eating a dragon fruit with an unusual color, his mouth covered in red oil. That was chili oil dragon fruit? As a gourmet, Huang Yinkaiu was terribly thin. Why? Because Huang Yinkaiu was extremely discerning about food. Huang Yinkaiu pursued perfection in every detail, from how a dish was prepared to how it was eaten. This resulted in very few things he actually considered edible. There's a joke about a person who insisted on cutting off both ends of the rice grains before eating them, eventually starving to death. While Huang Yinkaiu's approach wasn't quite that extreme, it wasn't far off. Given Huang Yinkaiu's absurd pursuit of food, one can imagine the shock and anger he felt upon seeing the chili oil popsicle. What a blasphemy this was! It was practically toying with food. The culinary culture of Kyoto has declined. Huang Yinkaiu's sunken cheek twitched slightly as he coldly offered his assessment, casually gesturing for the driver to speed up. He was in a bad mood today and hoped the owner of Desheng Restaurant could give him a surprise. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold back. You mean, the kid made this for me? Inside Desheng Restaurant, Qian Hengfei did receive a surprise. Looking at the spicy chicken with hot oil that his employees had brought him, Qian Hengfei felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Spicy chicken with chili oil. This is such a flimsy dish. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qian Hengfei's eyes. Although Liang wasn't particularly experienced or a renowned chef, Qian Hengfei had initially held high hopes for him. After all, his daughter had brought him Liang's roasted goose leg before. The taste was unforgettable. However, spicy chicken with chili oil was simply too easy to make, and the heavy chili oil flavor masked the natural freshness of the chicken. You could call it a delicious, home-style dish, and that's perfectly fine. But in Qian Hengfei's opinion, spicy chicken with chili oil absolutely lacked the sophistication to be a signature dish at Desheng Restaurant. It's like street-side grilled sausages. No matter how delicious they are, you can't serve them in a high-end restaurant and sell them for 999 yuan. Even if you were willing to sell them that way, diners wouldn't buy them, let alone catch Huang Yinkaiu's eye. Sigh. The kid is, after all, a street vendor. He and a restaurant chef operate on completely different paths. It seems he underestimated the importance of hiring the kid to help develop the restaurant's new signature dish. It was a miscalculation. Alright, go on. Qian Hengfei dismissed the middle-aged employee who had run errands, and the bald, slightly overweight manager of Desheng Restaurant, sporting a mustache, approached. Chairman Qian, should we plate the oil-splashed chicken for later? Qian Hengfei hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook his head, saying, forget it, just keep the oil-splashed chicken in the office for now. The manager nodded, about to say something more, when the office door was pushed open. Dad! Qian Hengfei looked up at the sound of her voice and saw his daughter, Qian Miu, skipping and jumping into his arms. Get out of class is over? Qian Hengfei patted his daughter's back affectionately. Are you hungry? Go eat something. The kitchen made a lot of dishes today. This morning at 7 o'clock, Qian Hengfei had all the chefs in the restaurant on duty, preparing food. This was to ensure the chefs were in peak condition, ready to serve Huang Yinkaiu the most perfect dishes. Therefore, there were quite a few practice dishes prepared in the kitchen, which Qian Miu could eat as much as she wanted. Qian Miu nodded in surprise, but suddenly her gaze fell on the spicy chicken on Qian Hengfei's desk. Dad, what is this dish? It doesn't look like something from our restaurant. Upon learning that it was a signature dish made by her son, Qian Miu's pupils almost turned into hearts. This was a new dish that her son hadn't even started selling yet. Qian Miu, actually managed to catch it. Dad, can I try some? Just one bite. Qian Miu pleaded eagerly. Try it if you want, Qian Hengfei said with a wry smile. He had originally planned to take this spicy chicken home for his own consumption. He certainly wouldn't serve it to Huang Yunkaio. That would be asking for a scolding, and his reputation would be ruined. Chairman Qian, manager, teacher Huang has arrived. The office door was knocked on again, and the female secretary in a gray suit stumbled in. Seeing the secretary's flustered expression, Qian Hengfiai's expression changed slightly. Huang Yunkaio is here? So fast? Didn't you say you'd arrive tonight? Qian Hengfiai hesitated slightly, then told Qian Neo to stay in the office before hurriedly leaving with the manager. Qian Neo blinked, watching Qian Hengfiai's retreating figure. Her dad was busy and didn't have much time for her, she was used to it. Qian Neo's gaze returned to the spicy chicken with oil. She swallowed hard and slowly lifted the transparent lid of the dish. Whoosh! The lid was lifted, and the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and other spices mixed with the chicken wafted out, instantly filling the entire office. This rich aroma made Qian Neo keep swallowing. She rubbed her hands together, pulled out a disposable glove from her office drawer, put it on, and quickly picked up a chicken leg and took a bite. As her teeth touched the chicken leg, Qian Neo felt something strange. The chicken leg skin felt ridiculously crispy, almost charred. With a bite, the skin crackled and bubbled with tiny oil bubbles. It felt like fried chicken. But when Qian Neo took a bite, juices infused with the flavor of chili oil gushed out. The hot, spicy sensation exploded on Qian Neo's tongue. The fiery chili oil whetted her appetite, and the crispy exterior and tender interior of the chicken were instantly satisfying, a perfect combination. Kid, you're amazing. This chili oil chicken is incredible. It's way better than anything the chefs at my family's restaurant make. Qian Neo closed her eyes in blissful delight, holding the chicken leg. Good heavens! How could Qian Neo possibly deserve such a delicious meal? She'd pay any price for this one plate of Sichuan-style spicy chicken. In a few bites, Qian Neo devoured the large chicken leg. She smacked her lips, then set her sights on the chicken wings. No, I need to find a small bowl first, otherwise I'll make a mess of Dad's desk with oil. Suppressing the urge to devour half a chicken wing, Qian Neo began searching for a small bowl. Life has 100 flavors, and life has 100 flavors. Hello everyone, welcome to the live broadcast of Teacher Huang Tastes 100 Flavors. Let's ask Teacher Huang to say hello. Outside Desheng restaurant, a cameraman was filming the exterior. After the director finished his opening remarks, he quickly left, leaving the camera on Huang Yunkaio alone. Meanwhile, a large number of viewers who had been waiting for the broadcast to start flooded into the live stream, and the comments section rapidly filled the screen. Here it comes. Today's Teacher Huang Scolds Everyone segment is starting. Look everyone, Teacher Huang's face is still as sour as ever. This is going to be a good show. No, Teacher Huang's face seems even sourer than before, I feel sorry for the restaurant owner for a second. Wow, Desheng restaurant isn't far from my house. Teacher Huang actually came to Beijing. If I go now, will I be able to catch him scolding everyone? These days, for a TV program to become popular and get viewers, it has to have its own unique features. If it's just sitting there seriously reviewing food, probably not many people will want to watch. Huang Yunkaio, however, is different. While he critiques food, he's outspoken and doesn't shy away from criticizing anything he doesn't like. He can even get into heated arguments with hot-tempered restaurant owners, until Huang Yunkaio, with his profound knowledge of the cuisine, leaves the owner speechless. Therefore, Huang Yunkaio's outbursts have become a unique segment of his food tasting sessions, creating explosive entertainment. Of course, Huang Yunkaio doesn't intentionally criticize people for the sake of the show. He genuinely has a bad temper, which makes the program exceptionally authentic and appealing to viewers. So, these viewers, ostensibly there to watch Huang Yunkaio taste food, are actually waiting for him to unleash his witty remarks. When they noticed Huang Yunkaio's unusual expression, the viewers in the live chat got excited. They've come to the right place today. Welcome, Teacher Huang, to Desheng restaurant. Just as Huang Yunkaio was about to step inside, the manager and Qian Hengfiai personally came out to greet him. The manager, beaming, leaned closer to Huang Yunkaio and bowed slightly, while Qian Hengfiai nodded at him from a distance. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. However, Huang Yunkaio clearly didn't play by the rules. Seeing the manager's ingratiating manner, Huang Yunkaio's face immediately darkened. Manager, how many guests does Desheng restaurant typically serve in a day? The manager was taken aback by Huang Yunkaio's seemingly unexpected question. After a brief pause, the manager immediately replied, although Desheng restaurant is a high-end restaurant in Beijing, it's not aloof. We welcome guests from all directions, and we serve 4 figures of guests daily. The manager's answer was thoughtful. Not only did the camera highlight Desheng restaurant's positioning, but it also emphasized its booming business. Using Huang Yunkaio's words, the manager gave the camera a free advertisement. However, just as the manager was basking in the satisfaction of his perfect answer, Huang Yunkaya coldly spoke up. You said your Desheng restaurant serves 4 figures of guests every day, that's over 1,000 guests. I want to know, do you, as the manager, personally greet all those thousands of guests? Ha! The manager's eyes widened in confusion, and he subconsciously replied, of course not, we have dedicated hostesses at the entrance to greet guests on weekdays. That's it then. Huang Yunkaya scoffed, you call Desheng restaurant a high-end restaurant welcoming guests from all directions, yet you can't treat all guests equally. Our production crew came to film a program, and you, as the manager, came out to greet them. When other guests come, you just dump the job on the hostesses. As a high-end restaurant, treating guests differently is blatantly mercenary, it's utterly vulgar. Huang Yunkaya's words left the manager dumbfounded. Damn it, I came out to greet you, and I'm wrong for that. This old man is so ungrateful. The manager was seething with anger, but couldn't find the words to retort. Desheng restaurant, minus 10 points. Huang Yunkaya said calmly to the camera. The director instructed him to immediately contact the technical staff via headset. On the viewer's live stream, a scoreboard immediately appeared. 100 points minus 10, leaving 90 points. This is a rule of the program. Teacher Huang tastes 100 flavors. If a restaurant's score drops below 60, it's considered substandard and added to Teacher Huang's blacklist. In this era of internet traffic, being on Teacher Huang's blacklist will definitely have a direct impact on a restaurant's business. For ordinary people, saving up to host a dinner or banquet at a high-end restaurant is always about striving for perfection. They would never choose a restaurant on the blacklist. For wealthy businessmen, taking clients to a blacklisted restaurant would undoubtedly be a loss of face. Wow, this Desheng restaurant is something else. They lost 10 points before even entering the restaurant. Needless to say, this Desheng restaurant is definitely going to be on Teacher Huang's blacklist today. Our Kailan Kingdom doesn't have tire ratings, but we do have Teacher Huang's blacklist. If they get on that blacklist, Desheng restaurant's going to have a tough time. Look at that manager, he's so angry his mustache is practically standing on end. He's probably cursed Teacher Huang countless times in his mind. How can they not be angry? Because of his greeting, Desheng restaurant lost 10 points. They're definitely going to get yelled at by the boss and have their wages docked. But thinking about it carefully, Teacher Huang wasn't really looking for trouble. Your restaurant is aiming for the high-end market, so naturally you have to pay attention to every detail, otherwise it wouldn't be fair to the customers. It's like some trendy restaurants. When influencers go, the portions are huge and the food is incredibly lavish, but when ordinary customers go, they cut corners. Restaurants should treat all customers equally, not discriminate based on status. Exactly. With cameras, the manager personally greets them. If we went to this restaurant, the manager would just sit in the lobby and relax. Of course, the customers would feel uncomfortable. The point deduction triggered a small surge of comments on the screen. Some viewers felt sorry for Desheng restaurant, others agreed with Teacher Huang that the point deduction was justified, and still others were joking around. However, besides these, some viewers seemed thoughtful. Quickly, write down the reason for this point deduction. Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel, Kyoto City. Hotel owner Jin Mantang stared at the live stream, constantly urging his secretary to take notes. Besides Desheng restaurant, Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel had also booked Huang Yunkaya's program for a live broadcast. Since Huang Yunkaya went to Desheng restaurant at noon, he would probably switch to their Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel that evening. At this moment, Jin Mantang saw Desheng restaurant as a stepping stone for his Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel. In his view, as long as he noted down Huang Yunkaya's likes and dislikes, how could Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel not get a perfect score? Then, Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel could surpass Desheng restaurant and become one of the top restaurants in Kyoto City. It wouldn't be a dream. Alright, let's go inside. In the live stream, Huang Yunkaya gestured to the cameraman, then walked into Desheng restaurant with his hands behind his back. The manager gritted his teeth and followed behind Huang Yunkaya. As they passed Qian Hengfei reached out and patted the manager on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. Huang Yunkaya's eccentric temper is well known in the industry. Losing 10 points is fine, as long as Desheng restaurant passes the test, that's enough. Qian Hengfei didn't have high expectations for this program, 60 points would be enough. After all, Huang Yunkaya seemed to be in a bad mood today, and Qian Hengfei hadn't managed to get his hands on the Phoenix #1 new type of chicken from Kyoto Agricultural University. Even his bet on the kid had failed. With everything going wrong, Qian Hengfei wasn't aiming for success today, just to avoid trouble. After being comforted by Qian Hengfei, the manager's expression improved considerably. He took a deep breath and strode ahead of Huang Yunkaya. Teacher Huang, let me introduce the layout of our Desheng restaurant to you. The lobby on the first floor is a reception area. We offer tea and appetizers, so guests can relax while waiting for their friends and family to arrive. The Desheng restaurant's decor follows a traditional Chinese style. The main hall is connected by semi-transparent silk screens, dividing the space without making it feel cramped. Rosewood tables and chairs are arranged throughout, surrounded by antique calligraphy and paintings. In a corner, a beautiful young woman gently plays the gahan. The decor of this restaurant is impeccable, truly worthy of being a high-end restaurant. Teacher Huang has shown us quite a few upscale restaurants, but few are as classically elegant as this. Yes, nowadays, high-end restaurants either follow a Western style or a mixed style. Restaurants with a purely traditional style like this are indeed rare. Personally, I find this style very comfortable. Qian Hengfei clearly put thought and money into the decor of the Desheng restaurant. From the design to the selection of soft furnishings, everything is impeccable. Huang Yunkai glanced around, seemingly quite satisfied, and nodded slightly. The manager smiled slightly and said, "Teacher Huang, the private dining room is on the second floor. Please come upstairs. These are bamboo." Wow, they brought a bamboo forest into the restaurant. If the first floor of Desheng restaurant was reasonably well deserved, the second floor dining area was truly stunning. Desheng restaurant only had private dining rooms, no main dining area, and each private room was separated by rows of real bamboo. The bamboo created varying shades of green, the fragrance of bamboo leaves wafting in the breeze, dotted with peach blossoms. It was incredibly picturesque. Not bad. Huang Yunkai looked around, even he had to praise it. The bamboo forest design in the dining area was quite sophisticated. Upon closer inspection, besides the bamboo, wooden railings and screens were subtly incorporated, creating a romantic atmosphere without sacrificing a sense of boundaries. Even disregarding these design elements, managing to cultivate so much bamboo and peach blossoms on the second floor must have taken a great deal of effort. Add 5 points to Desheng restaurant. As Huang Yunkai finished speaking, the scoreboard in the live stream scrolled, and Desheng restaurant's score rose to 95. He. The manager couldn't hide his smile, and Qian Hengfei also breathed a slight sigh of relief. The money spent on the renovation wasn't wasted. He had consulted numerous experts to create this small garden on the second floor, and the monthly maintenance was a significant expense. A high-end restaurant, after all, focuses on the dining experience, and at least in this aspect, it met Huang Yunkai's standards. Teacher Huang likes bamboo. Let's get some bamboo for our restaurant, quick. Jin Mantang, the owner of Jinyuxing Grand Restaurant, saw this scene through the live stream and hurriedly instructed his secretary. "We should get some too?" The secretary hesitated. Their boss was really impulsive. But how could the working class dare to contradict their boss? The secretary could only make a phone call and have a few potted bamboo plants brought over. That was all they could do. They couldn't possibly plant that many bamboo plants in the restaurant in just one afternoon. Huang Yunkaya sat down, the bowls and chopsticks were already neatly set. At the same time, a waiter handed her a hot towel. While wiping her hands with the hot towel, Huang Yunkaya casually asked, "What are some of your restaurant's signature dishes?" Here it comes, the main event. The viewers in front of the screen perked up. Watching Wang's program, the restaurant's decor and service were secondary. The most important thing was the food. On one hand, it was almost lunchtime, and everyone wanted to see some delicious food to accompany their meals. On the other hand, everyone was also looking forward to Wang's evaluation of Desheng restaurant's signature dishes. "We have 2 signature dishes this season." The manager hurriedly presented the menu. One is 8 treasure beggars chicken, and the other is imperial chicken dish. Our Desheng restaurant specializes in chicken. I dare say that in the entire capital, even the entire Qi kingdom, no one cooks chicken better than us. While introducing the dishes, the manager didn't forget to vigorously promote the restaurant's unique philosophy. "One of each, please." Huang Yunkaya didn't look at the menu or heed the manager's words, and directly ordered one of each of the 2 signature dishes. This was Huang Yunkaya's rule for making the show, only eating the restaurant's most famous signature dishes. Apart from tea, she didn't touch any other pastries or staple foods. The manager nodded and hurried to the kitchen to relay the message. In the kitchen, several head chefs were busily working. 1 order of 8 treasure chicken, 1 order of imperial chicken stew. Huang Yunkaya has arrived at the restaurant. Everyone, keep a close eye on things. At the manager's command, the head chefs shouted "Yes, sir," in unison. To ensure fast service, they had already begun preparing their signature dishes, waiting for Huang Yunkaya's order. Seeing the kitchen preparing the dishes in an orderly fashion, the manager nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he bumped into Qian Miu. The manager jumped back in surprise, then smiled wryly. "Miss, what brings you to the kitchen?" "They're cooking right now, the fumes are thick." Qian Miu shook the food container in her hand and smiled. "I'm just getting some rice." "Do you have any rice in the kitchen right now?" "Yes, miss, you can go in and ask. I have things to do here." That Huang Yunkaya, she's really causing a lot of trouble. The manager muttered as he left, and Qian Miu chuckled to herself. Carrying the rice into the kitchen, Qian Mio served herself a portion and then sat down in the chef's break area to open the lid of the spicy chicken hot pot. Even though the kitchen was filled with smoke and various aromas, the spicy chicken hot pot seemed to stand out, overpowering all the others. Qian Mio swallowed hard, picked out a chicken wing and placed it in her bowl, then covered it with rice, and finally poured some chili oil sauce over it. She shoveled the rice down her throat, and a satisfied expression immediately spread across her face. What is happiness? What is life? Thank heavens, thank earth, thank you, kid brother. The sound of chopsticks clattering filled the air, and in no time, Qian Mio had finished a large bowl of rice. Qian Mio rubbed her stomach. Her appetite wasn't actually that big. At Kid Brother's stall, one goose leg was usually enough to fill her up, and she could only manage a small half bowl of rice. Today, she had already exceeded her usual capacity, her stomach was bloated. Yet, she still wanted to eat. She couldn't control her craving. Just as Qian Mio struggled to stand up, a female waitress curiously approached. "Miss, what are you eating here?" The waitress had just finished her internship and hadn't been at the restaurant long, so she didn't know Qian Mio. Since the kitchen break area was where the staff ate, the waitress assumed Qian Mio was an administrative staff member or a hostess who had come to the kitchen for lunch. The waitress had a round face and big eyes, quite innocent and cute. Qian Mio blinked, feeling a sense of goodwill towards the waitress, and replied with a smile. "This is called spicy chicken with oil, it's delicious." "It must be delicious, I can smell the aroma of your dish." The waitress glanced at the spicy chicken with oil and nodded vigorously. Just from the aroma, the waitress knew this spicy chicken with oil must be top-notch, she just didn't know which chef in the kitchen had created it. Thinking about it, she felt truly fortunate to have found this job in Beijing. Now she's surrounded by all sorts of delicious food every day, her workplace filled with the aromas of various dishes. At mealtimes, some chefs even personally prepare meals for the staff. Coming from a poor mountain village, she's incredibly happy to see novel and top-notch cuisine every day. "Would you like to try some? I can share some with you?" Qian Mia thought for a moment and said to the waitress, "I always use clean chopsticks to pick out the chicken, so don't mind." Because Qian Mio has a small appetite, she has a habit of using serving chopsticks to transfer food to a small bowl so that her friends won't mind if she can't finish it. The waitress's eyes lit up, and she was about to say something when suddenly a head chef looked over and shouted, "Ame, the 8 treasure chicken is ready. Bring it up quickly." "Okay, all done." Waitress Ame responded, waving to Qian Mio before quickly returning to serve the 8 treasure chicken. Qian Mio smiled wryly, shook her head, and dragged her heavy stomach to get herself some rice. 5 minutes later, Ame pushed the cart into Huan Yinkaya's private room. The cameraman turned the camera to give the cart a close-up. On the top shelf of the cart, besides a porcelain soup pot, was a whole 8 treasure chicken served on a white jade plate. The 8 treasure chicken was brownish red, garnished with broccoli, and its belly was bulging, making it look quite large. For a high-end restaurant, this portion size was certainly not an issue. This is the legendary 8 treasure chicken? I've always heard of 8 treasure chicken in novels and movies, but I've actually only seen it a few times. Of course, 8 treasure chicken is a truly luxurious dish. You can't get authentic 8 treasure chicken unless you go to a high-end restaurant or one of those famous old shops and spend a fortune. The appearance of the 8 treasure chicken caused a small surge of excitement in the comments section. The 8 treasure chicken at Desheng restaurant looked quite appealing and rather novel. Waitress Ame carefully placed the plate of 8 treasure chicken in front of Huang Yinkayo, then opened the white porcelain soup pot and ladled a spoonful of broth over the chicken. Whoosh! The hot broth poured over it instantly coated the originally brownish red 8 treasure chicken with a layer of glistening oil, shimmering under the light, somewhat like it was coated in caramel. A rich aroma of scallions and ginger filled the air, and even the cameraman couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems this Desheng restaurant does have something special. Please enjoy your meal, sir. Ame, having successfully completed her task, breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. While the 8 treasure chicken was delicious, Ame couldn't forget the spicy oil-splashed chicken Qian Mio had just eaten. Right now, all she wanted was to hurry back to the kitchen to find Qian Mio and taste that spicy oil-splashed chicken. Just a moment. Huan Yinkayo examined the 8 treasure chicken, then suddenly frowned. He first used his chopsticks to pick up the head and neck of the chicken, then put down his chopsticks and lightly clapped his hands. "Do you have disposable gloves?" Disposable gloves? Did Huan Yinkayo intend to eat this 8 treasure chicken with gloves on? Come to think of it, don't foreigners usually eat roast chicken with their bare hands? Waitress Ame was somewhat puzzled. This was the first time she'd heard a customer make such a request. "What are you standing there for? Try your best to meet the customer's needs." The manager coughed lightly and lowered his voice to Ame. Ame nodded, quickly walked to the cutlery cabinet in the hallway, retrieved disposable gloves, and handed them to Huan Yinkayo with both hands. Huan Yinkaya slipped the gloves on his right hand, inside out, and then suddenly grabbed the 8 treasure chicken by the neck and lifted it up. Plop! The 8 treasure chicken had just been drizzled with the special sauce, and the sauce instantly dripped onto the plate. The 8 treasure chicken seemed to be stuffed full of something. Due to the weight inside, the entire chicken looked like a sack in Wang Yinkaya's hand. As the skin of the 8 treasure chicken stretched, tiny holes, about the size of sesame seeds, appeared, from which juices gushed out. What the heck is this? There are so many small holes in this chicken. Did they kill it by pricking it with a thick needle? Damn, isn't this chicken abuse? Desheng restaurant is really perverted. The audience was shocked by this scene. Roasted chicken, stewed chicken, fried chicken. Everyone has eaten all sorts of chicken dishes in their daily lives, but pricking a chicken with needles was a first. The manager seemed to realize something and quickly said, "Teacher Huang, this is a traditional technique in making 8 treasure chicken, called combing needles. In the process of making 8 treasure chicken, there is a process called combing needles. Combing needles involves using a thick needle to prick holes in the 8 treasure chicken so that it can absorb more flavor during stewing. Compared to using a decorative knife, using a comb is more effective at preserving the flavor inside the 8 treasure chicken." Huang Yinkaya nodded slightly, seemingly understanding the meaning of comb, but this also indicated that he wasn't actually looking at the needle holes in the chicken. Huang Yinkaya placed the 8 treasure chicken back on the plate, then removed his disposable gloves and threw them into the trash can. Damn it, you need disposable gloves just to pick up a chicken. The manager smiled on the surface, but inwardly cursed, he's got nothing better to do. Then, under the curious gazes of the audience, Huang Yinkaya took out a knife and sliced into the 8 treasure chicken's belly. Swish! As the chicken's belly was opened, an even more intense aroma spread out. The aroma was incredibly layered, as if a multitude of delicious ingredients were being presented all at once. Closing your eyes, it felt like a feast was unfolding before you. Upon closer inspection, the 8 treasure chicken was stuffed with a filling resembling minced meat. The 8 treasure chicken truly lived up to its name, a hidden treasure. Diced pork, mung beans, diced shiitake mushrooms, chestnuts, lotus seeds, lily bulbs, salted egg yolks, dried scallops. Huang Yinkaya's nose twitched, and then she fluently rattled off a long list of ingredients. Is Teacher Huang practicing his cross-stalk routine? Has he gone mad? Oh my god, I get it. Teacher Huang is reciting the ingredient ratios for the 8 treasure chicken filling. Ha ha ha, doesn't this count as leaking Desheng restaurant's secret recipe? Teacher Huang's going to get sued. Let's have a fight. Speaking of which, Desheng restaurant's 8 treasure chicken is truly amazing. I'd heard of it before, but never really looked into it. I never imagined the filling had 8 different ingredients. So, the name 8 treasure chicken probably comes from its 8 ingredient filling, right? As the 8 treasure chicken was cut open, the number of comments increased again. Many viewers thought Huang Yinkaya's ability to smell the filling was impressive, but isn't that usually a restaurant's secret? The manager in Qian Fihun might get really angry with Huang Yinkaya next. To everyone's surprise, Qian Hunfei remained calm, and the manager chuckled. Teacher Huang, you are truly amazing. Our 8 treasure chicken uses these 8 ingredients, which are from an ancient recipe. Because this dish was widely popular among wealthy merchants and officials in ancient times, and is well documented in historical records, the filling of 8 treasure chicken is hardly a secret. However, nowadays, 8 treasure chicken on the market generally seeks innovation and variation to suit modern tastes, rarely using the ancient recipe anymore. The chef at Desheng restaurant uses the ancient recipe, demonstrating his complete confidence in his skills. Desheng restaurant itself has frequently promoted this point, and naturally, they don't mind Huang Yinkaya pointing it out directly on camera. Old Huang, do you think that old man surnamed Huang will like your 8 treasure chicken? In the kitchen of Desheng restaurant, 2 head chefs chatted casually while preparing ingredients. Of course. Chef Wang Zhongsheng puffed out his chest. I've been making 8 treasure chicken for so many years, and no one has ever found fault with it. Besides, how many people these days can actually make 8 treasure chicken? He's lucky to get to eat my authentic, traditional 8 treasure chicken. Wang Zhongsheng seemed quite proud of his 8 treasure chicken. Indeed, many people have heard of 8 treasure chicken, a traditional famous dish, but very few can make it authentically and deliciously. Take the preparation of 8 treasure chicken, for example, it requires deboning the entire chicken. You make a small incision at the chicken's neck, and with that tiny incision, you have to remove all the bones from the whole chicken. Just that one step alone would probably kill countless unqualified chefs. Even Wang Zhongsheng himself takes over 20 minutes just to prepare the whole bone. With such meticulous preparation, how could Wang Zhongsheng not be confident and proud? Meanwhile, Huang Yinkaya picked up a piece of 8 treasure chicken filling with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Good. Huang Yinkaya nodded lightly, taking a sip of water. The filling is fragrant and the proportions are perfect. Then, Huang Yinkaya put a piece of chicken in his mouth. The chicken is also good, it has completely absorbed the essence of the filling. Huang Yinkaya, is he praising someone? This is quite rare. The audience was slightly surprised, and Qian Hunfei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Huang Yinkaio isn't as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. She and Hung Fei had done so much preparation for this program. This old bone still has some taste. The manager couldn't help but smile, his mustache twitching. Although Huang Yinkaio had a somewhat eccentric temper, he didn't hide the merits of the food, pointing them out directly on camera, which pleased the manager. Snap! Huang Yinkaio put down his chopsticks and looked at the director behind him. However, this 8 treasure chicken also has major problems. Desheng restaurant, deduct 20 points. The director was confused for a moment, then nodded and contacted the backstage staff. Immediately afterward, a scoreboard appeared on the live stream, and Desheng restaurant's score dropped from 95 to 75. Service and ambience were minor issues. The quality of the food was the main factor in Huang Yinkaio's scoring criteria. A deduction of 20 points clearly showed Huang Yinkaio's dissatisfaction with the 8 treasure chicken. The manager was stunned. Was Huang Yinkaio really this capricious? Praising it 1 minute and deducting points the next? No. Teacher Huang, what do you mean? Why are we losing points on our 8 treasure chicken? The manager, somewhat agitated, questioned him unhappily. Qi and Hung Fei also frowned slightly, looking at Huang Yinkaio, waiting for an explanation. The filling ratio for the 8 treasure chicken is indeed excellent, and the frying before cooking was just right. Huang Yinkaio glanced at Qi and Hung Fei and the manager, speaking slowly. That's precisely why I didn't deduct 40 points directly. As she spoke, Huang Yinkaio turned the 8 treasure chicken over with her chopsticks, revealing a cut on its neck. The deduction is here. This counts as a deduction. The manager said speechlessly, Teacher Huang, the filling for 8 treasure chicken must be stuffed into the neck opening, otherwise, how could the filling magically appear inside the chicken's belly? No, you cut it wrong. Huang Yinkaio used her palm as a cleaver, gesturing along the chicken's neck. This cut is too deep and too long, extending beyond the chicken's shoulder. The manager looked puzzled. So what if the cut extends beyond the chicken's shoulder? What, are you afraid the chicken will have frozen shoulder? When the 8 treasure chicken is stuffed and put into the stew, the neck needs to be tied into a knot, like this. Huang Yinkaio ignored the manager's grumbling and continued gesturing. Because all bones in the 8 treasure chicken must be removed, including the neck, the chicken head can be threaded through the neck and tied in a knot. If the incision is too deep, extending beyond the shoulder, it can't be completely sealed, leaving an open incision at the shoulder. During stewing, water will seep in, affecting the texture of the filling. A top-quality 8 treasure chicken should have an extremely smooth and creamy filling, perfectly complementing the crispy exterior and tender interior of the chicken meat. That's the essence of 8 treasure chicken. Your 8 treasure chicken only has the form, not the soul, it's merely a beautifully made mediocre product. As she spoke, Huang Yinkaio pushed the 8 treasure chicken away. If you were a small shop, the skill in making this 8 treasure chicken would be acceptable. But since you claim to be a high-end restaurant specializing in chicken, your signature dishes should naturally be impeccable. For an 8 treasure chicken that sells for over 1,000 yuan to have such a major flaw, deducting 20 points isn't unreasonable, is it? Qi and Hung Fei's pupils suddenly contracted. He consulted numerous masters about making this 8 treasure chicken. Even the head chef, Wang Zhongsheng, had ancestors who were personal cooks for high-ranking officials in ancient times. 8 treasure chicken was a family heirloom recipe. It can be said that every detail of making 8 treasure chicken has been meticulously refined countless times. From the filling ratio to the selection of chicken, from the oil temperature during frying to the precise stewing time down to the second. Logically, this 8 treasure chicken should have been flawless. But who could have imagined that Wang Zhongsheng, while peeling the whole chicken, would use a slightly rougher touch and cut too deeply, turning the 8 treasure chicken into a mediocre dish? That's how cooking is, a small detail can lower the quality of a dish. Huang Yinkaio's high standards are like a dragon gate. If Desheng restaurant can overcome it, with Huang Yinkaio's endorsement, even the most demanding diners will be satisfied. This is tricky. It's not that Huang Yinkaio's temper is strange, it's that this old man is incredibly knowledgeable in cooking and also has a strange temper. Speaking of which, Qi and Hung Fei himself felt that Chef Wang Jiangshen's 8 treasure chicken was sometimes extremely amazing, and sometimes it fell short, showing great inconsistency. Now that he thinks about it, the problem must lie in the lack of precision in deboning. However, in any case, Desheng restaurant still has 75 points left, so the chances of passing are still very high. Don't just stand there, let's move on to the next dish. Qi and Hung Fei patted Amy and whispered. 5 minutes later, Amy pushed in a food cart, but Qi and Hung Fei was dumbfounded when he saw that besides the imperial chicken dish, there was also a plate of spicy chicken with oil. Liang's spicy chicken with oil had been rearranged on a porcelain plate, with a miniature radish as a garnish. Clearly, this wasn't an accidental mistake by Amy, it was the chef's intention. What's going on? Did the chefs rebel? According to Huang Yinkaio's extremely high standards, the kid's spicy chicken with oil would probably get a lot of points deducted. Amy, why is this oil-splashed chicken served? Wang Zhongsheng, Zhang Jiantao, why are you coming out of the kitchen? Qian Hengfi's eyelids twitched. Besides Aimei, the two head chefs also followed him out of the kitchen. Chairman Qian, Zhang Jiantao, the head chef of the signature imperial chicken dish, patted his chest and said, "This oil-splashed chicken is absolutely delicious. Although I don't know which master chef you asked to make it, Lao Wang and I have no objection to this dish becoming our restaurant's new signature dish. I'd wholeheartedly support hiring him as the head chef." Lao Zhang is right. Wang Zhongsheng nodded vigorously. Since my 8 treasure chicken couldn't satisfy that Huang fellow, this oil-splashed chicken will definitely make him submit. Qian Hengfi felt a headache coming on. In just a few tens of minutes, Wang Zhongsheng and Zhang Jiantao seemed to have been brainwashed. Especially Wang Zhongsheng, who, far from being bothered by Huang Yunkaya's negative review of his 8 treasure chicken, was staring intently at the spicy chicken with oil, as if reluctant to give it away. Unbeknownst to him, while Aimei was serving the dish, the entire kitchen was captivated by it. Everyone was devouring it, tears streaming down their faces. In over a decade in the business, they had never tasted anything so delicious. It was practically a gift from heaven. What was that poem again? This dish should only exist in heaven. How often can one taste it on earth? Pretty much. But it's alright, Mr. Qian. We used clean bowls and chopsticks to portion out these dishes. There are no food hygiene issues. While Qian Hengfi was still talking to Wang Zhongsheng and the others, Huang Yunkaya frowned. What were these people huddled at the door talking about? Is this dish coming or not? 3 minutes later, Qian Hengfi sighed, seemingly having made a decision. Then, Aimei pushed a cart and placed the spicy chicken and imperial chicken dishes in front of Huang Yunkaya. This is. Looking at the spicy chicken, Huang Yunkaya was stunned. Why is there a half portion of chicken served with it? This is a complimentary dish from our restaurant. Please enjoy, Aimei explained. Huang Yunkaya shook her head, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of a spicy chicken leg. The next moment, Huang Yunkaya's pupils dilated suddenly, and her hand trembled slightly. Plop! The chicken leg fell onto the white bone plate. Huang Yunkaya savored the lingering taste of the spicy chicken, closed her eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, Huang Yunkaya opened her eyes, her gaze much clearer. Could you please bring me a bowl of rice? Ha! The director and cameraman exchanged bewildered glances. After all these years of producing programs, this was the first time they'd ever seen Huang Yunkaya order a staple food. Burp! Huang Yunkaya put down her chopsticks and let out a satisfied burp. Qian Hengfi and the others stared at Huang Yunkaya in shock, while the audience on the live broadcast erupted in excitement. This isn't a food program, it's a competitive eating contest. Seriously, the show's vibe changed the moment that spicy chicken with chili oil was served. Teacher Huang is eating so heartily, shoveling rice into his mouth, it made my mouth water, so I had an extra bowl of rice too. Just kidding, is this spicy chicken really that good? Previously, viewers watching Huang Yunkaya's shows would only eat a bite or two and then stop. It's hard to imagine that the slender Huang Yunkaya could eat so much on the show. A tall stack of bowls was placed in front of Huang Yunkaya. He clutched his stomach, looked up, and said with difficulty, "Another bowl, please. Another bowl." The director was going crazy. According to the current program schedule, Huang Yunkaya should have already finished reviewing the signature dishes and giving an overall summary. What's with this constant eating? He'd even gnawed the chicken bones clean, leaving only some chili oil, and he still wanted another bowl? But for Huang Yunkaya, this rare delicacy was an opportunity he had to seize. Born into wealth and having tasted countless flavors throughout his life, few delicacies could satisfy Huang Yunkaya's palate. Even at home, he would only eat a small half bowl, showing signs of anorexia. But this spicy chicken with chili oil was different. The fiery, robust, and unrestrained nature of the spicy chicken with chili oil instantly shattered Huang Yunkaya's pickiness and meticulousness. In other words, precisely because Huang Yunkaya had extremely high standards for food, he could better appreciate the perfection of this spicy chicken with chili oil. The only drawback was that Huang Yunkaya could tell the spicy chicken with chili oil wasn't freshly made, but compared to the quality of the chicken itself, this was a minor issue. Teacher Huang, your rice. Aimei smiled and placed the rice next to Huang Yunkaya. For the first time, Aimei felt an emotional connection with this high-minded gourmet. If it were Aimei who had the chance to enjoy a whole plate of spicy chicken all to herself, she probably would have kept eating and eating until her stomach was completely full. Finally, Huang Yunkaya finished off the remaining chili oil with rice, then drank a sip of the imperial chicken soup before patting her stomach contentedly. Seeing that Huang Yunkaya had finally finished eating, the director hurriedly whispered, "Teacher Huang, our program's time limit is almost up, please give us a score." A score? Huang Yunkaya shook his head. "I'm not qualified to score this level of dish." Not qualified? Huang Yunkaya, as one of the top gourmets in Kailan Kingdom, actually said he wasn't qualified? The director opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. This was the first time he had ever seen Wang Yinkaya so humble. "I'm full. I'll definitely come back to your Desheng restaurant again." Wang Yinkaya nodded with a smile, propped himself up on the chair armrests, and walked politely to Qian Hengfei. "Thank you very much then," Qian Hengfei chuckled to himself, thinking to himself, "It really has to be Brother Kid." He had thought that a simple dish like spicy chicken with oil would surely displease Wang Yinkaya, but he had underestimated Brother Kid's culinary skills. "What's this called? Looking down on someone? Using that term to describe himself seems a bit too harsh. Also, Mr. Qian," Wang Yinkaya suddenly lowered his voice and said earnestly to Qian Hengfei, "the chef who made this oil-splashed chicken, I wonder if I might have the honor of meeting him." Qian Hengfei was slightly taken aback. Wang Yinkaya was, after all, an expert. Although he had been engrossed in the meal, he could still taste that the essence of this oil-splashed chicken lay in the oil-splashed chili. In fact, if he had eaten oil-splashed duck or oil-splashed fish today, he probably would have been equally tempted and devoured the food in no time. "Brother Ziohei, oh no, the master chef you mentioned only has a cooperative relationship with our restaurant, not an employer-employee relationship. If you want to see him, I need to ask his permission." Hearing Qian Hengfei say this, a look of relief appeared in Wang Yinkaya's eyes. Indeed, someone who could make oil-splashed chili of this caliber, and whom Wang Yinkaya had never heard of before, must be a reclusive master who didn't like to show his face, and probably quite old and frail. Wang Yinkaya said no more, bid farewell to Qian Hengfei, and led the production crew out of the restaurant. "Oh, right, let's cancel our schedule for the next few days." After the manager saw Wang Yinkaya and the director out of the restaurant, Wang Yinkaya, remembering something, instructed the director, "For the next period of time, I'll be staying in Kyoto." "Kyoto?" the director asked, puzzled. "But apart from the Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel, we don't have any bookings for our program in Kyoto." "That's alright, the Jin Yuxing Grand Hotel booking can be cancelled too." Wang Yinkaya shook her head. "For the next period of time, I want to find the chef who makes the chili oil in Kyoto." The director frowned. "Kyoto is so big, do we have to search every single grand hotel?" "No, that master chef is probably not at a fancy restaurant." Wang Yinkaya narrowed his eyes. "He collaborates with Desheng restaurant, but isn't employed by them. Despite his exceptional skills, he has no reputation. This indifference to fame and fortune suggests he might not be working at a high-end restaurant, but rather a small family-run eatery or a street stall." "Whatever you say," the director said with a wry smile. Anyway, Wang Yinkaya was the authority on this program. He had more say in the program's schedule than the director. "So where are we going now?" the director asked after a pause. "To the hospital," Wang Yinkaya said casually, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "I ate too much, my stomach hurts." 8:30 p.m., at the north gate of Tsinghua University, at a chili oil stall. Ding! Task: spicy and delicious chili oil, progress reached 100%. Task completed. Task reward issued, system red envelope of 1 million yuan. Ding! New task issued. Fragrant braised dishes, please sell braised pork knuckles to raise your reputation in at least one region to great fame. Liang paused in his chili oil preparation. Perhaps because a new dish had already been rewarded for reputation level, the system didn't unlock any new dishes this time, but instead issued a red envelope. 1 million. Although Liang's snack stall business was currently booming, coupled with the system's wishful thinking, earning 1 million would still take at least a month of hard work. Having 1 million fall into his lap, it would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. "Hey kid, what's wrong?" The classmate waiting for the chili oil looked curiously at Liang's wildly smiling face and asked in bewilderment. "It's alright, your chili oil is ready. Oh, by the way, don't dip it in anything weird. Quite a few classmates got sick this afternoon." Liang quickly composed himself and handed over the chili oil. Although the system task was completed, Liang still sold chili oil for over an hour until all the prepared ingredients were used up. He then said goodbye to his reluctant classmates and rode his tricycle home. It was already past 10 o'clock when he arrived home. Pushing open the door, Liang was surprised to find Li Xiangdong home, who had already prepared a large table of dishes and was sitting at the table with Zhang Yuan waiting for him. "Is it New Year's?" Looking at the large amount of meat and fish on the table, Liang was somewhat surprised. Even though this food stall was doing well, the family usually ate simply. Such lavish dishes were only served during the Lunar New Year. "Come on, you little rascal, we've been waiting for you to come home. Have a couple of drinks with your old man." Li Xiangdong was beaming, clearly in a good mood. Without a word, he pressed Liang down to a seat and poured him a large glass of Sprite. Liang drank the Sprite, while Li Xiangdong drank the Beiju, Chinese liquor. The father and son downed their drinks in one gulp, letting out a satisfied whoosh. It has to be said, after a busy day, being able to have a couple of drinks was pure bliss. Zhang Yuan watched her husband and son with a smile, placing a large piece of fish in each of Li Xiangdong's and Liang's bowls. Under the dim, warm orange light, the family of three created a simple yet happy scene. "Hey kid, Professor Wang's got some news." Li Xiangdong, who didn't like fish, casually put some into Liang's bowl, his face slightly flushed. "The charging system for the 5th-generation magnetic levitation heart has been successfully tested. We just need to wait about a week for the patent to be approved, then we can perform the surgery." Successful? So fast? Li Ang was stunned. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan might not understand the difficulties of independent research and development, but as a top student from a 985 university in his previous life, Liang knew how difficult it was to break through foreign technological blockades and achieve independent patents. Only a few days? Professor Wang and his team did it? This wasn't just a legendary research miracle, it would likely cause a huge stir in the field of artificial hearts nationwide and even worldwide. However, this thought only flashed through Liang's mind. Frankly, Liang didn't care too much about the honor or technological revolution the 5th-generation magnetic levitation heart would bring to Professor Wang and his research team. What Liang cared about was that Zhang Yawen could finally cure his heart failure. The mother he remembered, always panting heavily while doing housework, yet determined to do it all, pale-faced yet still insisting on taking him to and from school, could finally live a healthy life. Liang was overwhelmed with joy, so much so that he ignored the phone vibrating in his pocket. This joy far surpassed the $1 million reward from the system. "Xiao Ang, why are you crying?" Zhang Yawen reached out and wiped away Liang's tears of excitement, speaking softly. "You brat, why is a grown man crying? Your phone's ringing in your pocket, listen to it, it might be some work." Li Xiangdong wiped his eyes with his sleeve, smiling. Liang nodded, glanced at his phone, his expression shifting slightly. He then put his phone away and pondered for a moment before saying, "Dad, since Mom's having surgery in a week, I suggest we don't go out to sell our goods too often in the next few days. Let's spend more time with Mom." "You brat, how are we going to make money if we don't sell our goods?" Li Xiangdong shook his head. "I'll go sell goose legs. You stay home and spend more time with your mom." Now that Zhang Yan is having surgery, they need to save even more money. Yes, Liang earned 200,000 yuan at Tsinghua University a while ago, but Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan both agreed that Liang should keep that money for himself and didn't want to touch it. "No need, Dad, you can rest for a while now," Liang said earnestly. "Next, I'm planning to buy our family a new house, a new car, to improve our living environment, we just need to focus on moving." Li Xiangdong chuckled. Has his son gone mad? Admittedly, their family has some savings, but where would they afford a new house? "Dad, look." However, the next moment, Liang smiled and held up his phone. The message bar showed a transfer notification. "You have received a large transfer of 10 million yuan. How many zeros are there?" Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan stared wide-eyed, counting for a long time before they finally realized what was happening. 10 million. 10 million was sitting in Liang's bank account. This is unbelievable. "You brat, you robbed a bank." Li Xiangdong's face changed drastically, and he abruptly stood up, glaring at Li Ang. It wasn't that Li Xiangdong reacted so strongly, this windfall was simply beyond his comprehension. It was outrageous. What would a hard-working laborer, who had toiled most of his life, struggling to make a living, feel if he suddenly found 10 million in his bank account? "Dad," Liang said helplessly, "I'm only 8 years old. If I went into a bank, they'd think I was a lost kid and take me to the police station, let alone rob a bank." Li Xiangdong was stunned for a moment, while Zhang Yan hurriedly said, "Xiao Ang, then tell us quickly, where did this money come from?" According to Liang's personality, he would usually crack a few jokes to amuse his parents when he was happy, but considering Zhang Yan's health, Liang dared not keep them in suspense any longer. "It's that Sichuan-style spicy chicken," Liang smiled. "Qian Hengfei asked me to help him develop his signature dish." Liang briefly explained the situation and even opened his chat software to show Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan his chat history with Qian Hengfei, as well as a long string of thank you messages that Qian Hengfei had just sent. Although Liang and Qian Hengfei had initially agreed on a reward of only 5 million, Qian Hengfei had now doubled it. It's easy to imagine that Liang's signature dish had the perfect effect. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan repeatedly confirmed that the 10 million was indeed earned legitimately by their son. The taxes had all been paid by Desheng Restaurant. Clean as could be. "No wonder he's my son." Li Xiangdong's face was completely red with excitement as he laughed heartily, while Zhang Yan carefully reviewed the chat history again and again to ensure her son hadn't done anything illegal or criminal. Frankly speaking, which parent doesn't hope their child will be successful? But most parents also know deep down that compared to exceptional individuals, there are far more ordinary people in this world who live quietly and unsung lives. However, Liang is only 8 years old, and he's already earned 10 million. Wow, although Li Xiangdong had always hoped his son would be successful, this success was happening a little too fast. Li Xiangdong was caught off guard, his heart filled with shock, elation, and even a sense of unreality. "Dad, I told you selling snacks is more useful than going to school, right? Li Yang seized the opportunity and casually remarked. In that instant, Li Xiangdong's smile froze. Yes, Li Xiangdong's educational philosophy for Liang had always been that all other pursuits were inferior to studying, no amount of money could compare to going to school. But there was a limit to how much money. Earning 3,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, Li Xiangdong still hoped Liang would focus on his studies and give up activities unrelated to education. But earning 10 million, even for top graduates from Kyoto University or Sootung University, earning 10 million was no easy feat. Even if one could earn a million yuan annual salary right after graduation, it would take 10 years of not eating or drinking to earn that much. Li Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then finally spoke, "You little rascal, maybe you really do have a talent for cooking. I'll encourage you to cook more and sell snacks in the future." Li Ang raised an eyebrow. Li Xiangdong finally agreed to let him skip school? Great! Li Ang, a top student from a 985 university, having to go back to elementary school is just a painful thought. However, Li Xiangdong paused and continued, "But, a person still needs to study, don't end up like me, uneducated. You're such a talented cook, you can't just keep selling snacks forever. If you want to open a restaurant, you can't do it without going to school, and all those rules and regulations for running a company, business warfare, and all that, you need to learn that too, be educated." Although Li Xiangdong was just a snack vendor, he liked to read some super-rich novels online in his spare time. Those super-rich characters in those novels, each one practically cunning, strategizing in the market. Li Xiangdong felt that they all needed to be educated, otherwise they'd get ripped off. Li Ang had a bit of a headache. Li Xiangdong's understanding was really too narrow, and in fact, Li Ang didn't plan to start a company or become a boss. Just kidding. In his past life, Li Ang died from overwork. To become a boss and start from scratch in this life would just be asking for trouble. Besides, investing in and starting a company is risky. There's no such thing as a guaranteed profit. Compared to running a commercial company, sticking to the god of cookery recipes and honestly completing tasks is much more satisfying. Now that he has money, Li Ang has more confidence, and he doesn't need to grind as much with tasks anymore. He can do them more casually. Setting up a stall to sell snacks, sitting at home counting his money, is there anything more pleasant than that? However, before long, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were already looking for business schools for Liang to attend. It turns out that even with 10 million, Liang's parents are still his parents, unchanged. Liang finally returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, took a deep breath, and opened his system account. Your system account balance, 20,001,372.45 yuan. That's right. Liang had just heard the system notification in the living room. This time, the reward was more than 10 million. The 10 million yuan belonged to Liang's personal income from selling vegetables, and it would also activate the system's wishful thinking abacus effect. Since the wishful thinking abacus had been enhanced last time, it came with double the net profit, so the system directly rewarded Liang with 20 million yuan. All in all, Liang now had over 30 million yuan in cash flow. Happiness came so suddenly. After this winter break, Liang had achieved initial financial freedom. However, Liang also understood that 30 million yuan was still not enough to live a better life in this expensive city of Kyoto. Having been reborn with the system, merely living a comfortable life was not Liang's ultimate goal. After replying to Qian Hengfei's text messages a few times, Liang looked at the Kyoto real estate market for a while, and then went to sleep contentedly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean. What did you say? Kyoto University in Kailan has already applied for a patent for its wireless charging technology. They succeeded in developing it? Jeff Welch, chairman of Anazin Medical Corporation in the US, slumped into his chair in disbelief. He had originally planned to monopolize the market with his patented technology before Kailan's fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart hit the market, then sell off a large amount of his company's existing products under pressure before artificial hearts entered the Kailan era, making a fortune. But who could have imagined that before he even made any money, Kailan's artificial heart would already be on the market, and Kyoto University would have broken through the patent blockade on wireless charging technology at lightning speed? Are all Kailan universities this abnormal now? Jeff Welch felt a surge of regret. If he hadn't caused trouble, perhaps he could still have gotten a share of the profits from the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart patent. But now, it's all too late. He faces a massive backlog of unsold older models of artificial hearts, a broken supply chain, and the subsequent foreclosure and asset seizure. Book me the fastest flight to Canada. Jeff Welch's face turned ashen as he summoned his secretary and ordered in a low voice, "Boss, are you planning to go to Canada?" The secretary looked at Jeff Welch with a strange expression. "Is there a problem? Go now." Jeff Welch glared at the secretary. "No problem, but the news of Kyoto University breaking the wireless charging technology patent is everywhere now." The secretary shook his head and bluntly said, "Before you run away, could you settle our salaries first?" Jeff Welch suddenly looked up. Outside the office door, employees had already gathered. At the same time, inside the auditorium of Kyoto University, The successful development of our country's independent wireless charging technology represents a major step forward for our country's medical technology. I believe that at Kyoto University, all of us researchers will overcome one difficulty after another, allowing our motherland to stand at the pinnacle of science and technology. A press conference was being held overnight at Kyoto University, with President Hao standing on the podium, spitting as he spoke to the reporters, flashing lights. Times have changed. When Professor Wang first started developing the patent, as the vice principal, he naturally had to keep the reporters out. But now, with the wireless charging technology successful, it's the perfect time to announce it to the world. This not only serves as excellent publicity for Kyoto University but also gives a shot in the arm to researchers across the entire country. Now, let's welcome Professor Wang Ziliang, the leader of this research project, to give a speech. Principal Hao felt a dryness in his throat, coughed twice, and stepped back from the podium. Professor Wang, squinting under the flashing lights, walked onto the podium and secretly popped a mint cake into his mouth. Hiss, he's refreshed. Professor Wang rubbed his face. The relentless research work, working day and night, had left Professor Wang physically and mentally exhausted. But he couldn't miss this press conference. He was only kept going thanks to the mint cake from the kid. My feelings are the same as President Hao's. Professor Wang cleared his throat and gripped the microphone. No one expected the highly respected Professor Wang Ziliang to start with such a statement. President Hao's expression darkened slightly, while the reporters burst into laughter. Professor Wang Ziliang was quite humorous. I won't say much more. Let me read the list of those I'm thanking. Professor Wang Ziliang straightened up, his expression becoming slightly serious. The participants in this research are Wu Changfeng, Jie Pei, CFA, Zhang Shan, Li Si, Lu Tao. Wang Ziliang slowly read the list, announcing the names of everyone involved in the research, even the undergraduates who helped out. This not only had a significant positive impact on their academic careers but was also a badge of honor for them. Below the stage, CFA, Lu Tao, and the others exchanged smiles. What were they working so hard for? Wasn't it all for this moment? The reporters were also deeply moved. There were only about 50 people, some of whom were undergraduates. This research team wasn't particularly large, but they had managed to overcome the formidable challenge of wireless charging technology for artificial hearts. This is a miracle. After reading the list, Professor Wang Ziliang took a sip of water and continued. Besides all the faculty and students who participated in this research, I would like to especially thank Dean Cai Liang of Tsinghua University. Without her help, our research wouldn't have been completed so quickly. Dean Cai Liang, watching the live stream on screen, chuckled softly. You're still the same old you, incorrigible. Cai Liang chose to travel alone to Kyoto University to share research materials, intending to assist Professor Wang privately. But unexpectedly, Wang Ziliang directly thanked her in front of reporters. This involved cooperation between the two universities, making the matter more complex. However, if Professor Wang didn't thank Dean Cai Liang, that wouldn't be him. I also want to give special thanks to Ziohei Ge, a nickname. Thank you for his mint cake, 5 blessing dumplings, supreme fried rice, roast goose leg. Professor Wang continued. If the lead professor of the Kyoto University wireless charging research team publicly thanking the president of Mizuki University was already a news headline, then Wang Ziliang's menu-style thank you speech left the reporters dumbfounded. What is this thing? At this serious yet exciting moment, what's the meaning of Professor Wang thanking a bunch of dishes? Are you reciting dish names? Are you going to perform stand-up comedy? Is Professor Wang Ziliang overworked and starting to talk nonsense? The reporters were baffled, but everyone involved in the research and development had a strange gleam in their eyes. Yes, if there was one thing they remembered most vividly from this period of research and development, it was the dishes prepared by Little Kid, a nickname for a colleague. Little Kid took care of all their meals. Whenever they were facing difficulties and feeling emotionally exhausted, Little Kid's dishes were like sunlight piercing through the clouds, quickly lifting the atmosphere in the lab and revitalizing their stagnant minds. It's fair to say that without Little Kid's dishes, they couldn't have solved the wireless charging problem in such a short time. Everyone's memory of this period of struggle is filled with the aroma of various delicious foods. Looking back, although this period was tiring, it was actually the happiest time of my life. CFA sighed, recalling the research and development process. Senior Xia, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Lu Tao, sitting next to CFA, chuckled. Lu Tao, an undergraduate student involved in wireless charging research and development, had her brain working at full capacity every day, and even now she still felt a throbbing pain in her temples. For Lu Tao, this period, though wonderful and unforgettable, was something she would never want to experience again. Is that an exaggeration? CFA rolled his eyes at Lu Tao. Think about it, in the future, when will we ever have the chance to eat the ever-changing dishes that Kid Brother brings us without having to queue? You know how Kid Brother sets up his stall. What he sells isn't based on what customers need, but entirely on his mood. Chili oil with 5 fortune dumplings, supreme fried rice with white jade crucian carp soup, roast goose leg with jujube cake. Are you sure you'll be able to eat these combinations in the future? CFA's words stunned Lu Tao. Yes, Liang sells snacks, and the only product that never changes is the roast goose leg. The rest of the dishes depend entirely on his mood, and most of the time he's introducing new items. The kid's signature hodgepodge dish, with its diverse fare, was only available during the research and development phase when the kid went to great lengths to deliver 3 meals a day plus a late-night snack. Thinking of this, Lu Tao felt a pang of loss, even a little sad. What's that saying? You don't appreciate what you have until it's gone, and then you regret it too late. Little kid. Thanks, mint cake. Everything connects, everything connects. I'm not crazy, my deduction was right. I want the editor-in-chief to apologize to me. As Lu Tao and CFA reminisced about the delicious food, a reporter next to them suddenly jumped up, his hands trembling slightly. It was Zhou Dongwei, a reporter from the City Life Daily. When Kyoto University began developing its 5th-generation maglev train, Zhou Dongwei, with his keen news sense, dug up the inside story and discovered Liang. However, he was criticized by the editor-in-chief as soon as he published the front-page headline, and later lost his position as chief reporter. Zhou Dongwei had once fallen into self-doubt, but now, Wang Ziliang's special thanks clearly connected all the facts. There must be a factor behind Kyoto University's development of wireless charging technology patents. What's wrong with you? You're blocking my camera, you know that? Malicious competition from a fellow journalist, huh? Drag him out, drag him out. Soon, Zhou Dongwei was mistaken for a troublemaker by his fellow reporters and was dragged out of the venue. Lu Tao and CFA exchanged glances, then shrugged in unison. The fatigue of the past few days hadn't driven them crazy, but a reporter had. That night, Kyoto University shone brightly, shaking the entire nation. Just as Zhou Dongwei had thought, without Liang's bowl of white jade crucian carp soup, perhaps Professor Wang wouldn't have chosen to confront the US head-on and develop the patent. Without Liang's daily culinary support, perhaps Kyoto University wouldn't have been able to develop the wireless charging patent so quickly. However, Liang, one of the driving forces behind the scenes, slept soundly that night, far from the media clamor. The next morning, Liang arrived at the medical lab as usual, bringing a feast for everyone. Everyone who was tidying up the lab was pleasantly surprised. They had thought Liang wouldn't come back after the research ended, but he arrived right on time, carrying spicy chicken, roasted goose leg, and white jade crucian carp soup. While everyone was enjoying the food, Liang cleared his throat and said, everyone, my dad and I might be taking a vacation for a while. What? Lu Tao, with a goose leg in her mouth, suddenly looked up. A vacation? To be honest, it's quite normal for a food stall vendor to take a vacation. Everyone needs rest, right? However, since Liang started his stall, everyone had gotten used to looking forward to his food every day. The fact that he was leaving so suddenly was hard for them to accept. Young man, you can't take leave. If you're tired, you can sell only 100 goose legs a day, 50 would be fine too. At least leave us something to look forward to. Immediately, someone pleaded with him to stay. I understand everyone's eagerness, but people need to rest when they're tired. Young man is still young, so let's not force him. Before Liang could speak, Professor Wang stepped in to smooth things over. He walked over to Liang with a smile and suddenly lowered his voice, saying, Young man, as a VIP customer of Li's roasted goose legs, I should have some privileges, right? You mean? Liang frowned. If you're still in Kyoto during your vacation, could you take some member orders? Professor Wang swallowed hard and chuckled dryly. Just make them and I'll pick them up myself. Liang thought for a moment and nodded. Professor Wang, I'll accept member orders if I have some free time. So far, Li's roasted goose legs only has 4 members. It wouldn't be a problem to roast some goose legs for Professor Wang and the others during his vacation. That's fine then. Professor Wang coughed and straightened his back. Alright, everyone can go home now. We can wait until the kid's finished resting before he comes. It's not right for a bunch of adults to beg for food from a kid every day. Professor Wu's expression changed, then his eyes widened suddenly. He pointed at Professor Wang and said, You old man, you're a member? Did the kid agree to take member orders during your vacation? Upon hearing Professor Wu's words, everyone understood. Who didn't know that Professor Wang was obsessed with the kids' food? Despite his age, Professor Wang was incredibly skilled at grabbing mint cakes during research and development. Even the younger students struggled to outdo him. But now, Professor Wang was urging everyone not to try and keep the young guy, clearly indicating he already had a backup plan. That's outrageous. Old Wang, let me tell you, if you really get the membership order, you have to share the roast goose leg with me, Professor Wu immediately declared. Several professors nearby echoed his sentiments. A bead of cold sweat dripped down Professor Wang's forehead. Are you kidding me? With so many professors present, if everyone took a bite, would he even have any left? Ouch, I need to pee. Professor Wang suddenly yelled, then took off running. Old one, stop right there. Professor Wu was startled, then quickly gave chase with his men. This was a matter between the older professors. Although the students also wanted a piece of Professor Wang's pie, they ultimately didn't dare to make a move. Lu Tao narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting to Xie Fei, who stood calmly to the side. Senior Xie, I remember you have a membership card too, right? This. Xie Fei's expression changed abruptly. What do you guys want? I'm telling you, don't come any closer. I have a membership card, but I'm not sharing it with you. Humph. Zhang Shan and Li Si also have membership cards, why aren't you chasing them? Hey Xie, are you trying to cause trouble? Soon, Xie Fei, Zhang Shan, and Li Si, the three original members, scattered and fled, while the students formed groups to block them. However, everyone, whether students or professors, had smiles on their faces. After spending these past few days together, working together to create brilliance, it would be a lie to say there wasn't some camaraderie. This special time was enough to become a testament to their friendship and everyone's memories. You guys play first, I won't disturb you. While everyone was playing around, Liang seized the opportunity and ran away. Soon, Kyoto University fan groups, the SMTH BBS, and even Kyoto University of Agriculture received notices of Liang's leave of absence. This caused a huge uproar. How could Liang not come? What the hell, who's going to make up for the missing goose leg? Initially, relations between Kyoto University and Mizuki University had eased somewhat after Professor Wang Ziliang's press conference last night, but the two universities quickly erupted into a war of words. Both sides felt that the other's negligence caused Xiao Ji, Liang's nickname, to overwork and take a vacation. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, a number of people from Kyoto Agricultural University unexpectedly joined the fray. The fans of Kyoto Agricultural University's Five Blessings dumplings were heartbroken. At least Liang had set up a stall near Kyoto University and Mizuki University quite a bit before his vacation, but from Kyoto Agricultural University, Liang had only set up a stall twice with Lu Yue and Lu Tao. Who could they complain to? Xiaoang, I think this car is better. The pickup truck's cargo bed is big enough, it'll be perfect for grocery shopping. It'll be useful for setting up a stall too. It can carry more than our tricycle and old van. By the way, how much gas does this truck use? In the Ford's dealership, the salesperson looked at the father and son who had just entered, somewhat bewildered. They had their eye on a new Ford Raptor, which costs nearly $1,000,000. These guys actually want to drive it to the market to buy groceries? What's going on? Is setting up a food stall this profitable now? Then let's take this one. Liang nodded thoughtfully. This morning, after announcing the holiday to his students, Liang brought Li Xiangdong to the Ford's dealership. They're moving soon, so buying a new car will make the move much easier. He had originally wanted a car with good safety features, and in some ways, the Ford Raptor did meet that requirement. You're buying it. Oh, how do I pay? The salesperson snapped out of his daze. Regardless of what the buyer intended to use the car for, making a sale was all that mattered. However, what happened next left the salesperson completely bewildered. It wasn't the father who paid, but a child who looked only 8 or 9 years old. After the child paid, the father was overjoyed, dancing and touching everything in the car, even honking the horn and startling a passerby, who quickly got out to apologize. This salesperson had been doing this for 5 or 6 years, and he'd seen fathers and sons buying cars many times. But this father and son seemed reversed. It was hard to tell which was the father and which was the son. Could it be one of those father-son soul-swapping plots you often see in movies or novels? Don't be surprised, it's very possible. Finally, all the formalities were completed, affixed with temporary license plates, and Li Xiangdong, with Liang waving goodbye to the salesperson, drove off to choose a house. After some thought, Liang still felt that renting was better than buying a house right now. Liang had over 30 million yuan, which was no small sum. However, in reality, Liang only had about 10 million yuan readily available. After all, Liang couldn't reveal that he had a system account. If he really spent over 10 million or 20 million yuan on a house, it would be impossible to explain. Moreover, in Kyoto, where land is incredibly expensive, it would be difficult to buy a house that Liang was satisfied with 10 million yuan. Therefore, Liang directly decided to rent. If he was satisfied with the place, he could buy it from the landlord when he became wealthy. He had already chosen a location. Nakashi Academy, on the outskirts of a wealthy area in downtown Kyoto. While Zhongcheng Academy isn't exactly a top-tier luxury residence, it's still a pure villa community, a truly upscale neighborhood with an impeccable environment. A detached villa here, with a usable area of over 300 square meters, rents for 200,000 yuan a month. 10 million yuan would be more than enough to cover it, and you wouldn't have to worry about renovations. You could move in immediately. Accompanied by a real estate agent, Liang and Li Xiangdong drove their Ford Raptor around the entire community. Li Xiangdong was completely stunned from the moment he entered. It's hard to imagine that such a community exists in the world. The environment here is even better than a park. Small bridges, flowing water, artificial hills, greenery, and blue brick white walls. The buildings and courtyards built along the water's edge largely solved the problem of Kyoto's dry environment. With a mosquito-proof system, there wasn't much to worry about in the summer. Even better, the landlord was a cooking enthusiast. He had a large area dedicated to cooking, fully equipped with all sorts of utensils, almost like a restaurant kitchen. Renting a place for 1,000 yuan a month, the landlord might be difficult to deal with, finding fault with everything. But renting a place for 200,000 yuan a month, the landlord would be all smiles. In a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Liang and the landlord signed a 1-year lease, handing over 2 million yuan, and the landlord left happily. Li Xiangdong strolled around the villa a few times before finally settling down on the soft sofa. Looking at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, Li Xiangdong pinched his cheek. He loved reading novels about super-rich people and occasionally fantasized about their lives in his spare time. However, even in his wildest fantasies, he couldn't afford such a mansion. The house was decorated in a modern yet traditional style, exuding elegance. Some antique calligraphy and paintings hung inside, left behind by the landlord. They were probably fakes, but they added a touch of culture to the room. With a house like this, why would you worry about not getting into Tsinghua University's Wudaoka College? Li Xiangdong exclaimed, and Liang almost slipped and fell. Unexpectedly, Li Xiangdong's thoughts after touring the mansion were like this. It seems that reforming Li Xiangdong's thinking still requires more effort. By the way, brat. Li Xiangdong suddenly remembered something, his smile fading, and he said seriously, I'm not even old yet, and you've already bought me another house and a car. Consider this money a debt I owe you. Li Ang was stunned. My father, always so proud and strong-willed. When he wanted to buy the Ford Raptor, Li Xiangdong vehemently opposed it upon hearing the price. He knew his son could easily afford it, but he just didn't want him to spend the money. After all, only he, Li Xiangdong, could drive the car, his son wouldn't be able to. In Li Xiangdong's traditional mindset, parents are supposed to save money for their children. He hadn't even saved much, and Liang was throwing away millions like that, which made Li Xiangdong feel very resentful. Don't you believe me? Li Xiangdong sneered smugly. With your guidance, my roast goose leg business is booming. Making several thousand yuan a day is no problem, and I can pay back the debt. Otherwise, owing you money, it'd be a bit awkward to whip you with my belt. This, Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Li Xiangdong's thinking always exceeded Liang's imagination. The rental agreement was finalized in the afternoon. The father and son quickly furnished their RV and went home to move. There wasn't much to move from their old, cheap rental. A moving company could handle it all. However, as the family prepared to leave, the neighbors gathered around. Everyone knew this family was moving to a better neighborhood. Li Ang's face darkened. He had expected a scene of neighbors arguing over money, but to his surprise, aside from a new tenant who shamelessly asked for a loan and was refused, none of the longtime neighbors offered. Even widow Lu next door eagerly returned the fake pearl necklace Zhang Yawen had borrowed for her date a few days earlier, before Zhang Yawen left. The villagers warmly saw Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yawen off, which ironically made them both a little reluctant to leave their small, dilapidated house. Brother Li, take care. A young man from out of town, a good friend of Li Xiangdong, saw him off all the way to his building. His eyes lit up when he saw Li Xiangdong's Ford Raptor, and he waved enthusiastically, "Don't come back. You rascal." Li Xiangdong chuckled, "I'll be back in a few days to play chess with you, see if you've improved at all. Hee hee, I got a promotion and a raise. I might be moving out soon too, old Li, let's meet at a nice restaurant then, I'll treat you to a couple of drinks." Definitely. In the sunlight, the family of 3 drove off in their brand new Ford Raptor. The young man watched the car disappear on the horizon, a smile on his face. One day, I'll definitely buy a car as cool as Brother Li's. For the next period, Li Ang and his family of 3 enjoyed a leisurely time. Li Xiangdong cultivated a small vegetable garden in the villa's yard, happily tending to flowers and vegetables. Zhang Yan, accompanied by Liang, strolled around the neighborhood, quickly getting to know many older women, a skill Liang greatly admired. Of course, although Liang was nominally on vacation, he wasn't entirely idle. Professor Wang and Xiafei, among others, would occasionally message Liang to order roasted goose legs, and Qian Hengfei repeatedly requested that Liang continue making chili oil to deliver to Desheng restaurant. Therefore, Liang spent 1 or 2 hours a day busy in the kitchen, preparing the dishes, which Li Xiangdong then delivered. Finally, the surgery date arrived. Accompanied by Liang and Li Xiangdong, Zhang Yan underwent surgery at Kyoto University Hospital. This surgery garnered national and even global attention. After all, this was the first formal clinical treatment of a 5th-generation magnetically levitated heart. The hospital entrance was packed with reporters, all waiting to witness this historic moment in medical history. However, for Liang and Li Xiangdong, they didn't care about the significance of the surgery, nor did they care whether it would usher in a new era for artificial hearts. The father and son paced anxiously outside the operating room, hoping only that Zhang Yan would emerge safely. After half a day of surgery, Zhang Yan was wheeled out of the operating room. The anesthesia hadn't completely worn off, and Zhang Yan was somewhat disoriented after leaving the operating room, repeatedly muttering the names of Liang and Li Xiangdong. After a while, Zhang Yan stared at the doctor's white coat and blurted out, "Your white coat is ripped at the seams, do you need it repaired? 5 yuan. Well, even in her disoriented state, Zhang Yan was thinking about needlework, she just couldn't stay still. Fortunately, Zhang Yawen regained full consciousness half an hour later. Professor Wang and the others, emerging from the operating room, delivered good news to Liang and his son, Li Xiangdong. The surgery was unexpectedly successful. The 5th-generation magnetically levitated heart was almost a perfect match for Zhang Yawen. From now on, the 5th-generation levitated heart will act as an indestructible armor, protecting Zhang Yawen's heart health. The 5th-generation magnetically levitated heart has a small incision, rapid recovery, and an extremely long battery life. It is conservatively estimated that a second surgery to replace the battery will not be needed for 70 years. By then, with advancements in medicine, battery replacement will be a minor surgery. It can be said that this surgery is almost a permanent solution. Zhang Yawen will return to her former energetic self. Professor Wang and the others went to deal with media interviews, while Li Xiangdong and Liang stayed with Zhang Yawen in a private hospital room. Outside, the media was giving extensive coverage to the success of the artificial heart surgery, while the father and son quietly awaited Zhang Yawen's recovery in the hospital room. 3 days later, Zhang Yan was able to get out of bed and walk around, and accept visits. This day was quite lively. Early in the morning, in addition to Professor Wang, who came every day to check on her recovery, Professor Wu and Lu Dokwen arrived. If it weren't for the visitor limit being set for Zhang Yawen's recovery, even more people would have come to visit. Although Zhang Yawen had lost weight since her surgery, she was in excellent spirits. After chatting and laughing with everyone for a while, she ate a large portion of the hospital cafeteria's nutritious boxed lunch. The hospital lunches are quite good, but I'd like to try my son's cooking tonight. Zhang Yawen put down her chopsticks, glanced at Lu Tao and the others, and smiled. Professor Wu had said he had something to do in the afternoon and was about to leave when Zhang Yawen suddenly said this. Professor Wu did a complete 180-degree turn and sat back down by the bedside as if dancing. If Brother Xiao goes home to make patient meals and bring them over, then there will be no one to take care of Xiao Zhang. I'll stay here and keep her company. Li Xiangdong frowned, a little unhappy. Am I not human? However, he was stopped halfway through his sentence by a wink from Zhang Yawen. Li Ang sighed. He knew what his mother meant. Wanting to eat his food was secondary, the main issue was that Liang hadn't cooked for the past few days while staying at the hospital. Zhang Yawen, seeing the expressions on Professor Wu and the others' faces, knew they had been craving Liang's cooking for a long time. She was using the excuse of cooking for patients to get Liang to satisfy their cravings. Alright, I'll go home and cook then. Li Ang nodded. Cooking one patient meal was the same as cooking 10, it wouldn't take him much effort. Seeing Liang agree, Professor Wang simply stayed in the ward. Liang rode in Li Xiangdong's car back to the detached villa at Zhongcheng Academy. Liang first took a bath to relieve the fatigue of staying at the hospital, then got dressed and went to the kitchen. In the spacious and bright kitchen, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains of the French windows, casting dappled shadows of the leaves from the yard. The cooking conditions were far superior to their previous cheap rented room. Liang stretched, pondering the patient meal he would prepare for lunch. Zhang Yan had largely returned to normal life by now, undergoing various rehabilitation exercises and taking supplements at the hospital, so her nutrition was definitely not lacking. Instead of focusing on nutritional supplements, it would be better to let mom enjoy a delicious meal. With this in mind, Liang decided on the patient meal for lunch. Braised pork knuckle. A fragrant, braised pork knuckle topped with steaming rice, drizzled with braising sauce, and garnished with a few greens. Hey, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. This braised pork knuckle would surely help Zhang Yan regain much of the weight she lost during surgery. With this in mind, Liang quickly recalled the recipes for braised pork knuckle from the God of Cookery cookbook, and then began ordering the ingredients. The residents of Zhongcheng Academy are all wealthy and influential, almost every household has a live-in nanny to handle daily chores like grocery shopping. Even those without nannies have property management staff to take care of these tasks. Therefore, Liang didn't bother Kyoto Agricultural University, he simply called the property management and ordered 20 jin, approximately 10 kilograms, of pork hock. A short while later, a representative from the property management delivered the pork hock, wrapped in plastic wrap. Ninkin native flour pig foreleg. Quality, purple, precious. Comment: the native Sichuan-style pig is a superior breed in my country, known for its tender meat and low fat content. Its foreleg is an excellent ingredient for making braised dishes. In this high-end residential area, the property management doesn't care about money when purchasing for residents, they buy whatever is of the best quality. After paying, Liang placed the pork knuckle on the cutting board and used a blowtorch to singe off the remaining pig hair. After removing all the remaining pig hair, Liang carefully washed the pork knuckle with clean water. Kid, developing a new dish again? Li Xiangdong came out after showering and saw Liang working on the pork knuckle, curiously approaching. Dad, you want to learn my cooking skills? Liang glanced sideways at Li Xiangdong as he placed the braised pork knuckle from the sink onto the cutting board. Li Xiangdong was momentarily speechless. Ever since Liang bought the house and car, Li Xiangdong would frequently peek over whenever Liang was cooking. At first, Liang didn't pay much attention, but later he understood. Li Xiangdong had said that the money Liang spent on the car and rent was borrowed from him, and this wasn't a joke. Li Xiangdong was trying to learn the cooking techniques to enrich the menu of Li's roasted goose leg and pay off his debt as soon as possible. However, to be honest, unless Li Xiangdong possessed a culinary recipe book like Liang, with every detail of every technique imprinted in his mind by a system, progress would be very slow even with talent, relying solely on this kind of learning. Many renowned chefs dedicate 10 years, or even a lifetime, to perfecting a single dish, striving for perfection. Many aspects of cooking techniques and temperature control require long periods of immersion to develop intuition, allowing one to cook with divine inspiration. This is one of the biggest differences between master chefs and ordinary professional cooks. Liang shook his head, not pointing out Li Xiangdong's mistake. He rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a while, rummaged through the refrigerator, and then called the property management to order some more ingredients. After hanging up, Liang used a cleaver to cut open the skin of the clean pork knuckle, making incisions for later marinating and removing any unpleasant odors. He placed the cut pork knuckle in a large porcelain bowl, added water, cooking wine, ginger slices, and scallions, and poured it directly into a pot. He turned on high heat. As the water boiled, the aroma of scallions and ginger filled the air, and a considerable amount of white foam rose to the surface. Liang patiently skimmed off the foam while chopping more scallions and ginger slices. Liang placed sliced ginger and chopped scallions into a plate, then added bay leaves, cinnamon, fennel seeds, angelica root, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise. Finally, Liang also added dried red chilies to the spices. The sheer volume of spices was almost comparable to chili oil. Actually, a typical home-style braised pork knuckle doesn't require so many spices, but Liang, naturally, aimed for the ultimate flavor. Liang multitasked, blanching the pork knuckle while preparing the various spices. Li Xiangdong watched with bated breath, eventually abandoning his act and casually filming with his phone so he could learn later. After about 3 minutes, the scum had noticeably decreased. Liang skimmed off the scum one last time, then turned the pork knuckle over and simmered it for another 5 minutes. Then, Liang took a new pot, added peanut oil and rock sugar, and stirred it continuously with a spatula. Li Xiangdong nodded slightly. He knew this step. It was called caramelizing sugar, used to color food. When the sugar and oil had mixed to a caramel color, and the air felt sweet, Liang poured in all the spices he had prepared earlier. Splash! The sweetness and the aroma of the spices mingled, creating an enticing fragrance. Li Xiangdong couldn't help but swallow, his mind drifting slightly as he imagined the final taste of the braised pork knuckle. Ding dong! The doorbell rang outside. Li Xiangdong looked out the glass window and saw a property management staff member carrying a large bag ringing the doorbell. Beside the staff member, a little boy, slightly younger than Liang, peered curiously inside. Seeing Li Xiangdong's gaze, the boy quickly looked away and ran off. Dad, can you get my order? Liang said to Li Xiangdong without looking up, as he stir-fried spices. Li Xiangdong muttered something and slipped on his slippers as he went out the door. This thing is really heavy. Li Xiangdong lifted the large bag. It contained sealed stock. Braised pork knuckle requires stock. Liang had originally planned to make it himself, but calculating the time, he realized it wouldn't be enough, so he opted to have someone buy it directly from a large restaurant. Perfect timing. Now that the spices and caramel coloring were ready, Liang poured the stock directly into the pot. The broth was of good quality, milky white in color, turning a light brown when mixed with the dark brown caramel, and exuding a meaty aroma. Liang turned up the heat, stirring the broth as he added dark soy sauce and salt. Suddenly, he looked up at Li Xiangdong and said, Dad, actually, beginners or those making this braised pork knuckle at home don't need broth. You can use concentrated broth cubes, or even just boiled water. Brewed broth is expensive and time-consuming, it's not worth it for practice. Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, then his expression changed slightly, and he said dryly, You brat, why are you telling me this? Liang ignored the arrogant Li Xiangdong. After the broth boiled completely, he added the cooked pork knuckle and broth to a large pressure cooker, added a little white wine, and set the timer for 60 minutes. Liang glanced into the yard. Actually, there was a large earthenware pot in the yard. It would be perfect for stewing pork hot there, but considering time constraints, he'd have to try it another time. Liang didn't know if the landlord was a good cook, but the house certainly had a lot of kitchen utensils. Wait! Liang's gaze fell on the fence outside the yard, where a little boy was tiptoeing and peeking out. Seeing Liang, the little boy blushed and shrank back inside. This little boy, wasn't he sneaking around the yard entrance when the property management came to deliver the broth? What's he doing? This little guy isn't eyeing my vegetable garden, is he? Li Xiangdong also noticed the little boy again. He simply opened the gate and waved to him. Sweetie, just tell me what vegetables you want, I'll pack them up and let you take them home. The vegetables in the yard were just for fun for Li Xiangdong. He didn't mind sharing with the neighbors. It was clear the little boy was about to run away again upon seeing the burly, dark-skinned Li Xiangdong, but this time he overcame his fear and mustered his courage to ask, "Uncle, are you cooking? It smells so good." Li Xiangdong chuckled. It turned out the little boy was craving Liang's braised pork knuckle. Li Xiangdong went outside and took a closer look at the boy. He was a robust-looking boy with slightly tan skin, clearly a lively and mischievous fellow who had spent a lot of time running around outside. To be honest, the little boy was quite to Li Xiangdong's liking. "We're cooking at home, but it's not finished yet. Come back in an hour." "An hour? That's 60 minutes. Uncle, I'll come back in 60 minutes. The little boy calculated, then waved to Li Xiangdong and ran off excitedly. "The pork knuckle I made, you gave it to someone else." Liang rolled his eyes at Li Xiangdong as he entered the house. "Hey, I'll just let him try mine." Li Xiangdong waved his hand and laughed. "Hey, I'm so imposing, and you, besides your height and nose, you're just like your mother, all pretty and delicate." Liang was speechless. Pretty and delicate is a compliment, why does Li Xiangdong use it like a derogatory term? Besides, a son resembling his mother is so rare. "You mean my mom isn't good looking?" Liang said casually. "I'll tell her later." "You brat." Li Xiangdong's expression changed, his fierceness masking his inner fear. Beep beep, beep beep. Liang and Li Xiangdong were watching a movie in the living room when suddenly, Liang's smartwatch rang. The movie was at an exciting part, and although Liang was reluctant to leave, he quickly stood up and rushed to the kitchen. Click! The pressure cooker lid was opened, and a plume of white steam rose up. Following it was an irresistible aroma. Goodness! Liang almost lost his balance. It smells amazing. Compared to chili oil, if the aroma of chili oil is hot, bold, and mouth-watering, then the rich meaty aroma of this braised pork knuckle provides immense satisfaction with just one bite. In the pot, the entire pork knuckle had turned a caramel red, covered with a glistening film of oil under the sunlight. Undoubtedly, after an hour of simmering, the rich broth and braising sauce had completely permeated the skin and meat. With a poke of his chopsticks, the entire pork knuckle trembled slightly, a sign it was perfectly tender from stewing. Ding! Braised pork knuckle. Creator Liang. Quality Golden Legend. Evaluation Creator Liang has done his utmost to make this braised pork knuckle perfect. The ingredient preparation and cooking techniques are impeccable. Triggered special effect critical hit. Special effect of the dish: consuming this dish will slightly restore the consumer's stamina and slightly boost their immunity. Appropriate amounts of oil and sufficient protein are essential for boosting immunity. If you don't get enough oil, protein, and carbohydrates, then no amount of health supplements will help. Liang smiled with satisfaction. It seems his cooking skills have improved quite a bit. Although he used a pressure cooker, the system still gave it a Golden Legend rating. Liang picked up a large piece of soft, tender pork knuckle skin and succulent meat with his chopsticks without much effort. As he put it in his mouth, Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "So fragrant." The skin practically melted in his mouth. A gentle bite revealed slightly soft, tender fat followed by firmer lean meat. The lean meat, though slightly chewy, wasn't tough. It melted in his mouth along with the juices effortlessly. Liang's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the entire mouthful of fragrant braised pork knuckle. Whether it was an illusion or not, Liang felt a warm, comfortable sensation in his lower abdomen. "Hey, look how pleased you are, kid." Li Xiangdong chuckled as he approached, picked up his chopsticks, and tried a piece. Since he was going to learn the recipe, he needed to know what the correct way to make braised pork knuckle tasted like and set that as his goal. After finishing the piece, Li Xiangdong stared blankly for a while, then felt a pang of melancholy. What the hell was wrong with his son's brain? How could he make braised pork knuckle so delicious? When Li Xiangdong's goose leg stall was doing well, he would occasionally invite a few neighbors and friends to enjoy some braised food with drinks. But no matter how many decades-old stalls or street vendors had their braised pork hocks cooked by master chefs, none could compare to Liang's in terms of taste and flavor. It's fair to say that Liang's braised pork hock fulfilled all of Li Xiangdong's fantasies about braised food. "Uncle! Uncle?" A faint sound drifted in through the window. Li Xiangdong looked up and saw the little boy who had been lingering at the door not long ago running back to the gate. Li Xiangdong smiled slightly, licked his lips, cut a fist-sized piece of pork knuckle with a cleaver, put it in a small bowl, poured a spoonful of broth over it, and handed it to Li Ang. "Kid, take this pork knuckle to that little boy. I promised him, he has to try it." Seeing Liang's worried expression, as if he wanted to refuse, Li Xiangdong raised an eyebrow. "You brat, what's wrong with going?" A boy can't live without knowing a few buddies. If you let him try this pork knuckle, he'll definitely consider you his big brother. Go, go. Liang was somewhat helpless. Liang understood Li Xiangdong's intentions perfectly. Their family had only recently moved into Zhongcheng Academy. Apart from Zhang Yan knowing a few neighbors, Li Xiangdong and Liang knew almost no one. As a little kid, it's natural to want to make some playmates in the neighborhood. Not only will it keep you from being lonely when you run around, but you can also look after each other. Li Xiangdong just wanted Liang to get to know some familiar faces. The problem is, Liang has no interest in socializing with kids his own age. It's pure torture. Liang was extremely unwilling, but under Li Xiangdong's urging, he could only grab the pork knuckle and head out the door. Wow! The little boy's eyes lit up when he saw Liang carrying the pork knuckle, but when he met Liang's gaze, he grinned foolishly. What are you laughing at? Liang had a bit of a headache. Children's minds are the hardest to fathom. Here, take it. Eat slowly, it's hot. Liang had just handed over the small bowl, not even handing over the chopsticks, when the little boy grabbed the pork knuckle and stuffed it into his mouth. Although he cried out in pain from the heat, he kept mumbling, "So delicious." Liang's lips twitched slightly. Given how quickly he was swallowing the meat, Liang seriously suspected he'd only tasted after it was completely inside his stomach. After finishing the braised pork knuckle, the little boy smacked his lips and exclaimed excitedly, "Little brother, this meat you cooked is absolutely delicious. I can't cook yet. I have to tell all the kids in the neighborhood that I've got a master chef as my little brother." Liang frowned. "You called me little brother? Putting aside the fact that I treated you to meat, you should at least call me big brother, right?" The little boy paused, then grinned, and said, "Okay, then you'll be my big brother. My name is Xiang Fihu, and you can call me Tiger from now on." Liang was taken aback. "Wow, you're quite adaptable. Children's thinking is quick and agile, it's indeed difficult to predict with adult thinking." Speaking of which, Xiang Fihu, Bear Flying Tiger, is quite a grand name, fitting for the little boy's chubby face. "Oh, right, big brother, please accept this." Tiger suddenly realized something, quickly took off his light blue backpack embroidered with a space shuttle, pulled out a yellow box, and stuffed it into Liang's hand. Liang chuckled, "You're giving me a gift." "Of course. As brothers, what's mine is yours." Little Tiger patted his chest, making a loud thud. "Besides, my grandpa said you can't just take things for free." It's clear that Little Tiger's elders are quite generous and magnanimous. Liang weighed the yellow box in his hand. It was barely bigger than his palm and quite light. "By the way, what were you smiling at me for earlier?" Liang couldn't help but ask. "Well," Tiger's face flushed slightly, "to be honest, bro, you look just like the main character, incredibly handsome." As he spoke, Tiger took out his phone and played a domestic 3D animated film for Liang. Liang glanced at it. He had to admit, the anime's main character was handsome and dashing, and did bear a striking resemblance to Liang. "Who told me to have a model's face?" Liang thought to himself, then his own face started to burn. Clatter, clatter. Liang shook the gift Tiger had given him. Just as he was about to open it, Li Xiangdong came out of the house. Seeing Li Xiangdong, Tiger swallowed hard and asked, "Boss, is your dad one of those cold-blooded killers in the movies who can take down an entire street?" Liang paused, then couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Tiger was always a little afraid of Li Xiangdong. He thought Li Xiangdong looked too fierce? From Liang's perspective, Li Xiangdong did look quite imposing, but there wasn't a murderous aura between his brows. He wasn't exactly a menacing figure. "Dad, Tiger's asking if you're a killer?" Liang teased. Hearing Liang's question, Tiger shuddered and quickly turned and ran. It seemed as if Li Xiangdong would grab him by the neck at any moment, sneering, "Heh, since you've seen through my true identity, I won't let you live." It has to be said, kids really should watch less cartoons. On the other side, Li Xiangdong watched Hu Ziyi run away, somewhat confused. An assassin? What kind of assassin? The goose-killing assassin? What's this? Li Xiangdong shook his head, his gaze falling on the yellow box in Liang's hand. "Hu Ziyi gave this to me, saying it was a gift in exchange for pork knuckle." Liang struggled to pry open the yellow box. It was sealed quite tightly, and it wouldn't open without considerable force. "Haha, not bad, kid, you've already made friends," Li Xiangdong said with a smile. His original goal was simply for Liang to make some playmates in the neighborhood, and Liang was making good progress, even accepting the gift. Judging by the appearance, it probably contained some small toys, right? Snap! The yellow box was finally pried open, and Liang was dumbfounded when he saw what was inside. Ding! 20-year-old wild ginseng. Quality, purple, precious. Inside the yellow box, on a red velvet cushion, lay an old wild ginseng root, still covered in a little dirt. "Oh, here's a piece of ginger for you," Li Xiangdong said with a smile. "Dad, this isn't ginger, this is old wild ginseng." Liang gently picked up the ginseng and examined it. Old wild ginseng, ginseng. Li Xiangdong exclaimed in surprise, this thing must be worth several hundred yuan. Several hundred yuan? More than that. Old wild ginseng is a precious medicinal herb, and its market price isn't high. When the market is good, this kind of old wild ginseng is sold by the gram, and 1 gram can sell for several hundred yuan. Although Liang couldn't judge the quality of ginseng, since the system had identified it as purple quality, its appearance was definitely excellent. The old ginseng in his hand felt light, probably only 3 or 4 ounces, but even such a small piece would cost at least 5 figures. Maybe it could even reach 6 figures? How to judge the quality of ginseng? Lu, Yu, Su, Ti, Su. Thick at the top and thin at the bottom, like a trumpet flower, that's good quality. Li Xiangdong frowned, searching for methods to identify old ginseng. After a short while, Li Xiangdong realized that the price of this ginseng was far higher than he had imagined, but he had no idea how much higher. Kid, we can't accept something so expensive, we have to return it, Li Xiangdong hurriedly said to Li Ang. Although his family was wealthy now, Li Xiangdong was still quite unsettled by receiving such an expensive gift. Liang also wanted to return it, but Hu Ziyi had vanished without a trace. Where could they find him? This ginseng was probably taken by Hu Ziyi behind his family's back. Once his family loses it, they should come looking for it. We just need to keep it safe. After a moment's hesitation, Liang comforted the anxious Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong nodded, that was all they could do. Then, Li Xiangdong picked up his phone and sent a lost and found message to the property management about the ginseng, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Li Ang smiled wryly. This tiger, he's always getting himself into trouble. Working until after 11 a.m., Liang had finished preparing all 20 jin, approximately 10 kilograms, of braised pork knuckles ordered. Liang carried 2 large stainless steel buckets, filled them with the pork knuckles and broth, sealed the lids with plastic wrap, and also prepared a bucket of fragrant rice. He and Li Xiangdong then loaded everything into the back of the Ford Raptor. Li Xiangdong stepped on the gas, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Respected resident, take care. Security guard Xiao Lu opened the gate for Li Xiangdong, watching the Ford Raptor drive away. At the same time, a rich aroma wafted into Xiao Liu's nose. That resident's car is carrying braised pork knuckles. Where is he taking so many braised pork knuckles? Security guard Xiao Liu's nose twitched suddenly. Braised pork knuckles. He loved this dish the most, so even though Liang had sealed the large bucket containing the braised pork knuckle, he still smelled it immediately. However, even if he loved pork knuckle, he couldn't bring himself to ask the landlord directly, and could only watch Li Xiangdong's Ford Raptor drive away. This family must be a master chef. Security guard Xiao Lu muttered, but can a chef afford a house in this central city academy? Xiao Lu, you're being superficial, the security captain, Lao Su, chuckled and patted Xiao Liu's shoulder. Chefs make a lot of money. Famous chefs can charge tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, for a single meal. This family, able to make such fragrant pork knuckle, might have 1 knuckle worth a year's salary for you. Hearing the security captain's words, Xiao Lu shuddered. He suddenly felt that he had gained something by inhaling the aroma of the pork knuckle earlier. Work hard, and hopefully I can eat this level of braised pork knuckle soon. About half an hour later, Li Xiangdong and Liang pushed a cart carrying the braised pork knuckle and rice to Zhang Yuan's ward. Whoosh! As soon as Liang entered the room, Professor Wang, Professor Wu, and Lu Tao all stood up, staring intently at the several large buckets Liang pushed in. Hey kid, what's this? So much. Zhang can't finish it, can she? Liang smiled slightly, deliberately ignoring Professor Wang and the others, and instead lifted the lid of a bucket, revealing the braised pork knuckle. I'm going out for a bit. Professor Wu paused for a moment, then calmly walked out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, Professor Wu swallowed hard. Goodness, this braised pork knuckle smelled so good that Professor Wu almost lost his composure. This is definitely a hearty dish. Gurgle. Professor Wu's stomach started rumbling. Composing himself, he quickly returned to the ward. Liang first ladled out a bowl of rice, then placed a large piece of braised pork knuckle on top, followed by a spoonful of broth. The rice instantly took on a light caramel color from the broth, looking incredibly tempting. Mom, try some. Liang handed the braised pork knuckle and rice to Zhang Yawen, whose eyes lit up. After tentatively taking a bite of the meat, Zhang Yawen immediately ate a large portion of rice. Son, you're amazing. Zhang Yawen gave Liang a thumbs up, offering a standard motherly compliment. For Zhang Yawen, the first reaction to such delicious food wasn't to revel in the flavor of the braised pork knuckle, but rather a surge of genuine pride in Li Ang. This braised pork knuckle was made by her son. Hey kid, you brought so much pork knuckle, you can't finish it all, can you? Yeah, kid, although Xiao Zhang has almost recovered, overeating isn't good. Watching Zhang Yawen eat the pork knuckle rice, Professor Wang and Professor Wu couldn't sit still any longer. Their mouths were watering so much that they could barely speak. How about, you two try some? Li Ang smiled. He wasn't going to keep them waiting. He'd brought so many pork knuckles specifically for Professor Wang and the others. Great! Professor Wang's eyes lit up. Before Liang could even get out the utensils, the group had already found bowls and chopsticks from somewhere and started serving themselves rice and pork knuckles. Those who can't finish it can take it back to school, Liang said with a smile. We'll try to save some. Lu Tao put on disposable gloves, picked up a pork knuckle, took a big bite, and tore off a large piece. Lu Tao hadn't intended to take that many bites, but the braised pork knuckle was so tender and juicy. With each bite, the skin, fat, and lean meat offered distinct textures, and the braising sauce burst forth from the plump meat. She quickly chewed a few times and swallowed, the flavor lingering on her lips and teeth. While the meat was still delicious, she quickly shoveled down several mouthfuls of rice, soaked in the broth but not too salty. The satisfaction and happiness were overwhelming. Slurp. Professor Wu, after taking a small bite of the pork knuckle, kept shoveling rice into his mouth. Professor Wu had a habit of saving the best parts of his meal for last. Just as he had finished half the rice and was about to take another bite of the pork knuckle, Professor Wang's chopsticks reached out. Old Wu, I didn't expect you to prefer rice to pork knuckle. Here, I'll eat the pork knuckle for you, and you eat the rice for me, we each get what we want. Professor Wang was joking with Professor Wu, but Professor Wu's expression suddenly changed, and he knocked Professor Wang's chopsticks away with one chopstick. Wang Ziliang, I'm warning you, joking is joking, but don't joke about pork knuckle. Professor Wang scoffed, you're full of platitudes, are you preparing for graduate school? Oh right, you already had a master's degree decades ago. However, seeing Professor Wu's strong reaction, Professor Wang didn't dare to tease him any further. Zhang Yan finished her bowl of pork knuckle rice and still wanted more, but considering her body had just recovered and her digestive capacity might not be sufficient, Liang could only agree to make pork knuckle rice again that evening. Everyone started getting their second bowls, and Li Xiangdong and Liang also prepared to eat lunch. The father and son filled 2 large bowls with braised pork knuckle and rice and began to eat, the clattering of rice filling the ward. Huoting, you absolutely have to help me with this. I really have no other way. Meanwhile, in the neurology clinic of the Kyoto City affiliated hospital, a young woman, Hu Lily, tearfully grasped the hand of her attending physician, Chen Huoting. Beside her stood an 18-year-old girl, emaciated and seemingly nothing but skin and bones. Hu Lily's daughter had stopped eating much a year ago after claiming she wanted to lose weight. 6 months later, she couldn't even eat plain rice porridge or fruit, forcing her to eat would cause her to gag and vomit. Hu Lily's daughter understood that this situation couldn't continue, but every time she wanted to eat, she was overwhelmed with anxiety and fear. Ultimately, she could only survive on intravenous glucose and nutrition. Now, at 1.65 meters tall, she weighs only a little over 60 kilograms, practically frail enough to be blown away by a gust of wind. Hu Lily had taken her daughter for checkups, but tests showed that her gastrointestinal motility and digestive enzymes were mostly normal. Desperate, Hu Lily swallowed her pride and approached her old classmate, Chen Huoting, hoping she could pull some strings and give her daughter a chance to recover at a major hospital. You most likely have anorexia. Yes, some doctors have said that. Hu Lily nodded repeatedly. Huoting, how do you treat anorexia? What kind of medicine can cure it? Chen Huoting tapped her fingers, feeling a slight pain in her temples. Anorexia isn't something that can be cured simply with medication. Besides neurological disorders, anorexia nervosa is largely caused by psychological factors, with some experts even classifying it as a subtype of anxiety disorder. In addition to medication, treatment often requires the assistance of a psychiatrist using cognitive therapy, behavioral therapy, and other psychotherapies. However, even with such extensive efforts, the cure rate for anorexia nervosa is not high. Let's go to the psychiatry department on the 2nd floor for an evaluation and some tests before determining the treatment plan, Chen Huoting said after a moment's thought, standing up. Come on, I'll take you there to speak with the head of the psychiatry department. Huoting, thank you so much. Why are you saying all this? We're old classmates. Back in school, we used to sneak snacks during class all the time. Hearing Dr. Chen Huoting reminisce about the past, Hu Lily's expression relaxed somewhat. She held the girl's hand tightly and said earnestly, Yu, don't worry, Mom will definitely help you recover and make sure you can eat heartily again. Hu Lighting and Chen Huoting led Wang Yu to the 2nd floor psychology department, chatting casually. Suddenly, Hu Lighting and Chen Huoting slowed their pace. What's that? It smells so good. This smells like braised pork knuckle? However, as a mother worried about her daughter, Hu Lighting didn't pay much attention. After a slight distraction, she continued discussing her daughter's condition with Chen Huoting. Soon, the two arrived at the psychology department. Knocking on the door, they found the head of the department, Xu Donghai, sitting at his desk. What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Xu Donghai glanced at Chen Huoting. They had collaborated on treatments before and were somewhat familiar with each other. Director Chu, this is my old classmate's child. I suspect she has anorexia, so I brought her here to have a look, Chen Huading said briefly. Anorexia, Xu Danhai frowned slightly. Where's the child? Chen Huading and Hu Lili were startled, and quickly turned around. There was no one behind them. Yu hadn't followed them at all. Oh no, my child didn't run away. Did she go to the rooftop? Hu Lili panicked, feeling dizzy and almost losing her balance. Most patients with anorexia don't have suicidal tendencies. Xu Danhai's face darkened. Theory aside, the loss of Hu Lili's daughter was still dangerous. Xu Danhai immediately got up and followed Chen Huading and Hu Lili along the way. Finally, the three stopped in front of an open hospital room. Looking at Wang Yu, who was sitting inside the room happily devouring a bowl of braised pork knuckle, Xu Danhai's eyelids twitched. You're trying to tell me this child has anorexia? This? Chen Huading was also stunned. Looking at Wang Yu's medical records and observing her physique, it was almost certain she had anorexia. But the problem was, does anorexia involve eating this much rice? She was shoveling rice away with more relish than Chen Huading herself. Yu, you're finally eating. Hu Lili's eyes welled up with tears, and she rushed forward to hug Wang Yu, sobbing uncontrollably. This mother's year-long psychological torment was finally released at this moment. Mom! Wang Yu swallowed a mouthful of rice, her face beaming with joy. When I passed by just now, this rice smelled especially delicious. Even though I knew I might throw up if I ate it, I just wanted to try it. That little friend gave me a bowl of braised pork knuckle rice. After eating it, I was so captivated by the aroma that I didn't feel like throwing up at all. Wang Yu's eyes shone brightly. During the year she suffered from anorexia, she felt her world had become bleak. But now, with the rich, delicious aroma of the braised pork knuckle rice, she felt revitalized, and the world became vibrant again. Little friend, was that you? Hu Lili looked at Liang beside her, then suddenly knelt down with a thud. Thank you. You saved my daughter. You saved my family. This startled Liang. Hu Lili looked several years older than Zhang Yan. How could she give him such a grand gesture? Liang hurriedly tried to help her up, but Li Xiangdong reacted quickly, reaching out and scooping Hu Lili up. Sister, there's no need to be so polite. It's just a bowl of rice. Our child needs to eat more in the future. Being picky about food won't do. Li Xiangdong didn't know what anorexia was. He just thought the girl was probably too picky about food, which was why she was so thin. Watching all this, Chen Huading swallowed hard. Director Chu, is it possible for braised pork knuckle to cure anorexia? Xu Danhai adjusted his glasses and pondered. Although it sounds like a fantasy, I have seen a few cases where delicious food cured anorexia. This might essentially be a form of exposure therapy. When the anxiety and fear a patient experiences after swallowing food are overshadowed by the excitement of enjoying the delicious flavor, it might trigger a cognitive shift in the patient's subconscious, thus unlocking their inner turmoil. You mean, this braised pork knuckle rice was so delicious that it healed Wang Yu's soul? Xu Danhai chuckled. You could understand it that simply, but this is just an isolated case, related to the patient's own psychological foundation. Not all anorexia can be cured by delicious food, otherwise, anorexia patients wouldn't suffer so much. However, on the other hand, it can't be purely attributed to Wang Yu's luck. For this braised pork knuckle rice to have such a miraculous effect, its deliciousness must be beyond reason, far better than ordinary braised pork knuckle rice available in the market. Otherwise, it couldn't have had such a powerful impact on the patient, enough to reverse their psychological barriers. As he spoke, Xu Danhai swallowed. He'd been busy all this time, but hadn't eaten yet. The aroma of the braised pork knuckle kept wafting into his nose. Xu Danhai was inwardly itching. As a doctor, with this miraculous case before him, he really wanted to find out what was so special about this braised pork knuckle that could bring about Wang Yu's recovery. And as a normal person, this braised pork knuckle smelled incredibly delicious, the kind that makes you unable to resist. It would be a shame not to try and get some of this delicacy. Director Chu, how about we? Chen Huading coughed lightly. I saw that there are still quite a few pork knuckles prepared in this patient's room. If they still have some use, that's fine, but if we make too many and can't finish them. Oh, you too. Xu Danhai immediately understood. Chen Huading wasn't the only one craving pork knuckle. The two walked in unison into the ward. Director Chu, is my daughter better? Has she recovered? As soon as they entered the ward, before Xu Danhai could even speak, Hu Lili turned around and greeted him with a smile. With Wang Yu's expression improving, Hu Lili's complexion also seemed to improve. Xu Danhai paused, then said seriously, you could say that recovery from anorexia is mostly non-linear and explosive. Observe her closely these next 2 days. If Wang Yu can eat normally, then it proves that her anorexia has been cured. Hu Lili nodded excitedly, while Xu Danhai swallowed hard, a little conflicted. Although he and Chen Huading had been captivated by the aroma of the braised pork knuckle and were determined to try it, the problem was that once they were in the patient's room, at this crucial moment, they were still too embarrassed to ask. After all, it was food brought by the patient, and it would be too awkward for him, a doctor, to shamelessly ask for it. Forget it, let's retreat. Chu Donghai gritted his teeth, seemingly having made up his mind, and gave Chen Huiting a wink, signaling them to leave. But at that moment, the sound of the toilet flushing rang out, and Zhang Yan came out wiping her hands. Oh, isn't this Dr. Chen? Zhang Yawen raised an eyebrow, recognizing Chen Huiting. What brings you here? While hospitalized, Zhang Yawen occasionally went for walks and, utilizing her impressive social skills, got to know quite a few doctors, Chen Huiting being one of them. Chen Huiting's mouth opened slightly, seemingly surprised as well. Yawen, this is your ward. My memory's failing me. Dr. Chen, please sit down. Zhang Yawen greeted Chen Huiting and the bewildered Chu Donghai with a smile, then turned to Liang and whispered, Xiaowang, would you like Dr. Chen to try your cooking? We chatted, and she said she's often so busy she only eats 1 or 2 meals a day, sometimes even having to go back to her clinic without a full meal. The other day, she even gave me some calming and brain-boosting supplements. Liang chuckled, then nodded. Since she was an acquaintance of his mother's, Liang naturally wouldn't be stingy. He had made so much braised pork knuckle precisely to share. Having received Liang's instruction, Zhang Yan looked at Chen Huiting and said with a smile, Dr. Chen, come and try my son's cooking. Let me tell you, my son's cooking is incredibly delicious. I guarantee you'll never forget it after just 1 bite. Haha, no need. Chen Huiting forced a smile and declined, her eyes fixed on the braised pork knuckle. Li Xiangdong, however, didn't hesitate, standing up and serving each of them a bowl of pork knuckle and rice. Chu Donghai and Chen Huiting exchanged a glance, no longer bothering with feigned politeness. They lowered their heads and took a bite of the pork knuckle, their pupils dilating in shock. The tender, reddish-brown skin, the fatty yet not greasy meat, the lean meat soaked in the braising sauce, the white rice soaked in the gravy. Combined, it was a soul-crushing experience. Doctors usually eat in the hospital cafeteria, at nearby restaurants, or order takeout. On their days off, when they finally have time to treat themselves, they usually choose to stay home due to their heavy workload. They had both forgotten how long it had been since they had eaten such a comforting and delightful meal. Chen Huiting and Chu Donghai were engrossed in their delicious meal when Wang Yu stood up and whispered to Hu Lili, Mom, I'd like another bowl of rice. Hu Lili paused, frowning. Child, it's good that you want to eat, but you haven't had a proper meal in over a year. Eating so much all of a sudden might not be good for your stomach, right, Director Chiu? What's your opinion? Director Chiu. Director Chiu was currently enjoying the meal with his eyes half closed and hadn't heard Hu Lili at all. Ah, right, you can't overeat. It took Chu Donghai a while to realize what was happening, and he hurriedly answered Hu Lili. Finally, under Wang Yu's reluctant gaze, Hu Lili led her away first. Before leaving, Hu Lili insisted on giving Liang a large red envelope. Liang and Wang Yu even exchanged contact information so that if Wang Yu ever couldn't eat again, she could try his braised pork knuckle. Of course, if Liang made pork knuckle for Wang Yu again, he wouldn't want any red envelope, he could just pay the normal price. Chu Donghai, how could you be so spineless? Chu Donghai watched Hu Lili and Wang Yu walk away, feeling somewhat annoyed. Because of a pork knuckle meal, he had even neglected his patient. This was truly unacceptable. After all, he, Chu Donghai, was a department head. How could he act like a child, losing his soul over a bowl of braised pork knuckle rice? Feeling annoyed, Chu Donghai glanced towards the corner of the room. There, Professor Wu and Professor Wang were enjoying their meal immensely. Professor Wang was already on his second bowl of braised pork knuckle rice, clearly stuffed, his belt had been loosened, yet he still ate with a beaming smile and great relish. These 2 old men seem even less self-conscious than me. They're beaming from ear to ear over a bowl of braised pork knuckle rice. Wait a minute, these 2 look familiar? Oh my god, aren't those Professor Wang Ziliang and Professor Wu Changfeng? Chu Donghai was dumbfounded. As a doctor at Kyoto University Hospital, he naturally recognized Professor Wang and Professor Wu, especially since Professor Wang was currently a big star at Kyoto University Hospital, enjoying immense popularity. But why? Why are these 2 renowned medical experts, industry leaders, crammed into this corner of the ward eating braised pork knuckle? Chu Donghai felt his brain was about to explode. It was utterly absurd. Professor Wang recently performed a 5th-generation magnetic levitation surgery that shocked the nation. Could this female patient be? Chu Donghai was starting to understand something when he heard whispers outside the door. A crowd of doctors and nurses had gathered outside. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the large vat of braised pork knuckle inside, but they quickly looked away when someone glanced at them. Zhang Yan peeked out, then suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that Nurse Wang, and Xiao Zhang, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhou, Lao Lu, Dr. Li, Dr. Lu? Good grief, had Zhang Yan just rattled off all the family names? Zhang Yan actually recognized these medical staff. Zhang Yan was naturally warm and outgoing, always ready to chat with the medical staff. For these staff, either they were already paying attention to her because she was a special and important patient, or they knew her because of her friendly demeanor and easygoing nature. Many had even helped her during the early stages of her recovery. Zhang Yan's greeting made everyone feel awkward standing at the door, and they all crowded in. In no time, the ward was packed, with barely any room to move. "Come on, everyone, are you hungry? Try some braised pork knuckle." Liang was both surprised and amused. He naturally understood everyone's thoughts. Zhang Yan had received excellent care from the medical staff during her hospitalization, and now he wanted to give back a little treat. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiangdong cheerfully served everyone braised pork knuckle rice. The 2 large buckets of braised pork knuckle were quickly emptied. What is the ideal doctor-patient relationship? Look at this. Professor Wang finished his second bowl of braised pork knuckle rice, let out a satisfied burp, and chatted with Professor Wu while holding his chopsticks. But the next moment, Professor Wang suddenly stood up. "Hey, you guys could at least leave me one braised pork knuckle. I might get hungry this afternoon." The ward had been transformed into a dining room, the cool-toned room filled with a delicious aroma. For the medical staff, this was a memorable meal during their shift, one they would never forget. The crowd gradually dispersed around 1 p.m. Before leaving, the medical staff, including Chu Donghai and Chen Huading, insisted on paying for Liang's meal. They already felt bad about shamelessly freeloading, and if he continued to eat for free, how could they possibly come back in the future? A bowl of braised pork knuckle rice cost 50 yuan. Don't be fooled by the fact that some braised pork knuckle rice outside only costs 10 or 20 yuan. Liang's knuckle had more meat than what you'd get elsewhere, making it definitely worth it overall. This also triggered the mission progress, a small but unexpected bonus. At the same time, the reputation module issued a notification. Kyoto University affiliated hospital. Reputation level, somewhat famous. Liang didn't bring much braised pork knuckle rice, but word spread throughout the hospital, and many medical staff knew about the incredibly delicious braised pork knuckle rice in this ward. It seems that besides universities, other locations can also activate reputation ratings. Anyway, Zhang Yan will be discharged in a few days. Why not take advantage of this time to stew some pork hock and push forward with the task? Afternoon classes started, and apart from Lu Tao reluctantly leaving because of her class, Professor Wu and Professor Wang remained. They weren't idle, they were obviously waiting for the pork hock for dinner, since the pork hock from lunch had been completely eaten, leaving them nothing. Just then, 2 older women from the next ward also invited Zhang Yan over to play cards, so Liang called Li Xiangdong to go home and prepare dinner together. With more time in the afternoon, Liang decided to try stewing the pork hock in a wood-fired pot to see if the flavor could be further improved. Inside a detached mansion in Zhongcheng Academy. "Tiger, where did you go at noon?" A helpless voice rang out in the living room. An elderly man in his early 60s sat on the sofa, watching helplessly as his grandson, Xiang Fihu, sneaked into the house. "Grandpa!" Xiang Fihu jumped in fright, then chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. "You little rascal," the old man sighed, "you have food at home but don't eat it, always running around the neighborhood mooching meals from your neighbors. Those are debts of gratitude, you have to pay them back. Tell me, did you mooch a meal at Grandma Liu's or Uncle Wang's today?" Clearly, Xiang Fihu, that mischievous kid, was a repeat offender. Every mealtime, he liked to wander around the neighborhood, looking for the house with the most appealing smelling food. The families in Zhongcheng Academy were generally well off, and seeing a hungry child at their door, most would invite him in for a meal. Xiang Fihu certainly enjoyed his meal, but the problem was that Grandpa Xiang had to repay the favors. Poor old man, he had to run to other people's houses every few days with gifts, smiling and thanking them profusely. "I ate at my older brother's house, in the courtyard of Building 8, my older brother just moved in, and his braised pork knuckle is so delicious." Listening to Xiang Fihu's animated description, Grandpa Xiang nodded. "The 8th building, right? He'll take 2 fruit baskets and a carton of milk to thank them in a bit. Oh, by the way, little brat." Grandpa Bear suddenly remembered something, his eyebrows furrowing. "My old ginseng is gone again. You didn't plant it in some patch of soil again, did you?" A while ago, Grandpa Bear's son presented him with a 20-year-old ginseng, which Grandpa Bear was quite pleased with. After all, it was a token of his son's affection. However, that unlucky boy, Xiang Fihu, found it and thought it was too small, so he secretly took it and planted it in the ground, hoping it would grow bigger before returning it to his grandfather. This caused Grandpa Bear to search for it all night with a flashlight, finally digging it up again. Today, Grandpa Bear discovered that his old ginseng was missing again, so naturally, he suspected Xiang Fihu. That ginseng, when did we get ginseng?" Xiang Fihu stammered, his eyes darting around. Grandpa Xiang knew things were about to go wrong. Finally, after some persistent questioning, Xiang Fihu told the truth. "I gave the ginseng to my older brother, Liang. Because my older brother's braised pork knuckle is so delicious, I gave him the ginseng. Grandpa, my dad always likes to give you ginseng." I've secretly tried it before. It's spicy and numbing, not good at all. The taste is far worse than my older brother's braised pork knuckle. I definitely got a good deal. What the hell are you talking about? Grandpa Xiong's vision blurred, and he almost fainted. Even with the special bond between grandparents and grandchildren, he now had a strong urge to grab a bamboo pole and give Xiong Fihu a good beating. But then he thought, this kid is his own flesh and blood, so he decided to just replace the clothes rack. Smack, smack. Wow! After being beaten, Xiong Fihu became much more obedient. He didn't dare shout about running outside anymore in the afternoon and obediently went back inside to do his homework. Grandpa Xiong sat in the wicker chair in the yard, puffing on his cigarette, deep in thought. Generally speaking, there's no reason to take back something that's been given away. However, exchanging a piece of ginseng for a pork knuckle seemed incredibly foolish. If it were just ordinary ginseng, it wouldn't matter, but the ginseng Xiong Fiha gave away was of excellent quality, and it was a token of his son's affection. He had to get it back. Having made up his mind, Grandpa Xiong gritted his teeth, disregarded his pride, and carrying 2 boxes of milk and 2 cartons of cigarettes, headed towards the number 8 courtyard Xiong Fihu had mentioned. Hey, Grandpa Xiong, going to visit relatives? Grandpa Xiong, you're so lucky. Grandpa Xiong, carrying a box of milk in one hand and 2 packs of cigarettes between his legs, immediately caught the attention of Xiao Lu, the security guard patrolling the neighborhood. Generally speaking, at Grandpa Xiong's age, people usually give him gifts. It's rare for him to have to bring gifts to visit someone in person. Security guard Xiao Lu figured Grandpa Xiong probably still had elders in his family, and the gifts were for them, so he smiled and said a few words. Grandpa Xiong blushed slightly, coughed twice, ignored Xiao Lu, and quickly walked away. Splash! In Liang's yard, Liang had already returned home and poured the semi-finished braised pork knuckle and homemade broth into the earthen pot. Liang had consulted the property management beforehand, and considering the neighborhood regulations and not wanting to disturb the neighbors, he ultimately chose fruitwood smokeless charcoal instead of firewood to heat the earthen pot. Charcoal fire lasts longer and generates more heat than firewood, saving Liang the trouble of adding firewood himself. Glug, glug. In no time, the caramel-colored broth bubbled vigorously, releasing a rich aroma. Braised pork hock cooked in an earthenware pot seemed to have a different flavor than that cooked in a pressure cooker. Just look at the aroma. The fruitwood charcoal made the meat smell even more intense than the pressure cooker version from that morning, and with the addition of the fruitwood fragrance in the air, Liang himself felt a pang of hunger. Braised pork hock is something you never get tired of. After digesting his lunch, his stomach started rumbling, craving another bowl. Ugh, I've already posted the lost and found ad. Why hasn't anyone contacted me yet? Is this property management even any good? Compared to Liang, who was leisurely cooking, Li Xiangdong was a bit restless. That's just Li Xiangdong's temperament. If he took something valuable, he wouldn't feel elated at the unexpected windfall. Instead, he'd feel like it was a hot potato, and he wouldn't feel at ease until he returned it. In his anxiety, Li Xiangdong suddenly noticed a bewildered old man standing at the corner of the alley. His house, number 8, was located in the southeast corner of the complex, a relatively secluded spot, accessible only by an emergency lane and a few wooded paths. This old man suddenly appearing was clearly coming for his house. Most likely, this old man was Tiger's grandfather. Thinking this, Li Xiangdong quickly waved, "Come this way." The person who came was indeed Grandpa Xiong. The closer he walked to Liang's house, the more he noticed the peculiar aroma of spices mingling with the scent of meat in the air. As he approached courtyard number 8, the tantalizing aroma of braised pork hock practically wafted over him, making him almost unable to resist, his mouth watering. Speaking of which, Grandpa Xiong had once tasted a master chef's braised pork hock during a business trip to Zhang province when he was young. He could still vividly recall the aroma and flavor. But in terms of aroma alone, the pork hock braised in courtyard number 8 was even more fragrant than he remembered. Grandpa Xiong found it hard to believe that such a master chef was hiding in his own neighborhood. How had he never noticed before? Come to think of it, that rascal Tiger wasn't entirely clueless after all. This pork hock really was special, which was why he had given away the old ginseng. Hee, you must be Tiger's grandpa? Oh, Tiger forgot this at my house. You can't let a child play with something so valuable. If he loses it and someone finds it, that's fine, but if he plants this ginseng in the ground thinking it's ginger, then it'll be hard to find. Before Grandpa Xiong could even explain his purpose, Li Xiangdong simply took out the ginseng. Actually, Tiger already planted this ginseng in the ground once, thinking it was ginger. Grandpa Xiong almost told the truth, but then swallowed his words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Xiangdong, relieved, took the ginseng back and handed it to Grandpa Xiong. Grandpa Xiong had initially thought it would take a lot of persuasion to get the ginseng back, but the process had been surprisingly smooth. Therefore, Grandpa Xiong instantly felt a bit more favorably disposed towards Li Xiangdong. Come, young man, I shamelessly took the ginseng back, but please keep these 2 boxes of milk and 2 cartons of cigarettes as a return gift. You treated my kid to a braised pork knuckle, wouldn't people laugh at me if I didn't reciprocate? Grandpa Xiang took the ginseng and put it in his pocket. After much persuasion, he finally got Li Xiangdong to accept the 2 boxes of milk, but Li Xiangdong resolutely refused to accept the 2 cartons of brand-name cigarettes. Grandpa Xiang didn't press the matter, but his admiration for Li Xiangdong grew even stronger. He chuckled, tucked the 2 packs of cigarettes back under his arm, and glanced at the earthen stove in the yard, starting a casual conversation. Young man, you're a professional cook, aren't you? I've eaten braised pork knuckles from many famous chefs, but in terms of aroma, none can compare to yours. Li Xiangdong scratched his head and laughed. I'm not much of a cook, just a street vendor. This pork knuckle wasn't made by me, it was made by my son. Kid, say hello to Grandpa Xiang. Li Xiangdong beckoned to Liang, who peeked out from under the stove, smiled and nodded to Grandpa Xiang in greeting. Wait a minute. Grandpa Xiang looked at Liang in shock, quickly waving his hand to interrupt Li Xiangdong. You mean this pork knuckle was made by your little boy? How old is your little boy? Yeah, my little rascal just loves to tinker with simple dishes. Li Xiangdong's dark face flushed slightly as he chuckled. As the head of the household, a robust man in his prime, and a professional barbecue chef, it was indeed a bit embarrassing to admit that his 8-year-old son was the one cooking at home. But, undeniably, Liang's culinary skills far surpassed his own. Grandpa Xiang was shocked. This is what you call tinkering with simple dishes? If a kid is interested in cooking, making scrambled eggs or stir-fried vegetables, that's considered tinkering with simple dishes. But Liang is cooking on the stove, and that's considered tinkering with simple dishes? That's a bit too unbelievable. Grandpa Xiang narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, Xiang Fihu had given him the wild ginseng because his elder brother's braised pork knuckle was so delicious. Grandpa Xiang had initially thought that Xiang Fihu had recognized Li Xiangdong as his elder brother, but now it seemed more reasonable that he had recognized Liang as his elder brother. Everything made sense now. Instantly, Grandpa Xiang's admiration for talent surged, and he became extremely interested in Liang. Little Ang, when did you start cooking? What, I only started learning to cook this winter break. Your first dish was roast goose leg, and now you've evolved to using a traditional earthenware pot. Grandpa Xiang and Liang chatted casually, and the more he asked, the more astonished he became. Grandpa Xiang had always believed that there were no child prodigies in the world. So-called prodigies were just products of media marketing. But now, with a veritable child prodigy right in front of him, Grandpa Xiang had no choice but to believe it. Thinking back to his unfortunate grandson, Xiang Fihu, only a little over a year younger than Liang, who was still burying wild ginseng in the ground. And then there was Liang. Not only was he a good cook, but he also spoke with clear logic and order. He certainly didn't seem like an 8-year-old. Grandpa Xiang, would you like to try my braised pork knuckle? Seeing it was almost done cooking, Liang quickly interrupted Grandpa Xiang while picking up the pork knuckle. The old man certainly loved to chat. However, Liang couldn't keep up with Grandpa Xiang's probing. Pork knuckle? Grandpa Xiang paused, glancing thoughtfully at the large, reddish-brown pork knuckle stewing in Liang's pot, then turned and left. Why did Uncle Xiang leave? Grandpa Xiang's sudden departure startled Li Xiangdong. They were chatting so well, why did he leave without a word? Did he remember there was still water on the stove at home? Or perhaps the old man urgently needed to use the restroom and was in a hurry to get home? However, since the wild ginseng had already been returned to Grandpa Xiang, Li Xiangdong didn't pay much attention to Grandpa Xiang's movements. He helped Liang retrieve all the braised pork knuckles from the earthen pot and placed them in an insulated iron bucket. After the last knuckle was packed, a notification sound suddenly popped up in Liang's mind. Ding! Braised pork knuckle. Creator, Liang. Quality, Golden Legend. Evaluation, the host's technique is skillful and the cooking is meticulous. The color, aroma, and taste of this braised pork knuckle are close to perfect. Achievement unlocked, Master of Braised Dishes. Reward, System Red Envelope 18,888 yuan. Seeing the system notification, Liang smiled slightly. Sure enough, the braised pork hock cooked in an earthen pot was a better quality than that cooked in a pressure cooker. This braised pork hock should have reached a fairly perfect state among the golden legendary quality. As for the system achievements, Liang was already used to them. He still didn't understand their purpose. The rewards were usually just small red envelopes worth tens of thousands of yuan, probably just a little something to whet his appetite. Liang rubbed his hands together, preparing to start cooking the next pot. This afternoon, Liang ordered a total of 40 caddies of pork hock. The workload wasn't heavy, 2 or 3 more pots would be enough to finish it all. After all, Liang was still on vacation, so he was taking a rather relaxed approach to the task progress. Getting it good enough was fine. 10 minutes later, just as Liang was busy pouring the broth into the earthen pot, Grandpa Xiang appeared again along the tree-lined path. This time, the 2 packs of brand-name cigarettes he used to carry under his arm were gone, replaced by 2 fruit baskets in his hands. Uncle Xiong, what are you doing? No, no. These are all out-of-season fruits, I can't accept such expensive things. Grandpa Xiong reached the door and shoved 2 fruit baskets into Li Xiangdong's hands. Li Xiangdong quickly refused, but Grandpa Xiong's expression changed, feigning annoyance. Little Li, the 2 boxes of milk I gave you earlier were a return gift because my son, Hu Ziai, ate at your house. Your son, Xiaowang, said he'd treat me to braised pork knuckle, and this old man really wanted to try it too. So these 2 fruit baskets are my thank you gift for eating the pork knuckle. If you don't accept them, you're making fun of this old man who's been eating for free. Grandpa Xiong said this, and Li Xiangdong opened his mouth but couldn't think of a reason to refute him. Grandpa Xiong smiled and pried open Li Xiangdong's hand, placing the fruit baskets in his hands before walking into the yard. Which pork knuckle looks best? Pick one you like. Liang chuckled at the way Grandpa Xiong stared longingly at the large iron bucket filled with pork knuckles. In truth, after their brief time together, Liang had developed a certain fondness for Grandpa Xiong. Grandpa Xiong's temperament was somewhat similar to Professor Wang's, but compared to Professor Wang, Grandpa Xiong was more forthright and less carefree, especially stubborn about relationships, a fascinating yet headstrong old man. This one. I'll take a smaller one. Grandpa Xiong picked out a piece of pork knuckle, and Liang scooped it up with a slotted spoon. Splash! The broth dripped down, and the steaming, fragrant pork knuckle was scooped up. You didn't have any snacks this afternoon. A bowl of rice, please. Pork knuckle with rice is delicious. Li Xiangdong chuckled and brought out a large bowl of rice from his house. Liang placed the pork knuckle on top and then poured a spoonful of broth over it. Here you go, please come inside and eat. Liang handed the braised pork knuckle and rice to Grandpa Xiong, but Grandpa Xiong swallowed hard and shook his head. It's all right, I'll eat here. Grandpa Xiong sat down on a small stone stool by the courtyard, bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Suddenly, he smiled knowingly to himself. When he was 17 or 18, Grandpa Xiong had worked as a porter at the docks. After finishing his work, he liked to sit by the docks with his bowl and chopsticks and eat his rice. In those days, white rice was a luxury most people couldn't afford. A simple meal of mixed grains and green vegetables was enough to make Grandpa Xiong eat with gusto. Later, Grandpa Xiong went into business and his wealth grew. He rarely ate by the roadside anymore, but now, he was actually experiencing a return to his youthful days. Smash! His chopsticks scraped against the bowl as Grandpa Xiong shoveled a mouthful of rice smeared with meat broth into his mouth. Then, Grandpa Xiong's pupils constricted, and the old man jumped to his feet. What's wrong, Grandpa Xiong? Is something wrong with the taste? Liang asked, startled and frowning. This shouldn't be. According to the system, this braised pork knuckle rice should taste even better than the one he made this morning. Grandpa Xiong didn't say a word, simply turned and walked away. Liang and Li Xiangdong exchanged bewildered glances. He's back? Just 3 minutes later, Grandpa Xiong returned. This time, Grandpa Xiong had 2 bottles of mutai liquor in his hand. What are you doing? Li Xiangdong was completely bewildered. Why does Grandpa Xiong like giving gifts so much? What are you doing? This is too expensive. No, no. To be honest, Li Xiangdong had almost never accepted gifts in his life. Aside from the occasional gift from the food vendors at Desheng Snack Street, which he refused, he had absolutely no experience in this area. Therefore, Li Xiangdong's excuses for refusing Grandpa Xiong were always the same, repeating the same few phrases over and over. However, this truly reflected Li Xiangdong's true feelings. Mutai liquor. Even the cheapest one costs over 1,000 yuan, and supposedly you have to fight for it. Although Li Xiangdong enjoys a couple of drinks now and then, he really couldn't bear to drink such expensive liquor. Brother, take this. Grandpa Xiong forcefully shoved the wine into Li Xiangdong's arms without further ado. This food is just too delicious. I wouldn't feel right trading it for 2 fruit baskets. Liang was taken aback. Without realizing it, why had Grandpa Xiong changed his address from Little Li to brother? Were they becoming close friends despite their age difference? Neither Liang nor Li Xiangdong really understood Grandpa Xiong's personality. Grandpa Xiong had traveled all over the country in his youth, doing business. As an older generation businessman, he valued interpersonal relationships and etiquette above all else. In his view, even this bowl of rice with meat broth could fetch a high price in a fancy restaurant if made into a soup. Giving Liang's family 2 fruit baskets would be taking advantage of them, something Grandpa Xiong absolutely could not accept. Grandpa Xiong's attitude was very firm, and in the end, Li Xiangdong could only accept the 2 bottles of mutai liquor with a bewildered expression. Grandpa Xiong let out a long sigh and sat back down on the small stone stool. He shoveled another mouthful of rice into his mouth, humming a little tune with delight. The rice itself was nothing special, but this sip of meat broth elevated it to a whole new level. The broth was infused with the distinct flavors of various spices, and the fat from the pork knuckle had fully permeated it, leaving a lingering fragrance on the palate after each bite. It was clear that Grandpa Xiong's eating habits were somewhat similar to Professor Wu's. He preferred to save the best parts for last. After several mouthfuls of rice, Grandpa Xiong finally tried picking up a piece of pork knuckle. Grandpa Xiong had a unique palate. He carefully used his chopsticks to lift a piece of intact skin. There's an old saying, eat the skin first, it's the most fragrant part. While it's debatable whether pork skin is more flavorful than lean and fatty meat, it's undeniable that it's more chewy and richer in fat. Grandpa Bear took a bite of the pork skin and paused slightly. When his teeth cut into the skin, he could indeed feel its chewiness and resilience, but after a couple of chews, the skin seemed to melt away completely. What followed was a burst of savory and fragrant meat juices. The aroma of spices diffused, but not overpowering, perfectly balancing the fat while enhancing the meat's flavor. A sweet aftertaste lingered after swallowing. Grandpa Bear didn't even have time to savor the aftertaste. A number suddenly popped into his mind, 10,000. Grandpa Bear wasn't a professional gourmet like Huang Yankayu, but due to his comfortable lifestyle, he had spent lavishly on culinary pleasures. This pork skin Grandpa Bear wouldn't hesitate to spend 10,000 of his own money. It's so fragrant, so delicious. Grandpa Bear smacked his lips, hesitated for a moment, then grabbed a protruding bone and lifted the braised pork knuckle, taking another large bite. With that one bite, the soft, chewy skin, the rich, yet not greasy fat, and the fragrant lean meat all combined in his mouth to create an intoxicating feast. Closing his eyes to savor the experience, Grandpa Bear felt as if he were soaring through the clouds, dining with fairies in a magnificent palace. 100,000. Grandpa Bear's eyes snapped open. He wouldn't hesitate to spend 100,000 on this one bite. While judging food by price might be a bit vulgar, Grandpa Bear wasn't a professional like Huang Yankayu. It was simply a matter of Grandpa Bear's own values. He was willing to spend 100,000 for this one bite. After all, for Grandpa Bear, 100,000 wasn't a huge sum of money. In no time, the braised pork knuckle was reduced to bones, and a bowl of rice was completely devoured. Patting his belly, Grandpa Xiong almost let out a satisfied burp, but thankfully he managed to hold it in. Brother Li, my son always likes to send me ginseng, lingzi, and other health supplements, saying they'll make me live longer and longer. But today, I feel that just being able to eat this meat is enough to let this old man live a few more years. In the words of young people, this is what it means to have a worthwhile life. Just thinking about this pork knuckle makes me not want to die too soon. Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words with Grandpa Xiong. Grandpa Xiong was quite witty, and he didn't know how to respond. Oh, not at all, you flatter me, Liang took over with a smile. I just made a simple pork knuckle, how can it compare to ginseng or lingzi? Of course it can compare, this is the taste, Grandpa Xiong said, then suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something. My grandson has a good eye, trading ginseng for this meat isn't a bad deal, consider it making a friend and getting acquainted with the neighborhood. Grandpa Xiong muttered something, but before Li Xiangdong could ask, he suddenly stood up and changed the subject. By the way, brother, what are your hobbies? Fishing, chess, tai chi. Li Xiangdong nodded. I know a little fishing, but I prefer playing chess when I have free time. That's great. Grandpa Xiong's eyes lit up. Bring your wife and Xiaoang to my house sometime, I'll set up a table for you, and we can have a few drinks and play a few games? Great, Uncle Xiong. Li Xiangdong was delighted, not expecting that he'd found chess partners so soon after moving to the neighborhood. Alright, I'm off. Grandpa Xiong stood up, waved to Liang and Li Xiangdong to indicate they didn't need to see him off, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Li Xiangdong was still amused when he suddenly noticed a small yellow box on the stone bench where Grandpa Xiong had been sitting. That yellow box looks familiar, isn't that ginseng inside? Uncle Xiong, you forgot your ginseng. Li Xiangdong grabbed the box, about to give it to Grandpa Xiong, when Grandpa Xiong suddenly walked away quickly, his voice carrying far away. What ginseng? It's worthless. Take it and play with it. If you keep it at home, my tiger will have to bury it again. It's yours. If you consider me, old Xiong, a friend, then accept it. This, Li Xiangdong's eyes widened. How did this ginseng end up back in his hands after all this time? Li Xiangdong wanted to chase after it, but Grandpa Xiong had vanished in a flash. My old face. Grandpa Xiong turned his head, his face slightly flushed, after confirming he had shaken off Li Xiangdong. Given Xiaoang's cooking skills, Grandpa Xiong felt that Hu Ziyi had definitely gotten a good deal by giving him the ginseng and making a new friend along the way. He was actually thinking of taking it back. How embarrassing. As Grandpa Xiong was pondering this, a familiar face suddenly approached. Hey, old Xiong, you look radiant. What delicious food have you been eating? Hey, isn't that old Zhao? Grandpa Xiong looked closely and recognized his old chess buddy, Zhao Wenqin. Zhao Wenqin was Grandpa Xiong's old nemesis. The two old men spent their days bantering. Grandpa Xiong's mind raced. He didn't continue Zhao Wenqin's banter, humming a little tune as he continued walking home. Zhao Wenqin was taken aback. Zhao Wenqin knew old Xiong's style well. In front of outsiders, old Xiong might be very low-key, never showing off. But in front of his old friend, if old Xiong had anything good, a treasure, or encountered something wonderful, he would definitely brag about it. After all, their two families were of similar economic means, and it was fun to compare themselves in their spare time. Just a few days ago, old Xiong got a ginseng root from his son and kept bragging about it, saying how wonderful it was, even the smell of it could make you energetic like a young man. This infuriated Zhao Wenqin so much that he called his son that night and berated him for over half an hour. The son received a severe scolding before finally realizing his father wanted a gift. So, the next morning, Zhao's son delivered a jade chess set to Zhao Wenqin. Without a word, Zhao Wenqin took the set and went to old Xiong's house, showing it off to vent his anger. But today, old Xiong was hiding something? This made Zhao Wenqin a little sad, but at the same time, it piqued his curiosity. Old bear, don't run away. Zhao Wenqin hurriedly caught up with Grandpa Bear, frowning. What good thing happened to you, or what treasure did you get your hands on? Let me see it. Tisk, last time I almost gave you a stroke with that old ginseng. If I told you I'd had a real feast, wouldn't I give you a heart attack? Grandpa Bear gave Zhao Wenqin a sideways glance, deliberately stirring things up. What are you talking about? Zhao Wenqin glared, his beard bristling. If you're doing well, I'm overjoyed as your brother. Why are you angry? Tell me, where did you eat that good stuff? Hearing Grandpa Bear's words, Zhao Wenqin had a pretty good idea. What kind of delicacy did this old bear eat? Then this matter is simple. He'd just eat at whichever restaurant Grandpa Xiong frequented. Zhao Wenqin's motto was to never fall behind, or more precisely, never fall behind old bear. Grandpa Xiong seemed about to speak, but then stopped, waving his hands repeatedly. I can't say. What are you talking about? What can't we, brothers, say? Zhao Wenqin was getting impatient. This old bear was particularly irritating today. Seeing that Zhao Wenqin's appetite had been whetted enough, Grandpa Xiong feigned difficulty and said, well, I promised that Master Chef I wouldn't reveal his whereabouts. You know, Master Chefs of that caliber don't like this mundane stuff. He doesn't entertain ordinary people. Even if we're good friends, I can't just let you go over like that, can I? Zhao Wenqin narrowed his eyes. He had pretty much figured things out. This old bear must have stumbled upon a master chef with astonishing culinary skills by sheer chance, and after eating a meal prepared by him, he was overjoyed. To be honest, although Zhao Wenqin was wealthy and had hired many famous chefs as his private cooks, he had actually only enjoyed the culinary skills of a true master chef a handful of times. After all, master chefs don't cook easily. They're either kept in high-end restaurants and hotels, only cooking a few dishes when requested by special or very distinguished guests, or they're retired and living a carefree life, only able to eat their food by chance. It seems that the old bear encountered the latter. Alright, old bear, stop beating around the bush, tell me, what are your conditions? Hearing Zhao Wenqin speak like this, Grandpa Bear grinned from ear to ear. That's exactly what he was waiting for. Hey, can I borrow your jade chess set for a month? No way. Hearing Grandpa Xiong's request, Zhao Wenqin immediately shook his head. He wasn't kidding, the jade chess set was expensive, but the key was that it was one of his bargaining chips in a contest with Grandpa Xiong about whose son was more filial. What if Grandpa Xiong took the chess set and then showed off his ginseng? What would Zhao Wenqin do then? He'd just be left staring blankly. Where's your ginseng? I'll lend you the jade chess set if you let me have a bite of it. Don't try that on me. Zhao Wenqin saw through Grandpa Xiong's scheme and said with a sneer. Ginseng. Grandpa Xiong said casually, I gave it to the chef who cooks for me. Heh, what a bargain. Zhao Wenqin's eyes widened. What? He gave away the ginseng. That would have to be an incredibly expensive dish to include ginseng. Chicken stew with ginseng. No. Zhao Wenqin pondered. For a master chef, the price of the ingredients is secondary, what matters is the skill. In other words, Grandpa Xiong believes that the mysterious master chef's skill is worth an old ginseng. Thinking that Grandpa Xiong had the good fortune to meet such a master chef, while he, Zhao Wenqin, was an outsider, Zhao Wenqin suddenly felt a pang of unease. If he didn't try the master chef's cooking, how could Zhao Wenqin regain his composure? Zhao Wenqin wasn't particularly concerned with food and drink. Normally, he wouldn't have the energy to indulge in the cooking of a master chef. But since Grandpa Xiong had already eaten there, the situation was different. He had to try it himself. This mentality is similar to a child playing with toys. They don't necessarily need to buy new and interesting toys, but if their friend has one, they'll pester their family to buy them one too. The jade chess set is yours to borrow. You can pick it up from my house later, Zhao Wenqin said through gritted teeth. Anyway, he'd already given away old Xiong's ginseng, so he was going all in. Alright, Grandpa Xiong said with a smile, that's enough. I'll be frank with you. The chef I was talking about lives in courtyard number 8 of our complex. But I have to be clear from the start, you, old Zhao, can go and pay a visit, begging for food with a smile, but the chef might not necessarily cook for you. It depends on your sincerity and whether you suit his taste. Alright. Zhao Wenqin waved his hand and said, I understand everything you said, I have to go home now. With that, Zhao Wenqin ignored Grandpa Xiong and hurried home. Grandpa Xiong watched Zhao Wenqin's departing figure with a smile, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 2 walnuts, twirling them in his palm. He hummed a little tune, accompanied by the chirping of insects and birds in the surrounding grass and trees, and felt a warm, comfortable feeling in his stomach. Hey, what a pleasant day. Hey old man, didn't you just go for a walk? Why are you home so soon? As soon as Zhao Wenqin got home, Tong Kexia, who was eating sunflower seeds in the living room, looked up at him. Tong Kexia was Zhao Wenqin's wife. The 2 elderly people had been through thick and thin together their whole lives, with their share of minor squabbles, but they'd managed to get by. Zhao Wenqin ignored Tong Kexia and went straight to the storage cabinet, opening it and rummaging through it. He first pulled out a jade chess set and set it aside, then pulled out a jar of tiger penis wine from deep within the cabinet. After examining the wine's color, Zhao Wenqin shook his head, casually placing the tiger penis wine on the floor, and then took out a string of sandalwood beads. After fiddling with the sandalwood beads, Zhao Wenqin disdainfully tossed them aside, then turned to look for something of interest on the antique shelf. Tong Kexia finally couldn't sit still any longer. Frowning, she patted the sunflower seed fragments stuck to her palms and stood up. Old man, are you going to tear the house apart? What are you looking for? I'll find it for you. Looking for something valuable, but it has to be thoughtful, not just something perfunctory, Zhao Wenqin said without looking up. Tong Kexia paused. You're going to give a gift? Is your old boss coming to visit, or have you had another argument with that old bear? What old bear? Zhao Wenqin clicked his tongue. I'm going to visit a very important person. How can I go empty-handed? Tong Kexia pondered for a moment, then got up and went to the bedroom. After a while, she returned, panting, carrying a large stack of things and placing them on the large dining table. Old man, see if there's anything in these that's suitable as a gift? Zhao Wenqin glanced at them, his eyes lighting up. These are all good things. Antique bowls, plates, and vases from the Ming and Qing dynasties, calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, and even some high-quality jewelry. Old woman, when did we get all these good things? Zhao Wenqin, though wealthy, didn't have a collecting hobby. Most of his available funds were invested or deposited in the bank. He never expected to find so many interesting things at home. It's all because you like to compare yourself to that old bear. Tong Kexia said helplessly. When that old bear found an antique vase, you insisted on buying one too. When he dabbled in calligraphy, you commissioned a famous calligrapher to write something to intimidate him. Over the years, you've amassed this much stuff. They say old people are like children, and that's absolutely true. Zhao Wenqin bought many valuable treasures to keep up with the trend, but after each verbal sparring match with the old bear, he would just toss them aside. If Tong Kexia hadn't been so careful, they would have been long gone. Tong Kexia initially wanted to criticize Zhao Wenqin's habit, but then she thought that Zhao Wenqin didn't have much to do, so he just focused on competing with old Xiong. Although he spent a lot of spare change, it wasn't exactly throwing money away. He bought valuable items, which could be considered a form of investment at home, so she let Zhao Wenqin do as he pleased. This Qing dynasty vase is nice. This calligraphy and painting is also beautiful. Which one should I choose? No, none of them will do. Zhao Wenqin hesitated for a long time, finally sighing. These items are valuable enough, even surpassing old bear's ginseng, but the problem is that mysterious master chef might not necessarily need them. If one's culinary skills reach the master level, they're unlikely to be short of money. Even if they're not as wealthy as Zhao Wenqin, they should have several hundred million in their accounts. Besides, antiques and calligraphy are too vulgar. That master chef is probably around Zhao Wenqin's age, maybe even older. Having been given countless antiques and calligraphy as gifts throughout his life, he probably sees these things as fleeting clouds. Zhao Wenqin understands very well that you only have one chance to meet and visit a culinary master like that. If you don't leave a lasting impression and fail to make friends, then getting to eat his cooking will be difficult. These things won't work? Tong Kexia asked, somewhat surprised, and curiously inquired, Old man, just who is this important person you're trying to meet? Zhao Wenqin was about to speak when a clear bell rang outside the door. A short while later, Zhao Wenqin's son, beaming, pushed a bicycle into the house. Son, why are you back? Tong Kexia exclaimed with delight at seeing her eldest son suddenly return home. Their son didn't live at the Central City Academy. He lived with his wife in the east of the city, usually only coming home every 2 weeks. She hadn't expected him to suddenly return home on neither a weekend nor a holiday. Son, have you had lunch yet? Mom will make you some noodles. No need for that, Mom, Zhao Wenqin's son interrupted Tong Kexia with a smile. I came to pick up this bicycle around here, and also to check on things at home. Mom, what do you think of my bicycle? Tong Kexia glanced at the bicycle. To be honest, in young people's terms, it looked pretty cool, all charcoal black, with a streamlined design. It looked fast. However, Tong Kexia still pursed her lips and chuckled, "Silly boy, is it really worth coming halfway across the city to pick up a bicycle? Mom, this bike is different. It's a high-end specialized model with Shimano derailleurs, and the whole bike weighs less than 6 pounds. And look at these pedals." Zhao Wenqin's son went on and on about the bike, and Tong Kexia quickly waved her hand to interrupt him. All right, I wouldn't understand any of that. I'm always worried about you riding your motorcycle and driving your sports car, but now that you're on a bicycle, Mom feels much more at ease. It's safer, and it's good exercise. By the way, son, how much did your bike cost? I'll buy one for your dad too, so he can get some exercise. Zhao Wenqin's son, fiddling with the handlebars, casually replied, a little over 100,000 yuan. What the hell? Tong Kexia almost spat out the mouthful of water she was drinking. You spendthrift. What kind of bike costs 100,000 yuan? Even if we have money, we don't spend it like this. Mom, don't hit me, Mom. Zhao Wenqin's son quickly dodged Tong Kexia's slap. Although he was in his early 30s, he was still a child in his mother's eyes. I got this bike for work. My boss loves riding bikes and often invites me for rides. But I never expected that he, at over 60, would pedal so fast. He always pushes me to the limit, leaving me exhausted. It's for work, Mom. Tong Kexia calmed down a bit after hearing her son's explanation. Zhao Wenqin's son was quite accomplished for his age, already a mid-level manager at the leading company, Sue's Group. Since it was for work, accompanying his boss on rides, spending a little more money wasn't considered wasteful. Wait, you brat. Since his son came home, Zhao Wenqin hadn't spoken a word to his own son, instead focusing on what gift to give the mysterious master craftsman old Xiong had mentioned. But hearing his son's words, his eyes widened suddenly, and he understood something. Kid, you mean your boss is over 60 and still enjoys cycling? Yeah. Zhao Wenqin's son nodded, looking bewildered. A lot of older people are cycling these days. On weekends, they meet up with their cycling friends and go for a ride to the suburbs or even the next province. It's very pleasant. Dad, should I get you one too? Perfect. Zhao Wenqin suddenly became excited. This bicycle is the perfect gift. I want to give it to that master cyclist. I'm still as sharp as ever, my mind is still incredibly quick. Zhao Wenqin clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. What better gift than health? His son had just mentioned that many elderly people enjoy cycling these days, enjoying the scenery, relaxing, and getting exercise at the same time. Giving the bicycle to that mysterious master craftsman would be a thoughtful gesture, fun, and unconventional, and the price was just right, a perfectly presentable gift. Son, I'm taking this bike with me. You can buy another one. Zhao Wenqin reached out to push his son's bike. His son hesitated, then, of course, resisted, gripping the handlebars tightly. What? I'm just pushing your bike, and you're going to yell at me? Zhao Wenqin glared, while his son, speechless with frustration, looked at Tong Kexia with pleading eyes. 100,000 yuan wasn't much to him, but the key was that this bicycle wasn't something you could just buy with money. He got it so quickly because he caught a returned item. If Zhao Wenqin had taken it, he'd probably have to wait another 10 days to 2 weeks to buy the same model. Old man, look, our son needs this bicycle for work. Why don't you reconsider? Consider what? Zhao Wenqin interrupted Tong Kexia's pleading. He rides with the boss to exercise and build a relationship, hoping for some pointers. Anyone who reaches a high position in the Su Group is a shrewd person. If he can learn even half of their skills, I can confidently step down and hand over our family business to him. Your son, instead of thinking about these things, is actually racing with the boss, buying such an expensive bike to overtake him. Is he out of his mind? Zhao Wenqin's words did seem reasonable. His son scratched his head, unable to think of a rebuttal. I'll take it now. I'll transfer another 100,000 yuan to your account tonight. Zhao Wenqin glanced at his son, then carefully wiped the bicycle, found a big red flower at home, tied it to the handlebars, and happily pushed it out the door. By the way, old man, Tong Kexia seemed to remember something and asked, who exactly is the important person you're meeting? Oh, the head chef in our neighborhood, Zhao Wenqin said casually as he opened the gate to his yard. Old Xiong traded some wild ginseng for food with him. I can't fall behind. What the hell? Tong Kexia's eyebrows shot up instantly. You, Zhao Wenqin, are so eloquent when you're disciplining your son, but after all this time, you're pushing your bicycle away just to compete with that old Xiong? You old devil, stop right there. Tong Kexia was furious and took off chasing after Zhao Wenqin. Zhao Wenqin was startled and quickly jumped on his son's Lightning brand bicycle. And let me tell you, that 100,000 yuan bike is really fast, a few pedal strokes and he left Tong Kexia far behind. After confirming that he could no longer see Tong Kexia, Zhao Wenqin jumped off the bicycle and pushed it all the way to the vicinity of courtyard number 8. That old woman, once I bring that master chef's cooking home and let her taste it, she'll stop complaining. Zhao Wenqin took out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the bicycle again, making sure it was sparkling clean. He took a deep breath and walked to the gate of courtyard number 8. By this time, Liang and Li Xiangdong had finished making their last batch of braised pork knuckles. The pork knuckles they made that afternoon had all been packed into iron buckets. After resting for a while, they planned to take them all to the hospital. It smells so good. A master is a master, so different. This master's braised pork knuckle must be, tisk, that old bear got to enjoy it first. Zhao Wenqin stopped his bicycle at the courtyard gate, sniffing incessantly. The irresistible aroma wafted into his nostrils, making his heart itch while his stomach felt empty and uncomfortable. Putting everything else aside, just the aroma alone told Zhao Wenqin that old Xiong hadn't lied to him. A master chef definitely lived here. "Excuse me, may I bother you?" Zhao Wenqin coughed lightly and spoke softly, noticing Liang and Li Xiangdong busily preparing the stove in the yard, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Liang looked up, glanced at Zhao Wenqin, then at the bicycle Zhao Wenqin was pushing, and shook his head. "Sorry, we're not buying bicycles." Actually, Liang did need a bicycle to ride to school, as his old one was really difficult to pedal. However, Liang felt that door-to-door sales pitches were too much of a ripoff, so he instinctively refused. "Buy." Zhao Wenqin was taken aback, then realized what he meant. This kid probably thought he was a salesman. This child and the young man next to him are probably the son and grandson of that mysterious master. We can't afford to offend them. Even though Liang misunderstood, Zhao Wenqin wasn't displeased. Instead, his smile widened. "Young man, I'm not a salesman, I'm a friend of Xiong Changlin. I've heard your grandfather's craftsmanship is superb, and I've been longing to try it myself." Zhao Wenqin understood the principle of not hitting a smiling face. He didn't mince words, directly stating his purpose with a humble attitude. "This bicycle is a token of my respect for our grandfather. The price isn't high, please don't be offended. Since Xiong Changlin has had the honor of meeting your grandfather and experiencing his craftsmanship, this is my brother's way of thanking him." It must be said that Zhao Wenqin's words were wise. If you simply offered a bicycle in exchange for the master craftsman's skills, the cash-on-delivery approach might displease the mysterious master craftsman. However, presenting the bicycle as a thank you gift, thus linking it to Xiong Changlin's name, made the gift seem legitimate. However, Zhao Wenqin's meticulous planning left Li Xiangdong and Liang completely bewildered. What was he talking about? At his age, why was he being so polite and overly formal with the younger generation? "You mean, you want to exchange the bicycle for the braised pork knuckle I made?" Liang pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Alright then, but I need to try out this bicycle. Also, I have to tell you, we're not planning to sell our stuff in the neighborhood yet, so this is just a coincidence. If you come to exchange bikes every day, I might not have time to entertain you." Liang figured he made plenty of pork knuckles anyway, so exchanging bikes with a neighbor wouldn't be bad. However, he needed to clarify a few things, since this was his first time meeting Zhao Wenqin, and he found the old man a bit odd. Speaking of which, Liang was a top student in his previous life and had spent many years navigating the working world, so he knew quite a lot. But he was completely clueless about bicycles. In Liang's mind, a bicycle probably cost around 100 yuan, maybe 500? Anyway, that's about the price of a bicycle when Liang was a child. The bicycle looked pretty cool, and since Zhao Wenqin said it wasn't worth much, probably only a couple hundred yuan, he figured he might as well accept it. It was just that the big red flower tied to it seemed a bit out of place. If the bike was rideable, Liang planned to use it as his future mode of transport. It would be more convenient to buy groceries by bicycle. "Of course you can try it, little friend, let me help you on." Zhao Wenqin chuckled as he straightened the bicycle and helped Liang onto it. In his opinion, this gift was the same as, or even better than, giving the mysterious master chef's family as a greeting gift. Although he hadn't met the master chef yet, since he had already gotten the pork knuckle, this bicycle gift was at least a worthwhile investment. Watching Liang ride the bicycle away with a smile, Zhao Wenqin suddenly realized something. His smile froze, and he turned to look at Li Xiangdong. "Young man, that little friend just said, he made this pork knuckle." "Yes, Uncle Xiong didn't tell you, but my son cooks all the meals here." Li Xiangdong nodded and smiled. What about your father? Does he cook?" "My father lives in the countryside. We've tried to get him to come to the city, but he refuses. He insists on staying in his hometown. We have to keep him here to stay, this villa is just too spacious." Li Xiangdong didn't notice Zhao Wenqin's increasingly contorted expression, continuing on his own. Zhao Wenqin was now certain. There was no legendary, mysterious master chef. There was no reclusive master. The food here was just cooked by an 8-year-old child. For a moment, Zhao Wenqin felt his heart bleeding. Indeed, the aroma of that braised pork knuckle was exquisite, but even if a child had the talent, how delicious could the pork knuckle actually be? It certainly wasn't worth that 100,000 yuan bicycle. It's all a setup. That old bear is setting him up to make a fool of himself. Damn it, I'm going to fight that Xiong guy to the death." Zhao Wenqin cursed angrily and turned to leave. Li Xiangdong, not having heard Zhao Wenqin clearly, stood up and called out, "By the way, are you going to see Uncle Xiong? I have a box of his things here, could you take it to him for me?" As he spoke, Li Xiangdong pulled out a yellow box and stuffed it into Zhao Wenqin's hand. Zhao Wenqin was stunned. He opened the box and saw it was old Xiong's ginseng. That old bear didn't completely fool me. Did he really give away the ginseng? Zhao Wenqin stared at the ginseng for a while, then handed the box back to Li Xiangdong. "I won't go find that old bear yet. You should return this to him yourself. By the way, young man, my name is Zhao Wenqin. You can call me Uncle Zhao, no need to be so formal." Since he was already here, and the bicycle had been given away, Zhao Wenqin wasn't in a hurry to settle accounts with the old bear. He wanted to see what it was like for the old bear to willingly give away the ginseng. Soon, Liang returned on his bicycle, his hair disheveled by the wind. "Grandpa, your bicycle is really smooth to ride, quite nice," Liang said to Zhao Wenqin with a smile. "Judging from this riding experience, your bicycle must be pretty good, right? Are you sure you want to trade with me for some pork knuckle?" Zhao Wenqin hesitated for a moment, then nodded and gritted his teeth. Trade. Old Xiong Tou had already given away ginseng, so Zhao Wenqin couldn't fall behind. His initial reason for coming to this courtyard number 8 to ask for vegetables was simply to compete with old Xiong Tou. Done. Liang nodded in satisfaction, then went into the yard, opened the insulated stainless steel bucket containing the pork knuckles, scooped out 2 large knuckles with a strainer, packed them into a plastic bag, stir-fried another knuckle, put it in a disposable rice bowl, drizzled it with broth, and sprinkled some chopped green onions. "Here's 1 pork knuckle rice bowl and 2 pork knuckles. Would you like to try them here or take them home?" Just now, when Liang lifted the lid of the bucket, the aroma in the air seemed even stronger. Zhao Wenqin stared intently at the pork knuckle rice and swallowed hard. I'll try it here, I'm a little hungry." "Uncle Zhao, why don't you come inside to eat?" Li Xiangdong invited. "It's alright, I'll eat outside." Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong were friends, so the two chose the same stone bench to sit down and eat. However, Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong had different eating habits. Zhao Wenqin liked to pick out the most appealing parts first. He picked up his chopsticks and started poking at the braised pork knuckle, taking a big bite, devouring the skin and the tender, marbled meat. There's a phenomenon in life where people generally have a rough idea of what a dish will taste like based on its aroma. In Zhao Wenqin's initial estimation, since this pork knuckle was so fragrant, even if it wasn't worth a 100,000 yuan bicycle, it should be comparable to the work of a professional chef. However, after swallowing the pork knuckle, a thought popped into his head: if this isn't master craftsmanship, then what is? This kid, he's a culinary master. It's so delicious. Even though Zhao Wenqin had tasted delicacies long ago, the flavor of Liang's braised pork knuckle far surpassed all his expectations of pork knuckle meat. The meat juices, spices, broth, and the pork knuckle itself, everything blended perfectly, creating a resonance on the soul. At this moment, Zhao Wenqin felt that only he and this pork knuckle rice remained in the world. He was the happiest person in the world. To make someone so intoxicated by the aroma, it was absolutely masterful skill. Zhao Wenqin didn't want to think about how a child could possess such unexpected culinary skills, nor did he want to ponder how the pork knuckle was stewed to be so fragrant. His eyes were only on the pork knuckle rice. Chopsticks clattering. Zhao Wenqin, a 60-year-old man, devoured the rice with astonishing speed, leaving Liang and Li Xiangdong completely dumbfounded. Finally, Zhao Wenqin placed the clean bowl on the stone bench with a thud, licking the rice grains from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, another happy old man appeared in the Zhongcheng Academy residential area. Suddenly, Zhao Wenqin's expression changed again. Without a word, he left the remaining 2 pork knuckles behind and turned to leave. Li Xiangdong felt this scene was familiar and quickly stood up to stop Zhao Wenqin, asking with a strange expression, "Uncle Zhao, you're not thinking of going home to get something else to give me, are you?" After all, Zhao Wenqin's actions just now were exactly the same as Grandpa Xiong's eating the pork knuckle rice, silently going home, and then returning a little while later with a gift. Zhao Wenqin paused, subconsciously asking, "How did you know? How delicious was this pork knuckle rice?" To the point that Zhao Wenqin would feel guilty even if he gave away a bicycle worth 100,000 yuan in return. After all, Zhao Wenqin's values were similar to Grandpa Xiong's. You can't buy 3 large braised pork hocks with a master chef's skill with 100,000 yuan. Giving away a bicycle worth 100,000 yuan is already a bargain. He should make up for it. However, Zhao Wenqin wasn't as stubborn as Grandpa Xiong. After Li Xiangdong's repeated persuasion, Zhao Wenqin gave up his plan to go home and bring the things over. "Haha, consider this a favor old Zhao, owe you. Young man, bring Liang over for dinner sometime. We can play a few games of chess sometime. Playing chess with me is much more fun than playing with that lousy old bear." Zhao Wenqin chuckled as he said goodbye to Liang and Li Xiangdong, humming a little tune and walking away with his hands behind his back, just like Grandpa Xiang a few hours earlier. Li Xiangdong and Liang exchanged a smile. The earthen pot was now cleaned up, so Liang helped Li Xiangdong load the remaining braised pork knuckle into the car, and the father and son headed to the hospital. That old woman wasn't happy I traded my bicycle for the pork knuckles. I'll take these 2 fragrant pork knuckles home. Let's see if she still has the nerve to be angry with me then. In Zhongcheng Academy, Zhao Wenqin strolled home with a beaming smile, a heavy bag of pork knuckles in his hand. This was the feeling of happiness. Hey, old Zhao, what are you carrying? Are they braised pork knuckles? They smell so good. Zhao Wenqin turned a corner and bumped into an acquaintance. His fishing buddy, Old Lu. Although Zhao Wenqin was closest to Old Xiang in the neighborhood, he also had a good relationship with Old Lu. The two often went fishing together, and were considered good friends. Old Lu looked at the pork knuckles in Zhao Wenqin's hand with a mixture of curiosity and longing. After all, the aroma of the pork knuckles was simply too tempting. Want to try some? Zhao Wenqin's eyes suddenly lit up, mimicking old Xiantu's behavior from a few hours earlier. If you lend me your jade lotus flower to admire, I'll let you cut off a piece of pork knuckle. This, Old Liu's face showed a troubled expression. Old Lu knew that old Zhao had long coveted his jade lotus flower. Whenever old Zhao visited, he would admire it for a long time. Now, old Zhao actually wanted to exchange a mere piece of pork knuckle for his jade lotus flower? That was simply wishful thinking. But this pork knuckle smelled really good. At 5:30 p.m., Liang and Li Xiangdong arrived at the hospital pushing 2 large buckets full of pork knuckles. As soon as they entered the ward, Zhang Yan gave Liang and Li Xiangdong a shock. Zhang Yan decided she was going to be discharged tonight. These past few days of rest had left Zhang Yan feeling incredibly energetic and in great health. For Zhang Yan, she was eager to return to her life. Staying in the hospital only made her anxious and uncomfortable. After careful consideration and consulting Professor Wang about the feasibility and safety of discharge, Liang and Li Xiangdong finally agreed. The news of Zhang Yan's discharge spread, attracting many doctors, nurses, and even patients she had met during her hospitalization to come and congratulate her. Looking at the large crowd, Liang was once again deeply impressed by Zhang Yan's social skills. Since there were so many people, Liang decided to distribute all the braised pork knuckles he had prepared, as a way of celebrating his mother's discharge. As the sun set, the ward was filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After the special dinner, Li Xiangdong led Zhang Yan to put on the monitors to track her vital signs and completed the discharge procedures. The family of 3 then stepped out of the hospital gates. By then, it was completely dark, and a gentle evening breeze blew by, causing Zhang Yan to let out a soft whoosh. The wind this month had lost its chill, carrying instead the fragrance of grass and flowers, which invigorated Zhang Yan. Stepping out of the hospital, Zhang Yan felt reborn, both mentally and physically. Sitting in the passenger seat of Li Xiangdong's Ford Raptor, Zhang Yan eagerly gazed out the window at the Kyoto city skyline on the way home, as if it were her first time visiting Kyoto. In truth, Zhang Yan had seen the night view of Kyoto countless times, but the feeling of seeing the scenery during her serious illness was completely different from that of someone recovering from one. Li Xiangdong seemed to understand Zhang Yan's thoughts as well, deliberately driving in circles to areas with better night views, lingering for an extra half hour before slowly pulling into Zhongcheng Academy. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, the family of 3 took a stroll around the neighborhood, finally returning home leisurely at 8 o'clock in the evening. However, as soon as they crossed the cobblestone path and the outline of their number 8 courtyard came into view, all 3 slowed their pace. Liang narrowed his eyes. What's going on? There are about 10 people gathered in front of his house. Judging from their appearance, they all seem to be residents of the neighborhood? Is this Master Xiao Eng back? Hello Master, I'm your neighbor from courtyard number 6. You just moved in, we haven't had a chance to get to know each other yet. Please take this fruit basket. Hello Master Xiao Eng, I'm your neighbor from courtyard number 16. I have a new game console here, my son bought it for me. I don't know how to play, but please take it and relax. Master Xiao Eng, please take this pen. Wishing you success in your studies. As soon as Liang returned, everyone gathered around with smiles. Many of them brought gifts, constantly stuffing them into Liang's hands. Liang's hands were full, so he started stuffing them into Li Xiangdong's arms. Li Xiangdong was first stunned, then desperately refused, and finally completely broke down. To be honest, just today alone, Li Xiangdong was getting a phobia of receiving gifts. He really disliked taking things for free and owing favors, but the key was that the neighbors in this Zhongcheng Academy community seemed to be possessed, relentlessly sending things to his house. Do rich people all like to play like this? Li Xiangdong simply couldn't understand. Ding! Just as the chaos erupted, a notification sounded in Liang's mind. Your reputation level has changed. Your reputation at Central City Academy has been upgraded to somewhat famous. Please keep up the good work. Liang was even more confused. He just went to the hospital this afternoon to deliver food and pick up his mother from the hospital, and he's already somewhat famous in the neighborhood? He only delivered pork knuckles 3 times in the neighborhood today. Once to Hu Ziyi, once to Grandpa Xiong, and once to that Grandpa Zhao Wenqin. Why is there such a commotion now? Everyone calm down, be quiet. Didn't I say that Master Ang doesn't like to be disturbed? Be careful not to upset him with your antics. At this moment, Zhao Wenqin struggled to push his way out of the crowd, raising his arms and shouting. Hearing Zhao Wenqin's words, everyone quickly shut their mouths, but their hopeful gazes remained fixed on Li Ang. Grandpa Zhao, please explain this to me. Seeing Zhao Wenqin, Liang understood about 3/10 of what had happened. Well, Xiao Ang, it's my fault. Zhao Wenqin scratched his mustache sheepishly, saying awkwardly, I took 2 braised pork knuckles from you today, intending to show them off to my friend so he could try them, but your knuckles were just too delicious. My friend took 1 bite and immediately couldn't resist calling 2 more of his friends to try, and just like that, word spread, and all the knuckles you gave me were snatched up by these people, leaving me not even the plastic bag. Zhao Wenqin almost cried as he recalled the disastrous situation. He shouldn't have been so talkative and boasted to Lao Lu. Who knew Li Ang's food could drive people so crazy? 2 pork knuckles are barely enough to fill a gap in everyone's teeth, yet they ignite everyone's craving for delicious food. That's why these neighbors are now gathering at Liang's front door, not only to catch a glimpse of Master Ang's charisma but also to build a good relationship with Liang and become familiar with him, so that they can get their hands on his pork knuckles as soon as he makes them in the future. What kind of mess is this? Li Ang sighed. He originally rented this Zhongcheng Academy for peace and quiet, but unexpectedly, in just one day, he'd become the neighborhood's Master Ang. Seeing the expectant looks in everyone's eyes, Liang shook his head and said, if everyone really wants to eat braised pork knuckle, then I'll consider making it. After all, we're all neighbors. But I have some rules to make first. I don't accept any pre-orders, and I won't cook every day. It all depends on my mood. Please don't bother me too much. If anyone engages in harassment, don't blame me for blacklisting them and not selling them anything. Also, my pork knuckle costs 100 yuan. To be honest, I'm doubled the price, since I didn't originally plan to set up a stall in our neighborhood. Making it for everyone is like working overtime, so please understand. If you think it's too expensive, you can wait until I officially set up a stall and buy it from me. Actually, selling to the residents of the neighborhood isn't impossible. After all, selling braised pork knuckle in the neighborhood can still increase reputation levels and complete system tasks. However, right now, more than completing the system task, Liang was concerned about his family's living environment. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't make too much noise selling braised pork knuckle. This was something he had to make clear to his neighbors. Understood, Master Ang. We were indeed a bit too abrupt today. We've really never had such delicious braised pork knuckle rice. We just wanted to get to know you, no ill intentions, sorry. 100 yuan is expensive my foot. I even lent him my jade lotus flower just now so I could eat old Zhao's braised pork knuckle. Master Ang, you're so kind to us neighbors. Although Liang's words were reasonable, combined with his 8-year-old appearance, there was actually a certain endearing maturity in him. However, the neighbors didn't disregard Liang's words because of his age. After all, Liang's culinary skills were undoubtedly backed by a master chef. No one would believe that Liang's family was just running a stall. Nobody wanted to offend Li Ang. Finally, the crowd dispersed. Zhao Wenqin apologized again to Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan, promising to keep an eye on these foodies and prevent them from disturbing Liang's family's lives. The farce ended, and Zhang Yan suddenly laughed, pinching Liang's cheek. I never thought our little Ang would become a master chef. Now Mom will have even more to talk about in the neighborhood. Mom, you just got out of the hospital, you should rest at home for a few days. Liang reluctantly moved Zhang Yan's hand away. However, as it turned out, Zhang Yan didn't listen to Li Ang. The next day, Zhang Yan had Li Xiangdong take her to the park for a spring outing. The third day, the family of 3 even went on a long trip to the nearby suburbs. It wasn't until the 4th day that Zhang Yan finally calmed down and started trying to take on some tailoring business in the neighborhood. However, wealthy people either had their own personal tailors or simply replaced their clothes when they got old. Zhang Yan couldn't find any work, and in the end, Liang stopped her in time, shattering Zhang Yan's idea of developing a tailor shop in Zhongcheng Academy. For the past few days, the neighbors had kept their promise and hadn't bothered Liang's family, but they were all secretly craving it, eagerly awaiting the day Liang would start cooking. Finally, on the 5th day, Liang started cooking. With nothing else to do, Liang prepared about 50 pounds of braised pork knuckle and notified everyone in the residents' group chat. By the time the pork knuckle was ready, the line in front of their house stretched for over 10 meters. Normally, selling food like this isn't allowed in such upscale residential areas, but nobody cared. The property management and security guards, having heard the news, all rushed over to line up. The 50 pounds of pork knuckle were almost sold out by noon, forcing Liang to restock. In the afternoon, the 3 of them pitched in. Liang braised the pork knuckle, Li Xiangdong cleaned up the pots and pans, and Zhang Yan cooked the rice. As soon as Zhang Yan was asked to work, she was even happier than when she went out to play a few days ago. Pot after pot of rice was cooked, filling the entire yard with its aroma. Combined with the smell of braised pork knuckle, it was so delicious you could eat it just by breathing in the air. This endless stream of pork knuckles had the neighbors of Zhongcheng Academy going wild. In just one day, Liang's braised pork knuckle became a household name in the neighborhood. With so many people, some chaos was inevitable. Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin, the two brothers, actually came to help maintain order. Grandpa Xiong owned a company, and Zhao Wenqin seemed to be a leader as well. Under their management, the queue was quite orderly. Some elderly people even brought small tables and chairs to play cards or chess on the roadside to pass the time while waiting in line. This made Li Xiangdong very envious, but he had other work to do, so he could only focus on his own tasks. Liang's team finally called it a day at 6:30 p.m. The neighbors reluctantly left. Some who hadn't gotten a turn could only stare in regret, hoping Liang would make braised pork knuckles next time. Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa Xiong, come here. Seeing Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong still methodically directing everyone to leave and avoid stepping on the grass, Liang winked at them and called out softly, "I saved 2 for you, take them home and eat." As he spoke, Liang stuffed 2 plastic bags into Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong's hands. Their hands felt heavy, each bag contained a braised pork knuckle. Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong had helped direct the order, which had been a considerable help to Liang. Liang had always had a good impression of Grandpa Xiong. As for Zhao Wenqin, although the braised pork knuckle incident in the neighborhood was caused by him, Liang later learned about the price of the lightning bicycle online. Upon discovering that the bicycle was worth 100,000 yuan, Liang wanted to return it that very day, but Zhao Wenqin absolutely refused. In the end, Liang had no choice but to give up. It was only right to give Zhao Wenqin a little treat now. Great, Zhao Wenqin's eyes crinkled with laughter. Take this pork knuckle home, let my wife have a good taste. I'm going to call my son and daughter-in-law to come too. And my niece, she works hard at school, she should come and enjoy a good meal. You old man, you're quite stingy. Grandpa Xiong glanced at him sideways. 1 pork knuckle, and you're planning a family feast? What, you're not happy about it? Zhao Wenqin rolled his eyes. Xiaoang is here, I'm too lazy to argue with you and make a fool of myself. Seeing the two of them about to start bickering, Liang quickly interrupted. Actually, I'm planning to make another batch of braised pork knuckles tomorrow, so I can reserve some for you too. That's great. Zhao Wenqin exclaimed happily, then nudged Grandpa Xiong with his elbow. Old Xiong, did you hear that? Xiaoang is giving me face. These pork knuckles aren't just for you, I get some too. What are you so smug about? Grandpa Xiong shifted his position, then beckoned to Li Xiangdong with a smile. Little Li, I recently got a new jade chess set. Come on, let's play a few games at my house. Okay. Li Xiangdong had been itching to play chess for a while and immediately nodded in agreement. Zhao Wenqin's face twitched slightly. Bringing up the jade chess set in front of him was like rubbing salt into his wounds. Grandpa Xiong ignored Zhao Wenqin and turned to Liang and Xiaoang. Want to come to my house and play video games with Huzi? Liang directly refused Grandpa Xiong. Frankly, if Grandpa Xiong had invited him to play chess, Liang would have gone. The key was, Liang simply couldn't play with children his own age, it was like torture. And so, Li Xiangdong and Grandpa Xiong left, and Liang sat down with Zhang Yan in the living room to watch TV. After a day's work, it feels so good. Zhang Yan watched a primetime drama, her smile impossible to hide. She hadn't experienced this fulfilling yet slightly tired feeling in years. Liang sighed, about to advise Zhang Yan to rest more, when Zhang Yan turned her head and looked at Liang, saying, Xiaoang, school starts in 3 days, have you finished your homework? Homework? Liang was dumbfounded. Mom, what homework? Liang swallowed hard, feigning ignorance. Luckily, Li Xiangdong wasn't there, he and his mother should still have some room for negotiation. Your school homework. Zhang Yan frowned. School starts soon, you haven't forgotten to do it. How about mom tutors you? No need, mom, I only have a few practice tests left. I'll go back to my bedroom and finish them now. Afraid that Zhang Yan would actually come to check his homework, Liang quickly said a few words and ran upstairs as fast as he could. Sigh, this child. Zhang Yan shook her head. Although Zhang Yan had always supported Liang's street food business, in her opinion, he should still go to school. After all, the child was still young, she couldn't completely abandon him to the world. Meanwhile, Liang returned to his bedroom and closed the door. Homework? Where was my winter break homework again? Liang pulled a large box out from under his bed, relying on his memory. He flung open the box with a whoosh, and was completely dumbfounded by the stacks of homework notebooks inside. Holy crap, are elementary school students really that much homework these days? Classic literature reading notes, 100-word diary entry every day, calligraphy practice, math workbook, English workbook. Liang was on the verge of tears. What is all this stuff? Liang would rather elementary school homework consisted of a few sets of practice papers, at least that would be somewhat interesting. Elementary school homework, for Liang, was tedious, mentally taxing, and, most importantly, there was so much of it. Liang suppressed his temper, wrote 5 diary entries in a child's voice, and then threw the notebooks aside. What the hell am I supposed to write? If I keep writing, Liang is really going to go crazy. No, I absolutely can't go to school. The thought of his future school days sent a shiver down Liang's spine. If Liang were in high school now, he could tolerate it and just casually take the college entrance exam. But the problem is, he's starting from elementary school again. By the time he actually gets to high school, he'll probably have a brain injury. I need to think of a way to drop out, or maybe get into a higher grade early. Speaking of which, what are the standards for universities' gifted youth programs these days? Are there any schools where I don't have to commute every day? Liang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After thinking for a long time without coming up with a good idea, he simply put aside his homework and went back to bed to check his phone. He glanced at the chat group. It was full of students from Kyoto University and Tsinghua University complaining about Liang's long vacation and desperately wanting to find him. Liang simply continued lurking, then glanced at Qian Hengfi's messages. Qian Hengfi wants to order some more chili oil. Sure, but Liang told Qian Hengfi to use it sparingly, since once school starts, the supply of chili oil won't be as stable for a while. After dealing with the messages, Liang closed WeChat and started reading online novels. You brat, still sleeping? The next morning, Li Xiangdong's voice rang out from outside the door. Liang jolted awake and rummaged through the sheets. He hadn't finished his homework from last night. If Li Xiangdong saw these blank sheets, he'd be in big trouble. Liang quickly finished his homework, and Li Xiangdong opened the door after hearing the noise. What's up, Dad? I just got up. Liang pretended to stretch. Li Xiangdong glanced at Liang suspiciously. Are we still buying pork knuckle today? If so, I'll go to the market to buy it now. Don't always order from the property management, they charge a delivery fee, it's expensive. Buying pork knuckle. Of course we'll buy it. Liang nodded repeatedly. If they didn't buy pork knuckle, Li Xiangdong's attention would likely shift to supervising Liang's homework. Speaking of which, although Liang had already decided not to go to school and would have to find a way to take a leave of absence or change his school schedule after the start of the semester, he still needed to figure out how to handle the homework issue. Otherwise, if the teacher found out he hadn't done his homework and notified the family, then the whole 7 wolves, a nickname for Liang's parents, would really be in trouble. Liang hurriedly went out, and after the family had breakfast, Liang and Li Xiangdong went to the nearby market to buy pork knuckle. However, the quality of pork knuckles at the vegetable market near Zhongcheng Academy was generally mediocre. The best one Liang found was only blue grade, and ridiculously expensive. Left with no other option, Liang and Li Xiangdong went to the supermarket to buy brand-name pork knuckles. Although it was more expensive, the quality was guaranteed, and they saved on delivery fees. Liang had considered getting pork knuckles directly from Kyoto Agricultural University, but he felt uneasy about having them delivered to their home. Furthermore, the price of pork knuckles was relatively high, and Liang felt somewhat embarrassed, so he decided to buy them himself. Supermarket staff helped load the 200-odd pounds of pork knuckles into the back of Li Xiangdong's Ford Raptor, and he couldn't help but wonder, is this some kind of employee meal the boss is preparing? This boss is quite nice, he buys only good quality food for his employees. With the pork knuckles loaded, Li Xiangdong drove home. At the entrance to the residential area, all the security guards stood up. Brother Li, Master Xiaowang, what are you doing here? Security guard Xiao Lu straightened his helmet, his mouth watering as he stared at the overflowing bed of fresh pork knuckle in his Ford Raptor. Yes, we're making pork knuckle today too, Li Xiangdong said with a smile. Security guard, welcome to try it. And, Liang interjected, could you please stop calling me Master Xiaowang? It sounds weird. Security guard Xiao Lu nodded excitedly. He had eaten Liang's pork knuckle yesterday. Although 100 yuan was a bit pricey, it was totally worth it. He'd heard the knowledgeable residents of the neighborhood say that Liang's pork knuckle was even better than some high-end restaurant chefs. Security guard Xiao Lu watched Liang and Li Xiangdong enter the residential area, then turned and went into the security room to report to the security captain. Captain, I'd like to ask for leave in a bit. Leave? To buy pork knuckle? The security captain had seen Liang and his son's cart full of pork knuckles while sitting in the security room and understood what was going on. Yes. Security guard Xiao Lu didn't hide anything. Could you cover my shift for a while? The security captain took a sip of tea. Not approved. Security guard Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment, then immediately panicked. Captain, that braised pork knuckle was just so delicious. I really want to try it again. Just cover my shift for 20 minutes, I'll cover your night shift next time. Unexpectedly, the security captain became furious upon hearing Xiao Liu's words, braised pork knuckle. You know braised pork knuckle is delicious. Last night I queued for over an hour, and I still didn't get a turn. I was thinking of getting a few bites of your pork knuckle, but you licked the whole thing clean. It was disgusting. Today I'm determined to get a braised pork knuckle made by Master Xiao Wang. No one can reason with me." With that, the security captain shoved Xiao Lu and pushed open the door, heading straight for courtyard number 8. If he went late, the line would stretch on forever. Security guard Xiao Lu was dumbfounded. He'd had a good time with braised pork knuckle and some wine last night, but he'd gotten a little tipsy and offended the captain. Now Xiao Lu was at a loss. Sigh, he guessed he was just unlucky enough to miss out on the food. The security captain took a few steps, then couldn't bear it any longer and turned back. "Give me the money." "What money?" Xiao Lu said, aggrieved. "Captain, even though I offended you yesterday, you can't just openly ask me for money." "What nonsense! I want the money for the pork knuckle." The security captain's eyes widened. "I'll also get you a pork knuckle, so you won't have to lick mine when I bring it back." Xiao Liu's expression froze, then he grinned. "Captain, I knew I made the right choice following you. Come on, give me 110 yuan. I want 10 yuan for the delivery fee." This. Courtyard number 8 is selling braised pork knuckle again today. Come on, everyone, let's line up. Damn it, I'm not going to the company today. I guess I'll just get my pay docked. Wait, I'm the boss. The news that Liang was selling braised pork knuckle again spread like wildfire throughout the neighborhood. Everyone was excited, and some even skipped work to line up in front of Liang's house. This was all thanks to the formidable reputation Liang had built in the neighborhood with the delicious taste of his braised pork knuckle. While most of the residents of Zhongcheng Academy weren't exactly the wealthiest in Beijing, they were certainly not short of money. By ordinary standards, they were definitely rich. Logically, winning over the palates of these people wouldn't be easy. When the braised pork knuckle first went on sale yesterday, many people initially acted haughty. With their comfortable lifestyles, they simply couldn't accept having to queue to buy braised pork knuckle. However, after tasting the braised pork knuckle from friends, everyone's attitude changed. This pork knuckle is so delicious, you can't buy it anywhere else, no matter how much money you have. To exaggerate a bit, how many times in a lifetime can you eat something this good? Why wait any longer if you're not going to eat it like crazy? 10 minutes later, a long queue had formed at the entrance of courtyard number 8. The property management, which had tacitly approved of Liang selling braised pork knuckle in the community yesterday, was now fully supporting him. Due to the warmer weather, the property management set up several free tea stations along the way in courtyard number 8, and also provided camping tables and chairs for residents who needed them. In addition, the property management deployed more staff, along with Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqian, to maintain order. Most of the residents of Zhongcheng Academy are usually busy, but this quiet time while waiting in line for the pork knuckle allowed them to socialize and even facilitated a few sales. Regardless, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the first batch of braised pork knuckles. However, Liang, while braising the knuckles, was secretly troubled. What was he going to do about his homework? No matter how well the pork knuckles sold, the system couldn't do his homework for him, could it? In his frustration, Liang caught a glimpse of the queue and suddenly spotted a familiar figure near the front. Tiger. Big brother. Tiger, seeing Liang's gaze, immediately jumped up excitedly, waving frantically at him. Just then, Liang's first batch of pork knuckles was already stewing in the pot, so Liang simply wiped his hands and moved closer to Tiger. "Big brother, you're not just my boss now, you're the boss of our whole neighborhood. So many adults are eyeing your food, it makes me, their little brother, proud." Tiger, upon seeing Liang, first pulled a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to him, then stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily with a proud expression. Liang tucked the lollipop behind his ear, somewhat speechless. Tiger's way of speaking was rather funny, childish yet with a touch of jiangyu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry. Whether he learned it from TV or from Grandpa Xiong was unclear. "By the way, Tiger, as your big brother, I have a task for you." Liang glanced back at Li Xiangdong, who was still busy, coughed, and said softly. Tiger narrowed his eyes. "Big brother, tell me, did one of the kids in our neighborhood offend you? Do you want me to go over there and smash their windows with a slingshot or blow up their flowers and plants with firecrackers?" Liang hesitated, then shook his head. "I don't need you to do those things." "That's good." Tiger suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "If I really had to do those things, my grandpa would definitely spank me." Liang was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "That Tiger. I haven't finished my winter break homework yet, you know what I mean? Then you'd better hurry up and finish it, big brother." Tiger nodded. School starts in a few days. Elementary schools in Kyoto City start later, but around the same time each day. Tiger had been cooped up at home for a long time after being beaten by Grandpa Xiong a while ago, and only today did he come out and run around. Liang looked at the innocent-looking Tiger, his eye twitching slightly. This Tiger, he completely missed what he meant. "Did you have to be so blunt? What I mean is, could you help me with my homework? I'm busy making pork knuckles every day, I really don't have time to do it." Liang shrugged, trying to appear calm, but his face was already flushed. Damn it! In his past life, he was a graduate of a top-tier university, 985, and now he's having an elementary school student do his homework. Shameful, so incredibly shameful. So that's what you mean, big brother? Tiger nodded in sudden understanding, but then frowned. But big brother, you're older than me, I probably can't do your homework. As he spoke, Tiger suddenly put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. This startled Liang, who quickly turned to look at Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yuan's reactions. However, after hearing the whistle, Li Xiangdong only glanced at Liang indifferently, then lowered his head to continue washing the new batch of pork knuckles. In Li Xiangdong's view, Liang and Hu Ziyi were just playing around, so he didn't worry about it too much. Liang turned his head and saw two children, about the same age as Hu Ziyi, suddenly dart out from the queue. One was a girl with two pigtails sticking straight up, haphazardly tied with colorful rubber bands. The other was a boy wearing a children's shirt with a red bow tie and thick glasses. Big brother, this girl is called Tiao Tiao, and the other one is called Ruyui. They're both my little brothers, so naturally they're your little brothers too. Hu Ziyi introduced the two children to Li Ang. Jumpy excitedly joined Tiger in greeting, "Hello, brother," while Rui nodded emphatically to Liang, saying, "Hello, brother Ang." From their eyes, it was clear that these two, like Tiger, deeply admired Li Ang. After all, in their eyes, Liang's ability to get a bunch of adults to line up and eagerly wait to cook was absolutely amazing. Liang rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Well, now he had two more little brothers. Seeing Liang's helpless expression, Tiger misunderstood him and immediately put on a serious face. "Jumpy, Rui, now our big brother is in trouble, we have to help. Our big brother needs us to do his winter vacation homework so he can make braised pork knuckle in peace. This task is very difficult, are we confident?" "No problem, we'll definitely help big brother finish his winter break homework," Rui and Tiao shouted in unison. This attracted the attention of many people in line, and some even covered their mouths and chuckled. "Keep your voices down." Liang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly covered the children's mouths. "This is a secret mission, don't make a sound." After confirming that the children's loud shouts hadn't attracted Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yuan's attention, Liang breathed a sigh of relief and surveyed his little brothers. Hearing Liang mention the words "secret mission," Hu Ziyi and the others became even more excited, their eyes shining. They obediently shut their mouths and nodded vigorously. "My braised pork knuckle is almost ready. In a bit, you'll line up to get your knuckles, then follow me inside to get your homework. Be careful not to let my parents see you. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, bring it back to me after you've finished your homework. Understand?" Liang glanced at his little genius smartwatch, calculated the cooking time of the pork knuckle, and then carefully instructed the children. The children nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Don't underestimate the chore of finishing homework. In the children's minds, it was a righteous mission to save the important figure from hunger, allowing Liang to focus on making goose legs. This was like a scene from an animated film come to life, a daydream come true. The thrill and joy were indescribable. Seeing this, Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least the homework was settled. Next, Liang busied himself with preparing the braised pork knuckle. In no time, the first batch of fragrant pork knuckle was ready. Liang followed Li Xiangdong in distributing the pork knuckles. Today, Liang had made a small innovation to the braised pork knuckle. Besides selling it separately and making it into pork knuckle rice, Liang also added pork knuckle noodles to the menu. The aroma of the braised pork knuckle filled the air, and the neighbors of Zhongchang Academy beamed with joy. However, although everyone was craving it, there were simply too many people today, and eating in Liang's yard was obviously impractical. Most people chose to take the pork knuckle home to eat, while some grabbed it and headed straight to the basement to drive out, clearly eager to share the delicious food with family and friends. When it was Hu Ziyi's turn in line, Liang didn't ask for money. After all, he felt he should give these kids some compensation for helping with their homework. Hu Ziyi and the others weren't as particular as the adults. They wolfed down the pork knuckle on the roadside. With a big bite, they swallowed the reddish-brown skin and flavorful lean and fatty meat together, making the neighbors who hadn't bought any pork knuckles yet salivate. After distributing one pot of pork knuckles and starting a second pot, Liang glanced at Hu Ziyi, tugged at Li Xiangdong's sleeve, and said, "Dad, I want to rest for a while. I'll take my friends inside to watch TV." Li Xiangdong glanced at Hu Ziyi and the others, slightly surprised that Liang already had 3 friends in the neighborhood, and immediately nodded in agreement. Liang led the 3 of them inside, tiptoed upstairs, and began distributing homework. Tiger claimed his grades were average, so Liang assigned him the task of writing a diary and book reports, 100 words a day from the start to the end of winter break. Although the workload was heavy, the difficulty was relatively low. Tiao mentioned her mother was a foreign language teacher, so Liang naturally assigned her English homework, which should be a piece of cake for her. As for Rui, his father is a university mathematics professor, and Rui seems to have inherited his father's high intelligence, excelling academically and already taking university-level math courses. Although Liang had reservations about Rui's learning progress, handing him the math workbook was always a safe bet. Sure enough, Liang's homework catching team was quite capable, each member possessing their own strengths, perfectly covering the scope of Liang's assignments. After handing over everything, Hu Ziyi and the others stuffed their homework into their backpacks, and Liang felt refreshed. Speaking of which, Liang himself never expected that the pressure of homework, something he hadn't experienced in years, would return to him. "Boss, we guarantee we'll complete the mission brilliantly." Hu Ziyi gave Liang a thumbs up, then his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. "Boss, now that our team is large and we're on a secret mission, I think our team needs a resounding name." "A name?" Liang was taken aback. "Yeah, when we were kids, we'd play together, and when there were a lot of us, we'd always give our little group nicknames." In his past life, Liang and 6 other kids in his neighborhood were known as the 7 heroes of the neighborhood, helping old men cross the street and finding lost cats and dogs for older women. Even though there was no reward, Liang felt incredibly cool back then, like chivalrous heroes. He hadn't experienced that kind of childhood fun in many years. I think our team should be called the Jumping Faction. I'm the eldest sister." The little girl jumping, her 2 pigtails bobbing, suggested first. "That won't do." Rui adjusted her glasses. "We're not just you and our team, why should we use your name? Even if we're going to give it a name, it should be after Brother Ang. Let's call it the Ang Faction." "I don't need it," Liang quickly interrupted Rui. Ang Faction, just hearing that made him want to dig his toes into the ground. "Since we can't call ourselves the Jumping Faction, what do you suggest?" Jumping pouts and asks Rui. "How about Academy Scholars?" Rui thinks for a moment and says, "We're from Zhongcheng Academy, and we really love reading. It sounds really cool." Rui genuinely loves reading. "That name sounds rather old-fashioned." "Your name won't do, it's not imposing at all, and besides, I don't like reading." Tiger finally interrupts Rui. "If it were up to me, we'd be called Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warriors. It's imposing and catchy enough. All of us together are a dragon, Ang is the head, I'm the claw, Rui is the tail, and Jumping Pout is the butt." "I don't want to be the butt." Jumping Pout protests. "Actually, I don't want to be the bottom either." Rui hesitates. The children start chattering again, and Liang loses interest in the children's fun, his temples are throbbing. "Alright, let's call the team the Homework Finishing Team then. You guys get back to work. Go home, go on. Liang hurriedly saw Hu Ziyi and the others off before letting out a long sigh of relief and continuing to work on the pork knuckles. Without the burden of homework, Liang's speed in making the pork knuckles increased even further, and by a little after 5 o'clock in the evening, almost all the knuckles were sold. Liang hung a closed sign on his fence, and after most of the neighbors had left, he took out about 10 kilograms of his remaining knuckles and distributed them to Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin, who had been helping to maintain order that day. This was all pre-arranged. Grandpa Xiong took the knuckles and eagerly rushed home, intending to take them out to share with his other friends. Grandpa Xiong had been bragging about Liang's pork knuckles to his group of old friends for a long time, and today he was going to let his old buddies see and taste them. Zhao Wenqin, however, didn't intend to leave. He smiled and grabbed Li Xiangdong's hand, starting a conversation. Liang, however, wasn't paying attention to what the two were saying, he was looking around. Where did Tiger and his gang go? Why aren't they here yet? Big brother. Finally, Liang saw 3 figures run out from the pebbled path at the door. Tiger, Jump, and Rui, panting, ran up to Liang, about to open their backpacks to take out their homework and hand it to him. "Don't deliver it here, let's go inside." Liang glanced at Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan and said in a low voice. He led the 3 into the bedroom, and they immediately opened their backpacks and dumped onto the bed. Whoosh! Paper fluttered everywhere. Liang saw that his workbooks and exercise books seemed to be covered in writing, and his heart relaxed. Thank goodness, his homework catching team was pretty reliable. "Thank you, if you see any toys you like in my room, you can take them." Liang looked around his bedroom. He didn't have many toys in his room, he didn't play with those things. Outside, Zhao Wenqin released Li Xiangdong's hand and got down to business. "Xiangdong, I've prepared a nice feast today to go with this braised pork knuckle. There aren't many people home, just my wife and granddaughter. You'd better come and help digest. Yawen and Xiao Ang, come too. I've been eating your braised pork knuckle all the time, I should do something." "This, no need." Li Xiangdong hurriedly waved his hand. "How can that be? We're brothers, aren't we?" Zhao Wenqin immediately frowned and said loudly. Since Grandpa Xiong and Li Xiangdong had become close friends despite their age difference, Zhao Wenqin also considered Li Xiangdong his younger brother. Besides, since Grandpa Xiong had invited Li Xiangdong to his house to play chess last night, Zhao Wenqin had to treat Li Xiangdong's family to dinner. Zhao Wenqin's motto was never to be outdone. Alright, then I'll have to bother you. Li Xiangdong finally couldn't resist Zhao Wenqin's insistence and nodded in agreement. Alright, you three can rest for a bit and then come over. I'll go home and get ready. Zhao Wenqin waved with a smile, carrying his elbow on both hands as he headed home. Thank you for your trouble. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan waved back to Zhao Wenqin. Come on, let's go upstairs and call Xiao Ang. Li Xiangdong glanced at the stove in the yard. It was already clean, and the other pots and pans were almost washed too. He could just take the trash with him when he left. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan went upstairs and bumped into Hu Ziyi and the other two coming out of Liang's bedroom. The three of them called out uncle and auntie and then ran away as fast as they could. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of suspicion in each other's eyes. They pushed open the door and saw Liang hurriedly gathering his homework scattered on the bed. His hand slipped, and a diary fell to the floor with a thud. Xiao Ang, is this your winter break homework? Li Xiangdong picked up the notebook first, seemingly lost in thought. He had originally come to invite Liang to Zhao Wenqin's house for dinner, but since they had run into each other, he might as well check Liang's homework. After all, school starts in 2 days. It's my homework, all finished, Liang said casually, though his hands were sweating. While Liang was worried, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan sat down on the bedside table and began to look through Liang's homework. Fortunately, Li Xiangdong was checking Liang's diary, while Zhang Yan was checking Liang's math workbook. If Zhang Yan had been checking Liang's diary, she would have immediately recognized that the handwriting wasn't Liang's. However, Li Xiangdong was different. In his memory, Li Xiangdong was often busy with barbecues and rarely checked Liang's homework. Zhang Yan usually did it for him and then informed him of the completion status. Besides, elementary school students' handwriting is usually a bit crooked, so it shouldn't be recognizable. This should be enough to fool them. But the next moment, both Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan's expressions changed simultaneously. Li Xiangdong looked at Liang with a strange expression and said, "Little Ang, how can you write such nonsense in your diary? I asked you to write a diary, not a novel." Liang was stunned and hurriedly grabbed the diary to check it. Upon seeing it, Liang's head buzzed. Whether it was because he had nothing to write about or because Tiger was simply clueless, the entire diary was filled with his dreams. In his dreams, Tiger transmigrated to a cultivation world, becoming an immortal emperor, battling various demonic cultivators, and finally even fighting against the heavenly Dao. Although the writing was childish, it still left readers stunned. Don't say this kid has a bit of a talent for writing web novels, but the key point is, why the hell are you submitting this stuff to a website? Why are you writing a diary? Why don't you just write down where you went today, what books you read, using the same old template? I didn't expect you to have such a wonderful little world inside your head. Li Xiangdong shook his head and said, but a diary should be based on facts, not made up, otherwise it's meaningless. Li Ang nodded. This diary was indeed meaningless. If he actually handed it in, the teacher would definitely read it aloud in front of everyone, and Liang would be truly mortified. Xiao Ang, on the other side, Zhang Yan also noticed something was wrong with the math workbook. I can't understand any of the formulas you wrote, and they don't match the answers. Liang took the workbook and did the calculations, feeling even more dizzy. Rui wasn't lying, he had indeed started previewing university-level advanced mathematics courses. But the key point was, he got almost everything wrong. This was like someone who had only half learned the basics and was already showing off. For example, there was a word problem: a tortoise and a hare are running in a straight line, 100 meters apart. The tortoise's speed is 1 meter per second, and the hare's speed is 2 meters per second. A squirrel darts out from the tortoise's location at a speed of 3 meters per second, meets the hare, immediately returns, catches up with the tortoise, and then turns back again. The question is, how many meters has the squirrel run when the tortoise and hare meet? Actually, this problem is very simple. Just calculate the time it takes for the tortoise and hare to meet, and then multiply that by the squirrel's speed. However, Rui disdained such a rudimentary and imprecise calculation method. She directly used calculus to treat the squirrel's distance as the sum of an infinite convergence series. Actually, if Rui had actually solved it, it wouldn't have been a problem, but her calculation was wrong. Outrageously wrong. According to Rui's calculation, the squirrel could run the distance from the Earth to the Moon. Are you kidding me? A rocket hamster, huh? You've taken Rui to outer space to do a simple word problem? Liang put down his math workbook, pinning his last hope on the English homework Tiao had done for him. Seriously, Tiao's mom really is a foreign language teacher. But damn it, she's a Russian language teacher. Tiao completed this English homework entirely in Russian. I'm exhausted, I'm done. This is ridiculous. Mom and Dad, there are indeed some minor problems with this homework, I'll revise it. With no other choice, Liang could only say, shamelessly, sigh. The homework finishing team's secret operation ended in failure. Xiao Ang, you've had a really tough winter break. Li Xiangdong sighed, as if remembering something. If they call my parents because of the homework, I'll explain to the teacher. If the teacher gets really angry about the homework when school starts, Li Xiangdong will take the blame for his son. After all, his son has done a lot of work this winter break, and he needs to help share the burden of schoolwork. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll fix the homework. Liang quickly changed the subject. Mom and Dad, what did you come to my room for? Oh right. Li Xiangdong clapped his hands. Grandpa Zhao invited us to his house for dinner. Get ready and change your clothes, then we'll go. Okay. Liang agreed quickly, shoving Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong out, then closing the door and sighing. What to do with this homework? Just burn it. At Zhao Wenqin's house. Grandma, let me tell you, last time I was looking for my phone at night, I came across a mint cake stall. It was so delicious. I bought a whole bag full, intending to bring some over to you and Grandpa, but my parents snatched it all up as soon as I got home. After that, I searched all over town for that kid selling mint cakes, but alas, I can't find him anymore. A college student, around 20 years old, sat on the living room sofa, sighing deeply to Tong Kexia. Chen Lingfei is Zhao Wenqin's older sister's granddaughter. Strictly speaking, Chen Lingfei is Zhao Wenqin's grandniece, but Chen Lingfei has loved visiting Zhao Wenqin and Tong Kexia's house since she was little. Plus, her parents later bought a house near Zhongcheng Academy, making their lives even closer, so Zhao Wenqin always calls her granddaughter. After all, grandniece sounds too awkward and distant. Fei, how could a piece of mint cake have you craving it for so long? Tong Kexia laughed. These days, don't you young people all like chocolate and ice cream? Chen Lingfei's family was quite well off, and she'd tasted plenty of good food, but it was unexpected that she'd be so fixated on a small piece of mint cake. Grandma, you don't know, the taste of that mint cake was heavenly. It was so incredibly satisfying. Chen Lingfei's eyes still lit up as she recalled the taste. Alright, Fei, I guarantee you, the braised pork knuckle at that family's place in our neighborhood is definitely better than your mint cake. Grandma had a bite last night, and it was so delicious she was dreaming about it all night. Tong Kexia's eyes also lit up. Yesterday, Tong Kexia was quite angry with Zhao Wenqin about the bicycle delivery, but after tasting the braised pork knuckle he brought back, all her anger vanished. She was so captivated by the aroma that she completely forgot about being angry. What are you all talking about? Just then, Zhao Wenqin pushed open the door and came in. As soon as Zhao Wenqin entered, the aroma of braised pork knuckle wafted from the plastic bag in his hand, filling the entire room. Grandpa! Chen Lingfei's mouth watered instantly at the smell of the braised pork knuckle. Speaking of which, there are braised pork knuckle vendors near the gate of their Kyoto Aviation University, but in terms of aroma, they're nowhere near as good as the knuckle this grandpa is carrying. No wonder my great-uncle called me out of school tonight, he really has some good stuff. Fei, don't eat yet. Zhao Wenqin said with a smile, I also invited a master chef who makes braised pork knuckle. Let's wait until the whole family of 3 is here before we eat. Old woman, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the dishes to the table. Normally, Zhao Wenqin ordering Tong Kexia around like this would have caused an argument, but since Zhao Wenqin had brought back such a large bag of braised pork knuckle, Tong Kexia willingly and cheerfully served the dishes. In no time, the banquet hall table in the villa was filled with delicious dishes. King crab, lobster, abalone sauce sea cucumber, roast suckling pig, all hearty dishes. However, neither Zhao Wenqin nor Tong Kexia had the cooking skills, so they specifically asked the day shift nanny to make it. Of course, to express their feelings as hosts, Zhao Wenqin and Tong Kexia also cooked a few homestyle dishes themselves, but they didn't look very appealing and were placed on the edge of the table. Although the daytime nanny was skilled and used expensive ingredients, a large portion of the center of the round table remained empty, reserved for braised pork hock. Even the most expensive ingredients don't guarantee deliciousness. Tong Kexia packed a large bag of pork hock into a soup pot. There were still some left over, so she placed them on a deep plate. Chen Lingfei's gaze only swept over the various delicacies before fixing its fixed on the braised pork hock. The bright red pork knuckle looked so juicy and bouncy under the light, I really wanted to take a bite. What a pity, your parents are abroad on business, otherwise they could have enjoyed this feast too. Zhao Wenqin patted Chen Lingfei and said with a smile, it's okay. I'll send them a picture to make them drool, as if they've already eaten. Chen Lingfei took out her phone, found the right angle, and snapped a photo, recording this feast. Even without filters, the distinctly colored braised pork knuckle stood out prominently in the center of the table. By the way, uncle. Chen Lingfei looked away and asked, where's my uncle? That kid. Zhao Wenqin knew Chen Lingfei was referring to his son, that kid's too busy to come. Actually, it was only because Zhao Wenqin's son left early yesterday morning and missed the pork knuckle Zhao Wenqin brought home that he would have definitely come today. As Zhao Wenqin and Chen Lingfei were chatting, the doorbell rang. Oh, master's here. Zhao Wenqin quickly opened the door, and Liang's family of 3 was there. excuse me, please accept these 2 cases of milk. Before coming to Zhao Wenqin's place, Li Xiangdong's family had gone to the supermarket and bought the 2 most expensive cases of milk. No! Zhao Wenqin's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, brother, if you leave these 2 boxes of milk in my house, you're slapping me in the face. After several attempts to refuse, Li Xiangdong, being tongue-tied, ultimately couldn't bring himself to give the gift. No need to change your shoes, just come in. Oh, and let me introduce you, this is my granddaughter, Fi Fei. Zhao Wenqin smiled and led Li Xiangdong and the others into the house. Tong Kexia and Chen Lingfei came to the living room to greet them. When Chen Lingfei saw Liang, she was immediately startled. Aren't you, that kid who sells mint cakes? I've finally found you. Chen Lingfei was overjoyed, this was so easy. Who are you? Liang scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Judging from Chen Lingfei's tone, she must have been a customer from when he sold mint cakes. But the problem was, Liang had absolutely no recollection of her. It's me. Chen Lingfei frantically pulled out her phone and waved it in front of Liang. Xiaomi, my voice assistant is called Xiaomi, do you remember her? Oh, Xiaomi. Liang nodded, recalling. Back then, Chen Lingfei had lost her phone and kept calling Xiaomi, while searching for it. Liang initially thought her cat was lost. Speaking of which, it was because of Chen Lingfei that Liang discovered the business opportunity of selling mint cakes on the streets late at night. Fi Fei, do you know Xiaowang? Zhao Wenqin was somewhat puzzled. His granddaughter was much older than Liang, how did they know each other? After listening to Chen Lingfei's animated explanation, Zhao Wenqin laughed. Master Xiaowang's skills are truly unparalleled. My granddaughter has been craving his mint cakes for so long, ha ha ha. In a pleasant atmosphere, Zhao Wenqin invited Li Xiangdong and his family of 3 to the banquet hall for dinner. Sitting down, Li Xiangdong was initially a little reserved, so Zhao Wenqin casually took out a bottle of motai liquor. After a few drinks, Li Xiangdong and Zhao Wenqin were both flushed and hugged each other, calling each other brothers. Tong Kexia and Zhang Yan sat close together. During their conversation, Zhang Yan learned that when Tong Kexia and Zhao Wenqin first got married, their family wasn't wealthy, so Tong Kexia had worked as a seamstress. This gave them something to talk about, and Zhang Yan's social skills were on full display. Soon, Tong Kexia excitedly wanted to recognize Zhang Yan as her goddaughter. However, since Li Xiangdong and Zhao Wenqin were already brothers, Tong Kexia changed her mind and wanted to recognize Zhang Kexia as her godsister instead. As for Chen Lingfei, she kept showing off her braised pork knuckle. Liang's braised pork knuckle was as good as ever today, tender, flavorful, and with a rich meaty aroma and just the right amount of spices. Served with rice, every bite was a silky smooth treat. No, I absolutely have to get Kid Brother's contact information today. I heard he lives at Zhongcheng Academy too, then I won't have to worry about not having good food later. Chen Lingfei finished eating quickly and secretly started plotting, glancing at Liang repeatedly. But for some reason, Liang also kept looking at Chen Lingfei, seemingly lost in thought. Their eyes met briefly, then looked away, only to meet again a moment later. Uncle, I'm going to the yard for some fresh air. Chen Lingfei stood up and said, Dad, I'm going to the restroom. Liang also stood up and said. The two went out one after the other, eventually meeting up naturally in the yard outside the gate. Kid brother, can I add you on WeChat? Chen Lingfei took out her phone and asked. Sure, Liang knew exactly what Chen Lingfei was thinking, she just wanted to be the first to get some good food from him. Chen Lingfei was unaware that Liang was only temporarily selling braised pork hock in the neighborhood, he would normally continue selling it at his stall. By the way, don't tell my classmates that I live here. Liang added, as if remembering something. Okay, Chen Lingfei paused for a moment, then nodded seriously. Protecting her friend's privacy was the right thing to do. There's something else, my winter break homework. Liang cleared his throat, shamelessly asking Chen Lingfei to help him with his winter break homework. After all, Tiger and his gang were unreliable. Chen Lingfei, a student at Kyoto Aviation University, a top-tier university, 985, was more than capable of completing his assignment. Unexpectedly, Chen Lingfei frowned. Kid, while I love your food and I like you, homework is something you have to do yourself. Having someone else do it for you might make things easier for a while, but nobody can take the exam for you. The knowledge you learn is yours to keep. I won't do anything against my principles just for the sake of food. Well then, I'll offer 10 pounds of braised pork knuckle and 2 pounds of mint cake. Liang coughed. Alright, kid, this little assignment is a piece of cake. Chen Lingfei excitedly grasped Liang's hand. Chen Lingfei wasn't deliberately pressuring Liang to offer a price, in her opinion, elementary school homework should be done by the student themselves. Besides, it was really inappropriate for a university student to do elementary school homework. However, the price Liang offered was enough to make Chen Lingfei lose her temper. After reaching an agreement, Liang took Chen Lingfei home to retrieve her homework. He first erased the pencil-written assignments from the three boys, then had Chen Lingfei stuff them all into her handbag. Only after doing this did the two return to the banquet hall. At the dinner table, Li Xiangdong, Zhao Wenqin, Tong Kexia, and Zhang Yan were still chatting happily, completely unaware that the two had been gone for quite some time. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that Li Xiangdong reluctantly said goodbye to Zhao Wenqin, and the three of them went home to sleep. The next morning, before Li Xiangdong could bring up the homework again, Liang brought up selling braised pork hock again. Besides pork hock, Liang also planned to get some ingredients for making mint cakes. This was a condition he had promised Chen Lingfei, and he wanted to keep his word. This time, for the winter break homework, he directly hired university students from Kyoto Aviation University. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any more problems. To be honest, Liang had considered having Lu Tao or Lu Yue do his homework, but that would likely reveal his home address. Liang didn't think Kyoto University or Shuaki University would do anything outrageous after knowing his address, but some minor harassment was almost inevitable. Even if they didn't block his door, they'd probably block the entrance to his apartment complex, which was quite inconvenient. Fortunately, he wasn't well known at Kyoto Aviation University, and Chen Lingfei had promised to keep his address confidential, so he had a relatively perfect solution for the homework so far. In another villa at Zhongcheng Academy, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Lingfei opened her eyes, struggling to sit up, and stretched her aching arms. Last night, she hadn't gone back to her dorm or stayed at Zhao Wenqin's house, but instead stayed in her empty house at Zhongcheng Academy to finish her homework. Chen Lingfei initially thought that elementary school homework would be a piece of cake, something she could finish in an hour or two. However, Chen Lingfei soon encountered the same predicament as Li Ang. Elementary school homework was indeed not difficult, but it was truly torturous. English homework was the easiest. Chen Lingfei had almost finished it, but the remaining homework was a real headache. Writing a primary school student's diary requires imitating the tone and thought process of a primary school student, recording daily life while adding a touch of whimsy. Then there's math homework. The calculation problems are naturally easy, but some word problems are like brain teasers, requiring precise word choice. For someone as careless and forgetful as her, this is hellish. She has to concentrate and read the problem 5 or 6 times, otherwise, she'll easily get stuck. As for copying calligraphy, it's a pure physical and mental assault. Being bored is one thing, but the key is that Chen Lingfei, as a university student, hasn't used a fountain pen in a long time. As Chen Lingfei wrote, she became exhausted and ended up sleeping on the table all night. I can't take it anymore, I need to find outside help. Chen Lingfei looked at the homework spread out on the table, her head throbbing, and thought to herself. Buzz buzz buzz. Chen Lingfei picked up her phone, intending to call for help, when it suddenly vibrated. It was Liang calling. Feeling a little guilty, Chen Lingfei answered the phone, and Liang's voice came from the other end. Your braised pork knuckle and mint cake are ready, there's already a line outside, hurry up and get them. Chen Lingfei jumped up, not even bothering to brush her teeth or wash her face, and rushed out the door with dark circles under her eyes and messy hair. Because Chen Lingfei knew the stall's opening time from Liang beforehand, there were only 7 or 8 people in line when she arrived. By the time it was Chen Lingfei's turn to collect her pork knuckle and mint cake, a long line had formed behind her, and the property management staff and Uncle Xiong Zhao Wenqin had also appeared. This was Chen Lingfei's first time queuing outside the number 8 courtyard, and she was secretly astonished by the scene. This is bizarre. Chen Lingfei never imagined that selling braised pork knuckle in the neighborhood could generate such a stir. Not only did Grandpa Xiong and her great-uncle, 2 of her former superiors, volunteer to help, but the property management even came to help maintain order. Your payment. While Chen Lingfei was still in a daze, Liang had already filled 3 large black plastic bags with braised pork knuckle and mint cakes, and shoved them into Chen Lingfei's hands. And, I need the homework tonight, so you'd better work hard today. Chen Lingfei was stunned. Tonight? So soon? Originally, Chen Lingfei had just planned to ask her best friend to help her finish Liang's homework in a couple of days. Now, it seemed there wasn't enough time. Is it possible? If not, I'll ask someone else, Liang asked, squinting. Yes, absolutely. Chen Lingfei took a deep breath, said goodbye to Liang, and hurried home. She first put the braised pork knuckle in the refrigerator's crisper drawer, then unwrapped a piece of mint cake and ate it. Hiss! It tastes just like that. Chen Lingfei shuddered, feeling the refreshing mint sensation rush to her head. A wave of comfort washed over her, and she felt much of the fatigue from helping Liang with his homework last night disappear. After a moment's thought, Chen Lingfei gritted her teeth, her expression serious. Now that things had come to this, Chen Lingfei was ready to play her trump card. Chen Lingfei picked up her phone and dialed her best friend's numbers. Yuan, I need to talk to your boyfriend about something. Don't get me wrong, I remember your boyfriend is the president of our school's calligraphy club, right? Bring him to my house, I have some calligraphy practice books for him to write on. Qian, your boyfriend is a PhD in mathematics, right? You two are together, are you? Come to my house at Zhongcheng Academy, hurry up. Ting, your boyfriend is a senior in Chinese literature, right? What? He's even published a novel? That's great. I have an article I need him to write. Now, bring him over quickly. Chen Lingfei wasn't a celebrity like Lu Yue at school, nor was she a genius with abundant tutor resources. But the problem was, Chen Lingfei had a best friend. Her best friend's boyfriend was her friend. This best friend's boyfriend resource was her biggest trump card. Half an hour later, Chen Lingfei's best friend arrived at her house with her bewildered boyfriends. Before the boyfriends could even marvel at the luxury of Chen Lingfei's home, she laid out Liang's homework in front of them. Gentlemen, I'm leaving this homework to you. After understanding Chen Lingfei's intentions, the boyfriends' expressions subtly changed. They were all considered elites at their university, writers and PhDs, and they only came here because of their girlfriend's influence. And then, Chen Lingfei actually made them do elementary school homework. A math PhD, and you're making him do brain teasers and word problems. A published author, and you're making him write an elementary school diary. The most outrageous one was the president of the calligraphy department at Kyoto Aviation University, a disciple of a renowned master calligrapher with considerable fame in the calligraphy world, who was actually making him write elementary school calligraphy practice books. Putting everything else aside, even the author of the calligraphy book might not be as skilled as him. Is this some kind of prank or joke? Or is this just looking down on someone? Sorry, I can't do this. Find someone else. I have things to do in the lab, I have to go. The boyfriends shook their heads, unanimously rejecting Chen Lingfei's request. It's only natural to help when your girlfriend's best friend is in trouble, but assigning her elementary school homework is a bit outrageous. Chen Lingfei looked at her best friend with pleading eyes, but her friends all looked away. Fei, my boyfriend is indeed quite busy. I thought something urgent came up when you rushed us over. If it's just elementary school homework, he probably really doesn't have time. Fei, my boyfriend, and I had a fight yesterday, and he's still a bit upset. I really don't want to pressure him. You don't want us to start arguing again at your house, do you? Chen Lingfei trembled with anger at her friend's replies. Fine. So all of you are so concerned about your boyfriends, huh? Such fake friendships. But jokes aside, Chen Lingfei knew deep down that her request was indeed a bit unreasonable. If Chen Lingfei really had some kind of emergency, she had no doubt that her friends would do everything they could to help her. But helping with homework, especially elementary school homework, was something her friends simply didn't care about, let alone their boyfriends. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Looks like I'll have to bleed a little. Chen Lingfei sighed, turned, and went to the living room to retrieve 2 large plastic bags. The plastic bags themselves weren't anything special, but the key was that as soon as Chen Lingfei untied them, a rich aroma wafted out. Fei, what are you holding? Holy crap, it smells amazing. This is braised pork knuckle? Where did you buy this? Slurp. Fei, can I have a bite? The appearance of the pork knuckle caused a stir among everyone present. Whether it was her best friend or her best friend's boyfriend, everyone was mesmerized by the aroma, their eyes glued to the braised pork knuckle. Chen Lingfei understood everyone's reaction. She knew the same shock and awe one feels when first witnessing the delicious food the kid ate. Chen Lingfei coughed and said with a smile, since everyone's here, it doesn't matter if you help with your homework or not, have something to eat before you leave. Chen Lingfei spoke politely, but the problem was, once they'd eaten the pork knuckle, they definitely wouldn't feel comfortable leaving. Everyone present naturally knew this, but the pork knuckle was just too delicious. Chen Lingfei's move was a calculated one, they couldn't help but fall for it. Finally back. At Kyoto International Airport, Chen Feng and his wife disembarked. 3 months of overseas research had already made Chen Feng miss his hometown. Let's get home. Chen Feng took a deep breath and smiled slightly. Yesterday, Fei sent us a picture of braised pork knuckle. That big knuckle looks so delicious. I must ask that girl where she bought it when we get home. You're still thinking about that picture? Chen Feng's wife covered her mouth and chuckled. Last night, Chen Lingfei sent Chen Feng and his wife a picture of a banquet while having dinner at Zhao Wenqin's house. Chen Feng wasn't particularly interested in the delicacies on the table, but he couldn't stop thinking about the braised pork knuckle. The color, the presentation. Even without smelling it from the picture, Chen Feng, who hadn't had proper Chinese food for 3 months, felt a sharp pang in his stomach. So upon returning to China, Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry to go back to the company. Instead, he rushed home to check on things. Ding dong. As Chen Feng and his wife got into the luxury car that had picked them up, his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification, a warning from the front door camera at his home in Zhongcheng Academy. Unknown visitor, please be aware. Before leaving the country, Chen Feng had installed a facial recognition smart camera at his front door. Checking the camera's history, Chen Feng was dumbfounded. What was his beloved daughter, Chen Lingfei, doing bringing a bunch of men and women over? A sense of foreboding rose in Chen Feng's heart. Could it be a party? Oh my god. All those antiques in his house. His wine cabinet full of rare wines. He had warned his daughter long ago not to bring friends over casually. If a bunch of 20-year-olds started causing trouble in his house, he really couldn't handle it. Hurry, get back to Zhongcheng Academy as soon as possible. Chen Feng urgently instructed the driver. More than an hour later, Chen Feng and his wife finally arrived home. The couple exchanged glances and cautiously crept into the house. There was no DJ music playing inside. Instead, it was eerily quiet. The couple tiptoed around for a while before finally finding Chen Lingfei and her group of friends in the study. There, doing homework. When Chen Feng saw what the children were doing, he was shocked. These young people, in the prime of their youth, hadn't gathered together for a party, a dance party, or even a tea party. Instead, they were doing homework. Are college students these days so well behaved? And Chen Lingfei's best friends and boyfriends were so engrossed in their homework that they seemed completely unaware of Chen Feng and his wife's arrival. It took Chen Lingfei a while to look up and see her parents. Overjoyed, she rushed over and hugged them. After exchanging a few words, Chen Lingfei went back to doing her homework. So diligent? Chen Feng remembered that Chen Lingfei hadn't been this hardworking during her senior year of high school. Chen Feng quietly peeked at everyone's homework and felt even more overwhelmed. Is this toxic? You guys are doing homework together, but you're doing elementary school homework. Chen Lingfei and her girlfriends were fine, they were simply focused on their English worksheets. But her three boyfriends were each using their own unique talents. The calligraphy club president, brush in hand, was completely absorbed, his calligraphy flowing like dragons across an elementary school workbook. The math PhD, on the other hand, seemed to have a knack for it, scribbling intricate formulas across an elementary school math workbook. The publishing house writer, seemingly overflowing with inspiration, was writing in his elementary school diary while reminiscing about his own childhood, his eyes welling up with tears as he became more emotional. Maybe we shouldn't bother them. Chen Feng and his wife closed the door. Today's college students, they're hard to understand. Chen Feng and his wife retreated to the living room. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Feng suddenly stopped, his nose twitching as he looked towards the refrigerator. Opening the refrigerator door, they saw a large bag of braised pork hock in the crisper drawer. It was 6:30 p.m., and Liang was sitting in his courtyard, enjoying the cool evening air. The braised pork knuckles for the day were sold out, so Liang could finally relax. Sitting in the large courtyard, a pot of tea, listening to an online novel on his phone, it was quite pleasant. You brat, you look like an old man. Li Xiangdong grumbled at Liang after tidying up the stove, then turned and went inside, leaving Liang alone in the large courtyard. About 10 minutes later, Liang heard footsteps on the pebbled path near his house. Coming? Liang squinted and saw Chen Lingfei approaching, looking distressed, under the streetlights. Kid, you've finished all your homework. Chen Lingfei handed Liang a tote bag with a long face. Liang opened the bag and checked the homework. She's a college student after all, much more reliable than Hu Ziyi and the others. The calligraphy in the practice book was a bit over the top, and the math workbook used some advanced mathematical solutions, but the answers were all correct, so it wasn't a big problem. However, his homework had 5 or 6 different handwriting styles, which was a little strange, but Liang wasn't that demanding now. As long as it was finished and correct, that was enough. I thought something went wrong. Why do you look like that? Is my homework really that hard? Liang put away the homework and asked Chen Lingfei curiously. What Liang didn't know was that Chen Lingfei was suffering. To finish this homework, she had asked her best friends and boyfriends for help, and that noon she treated them to over 6 pounds of braised pork knuckle. She still had some mint cake and over 3 pounds of pork knuckle left, which should have been fine, but when she went to the refrigerator to heat up the pork knuckle for dinner, she found that her greedy father had eaten it all. Even the mint cake was down to just 2 pieces. So, Chen Lingfei had been busy calling for help and staying up all night to finish her homework, all that effort, while her parents and friends had a blast eating, and she hadn't gotten anything at all. It's okay. I'm selling braised pork knuckles tomorrow, just come early to buy some, Liang chuckled, patting Chen Lingfei reassuringly. Chen Lingfei's mood improved a bit. After chatting with Chen Lingfei for a few more minutes and confirming that she hadn't revealed his address, Chen Lingfei left. No sooner had Chen Lingfei left than a notification sound popped into Liang's mind. Ding! Your reputation level at Kyoto Aviation University has been updated to slightly famous. A reward of 8,888 yuan has been given. Please keep up the good work, host. Liang was stunned for a moment. Kyoto Aviation University. He hadn't been there at all recently? What's going on? Liang shook his head, not thinking much of it, downed the tea in one gulp, and went home to rest. 2 days until the start of school. In the 2 days leading up to the start of the semester, Liang worked diligently, selling braised pork hocks in the neighborhood every day. Finally, at 6:30 p.m. the night before school started, after selling the last batch of braised pork hocks, a system notification popped up in front of Liang's eyes. Ding! Your reputation level at the food location, Central City Academy, has been changed to renowned. System quest: fragrant braised dishes, completed. Quest rewards being distributed. Whoosh! The long unseen illusory image of the god of cookery's recipes slowly unfolded before Liang, this time lighting up the inkwash illustrations of 2 dishes. Unlocked dish, garlic fried chicken. Unlocked dish, stinky mandarin fish. New system task issued. Delicious and flavorful, please sell 666 servings of garlic fried chicken and 666 servings of stinky mandarin fish within 1 week. If the sales target is not met within the time limit, the task will be considered a failure, and the system will refresh the task after 3 days. Liang frowned. The dishes the system rewarded this time were quite bizarre: garlic fried chicken, stinky mandarin fish. These 2 dishes were increasingly pungent. The garlic fried chicken at least had a strong aroma, but the fragrance of the stinky mandarin fish was somewhat indescribable. To be honest, although this system task was time limited, the difficulty wasn't high, and the required sales volume wasn't large. If Liang were to set up a stall properly at a food street or near a university, he could probably complete the task in a day. The problem is, Liang has to go to school now. Although elementary school students don't have evening self-study sessions and the total class time isn't very long, it still takes up most of Liang's daytime. This is a bit of a hassle. In the next week, Liang not only needs to figure out a way to avoid going to school, but he also needs to find an opportunity to push through the system tasks. What a pain! Don't let Liang's age fool you, he's only 8 years old now, and he genuinely wants to retire early. Liang let out a breath, trying to calm himself down. Glancing at Li Xiangdong, who was still scrubbing the stove, Liang hesitated before speaking. Dad, you don't need to rush to the kitchen to wash dishes later. I'm going to research a new dish. Li Xiangdong frowned and said, Hey kid, school starts tomorrow, what are you busy with? Go inside, play on your phone for a while, and go to bed early. Besides, are you going to go out to buy groceries at this hour? Frankly, on this somber day of impending school, Liang wasn't really in the mood to research a new dish. However, the system had a task, so Liang wanted to make the most of his free time. It's okay, Dad, I'll keep track of the time. I'll definitely be in bed by 10 o'clock. Under Liang's insistence, Li Xiangdong could only sigh and let him go about his business. Liang called the property management to order some chicken drumsticks, then turned and went inside. Instead of the more difficult stinky mandarin fish, Liang decided to research garlic fried chicken first. Li Xiangdong glanced at Aang's retreating figure, muttering to himself, that brat, his addiction to cooking is even stronger than his addiction to playing on his phone. I really don't know where he gets his motivation from. Although Li Xiangdong had been roasting goose legs for many years, for him it was merely a skill he relied on for a living, he couldn't say he particularly loved it. But Liang was different. Li Xiangdong observed that while Liang always appeared calm and expressionless while cooking, he could always catch a glimpse of excitement and joy deep in Liang's eyes when each dish was finished. In fact, many times, Liang wouldn't get tired after cooking all day. On the contrary, he would get more and more excited as he cooked. Li Xiangdong honestly admitted he was far from achieving that level. I don't feel any joy in cooking, but I'm good at chess. I really love chess. Hey, if I could be reborn in my next life, I definitely need some kind of chess god system so I can become the world's #1 professional player. Li Xiangdong's thoughts drifted, recalling a scene from a chess-themed online novel he'd read the night before, and he started daydreaming. However, Li Xiangdong's little fantasy was quickly interrupted. Brother Li, what are you doing? Busy, want to lend a hand? Grandpa Xiang and Zhao Wenqin stood at the gate, smiling, carrying a small stool and a chessboard. Li Xiangdong was slightly taken aback. What brings you two here? Hey! Grandpa Xiang clapped his hands. Old Zhao is going back to work tomorrow, he won't have much free time to play chess anymore. He said we 3 brothers should have a good match today. I wonder if Brother Li is free. After Grandpa Xiang finished speaking, Zhao Wenqin gave him a sidelong glance. Zhao Wenqin hadn't originally planned to play chess with Grandpa Xiang, he just wanted to find Li Xiangdong for a match, but who knew Grandpa Xiang would run into him on the way and insist on coming along. Uncle Zhao, are you working tomorrow? Li Xiangdong asked, a little puzzled. Zhao Wenqin was in his early 60s, shouldn't he be retired by now? However, some company leaders, even chairmen, do need to remain in their positions even at an advanced age. It's not so easy to just walk away. Li Xiangdong's curiosity about Zhao Wenqin's profession only flashed through his mind briefly, his attention quickly focused on chess. Anyway, Liang needed to use the kitchen now, and Li Xiangdong had no cleaning to do after washing the pots, so why not play a game to his heart's content? Come on, come on. Li Xiangdong tossed aside the rag and greeted Grandpa Xiang, Zhao Wenqin, with a cheerful smile as he entered the yard. Inside the villa, in the kitchen. Xiaoang, what new dish are you preparing? Zhang Yan asked with a smile as she watched Liang slice ginger and mince garlic. Garlic fried chicken. Liang put down the knife, frowning. The property management usually delivers groceries very quickly. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Peering through the window, Liang speechlessly discovered that the property management delivery personnel were standing in his yard watching Li Xiangdong and Zhao Wenqin play chess. Several large bags of fresh chicken drumsticks were on the cart behind the deliveryman. He'd clearly forgotten about them. Liang coughed a few times towards the window, and the deliveryman finally realized what had happened. He hurriedly bowed and scraped as he carried the chicken drumsticks inside, repeatedly apologizing to Li Ang. Of course, Liang wouldn't make things difficult for the deliveryman over such a small matter. After checking that the chicken drumsticks were of good quality, Liang saw the deliveryman off, rubbed his hands together, and prepared to make his first batch of garlic fried chicken. Pushing the chicken drumsticks into the kitchen, Liang saw Zhang Yawen still there. Xiaoang, can mom watch you make fried chicken? Hearing Zhang Yawen's question, Liang chuckled. Could it be that his mother, like his father, wanted to learn the ropes too? However, since it was his own mother who had asked, Liang had no reason to refuse. He even brought Zhang Yawen a stool so she could sit and watch. After settling his mother in, Liang took out 2 pounds of chicken drumsticks and started working. The first step in making garlic fried chicken is to score the chicken for better marinating. This knife skill was nothing to Liang. After scoring the chicken drumsticks with a cleaver, he gathered the pre-cut ginger slices and minced garlic, ready to marinate. The success of garlic fried chicken largely depends on the marinating method. After all, garlic fried chicken isn't difficult to make. The difference in skill between chefs lies in the marinating process. Liang took a large stainless steel bowl, added minced garlic, ginger slices, and cooking wine, then placed the chicken drumsticks in and, wearing disposable gloves, mixed them thoroughly. This step removes the chicken drumsticks' fishy smell. Next comes the seasoning. Black pepper, cumin powder, chili powder, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and salt. This is a classic marinade recipe. Of course, the recipe is easy to remember, but the proportions are crucial. Liang is fortunate to have a systematic approach, otherwise, he would need extensive practice to find the perfect ratio. Just like many chefs who like to specify the amount of a certain seasoning a few tablespoons or chopsticks, but if you follow their instructions, the taste might not be the same. That's because they don't have the correct measurements. The amounts and proportions of the seasonings are incorrect. Food is a delicate matter. Subtle differences in portion sizes, ingredient quality, and environment require varying seasoning ratios, making it difficult to mechanically prescribe precise quantities. After stirring again, Liang added some milk. This was a secret recipe. Milk contains a lot of fat and protein, which, when absorbed into the chicken, makes the meat more tender and juicy. Of course, not all meats need milk added during marinating. For example, Liang doesn't add milk when marinating braised pork hock. Pork already has enough fat, adding more would make it too greasy. At this point, the marinating is complete. At least half an hour needs to be waited before proceeding to the next step. While waiting, Liang took a shower. After a long day, feeling sticky and uncomfortable was unpleasant. After showering and drying his wet hair, Liang was surprised to find that Zhang Yan had set up her own little kitchen and marinated a small bowl of chicken legs, mimicking his method. However, to avoid wasting food, she only marinated 2 small chicken legs. Zhang Yan's decisive and efficient learning attitude was far superior to Li Xiangdong's. Xiaoang, what do you think of mom's marinated chicken? Zhang Yan sounded quite excited. This was her first proper cooking session since her recovery. Although she had helped Liang make braised pork knuckle a few days ago, that was mostly just cooking rice and washing dishes. Mom, you'll know if it's marinated well or not once you fry it. Liang smiled. Liang wasn't in a position to comment right now. After all, marinating seemed simple, but the skill involved was considerable. It wasn't something you could just copy blindly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Liang's hair was completely dry, and the chicken legs were almost marinated. Next, it was time to make the fried chicken crust. Liang cracked 2 eggs into the cornstarch, stirred it well, and then poured it into the marinated chicken legs. This step was to increase the stickiness of the chicken legs, making it easier to coat them with the batter later. Tap tap tap. Zhang Yan followed suit, using chopsticks to mix the eggs and cornstarch. Liang glanced at Zhang Yan but didn't say anything, focusing on his work. Whoosh! Liang mixed the cornstarch and flour, added a little peanut oil and salt and pepper. This is the batter for the chicken drumsticks. Peanut oil helps the batter retain the juices from the chicken meat after it's cooked, while salt and pepper enhance the flavor and aroma. It's all about technique. Liang didn't have time to explain all this to Zhang Yan. He quickly coated the chicken drumsticks in batter, heated the oil, and started frying. The heat for frying these chicken drumsticks can't be too high, otherwise they'll burn on the bottom and remain undercooked. Soon after the batter-coated chicken drumsticks hit the oil, they started sizzling and popping, with bubbles rising to the surface. At the same time, the chicken drumsticks visibly turned golden brown, and a strong aroma of garlic wafted from the oil. Meanwhile, the game between Li Xiangdong, Zhao Wenqin, and Grandpa Xiong in the yard had reached a fever pitch. Zhao Wenqin, whose chess skills were slightly inferior to Li Xiangdong's, had already lost. Now it was Grandpa Xiong's turn to face off against Li Xiangdong. The game between the two had reached a critical juncture. One wrong move and the entire game would be lost. Li Xiangdong and Grandpa Xiong were focused and calm, their minds racing. But the next moment, their mental sparks went out. Phew! What smells so good? Grandpa Xiong was the first to look up, curiously peering through the window. From the half-open window, a rich aroma of garlic mixed with the scent of fried chicken wafted out. This brat's new dish is fried chicken. Li Xiangdong sniffed, equally agitated. Judging from the smell, Liang wasn't making the currently popular new style of fried chicken, but rather a less fancy, more old-fashioned kind. Li Xiangdong loved this, fried chicken with a beer. It was simply perfect. Zhao Wenqin swallowed hard, but his fierce competitive spirit kept his attention firmly on the chessboard. He couldn't help it. Zhao Wenqin was determined to never fall behind and never admit defeat. Although he had lost the most badly today, it only fueled his motivation to study Li Xiangdong's chess style. Unexpectedly, the two of them got distracted halfway through, thinking about fried chicken. Brother Li Xiangdong, Dongzi. Zhao Wenqin, seeing Li Xiangdong hadn't made a move for a while, grew impatient. Please make a move, this move is crucial. Oh. Li Xiangdong snapped out of his reverie, swallowed, and moved his pawn slightly. Zhao Wenqin's eyebrows shot up. How could he move a pawn like that? Grandpa Xiong only needs to move the cannon to checkmate him, and Li Xiangdong will be checkmated within 5 moves. What's going on? Li Xiangdong's chess skills are better than his. He shouldn't have made such a terrible move. As Zhao Wenqin pondered, he saw Grandpa Xiong absent-mindedly move his horse, completely ignoring Li Xiangdong's pawn. Zhao Wenqin was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? He couldn't understand it at all. Meanwhile, Li Xiangdong had completely stopped looking at the board and casually moved his bishop, inadvertently exposing his general. Checkmate. Brother Li, you've lost. Grandpa Xiong, after a moment's realization, immediately made a checkmate. Li Xiangdong, seemingly unconcerned, shrugged. I lost. Uncle Xiong, let's go inside and check out the fried chicken. I really can't sit still anymore. That's what I was waiting for. Grandpa Xiong had long since lost interest in the chessboard. The two brothers helped each other to their feet and hurried inside. The only one with any competitive spirit in chess, Zhao Wenqin, was devastated. You two, come back here. Zhao Wenqin was on the verge of tears. 2 brilliant moves, locked in a fierce battle, ultimately ended in defeat because of a primary school student's mistake. It's like watching a football match, a superstar about to score a game-winning goal, only to slip and lose the ball. It's as frustrating as eating shit. Of course, for Zhao Wenqin, what was even more frustrating was that Li Xiangdong had lost to Grandpa Xiong, which proved that he, Zhao Wenqin, had also lost to Grandpa Xiong. You two, come back here and play chess properly. Come back, you two, come back here. Fine, I'd better hurry inside and check on them, lest those two have eaten all my fried chicken. In the end, the aroma of fried chicken finally overcame Zhao Wenqin's grief and indignation. Even if an iron will could allow Zhao Wenqin to resist the temptation of fried chicken for a moment, it couldn't make him permanently immune, could it? Zhao Wenqin wiped his face and quickly chased after them into the house. Ding! Garlic fried chicken. Creator, Li Ang. Quality, Golden Legend. Triggered special effect critical hit, dish effect doubled. Garlic fried chicken aroma significantly enhanced, slightly restores physical energy after consumption. As Zhao Wenqin entered the house, Li Ang's garlic fried chicken was finally ready. Using a slotted spoon to scoop out the chicken, oil dripped whoosh from the holes, and at the same time, the garlic aroma became even stronger, filling one's nostrils. Although fried chicken is high in calories and oil, it's also high in protein and fat, making it a good choice for feeling full and restoring energy. Eating a piece of fried chicken after a long day can indeed help restore energy. Little Ang, your fried chicken has such a strong garlic aroma. Grandpa Xiong, captivated by the amazing aroma, exclaimed with delight. Li Xiangdong, however, was far less polite. Forgetting the praise, he eagerly exclaimed, Kid, let me try some. Li Xiangdong was his father, and as for Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin, they had both given him rather expensive gifts earlier. Therefore, Liang didn't hold back, generously ladling out a pot of fried chicken and placing it in front of everyone. Li Xiangdong, without even bothering to grab chopsticks or gloves, impatiently picked up a chicken leg bone and took a bite. Sizzle! The crispy, peppery salt-flavored crust instantly cracked under his teeth, and when he bit into the tender, firm chicken, a savory, garlicky juice immediately gushed out. Li Xiangdong didn't know why Liang's fried chicken had such a crispy exterior. Li Xiangdong also didn't understand why Liang's fried chicken had such a strong garlic flavor. Li Xiangdong couldn't figure out why this fried chicken tasted like fresh chicken soup, tender yet with a slightly chewy texture. But Li Xiangdong was absolutely certain that this stuff was a perfect match with beer. Plop! With fried chicken in his mouth, Li Xiangdong eagerly opened a few cans of beer. He first shared the beer with Grandpa Xiang and Zhao Wenqin, then took a big bite of the garlic-flavored fried chicken and ate it with the beer. Whoosh! Li Xiangdong let out a burp. Life is good. Grandpa Xiang finished a fried chicken leg and downed a bottle of beer, then started holding 2 fried chicken legs at once. Just as Grandpa Xiang was about to put both fried chicken legs in his mouth at the same time, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Liang's shocked expression. Grandpa Xiang suddenly snapped out of his daze, realizing his eating manners were a bit off. He quickly coughed lightly and casually placed a fried chicken leg back on his plate. The doctor told me that fried foods are all oily and I shouldn't eat too much. Eating too much can easily lead to high cholesterol and weight gain. After finishing his fried chicken leg, Zhao Wenqin suddenly remembered his doctor's advice during his recent checkup. He'd been a little overweight lately. It seemed best to avoid fried chicken, right? Thinking this, Zhao Wenqin hesitated. If you're not eating it, then give it to me. Grandpa Xiang had just finished his second fried chicken leg and casually snatched it from Zhao Wenqin's hand. Who said I wasn't eating it? Zhao Wenqin glared at him, about to explode, when his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was his wife, Tong Kexia, calling. Zhao Wenqin gritted his teeth and turned his back to answer the phone. Old man, what are you doing? Why aren't you home yet? Tong Kexia's helpless voice came from the other end of the line. Zhao Wenqin was supposed to go to work tomorrow, and it was almost 8 o'clock and he still wasn't home, so Tong Kexia was naturally a little annoyed. You've been playing chess with old Xiang again, you're not drinking, are you? Old woman, what do you know? Zhao Wenqin pouted. I'm trying the new garlic fried chicken that kid brother made, the aroma, tisk tisk. Fried chicken? Tong Kexia asked doubtfully. Aren't fried chicken legs and fried chicken nuggets for kids? What kids? Once you taste it, I guarantee you won't be able to sleep tonight. Zhao Wenqin's voice rose 8 octaves. Alright, bring me some fried chicken later so I can try some. Don't forget to pay Xiaoang, you can't just eat his food for free every day. Tong Kexia found Zhao Wenqin's sudden urgency amusing. Zhao Wenqin snorted and nodded, okay, just wait at home. Hanging up, Zhao Wenqin turned his head and saw that Grandpa Xiang and Li Xiangdong each had 2 chicken legs stuffed in their mouths. Liang was holding the last chicken leg, he had already eaten one, saving the last one for his mother. The plate was empty. The fried chicken was all gone? He only made a phone call. Old Xiang and Dongzi really don't mind the heat. No, where's my fried chicken? Zhao Wenqin's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Where's your fried chicken? There's so much fried chicken here. Grandpa Xiang mumbled, chewing on some chicken. I only ate 1 chicken leg. Zhao Wenqin was on the verge of tears. Why was he always the one getting hurt lately? Either he shouldn't have tasted Xiaoang's fried chicken today, or he should have his fill. Eating a piece of fried chicken whetted his appetite, and then he couldn't have any more. It was torture. Xiaoang, you can. Zhao Wenqin brazenly started to speak, saying that if Liang was willing to make another serving of fried chicken, he would give him another 100,000 yuan without a problem. However, before he could finish speaking, Grandpa Xiang covered his mouth and whispered, What are you talking about? Xiaoang has school tomorrow, you wouldn't have the nerve to ask him to make you another serving, would you? Zhao Wenqin felt a lump in his throat, unable to refute Grandpa Xiang's words. Good heavens, you, surnamed Xiang, stole my fried chicken, and now you've taken the moral high ground. Zhao Wenqin's face contorted, wishing he could bite Grandpa Xiang's hand, but Grandpa Xiang chuckled and quickly pulled his hand back. Splash! At that moment, Zhang Yan, still busy in the kitchen, lifted a strainer. My fried chicken is ready. Anyone want to try some? Although Zhang Yan only made 2 chicken legs, they looked golden and quite presentable. Liang squinted at his mother's fried chicken, then suddenly paused. Ding! Garlic fried chicken. Creator, Zhang Yan. Quality, blue, excellent. Review: Zhang Yan's garlic fried chicken is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a rich garlic flavor. It's an excellent fried chicken snack. What the heck? Liang was dumbfounded. When Liang taught Li Xiangdong how to make roast goose leg, he taught him step by step, meticulously repeating every detail. Even so, Li Xiangdong only managed a blue quality roast goose leg on his first try. Look at his mother, Zhang Yan. She just casually followed Liang's instructions and still managed to get a blue quality roast goose leg? What kind of talent is this? Who the hell is the culinary god here? Xiaoang, come and try mom's garlic fried chicken. For a food maker, whether they eat the food themselves isn't so important, the main thing is to see other people's reactions. Liang put the fried chicken leg in his mouth, took a bite, and then closed his eyes to enjoy it. To be honest, Zhang Yuan's garlic fried chicken, in terms of appearance, aroma, and taste, is no match for Liang's own. But in Liang's heart, Zhang Yuan's fried chicken is the best fried chicken in the world. Why don't you try some? Zhang Yuan gave Zhao Wenqin the last garlic fried chicken leg she had made, which soothed some of his heartache. Zhao Wenqin took the garlic fried chicken and immediately took a big bite. Not bad. To be honest, Zhang Yuan's garlic fried chicken was indeed quite different in taste from Liang's, but it was still the kind of quality you wouldn't find on the street. With this skill, she could easily support a phenomenal, successful shop. Liang's family is truly full of hidden talents. Zhang Yuan knew that Zhao Wenqin's evaluation was probably more truthful than her son's. So seeing Zhao Wenqin give her a thumbs up, Zhang Yuan couldn't stop smiling. This was the first proper dish she had made since her recovery. She was sure she could make even better dishes in the future, and maybe even relieve some of the pressure on her son and husband from running their stall. Actually, Zhang Yuan's rise to become the well-known Goose leg auntie near Kyoto University several years ago wasn't just luck. Zhang Yuan's culinary talent was indeed top-notch, and she genuinely loved cooking. However, after developing a heart condition, she was unable to perform strenuous physical labor, and her culinary skills were put on hold. Now, with a new beginning in her life, Zhang Yuan still has unlimited potential. Although Zhao Wenqin and Grandpa Xiong were a little reluctant to leave, it was getting late, and after finishing their fried chicken, they couldn't linger any longer. Insisting on helping Li Xiangdong wash the pots and pans, the two cheerful old men bickered as they went home. Grandpa Xiong and Zhao Wenqin left, but Liang didn't rest. He continued washing the chicken legs and starting to marinate them. Garlic fried chicken actually tastes better the longer it marinates. Liang had marinated it for over half an hour just now to experiment with the shortest possible marinating time. If it marinated overnight, it would taste even better. After working until 10:30 p.m., Liang finally returned to his bedroom, urged on by Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yuan. Although Liang washed his hands several times, he still reeked of garlicky fried chicken. Smelling the fried chicken and staring at the ceiling, Liang's heart was filled with mixed emotions. After so many years, he was actually going back to school. If it were high school or college, that would be one thing, but it was elementary school. Sigh. Speaking of which, Liang's memories of elementary school were very vague. Just a hazy yet somewhat beautiful period. After reminiscing for a long time, Liang finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at 6 o'clock. Hey kid, I'm going to set up my stall. Can you go to school by yourself later? Li Xiangdong knocked on Liang's door. He had already changed into the tattered shirt he wore for his stall. Although the family's financial situation has improved, Li Xiangdong still thinks that wearing new clothes while selling roasted goose legs at a street stall is a waste. The fumes and oil would ruin even the best clothes in a day. Dad, why did you start a street stall? Don't you get some rest? Liang rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. You've already started school, what am I supposed to do? Rest? Li Xiangdong pulled an apple out of nowhere and tossed it to Liang. If I don't set up my stall soon, those students will be nagging me like crazy. Ah, okay, Dad, you go ahead. The neighborhood property management seems to offer school drop-off and pick-up services, I'll ask them to take me. Liang took a bite of the apple and waved to Li Xiangdong. After washing up and changing into his elementary school uniform, similar to a tracksuit, Liang slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave. Zhang Yuan wanted to take Liang to school, but he refused. So, early in the morning, Zhang Yuan actually started researching the garlic fried chicken she'd made the night before. Mom's health was stable now, so it was good to have something to do and not be bored. Liang gave his mother a few suggestions on how to improve the garlic fried chicken before leaving the kitchen. While his mother was focused on frying chicken, Liang tiptoed to the row of freezers left by the landlord in the basement and began packing boxes of chicken legs he had marinated the night before. Liang's elementary school didn't start its first class until 8:30 in the morning, so there was still plenty of time. He needed to use this spare time to quickly advance the task. As for the sales location for the garlic fried chicken, Liang decided on the entrance of his own elementary school. That would be the most convenient. Selling it at the entrances of Kyoto University and Mizuki University would definitely be too time-consuming. He packed about 100 pounds before stopping. Pushing the chicken legs out of the basement into the yard on a small cart, Liang glanced back at Zhang Yuan in the kitchen to see if she was looking his way. A moment of carelessness, Liang's shopping cart accidentally ran over a person's foot. Ouch! Security guard Xiao Lu cried out in pain. Liang, startled, quickly covered Xiao Liu's mouth. After a while, Liang apologetically released his hand. Security guard Xiao Lu rubbed his leg, intending to complain, but his eyes lit up when he saw the chicken legs on Liang's cart. Masterang, what new vegetables are you planning to sell in the neighborhood today? I'm not selling in the neighborhood. Liang started to explain, then suddenly paused, as if remembering something. Brother Xiao Lu, would you like to earn some extra money later? Security guard Xiao Lu blinked. He had worked the night shift last night, and after his patrol, he would be handing over his shift and resting. He had some time. Here's the thing, I need a vehicle to transport these chicken legs to the experimental primary school. The driver needs to be on standby at the school gate all day. Also, please prepare a tricycle for my stall, with a stove. I also need some cooking oil and seasonings. Liang carefully explained to the security guard, Xiao Lu. He was currently secretly setting up his stall behind his family's back, and doing everything himself would be too much trouble. Anyway, Liang wasn't short of money now. He could easily hire someone to do the complicated preparations. Originally, Liang planned to hire someone after he left, but meeting Xiao Lu was perfect timing. Xiao Lu listened attentively, even taking careful notes. After Liang finished explaining, Xiao Lu confirmed everything with him again. Security guard Xiao Liu's attitude reassured Liang, so he immediately took out his phone to offer to send Xiao Lu a small fee. Xiao Lu took off his security hat, scratched his head, and smiled sheepishly. Little brother, no need for the fee. If you're going to sell fried chicken, could you bring me some back after school? Actually, the services provided by luxury residential properties like Zhongcheng Academy are quite extensive. Besides maintaining community security, security guard Xiao Lu is often asked by residents to walk dogs, move things, help set up banquets, and even pick people up from the airport. Compared to some of the more demanding residents, Liang's requests, while somewhat beyond the scope of property management work, are really nothing. Therefore, Xiao Lu was too embarrassed to ask for a fee, but he was thinking about Liang's fried chicken. Master Xiaoang's braised pork knuckle smells so good, what will his fried chicken taste like? Then I'll bring it back for you when I get home tonight. Liang chuckled. It's just some fried chicken, no big deal. Seeing Liang nod in agreement, security guard Xiao Lu was full of energy. He immediately opened his phone and started calling for help. In no time, a driver and a tricycle for Liang's stall were arranged. Of course, Liang paid for the new tricycle himself. Everything was ready, and a small pickup truck that security guard Xiao Lu had found arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Liang put the marinated chicken legs on the truck and got in to head to school. It has to be said, security guard Xiao Lu was quite efficient. When Liang arrived, the tricycle for his stall was already parked at the school gate, and cooking oil and seasonings were all ready. Liang instructed the driver to wait at the school gate, generously gave him a large red envelope, a monetary gift, and then relaxed his wrists at the tricycle before starting to fry the chicken. Since the chicken drumsticks had been marinated beforehand, the rest of the process was quick. Coated in batter, they were simply thrown into the oil to fry. Sizzle. As the batter coating the chicken drumsticks slowly turned golden brown, an amazing aroma of garlic filled the air. It was nearly 7 in the morning. Although it was still early, it was already the first day of school, and a few parents were already leading their children into the school. Liang had deliberately set up his stall at the school's east gate, probably the busiest street near the school. As the aroma of fried chicken spread, many people cast curious glances at Liang. Such a small child, wearing a school uniform, selling fried chicken at the school gate? Tap tap tap. Huang Xueqing, wearing white flat sandals, clutched the hem of her floral dress, her lips pursed and face slightly flushed, slowly inching towards the school gate. Huang Xueqing's behavior wasn't due to any illness. It was because this was her first day as a math teacher at the experimental elementary school. Ordinary people probably can't understand what it's like for someone with social anxiety to be a teacher. The thought of dozens of eyes staring at her, even crowding around after class to ask questions, made Huang Xueqing tremble. What if she said something wrong during the lesson and the children laughed at her? What if she had a mental lapse and couldn't answer their questions? How embarrassing, what a disaster. Why did she choose a teacher's college major in the first place? Huang Xueqing could barely walk 20 meters from the school gate, her legs were trembling. Seriously, was it too late to resign? Huang Xueqing was feeling conflicted when suddenly, a peculiar garlic aroma wafted into her nostrils, irresistibly assaulting her senses. This is garlic fried chicken? It smells so good, even better than the garlic fried chicken from Grandma Zhang's stall in my neighborhood. Huang Xueqing was startled. The incredibly strong aroma of the fried chicken actually eased her nervousness considerably. Huang Xueqing looked around, and finally, her gaze settled on Liang's stall. The person selling fried chicken is actually a student from this school? Is this some kind of social practice, or are the parents intentionally training their child? Huang Xueqing's brain paused for a second, then froze, her mind immediately filled with the aroma of food. I should buy some right away. Huang Xueqing moved closer to Liang's stall. Oh, your first customer? Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up at Huang Xueqing. How much, young lady? For some reason, seeing Liang, a child, acting so maturely, Huang Xueqing's social anxiety kicked in again. Huang Xueqing held up one finger. Liang frowned. 1 or 2 chicken legs? 1 chicken leg? Or a pound? I'll have 1 serving. Huang Xueqing whispered. 1 serving is about a pound, it'll be ready soon. Liang chuckled, skillfully scooping the fried chicken from the oil with a slotted spoon. Girl, are you socially anxious? Liang finished packing the garlic fried chicken into a bag and suddenly looked up to ask. Huang Xueqing was startled by Liang's words. For some reason, looking at Liang's expression, Huang Xueqing felt like she wasn't facing a child, but a seasoned veteran of the workforce. Yes. Huang Xueqing swallowed hard and whispered. Hey, I used to be a bit socially anxious too. I didn't like communicating with others, and I almost quit on my first day of work. Liang said with a chuckle. Liang used to be mildly socially anxious. While not as eccentric as the girl with the twin ponytails from Agricultural University, nor as extreme as Huang Xueqing, he was still rather introverted. This personality trait caused him some trouble when he first entered the workforce. Seeing Huang Xueqing's reaction, Liang felt a certain resonance with those experiencing social anxiety, which is why he spoke a few more words. You resigned. Huang Xueqing was stunned, then realized that this kid must have been doing volunteer work for his social practice class, right? These days, elementary schools like to include social practice classes, having students pick up trash or volunteer at museums and libraries. It's kind of like working, you could say. And then, how did you resolve it? Huang Xueqing paused, seemingly having completely forgotten Liang's age, and started asking him for advice. I got used to it. Liang smiled. After working for a while, I realized one thing: there's no need to please everyone. Doing my job well is enough for everyone in the company. Whether others like me or not is none of my business. In fact, aside from pathological social anxiety caused by psychological issues, a large part of people's social anxiety stems from an excessive concern about others' opinions. Liang initially let loose and did whatever he wanted, and discovered that other people's opinions weren't that important, so he stopped being so anxious and apprehensive in his interactions with others. Huang Xueqing listened to Liang's words thoughtfully. Yes, the reason she was so nervous was because she was overly worried that the children wouldn't like her and that her performance wouldn't be satisfactory. But in reality, as long as she taught responsibly and genuinely cared for the children, she had a clear conscience, and no one else had the right to criticize her. Thinking this, Huang Xueqing straightened her back a little. Thank you, big brother, Huang Xueqing smiled, but seeing Liang's youthful face, her cheeks flushed instantly. Just now, did she call this child big brother? However, Liang didn't tease her, pretending not to hear, and handed Huang Xueqing the oil paper bag containing garlic fried chicken. Huang Xueqing nodded to Liang, grabbed the bag of fried chicken, and ran away as fast as she could. Once inside the school gate, Huang Xueqing let out a long sigh, took a deep breath of the aroma of the garlic fried chicken, wrapped a chicken leg in a tissue, and took a bite. Crunch! Huang Xueqing took a big bite, the outer shell of the fried chicken leg cracked, and the garlicky juices dripped down, staining a small patch of Huang Xueqing's skirt. Huang Xueqing didn't seem to care, her pupils almost turned into hearts. Huang Xueqing had little resistance to fried chicken. This exquisite fried chicken completely captivated Huang Xueqing. Forget quitting her job, she had to go back to work. For the sake of this fried chicken, she would be on time for work from now on. Mom, I want that fried chicken. Dad, there's fried chicken over there, let's go buy some. Time passed, and more parents were dropping off their children at the school gate. Because Liang's fried chicken smelled incredibly good, many children passing by the east gate would pull their parents to buy some to try. Soon, a line of 5 or 6 people formed in front of Liang's garlic fried chicken stall, and the system task was quietly progressing. Mom, I want to eat that stuff. Just as Liang was taking a fresh plate of fried chicken out of the oil, a Mercedes-Benz stopped on the curb a short distance away. The window rolled down, and a chubby little boy pointed at Liang's stall and shouted loudly. In the driver's seat, a very thin woman frowned when she saw Liang. Whose kid is setting up a stall here? Aren't they ashamed? Doing this at such a young age, their family obviously has no connections. Their grades aren't good either. They'll just end up as construction workers when they grow up. The woman snorted and grabbed the chubby boy. Honey, we won't buy his stuff. If you want fried chicken, Mom will take you to a fancy fried chicken place later. The chubby boy reluctantly pulled his head back. Mom, the guy at the stall is called Liang. He's in our class. Actually, his grades are pretty good, better than mine. Liang. The woman paused slightly. The boy in your class who's close to Qingqing? Yes, him. The chubby boy nodded repeatedly. That little girl Qingqing has terrible taste. When she grows up, she'll realize there's no point in being with a good-looking but poor man like that. The woman glanced at Liang, then earnestly said to the chubby boy, Haha, the reason Mom transferred you from the elite school to the experimental primary school is because Chairman Su's daughter, Qingqing, is here too, so you can get to know her better. If you get along well with Qingqing, Mom can benefit too, understand? Don't let that boy named Liang cause trouble. Speaking of which, this woman, while snobbish, is also quite despicable, actually trying to exploit the relationship between the children for her own gain. The chubby boy named How naturally didn't understand his mother's true meaning, but he still patted his chest and said, Mom, don't worry, although my grades aren't as good as Liang's, I believe my personal charm is stronger than Liang's. So Qingqing will definitely like playing with me more this semester, and won't beat me up like she did last semester. Okay, go ahead. The woman habitually ignored the chubby boy's last sentence, helped him out of the car, gave Liang a deep look, and then stepped on the gas and drove away. Liang naturally didn't notice this little incident and continued happily selling fried chicken. The line grew longer and longer, soon stretching for more than 10 meters. Isn't that Brother Ang? Wow, Brother Ang, you can actually make fried chicken? Suddenly, a deep voice, not like that of a primary school student, rang out beside Li Ang. A boy, even taller than Liang, strode in from behind. Despite being a primary school student, he was quite sturdy. Behind him stood a muscular man, over 1.9 meters tall, dressed in a tight-fitting suit. He was presumably the boy's father. You are Go Sheng. Go Sheng was one of Liang's classmates he got along with fairly well. This guy had an excellent physique and was a well-known sports star in the whole school. Seeing Go Sheng's father, Liang wasn't surprised at how well Go Sheng had such a physique. Brother Ang, can I have one of these fried chickens? Let me cut in line. Go Sheng grinned and moved closer to Liang, reaching for the fried chicken, but Liang grabbed his arm. No matter how strong Go Sheng was, he couldn't compare to Liang, whose body had been enhanced to the point of being comparable to a well-built adult man. Liang gripped Go Sheng's arm, making Go Sheng wince slightly. Ouch, Brother Ang, what are you doing? Go Sheng cried out hastily. Liang released Go Sheng's arm and said sternly, Go Sheng, even though we're good friends, I can't let you cut in line like that. The people behind us have been queuing for ages. Besides, if you just grab it with your hand, you'll contaminate the food. How am I supposed to sell it then? Go Sheng's face changed, and he immediately lowered his head. Brother Ang, I was wrong, don't be angry, I'll go queue up right now. Seeing Go Sheng's aggrieved look, Liang was slightly taken aback. Yes, kids this age mostly don't have bad intentions, they're just a little mischievous. Go Sheng's grabbing wasn't intentional sabotage, he was just too eager because the fried chicken smelled so good. You queue up, I'll give you an extra chicken leg later. Liang waved to Go Sheng with a smile. Dad, let's go queue up to buy chicken legs. Go Sheng turned and ran to his father, pulling on his arm, but found he couldn't budge it. Looking back, he saw his father, Go Bo, looking at him helplessly. Go Sheng. Go Bo's father cleared his throat and began, I'm asking you, what kind of food is fried chicken, and how much fat does it contain? Go Sheng paused, then pinched his fingers and whispered, fried chicken has about 20% fat by weight, about 300 calories per 100 grams, it's junk food. That's right. Go Bo shook his head. I've always taught you to eat less fried food, it will ruin your figure, and even affect your athletic ability. You complained about eating fried pork chops yesterday, so you absolutely can't have fried chicken this morning. Go back to class, listen to me. Go Sheng's eyes welled up with tears, but hearing his father's resolute tone, he could only lower his head and walk towards the school gate. Go Bo sighed. He was originally an athlete, and now he's a fitness coach. His hope for his son is that he will follow in his footsteps and become an athlete, fulfilling his dream of becoming a sports star. Therefore, Go Bo has always been very attentive to his son Go Sheng's athletic development. Besides scheduling appropriate training sessions daily, his son's diet was strictly controlled. This is how Go Bo developed his excellent physique. So, even though his son wanted fried chicken, Go Bo had to steel himself and refuse. After watching his son enter the school, Go Bo stretched his ankles. He'll probably be going to the gym to work soon, so maybe he should go for a run? What should he train today? Back, chest, legs, or some overall fitness training? Speaking of which, my son's friend Liang's fried chicken smells amazing. I noticed it when he came over, but I was too embarrassed to say anything. The aroma of fried chicken mixed with a strong garlic scent. Just one bite. Wow, my mouth is watering. Wait, what's going on? Go Bo suddenly stopped in his tracks, cold sweat breaking out on his back. His mind was wandering, how did it all end up on the fried chicken? As a father, he had to set a good example and not eat fried chicken. Otherwise, what would it look like if he forbade his son to eat it, but secretly ate some himself? Right, resist the urge, trust your willpower. Garlic fried chicken. Small and fragrant. It would be pretty satisfying to swallow a whole little chicken leg in one bite, wouldn't it? Oops, why is this pedestrian light shaped like a chicken leg? Go Bo forced himself to run halfway down the street, then suddenly looked up and saw that the pedestrian warning light next to the zebra crossing wasn't a little LED figure walking. It was clearly a chicken leg bouncing around. Go Bo was stunned, quickly rubbing his eyes, and the pedestrian warning light returned to normal. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've had an indulgent meal. Eating a chicken leg once isn't too much to ask, is it? Go Bo swallowed hard and scratched his head. He knew that if he didn't buy this chicken leg today, he probably wouldn't be able to concentrate on his work. Gritting his teeth, Go Bo had no choice but to run back. With Go Bo's back and forth, the number of people at Liang's fried chicken leg stall increased considerably. Reluctantly, Go-bo could only suppress his craving and wait patiently. Time passed, and the sun grew stronger. Soon it was 8 o'clock, and the line of students and parents waiting to buy the garlic fried chicken was growing longer and longer. There was no way around it, Liang's garlic fried chicken was inhumanly fragrant. Every student who passed by pestered their parents to buy some. Go-bo looked at the crowd behind him, which almost stretched to the school gate, and secretly rejoiced that he had joined the line relatively early. 10 minutes later, it was finally Go-bo's turn. "Boss, give me 5 servings of garlic fried chicken." Go-bo was a big guy, and naturally, he had a big appetite, so he ordered at least 5 servings. "Uncle Go?" Although Go-bo was wearing a running mask, Liang still recognized him at a glance. After all, with his 1.9-meter height and double door-sized physique, it was hard not to recognize him. "Uncle Go, didn't you tell Go Sheng not to buy any? Why did you buy some yourself?" Liang asked Go-bo innocently. Liang had overheard part of Go-bo and Go Sheng's conversation. Liang wasn't bothered by Go-bo stopping Go Sheng from buying fried chicken. Even if your food is delicious, you can't please everyone. If you don't have that mindset, you can't be a chef. However, seeing Go-bo personally come to buy fried chicken after seeing his son off, Liang couldn't help but tease him a bit. "Haha, I'm buying it for my gym members." Go-bo blushed slightly, coughed lightly, and removed his mask. "Xiao Ang, just serve me some. I've already transferred the money." Liang didn't move, asking curiously, "Uncle Go, aren't gym members usually there to lose weight? Why are you making them eat high-calorie food like fried chicken?" "Well, Go-bo stammered, "you can eat fried chicken to build muscle, dirty muscle building, right? Haha, okay, should we pack it up?" Liang laughed as he bagged the fried chicken. "I'll put it in an insulated box for you, so it won't get cold on the way." Go-bo finally couldn't take it anymore. "Xiao Ang, brother Ang, I admit, I was greedy," Go-bo said with a wry smile. "This fried chicken smelled so good, I really couldn't resist." Liang chuckled, "Uncle Go, I completely understand the dietary restrictions you fitness enthusiasts observe. It's just that Go Sheng is still young, it's fine for him to eat fried chicken occasionally. Self-discipline is a good thing, and I admire your willpower, but there's no need to be too stressed about relaxing for a day or two now and then. This kid is mature enough." Go-bo patted Liang on the shoulder and took a large bag of garlic fried chicken. Smelling the tantalizing aroma of garlic, Go-bo grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Sizzle! The crispy on the outside, tender on the inside garlic fried chicken leg instantly separated from the bone, and Go-bo popped all the juicy meat into his mouth. Liang was stunned by Go-bo's skill in eating fried chicken. He almost wanted to applaud him. This is the taste of happiness. Go-bo ate with tears welling up in his eyes. For someone who's consistently self-disciplined, the occasional indulgence is incredibly satisfying. As Liang said, life can't always be high pressure and stressful. Occasionally, when you're tired, taking a break and letting yourself go isn't a big deal. An occasional indulgence isn't a sinful indulgence, rather, it's a reward and encouragement for your hard work and exercise. Go-bo was walking out, munching on a fried chicken leg, when suddenly his gaze fell on the end of the line for fried chicken. Go Sheng, who had sneaked out of school to join the line, saw his father had spotted him. Startled, he trembled and tried to run back into school. "You little rascal, stand there." Go-bo smirked, calling to his son and tossing him a bag of garlic fried chicken. "Even I couldn't resist, so I won't blame you. After eating this fried chicken, you'd better exercise a lot at school today." Go-bo himself was quite disciplined, but even he succumbed to the tyranny of the garlic fried chicken. Since that was the case, he wouldn't blame his son. "Okay, Dad." Go Sheng's tense expression relaxed, he let out a long sigh, and started devouring the fried chicken. Go-bo also ate a chicken leg. The fried chicken melted in their mouths, the garlic aroma filling the air. After swallowing, they smacked their lips, savoring the lingering fragrance. "Awesome!" Father and son closed their eyes simultaneously, letting out a genuine sigh of satisfaction. Meanwhile, at Desheng Snack Street. "Finally, I can set up my stall." Li Xiangdong arrived at the snack street early, but didn't make it in time to set up his stall before 6 or 7 o'clock. The stall needed cleaning, but more importantly, he hadn't made roasted goose legs for several days, and his skills were a bit rusty. He found a quiet spot to practice on one batch to refresh his technique before daring to set up shop. It was the same familiar recipe, the same familiar taste. After the marinated goose legs were placed in the electric oven, an irresistible aroma filled the air. Roasted goose legs, my favorite. CFA, as always, hummed a little tune as he strolled into Desheng Snack Street with his hands behind his back. Although CFA hadn't received any notification from little brother about setting up his stall these past few days, he often liked to wander around Li Ji's roasted goose leg stall on Desheng Snack Street. This was little brother's old haunt, a sacred place in CFA's heart. When he was stuck writing papers or doing experiments, a stroll there had a refreshing and invigorating effect. As Li Ji's roasted goose leg stall appeared on the horizon, and the aroma of roasted goose legs wafted over, Xie Fei's little tune abruptly stopped. He took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on, swallowing hard in disbelief. Li's roasted goose legs, they're actually open for business. Holy crap, I want the first batch. Xie Fei swung his arms and dashed towards the goose leg stall. Uncle Dong, I want 5 goose legs. Where's kid? Xie Fei adjusted his glasses and looked around. It seemed only Uncle Dong was out today. That brat's back at school. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Xie, do you want your goose legs spicy? School started. School started? School started. Xie Fei's pupils slowly dilated, then suddenly contracted. Holy crap! The kid's gone? To be honest, Xie Fei had gotten so used to the seemingly omnipotent culinary genius, the kid, constantly surprising his taste buds that he'd forgotten that 8-year-old kid also had to go to school. Uncle Dong, the kid started school, so when can we eat his food again? Xie Fei's lips trembled as he asked. Wait until his summer vacation. Li Xiangdong thought for a moment and said. In Li Xiangdong's opinion, Liang's only free time left was on holidays, maybe weekends when he could set up a stall? Right now, Liang was probably sitting in the classroom doing his morning reading, not in the mood for setting up a stall. It's all right, Xie Fei. Li Xiangdong noticed Xie Fei's pale expression and leaned forward to pat him on the shoulder. Even though that brat isn't running his stall anymore, Uncle Dong's here. By the way, tell me quickly, do you want your goose leg spicy? No, I don't want it spicy. I like the original flavor of roasted goose leg, Xie Fei said with a bitter expression. Although Li Xiangdong's roasted goose leg was quite good, it was still slightly inferior to the kid's. Besides, while roasted goose leg was Xie Fei's favorite, he also wanted to try the kid's various new dishes. He had a VIP card and could directly order the kid's cooking, but the kid was in school and probably didn't have time to cook for him. Now, he'd have to wait until summer vacation to eat it? Xie Fei's mentality completely collapsed. He took the roasted goose leg from Li Xiangdong and took a bite, but Xie Fei found it tasteless. This wasn't because Li Xiangdong hadn't added seasoning, Xie Fei was simply too grief-stricken to eat. Xie Fei finished a roast goose leg, sighed, tied the plastic bag containing the remaining goose leg, and took out his phone. Classmates, teachers, I have some terrible news to tell you. Half an hour later, the entire Kyoto University was in an uproar. Everyone either saw the message Xie Fei posted in the Liang fan chat group and the school forum, or learned it from Li Xiangdong. Kid boy started school. Kid boy is gone. Everyone was devastated. Instantly, the chat groups were filled with wailing and lamenting, and various crying emojis appeared one after another. Some students even fainted on their way to class after suddenly hearing the devastating news. Of course, besides being overwhelmed with grief, the students' fainting might also have been due to staying up all night playing games. Regardless, the once peaceful and harmonious Kyoto University descended into chaos and morale crumbled upon the news of kids' return to school. However, the students of Kyoto University also understood one thing. They cried day and night because they had lost kid, but could crying bring him back? The answer was, of course, no. Sadness was useless. The most urgent task now was to find a way to quickly snatch kid back from the school's clutches. Soon, led by Lu Tao and Xie Fei, a chat group called Reclaim Kid was formed. The chat group had only been created for 10 minutes when hundreds of students flooded in. The group was in an uproar. It was one thing for the kid to be on vacation, but not being able to come back for school was another. After all, a vacation was at most 10 days to 2 weeks, but once school started, there was no telling when the kid would return. Therefore, some more extreme individuals even tried to contact the school the kid attended, intending to go there and negotiate with the school to get him back. Everyone, calm down. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, the deputy group leader, Lu Tao, quickly stepped in and muted the group members to prevent their emotions from escalating further. Everyone wants kid back, and as the vice group admin, I understand that feeling. But we also need to consider kid's feelings. If we want kid to return, we need to do it in a way that doesn't disrupt his normal life and that he agrees to. Blindly going to the school and trying to control his free time will only make him angry. I don't think any of you want to offend him, right? After Lu Tao finished speaking from the heart, she lifted the group's chat ban. Lu Tao, I admit I was too hasty and acted impulsively. Indeed, while we want kid back, we can't disrupt his life. Although I think elementary school isn't that great, and if kid wanted, I could tutor him up to middle school level in a semester, but what if he just enjoys elementary school life? I was too inconsiderate. Most of the Kyoto University students were ashamed. Food can drive people crazy, they almost made a mistake. However, there was still one stubborn individual in the group. What are you guys saying? I'm going to the school to pick him up. Kid's talent is being wasted in school. And Lu Tao, what are you doing, banning him? Playing with your privileges. Lu Tao frowned deeply when she saw the stubborn individual's messages. This guy seems a little off. Should she kick him out first to let him calm down? However, when Lu Tao saw the stubborn individual's group nickname, she fell silent. His group nickname was Li Ji Roasted Goose Leg VIP 004. Isn't that Professor Wang? Professor Wang, you're so old and respected, is it really okay for you to act like this? Professor Wang continued, I must find his school leaders and get little kid out of here. I'll even create my own special class for gifted children and have him attend. Little kid, you wait. I'm coming for you. Is anyone in the group who knows how to unbox a game mechanic? Hurry up and unbox little kid for me, see where he is. When Professor Wang got going, Lu Tao was truly unstoppable. Fortunately, Professor Wu was also in the group. Professor Wu, old Wang, calm down. Unboxing little kid is, strictly speaking, illegal. Professor Wang's eyes widened. I'm not trying to hack into the internet to find little kid's personal information. I'm just asking classmates to ask around online where they've seen little kid, to find out which school he attends. Is that illegal? Professor Wu, exasperated, could only change the subject, saying, Old Wang, even if you find the kid's school, what can you do? The school won't release him, and there's nothing you can do. Besides, you said you want to create a special program for gifted children. Let's not even talk about whether the kid would want to go. Even if he did, our school's special program for gifted children usually only accepts students above junior high. The kid is only 8 years old, the school will most likely not approve creating a special program just for him. Old Wu, you're just throwing cold water on me. Professor Wang was furious at Professor Wu's words, but upon reflection, he realized Professor Wu was telling the truth. Getting the kid back was indeed not a simple matter. I think, bringing kid back needs careful consideration. We can't just think about it from our own perspective of wanting to eat delicious food, we also need to consider kids' feelings and personal growth, striving for a win-win outcome. Just as the chat group was filled with hesitation, the group admin, CFA, spoke up. Except for Lu Tao, most of the students viewed CFA with a biased view. In fact, Lu Tao had also initially viewed CFA with a bias, but it later crumbled. Regardless, the vast majority of people in the group acknowledged that CFA was indeed a super genius student at the school, an aloof and handsome figure, and that his words were indeed insightful. In an instant, CFA's argument gained the approval of the majority of students in the group. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Getting kid back was inevitable, but the methods and means used had to be based on CFA's summary as the bottom line. CFA, you've got great words, but you need to give some practical advice. How exactly should we proceed? Professor Wang, the troublemaker, immediately spoke up. I think, finding kid brother is indeed the most urgent task right now, but if we search extensively online as Professor Wang suggested, it might cause some trouble for kid brother. Asking Uncle Dong might make him overthink or refuse. After all, regular customers know that while the kid might not want to go to school, Uncle Dong is determined to keep him there. He can't be our ally in this plan to win him back. Therefore, the best solution I can think of right now is for students with free time after school to wander around the streets. The kid's home used to be near Desheng Snack Street, so his school probably isn't too far away. I've already checked. There are 6 schools within a 10-kilometer radius of Desheng Snack Street: the normal school affiliated primary school, the 2nd middle school, the 3rd middle school, the 5th middle school, the experimental primary school, and Wangsun Private Primary School. Among them, Wangsun Private Primary School is a prestigious school with high tuition fees, so it's unlikely the kid will attend there. That means we only need to investigate 5 schools. If our classmates wander around the area during school hours, we can most likely pinpoint the kid's school. However, I advise everyone to search on their own and avoid asking passersby or other primary school students, so as not to inconvenience the kid. CFA's words certainly gave everyone a fresh perspective. It has to be said, CFA's mind works really well. This series of actions did indeed pinpoint the location of the boy's school without affecting him as much as possible. So, now that we've found him, what should we do now that we've found him? Professor Wang continued to ask. I suggest Professor Wang take the lead and talk to the principal. CFA said, adjusting his glasses in front of the screen. Hey! Professor Wang was speechless. After all that, it's still the same old thing I said. I'm going to the principal right now to establish a special program for gifted children. If he doesn't agree, I'm going to make a scene. No! CFA shook his head and typed, Professor Wang, when you go to the principal, don't suggest transferring the kid to another school or offering him a special program for gifted children. Those are unreliable ideas. Instead, suggest that Kyoto University hold a children's food festival, inviting elementary school students to experience the campus atmosphere and cook food for the university students to enjoy. I think the university definitely won't refuse. Which elementary school in the city wouldn't want its students to come to Kyoto University for activities and broaden their horizons? Besides, children's food festivals aren't uncommon. Elementary schools these days love doing that for social practice. Once we have the food festival, we'll have a chance to chat with the kid in person, and at least we can have a good meal first. Even Professor Wang, watching on the screen, nodded in agreement with Xie Fei's idea. This was a good idea. Since getting the kid out of elementary school was difficult, having a good meal first was the priority. Besides, it's also an opportunity to talk to the kid. He's been consistently aloof and doesn't reply to many messages lately. Presumably, he's either too busy to check all the messages, or even if he has his phone with him now that school started, he probably won't have much of a chance to check it. If his phone is confiscated, it would be a big problem if they tried to contact him to discuss leaving elementary school. Therefore, a face-to-face meeting to discuss things further is much more appropriate. Thanks to Senior Xie, he managed to come up with such a calm plan at this crucial moment. Senior Xie is a god. Tisk tisk, Senior Xie's way of thinking is as precise and effective as ever. Senior Xie, I love you. It's done. With this plan, I'm much more confident about getting Kid Brother back. I believe Kid Brother will return like lightning. Kid Brother will return like lightning. Praise for Xie Fei poured into the group chat, and morale for finding Kid Brother's sword. In everyone's hearts, Xie Fei had always been reliable, able to think calmly without letting emotions cloud his judgment. However, what no one knew was that Xie Fei's expression on the screen was gradually contorting, and a terrifying smile crept onto his lips. Little beauties, you wait, I'll bring you back to my side. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Meanwhile, at the entrance of experimental elementary school, ring ring, the school bell rang. After a brief commotion, the line of students in front of Liang's snack stall quickly dissipated. Liang glanced at his little genius smartwatch. It's 8:30. The students should be having their first morning class. Sigh, students have it tough. Even elementary school students have to start school so early. In high school, it's even earlier, around 6 or 7. Liang thought to himself, then suddenly a realization struck him. Wait a minute, he's a student now. He needs to get to class. Liang immediately called his driver, who was waiting nearby, to help him pack up, and quickly prepared the chicken legs that hadn't yet been fried. Just then, a traffic policeman wearing a green reflective vest ran over. Hey, hey, hey. Seeing Liang about to pack up his stall, the policeman reached out as if to stop him. Officer, I'm sorry, I'll pack up right away. Liang didn't have time to argue. He apologized to the policeman, told the driver to quickly push the tricycle carrying his stall onto the back of the pickup truck, then slung his school bag over his shoulder and ran towards the school. Seeing Liang disappear like a rabbit, and the pickup truck carrying the tricycle speeding away, the policeman was dumbfounded. He wasn't a city management officer, and he didn't care about your street vending. The policeman just smelled the garlicky fried chicken and wanted to buy some to try. Now he was in a bind. The policeman swallowed hard. This garlic fried chicken smelled absolutely divine. His stomach was already rumbling after breakfast. He was just about to buy some to satisfy his craving when, unexpectedly, the duck, oh no, the chicken, flew away. This feeling was indescribably awful. Liang, you stand at the back of the classroom. Liang rushed into the classroom in a panic, only to be immediately reassigned a seat by the homeroom teacher, Wei Yangfang, who was giving a long lecture at the podium. Liang had no choice but to look at his watch. It was already 8:45, and he was a full 15 minutes late. Elementary school is completely different from university. For elementary school students, being even a minute late is a sin. But for university students, I'm already doing the teacher a favor by even showing up at class, okay? Liang obediently stood at the back of the classroom, and a small commotion arose in the class. Many classmates turned around to look at Liang, and some even winked at him. They weren't necessarily close to Liang, but elementary school students are always mischievous. Liang felt a headache coming on. Personally, Liang didn't really enjoy interacting with children. The past few days dealing with the Tiger Trio had already exhausted Liang, and now this room full of elementary school students. Liang felt a chill run down his spine, and his gaze towards his homeroom teacher, Wei Yangfang, softened. Thinking about it from another perspective, this Ms. Wei must have a tough time too, dealing with dozens of unruly kids every day. No wonder she looks so worried. What are you all looking at? Wei Yangfang's brow furrowed, and she scolded the whole class. If you all like looking at Liang so much, go stand with him at the back. As soon as Wei Yangfang finished speaking, the students quickly looked away. Thud. Then, the next second, a girl stood up, kicked aside her small stool, and hopped to a spot next to Liang. Homeroom teacher Wei Yangfang was furious, but because of Su Kingking's status, she swallowed her anger. This little girl, you can't scold her. She is. Liang looked at the pretty, mischievous girl in front of him, her eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning, and memories began to reverberate. Su Qingqing? Thinking of the girl's identity and their past, Liang felt a chill run down his spine. This is troublesome. From his memories, Liang also learned that Su Qingqing was not only the only daughter of Su Yuanpeng, the richest man in Qi Kingdom, but also harbored a naive and innocent admiration for him. This should have been the beautiful budding of childhood love, but the key. He, Liang, was already a seasoned veteran in his heart. Love my foot? Absolutely not. Liang subconsciously moved away, keeping a distance from Su Qingqing. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Su Qingqing moved closer again. Liang, long time no see. I bought this for you when I traveled abroad during winter break. Do you think it's nice? It's for you. Su Qingqing smiled and pulled a small box from her pocket, placing it in Liang's hand. Having received the ginseng tiger had given him, Liang dared not accept the box. He opened it and found a watch inside. This is a Patek Philippe Silk Road? Liang was stunned. In his previous life, Liang had also been into watches for a while, but the most expensive watch he had ever bought was only a Hamilton gentleman's watch costing a little over 5,000 yuan. This Patek Philippe Silk Road watch, its real model name should be Patek Philippe 2523. Only 3 exist in the world, hailed as the holy grail of watch collecting. Liang thought it would cost over 20 million? Very good, very nice. No. Liang hurriedly shoved the watch back into Su Qingqing's hand. To be honest, Liang also loved money, but the problem was he couldn't accept taking such a big advantage from an innocent little girl. Besides, this watch's origin was unknown. It was a hot potato, why would he want it? Su Qingqing frowned. This was a watch she had gone to great lengths to steal from her father's watch cabinet, no, to take out of it, and Liang didn't even like it? Fine. Su Qingqing casually stuffed the watch box into her school uniform pocket, then pulled out the property deed she'd stolen from her father's study. Liang, take a look at this, do you like it? Liang. Meanwhile, on the podium. Today's sweat forges tomorrow's glory. You're all in 3rd grade now, and the college entrance exam is just 10 years away. We can't afford to be as lazy as we were last semester. Wei Yongfang finished her motivational speech, spittle flying everywhere, and the bell rang again at just the right moment. Liang, Su Qingqing, you two go back to your seats. Wei Yongfang glanced at Liang and Su Qingqing, who were tugging at each other in the back row, and sighed, the first period is math. We have a new math teacher this semester, so you need to do your best. I'll be sitting in the back and observing the first class. Generally speaking, new teachers often lack presence. Therefore, experienced teachers often sit in on a new teacher's first class to help keep track of the lessons. Wei Yongfang moved a chair next to the lectern and sat down, while hesitant footsteps sounded outside the door. Why did the footsteps sound hesitant? Because the footsteps seemed to take 2 steps, then 1 step back, dawdling for ages before finally entering the classroom, as if some terrifying monster was lurking inside. Only after Wei Yongfang's brows furrowed deeply did the new math teacher enter the classroom. Ah, isn't this? Liang sat in his seat, refusing a credit card offered by Su Qingqing, while staring wide-eyed at the new math teacher. Huang Sueking. He hadn't expected that the socially awkward female teacher he'd encountered that morning was actually her math teacher. What a coincidence! Liang inwardly marveled at the uncanny coincidences, but when his gaze met that of his math teacher, Huang Sueking, her heart was instantly filled with turmoil. She hadn't expected that the kind little friend she'd met that morning was actually her student. Good heavens! So, before she even started teaching, she'd already been given a lesson by her own student? Don't be afraid. Liang mouthed, seeing Huang Sueking's face turn bright red. Huang Sueking paused, then understood, and quickly walked to the center of the podium. Hello children, I'm your math teacher, Huang Sueking. You can call me Xiao Huang. Although Huang Sueking mustered her courage to speak, she still made a mistake. You can't call me little Huang. Wei Yongfang whispered a reminder from below the podium. Oh, everyone can call me Teacher Huang. Next, please hand in your winter break math homework first. Huang Sueking quickly organized her thoughts, but halfway through her sentence, a student in the back row suddenly shouted, "Can anyone smell that? It smells so good. A garlicky smell, and a bit of fried chicken. Wow, this smell makes me so hungry. I want to eat fried chicken." In an instant, the students in the class went wild, continuing their chatter despite Wei Yongfang's loud reprimands. Huang Sueking realized something and shuddered. She had been eating fried chicken she bought from Liang before class all day. Could it be that crumbs from the fried chicken had gotten on her clothes, leaving the smell? Because of her own small oversight, she caused a commotion in the entire class just 1 minute after she started the lesson. For Huang Sueking, it was like a nightmare coming true. What to do? Going to change clothes now is definitely not an option. Am I going to be laughed at by the children for the entire class like this? Huang Sueking's whole body began to tremble, and her eyes started to glaze over. Fear and anxiety spread throughout her. Teacher Huang, this is my homework. Just as Wei Yongfang was about to stand up and take over the class, Liang stood up first and handed the homework to Huang Sueking. Su Qingqing was taken aback. Although she didn't know what Liang meant, she immediately chimed in, "Hurry up, everyone hand in your homework to the teacher." For some reason, Su Qingqing, a little girl, seemed to have a great deal of authority in the class. Her loud shout quieted the students' laughter, and they began to hand in their work. "Think about what I told you." Liang leaned close to Huang Xueqing and whispered a reminder. Huang Xueqing swallowed hard. "Doing my job well, that's what it means to be worthy of my students. Being ridiculed doesn't mean I'm not a good teacher." Huang Xueqing recalled Liang's words, feeling her tension gradually subside. With the students starting to hand in their homework, the classroom seemed to be returning to normal. Everyone seems to really want fried chicken. So, I want to ask you all, if you go to buy fried chicken, a pound of chicken legs costs 5 times the price of chicken breast. If you buy a pound of chicken legs and a pound of chicken breast, and it costs you 36 yuan, how much do the chicken legs cost, and how much do the chicken breasts cost? Please use your brains and think carefully. If you can't figure it out, you can't buy fried chicken. While tidying up the homework, Huang Xueqing stammered out a word problem as the start of the math lesson. Although her explanation was somewhat clumsy and even a bit childish for elementary school students, it at least stabilized the classroom. Seeing the students actively answering questions, Wei Yongfang nodded secretly. Phew! The class was back on track, and the students' attention returned to Huang Xueqing. Go Sheng, sitting in the last corner, breathed a sigh of relief. He rummaged through his desk drawer and pulled out a bag of garlic fried chicken. Actually, the garlic smell the students had just caught didn't come from Huang Xueqing, it was from Go Sheng, who had hidden a bag of fried chicken in his bag and brought it into class. Just as Go Sheng took the fried chicken out of his bag to eat, Huang Xueqing walked in, causing the misunderstanding. Luckily, after all the commotion, Go Sheng hadn't been discovered, and the fried chicken was safe. Go Sheng learned his lesson. He carefully covered the plastic bag, bent down, and took a bite of the fried chicken. Crunch! The crispy skin cracked open, revealing juicy, tender chicken inside. Ah, that's great! Burp! Go Sheng, engrossed in his meal, couldn't help but burp. Whoosh! The next moment, a piece of chalk flew like a shooting star, hitting Go Sheng squarely between the eyebrows. Go Sheng, you get out of the classroom and stand outside. Wei Yongfang, her eyebrows raised, stood with her hands on her hips and shouted angrily. On the podium, Huang Xueqing saw the bag of fried chicken sticking out of Go Sheng's hand. She was both annoyed and amused, and the last vestige of panic in her heart vanished. After Go Sheng stepped outside the classroom, the smell of garlicky fried chicken no longer bothered the class, and Huang Xueqing's lecture became increasingly fluent. But the following class time was pure torture for Li Ang. On the podium, teacher Huang Xueqing was explaining problems at a primary school level. His deskmate, Su Qingqing, was constantly pulling something out and shoving it into Liang's hand every 3 to 5 minutes. Following a watch, a property deed, and a black credit card, Su Qingqing also produced diamonds, car keys, and even a purchase certificate for a private jet. Liang decisively refused them all, even wondering if Su Qingqing had emptied his house. Ring ring ring. It seemed like a year had passed before the bell rang to signal the end of the first class. Liang, like a rabbit released from its reins, dashed out of the classroom in a flash. He absolutely had to get some fresh air, or he'd go crazy. Su Qingqing watched Liang's retreating figure, pouting. In those domineering CEO novels, that's how those super-rich guys conquered their partners, but Liang wasn't buying it. I understand. Su Qingqing murmured, a thought flashing through her mind. It seems Liang isn't the kind of boy who chases after material things. He must be the kind of person who sees money as dirt, only hoping to live a simple and happy life with his own hands. Liang, I can do that too. I can give up my fortune and stay with you forever. Thinking this, Su Qingqing quickly rushed out of the classroom to chase after Li Ang. Splash! After finishing, Liang came out of the restroom and washed his hands. Hey bro, got a lollipop? Liang gestured to a stranger walking towards him, holding 2 fingers to his lips. He'd rushed out this morning and forgotten his lollipop. Now he was craving one, and without something in his mouth, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. The stranger, bewildered by Liang's practiced social skills, turned 180 degrees and ran away. Liang sighed helplessly and turned back to his classroom. Thump! As he turned, Liang bumped into a chubby boy. You are Hu Zihao. This Hu Zihao was also Liang's classmate. He was the one sitting in the Mercedes that morning. Speaking of which, Hu Zihao's mother disapproved of Liang's garlic fried chicken, but for Hu Zihao, who loved fried chicken, the craving had been driving him almost to madness since early morning. Liang, stop talking nonsense. Hu Zihao glared at him and said, I want fried chicken, give it to me now. Liang chuckled. This chubby kid is pretty fierce. Could it be that Liang is about to encounter school bullying? With Liang's strength, he could easily throw this chubby kid away with one hand. What if I don't make you fried chicken? Liang crossed his arms and asked with a smile. Then I'll pay 100 times the price. The chubby kid said through gritted teeth. Ha! Liang was stunned. Liang hadn't expected this answer. How much money do you have? Liang asked curiously. Did this chubby kid really know what 100-fold meant? But when the chubby kid pulled stacks of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, Liang was shocked. Even though the chubby kid didn't have a phone, why would he carry so much money around? What a simpleton. Is this enough? The chubby kid asked Liang, turning his back pockets inside out to make sure he had no money. Before Liang could speak, a loud shout rang out from afar. Hu Zihao, what are you doing? Ching Ching. Seeing Su Qingqing run towards him, the chubby boy, Hu Zihao, shuddered in fright. Hu Zihao was genuinely afraid of Su Qingqing. Firstly, because Hu Zihao's mother had repeatedly told him to maintain a good relationship with Su Qingqing and never offend her. As for the second reason, Su Qingqing herself was not someone to be trifled with. Did you steal my Liang's money? Give it back right now. Su Qingqing bared her fangs, her eyes practically radiating murderous intent. Su Qingqing never imagined that someone would dare to bully her man. This is my money. Hu Zihao was on the verge of tears. Because his mother wouldn't let him bring his phone, and was afraid he wouldn't have enough money for food and drink, she gave him a considerable amount of money every day. Hu Zihao's family was wealthy, and his mother, seemingly oblivious to money, always gave him too much, resulting in Hu Zihao accumulating pockets overflowing with cash. To be honest, due to his privileged upbringing, Hu Zihao had virtually no concept of money. In his mind, if he could buy Liang's garlic fried chicken with that money, it would be an absolute steal. Still trying to argue? Su Qingqing, upon hearing this, swung her arm, her little fist spinning like a meteor hammer. Hu Zihao's legs trembled. This was Su Qingqing's signature move. That spinning fist, then slamming into his stomach, would hurt like hell. Hu Zihao had been punched like this by Su Qingqing last semester, and his stomach was bruised for a week. Don't hit me, I'll give the money back to Liang right now. Hu Zihao, tears streaming down his face, handed the money to a bewildered Liang, then turned and tried to run away. Did I say you could leave? Su Qingqing sneered. Go buy lollipops for my Liang. Su Qingqing knew Liang's preferences very well and waved her hand, intending to send Hu Zihao away. I'm broke, how can I buy lollipops? Hu Zihao felt wronged, but glancing at Su Qingqing, he didn't dare say anything. He could only silently nod, preparing to go to the cafeteria to see if he could buy on credit at the convenience store. Wait! Liang hurriedly called out to Hu Zihao, returning the money in his hand. The money was indeed Hu Zihao's. Liang wouldn't steal from a child. Thank you, Brother Ang. At this, Hu Zihao was so moved he almost cried, calling Liang big brother, but he didn't dare linger and quickly ran off with the money. It seems Liang really has no concept of money. He just gave away so much money like that. So Qingqing's thoughts shifted, and she looked at Liang. Her previously icy face suddenly brightened with a radiant smile, revealing two adorable dimples. Don't worry, Liang, with me here, no one can bully you. Liang looked at Su Qingqing with a strange expression. Actually, Hu Zihao hadn't bullied him, Liang. It was Su Qingqing who was so scared by Hu Zihao that she almost wet her pants. By the way, Liang, what was Hu Zihao trying to do with the money he gave you? Su Qingqing asked curiously as she walked back to the classroom with Liang. Liang gave Su Qingqing a meaningful look. Goodness, so you knew that money belonged to Hu Zihao. How cunning. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, to stop him from always hanging around you. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue. If you really took that money, I'd immediately pay him back with my own allowance. Okay, Liang, tell me, what does he want the money for? Liang looked away from Su Qingqing, shrugged, and replied casually, he wants to buy my garlic fried chicken. Your fried chicken? Su Qingqing was taken aback, then her eyes lit up with excitement. Liang, where do you sell fried chicken? Can I go with you? Liang stopped in his tracks, a chill running down his spine. Damn it, this is it, I'm doomed. Meanwhile, 8 kilometers from the experimental elementary school, inside the Fierce Dog Gym, men need to be fierce, and women need to be fierce too. Fierce Dog Gym isn't your average commercial gym, nor is it a weightlifting facility. It operates like a personal training studio, with each member receiving individual coaching. The space is large and the equipment is luxurious, making it one of the more upscale gyms in Kyoto. Correspondingly, Fierce Dog Gym is quite expensive, favored by the wealthy and even celebrities. Next to the bench press, a bald coach with a muscular physique is stretching his biceps, delivering a spittle-flecked speech to 3 members standing before him. These are members of a weight loss group class, but this group of members has a particularly weak willpower. A month has passed, and these 3 haven't lost much weight, some have even gained 2 pounds. Today, the bald coach is preparing to use some serious methods. Just as the bald coach is about to begin the training session, the gym door opens. Go Ji's here. The bald coach nodded and greeted Go Bo, who walked into the gym looking satisfied and carrying a large plastic bag. Go Bo was considered the most senior and skilled ace coach in the gym, with an astonishingly strong will. In the bald coach's memory, Go-Bo had been working there for 5 years without fail, arriving on time every day to train. Speaking of which, today, Go-Bo seemed to be 5 minutes late. That was quite unusual. Had something urgent come up at home? But looking at Go-Bo's happy expression, it didn't seem like it. "Ah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm a little late today." Go-Bo coughed lightly, then smiled and greeted the bald coach and the members. "You guys keep training, I'll be right there." The bald coach nodded, turned, and began leading 3 members in warm UPS, while Go-Bo quickly found a sofa in the corner and plopped down. Garlic fried chicken, 3 bags left. Go-Bo eagerly opened the plastic bag containing the fried chicken, feeling his mouth watering uncontrollably. He had originally bought 5 portions of fried chicken from Liang that morning, but it wasn't enough, and he and his son quickly finished it off. Neither father nor son were quite satisfied, so Go-Bo queued up again to buy a few more bags. Go-Bo was thoroughly satisfied, and his son, Go-Sheng, carried his fried chicken to school. However, when Go-Bo was ready to go to work, he encountered a problem. He was too full after eating the fried chicken, he couldn't run. It was rush hour traffic again, and the subway wasn't on my way, so Go-Bo had to walk to the gym, which is why he was late. After walking for several tens of minutes, Go-Bo felt that the fried chicken he ate for breakfast had already been digested. Time to replenish some protein. Go-Bo simply ripped open the plastic bag, picked up the oil paper bag containing the fried chicken, and poured it straight into his mouth. 2 golden brown fried chicken legs fell directly into Go-Bo's mouth. Crunch, crunch. Go-Bo chewed heartily, his cheeks bulging high, even biting off bones without caring. Since he'd chosen to indulge himself today, he might as well eat to his heart's content. Go-Bo was thoroughly enjoying his meal, unaware that the rich aroma of garlicky fried chicken was wafting wildly from his corner, permeating the entire gym. Bench press, depress and lock your shoulder blades, keep your glutes tight, feel like you're pulling the barbell with both hands. The bald coach was demonstrating the exercises on the bench, casually pushing the barbell when a strange smell suddenly filled his nostrils. Hiss. The bald coach felt a sharp pain in his stomach. If his stomach had an opening, it would be screaming, "It smells so good. I'm hungry. I want fried chicken." He hurriedly tossed the barbell aside, jumped up from the bench, and shouted, his face flushed. "Who smuggled some fried chicken in? Let me have a piece." "No, get it out of the gym right now. Do you even want to lose weight?" "Coach, we didn't bring any food." The 3 members exchanged bewildered glances, all looking aggrieved. One of them, a balding, overweight middle-aged man, was particularly suspicious. "I clearly brought a pork chop burger in my bag today, not some fried chicken. Speaking of which, this garlic fried chicken tastes much better than my pork chop burger." The bald coach looked at the members suspiciously. They didn't seem to be lying. But the problem was, who else in the entire gym would bring junk food besides the members? "What's wrong with Baldy? How can you take your temper with the members like that?" Just then, Go-Bo came over, wiping his mouth with a tissue. After all, it was class time. Having just finished a bag of fried chicken, Go-Bo had used sheer willpower to put away the rest and come over to lead the class. "Brother Go, you can smell it, right?" The bald coach twitched his nose, raised a finger to Go-Bo, and said sternly, "A member secretly smuggled in fried chicken, and it's damn fragrant garlic fried chicken. Even I can't resist the smell. How can anyone train like this?" The bald coach gave the members a disappointed look, then shrugged at Go-Bo. Go-Bo's eyes involuntarily drifted to the ceiling. Bringing fried chicken into the gym isn't a big deal. We don't need to find out who brought it. Let's save face for the members. The bald coach paused, then frowned. "Brother Go, how can this not be a big deal? At best, it's a lack of willpower, something that needs improvement. At worst, it's malicious, disrupting other members' workouts, and ruining the gym's training atmosphere. Besides, if members secretly eat fried chicken and aren't willing to exercise properly, they won't lose weight and will blame us coaches, demanding refunds. This isn't the first time. I personally strongly condemn this behavior." The bald coach became increasingly agitated, finally appearing heartbroken. Go-Bo remained silent for a long time, finally unable to hold back. Bald guy, the fried chicken was actually brought by me." "What?" The bald coach's expression froze. "Brother Go, you actually eat junk food like fried chicken." "Actually, I think it's okay to indulge in a few treats occasionally while dieting. That way, you'll have the motivation to lose weight, and once you're slim, you can enjoy delicious food without worry." Go-Bo coughed lightly. Right. Coach Go is absolutely right. Honestly, the reason I lack motivation to lose weight is because the process is just too painful. Every day it's all kinds of boiled food, not enough to eat, and I have no energy to exercise. In the end, I don't want to exercise anymore, creating a vicious cycle." The members quickly echoed Go-Bo's words. The members' sentiments are indeed a classic pain point for anyone trying to lose weight. Some people choose extremely strict diets to achieve results. Theoretically, a strict, healthy, and moderate diet can definitely maximize the benefits of weight loss, but human willpower has its limits. Therefore, many people fall into a state of depression after persisting with their weight loss efforts for a period of time, losing their appetite and unable to sleep, eventually breaking down and giving up. Gobo's argument, inspired by Liang, does indeed make sense. For ordinary people, it's not good to blindly pursue weight loss relentlessly. Indulging in small treats now and then, a few pieces of fried chicken, a few ice cream cones to recharge before continuing the weight loss journey might be better. After all, the fundamental purpose of weight loss is to live well and enjoy life. Of course, this must be controlled. If you indulge every day, then weight loss will turn into weight gain. Alright. Gobo waved his hand and said, I know everyone's weight loss hasn't been very effective lately. Maybe you've reached a plateau, or maybe you're just really exhausted. How about we relax today? I have 2 bags of fried chicken in the changing room, let's share them. As soon as Gobo finished speaking, the members immediately became restless. 3 members' eyes lit up, and they rushed into the locker room. Wait a minute. The bald coach, startled, tried to stop them, but just as he grabbed one of the female member's arms, she flung him away, nearly knocking him to the ground. The bald coach was shocked. That strength was incredible. Was this the same female member who usually struggled to bench press 20 kilograms? Seeing the members rush into the locker room, the bald coach looked helplessly at Gobo. Brother Go, is this really a good idea? Eating fried chicken occasionally is fine. Gobo smiled slightly. Besides, I don't have many bags of fried chicken left. Letting them try some is fine, but it's not enough for them to share. They probably wouldn't know where to buy it anyway. Once they get addicted, if they want more of my fried chicken, they'll have to undergo some grueling training. The bald coach was stunned for a moment, then gave Brother Go a thumbs up in delight. That's brilliant. To be honest, a fitness coach training members is very different from a school teacher teaching students. No matter how strict a fitness coach is, the clients are still their customers, their bread and butter. You can't hit or scold them, so if a member is truly determined not to follow instructions, there's nothing a fitness coach can do. So, the bald coach had always been helpless against these members with weak willpower. But with Gobo's delicious fried chicken as a bargaining chip, the bald coach could imagine that from now on, the members would have no choice but to obediently train hard. By the way, Brother Go, can I try a piece? The bald coach swallowed hard. Actually, he had been craving that rich garlic fried chicken smell for a long time, and today was the time to break his rule. Time passed, and it was almost noon. Ring ring ring. Liang was secretly chewing on a lollipop on his desk when finally, the bell rang for the last class of the morning. After a morning of mental torture, lunch break was finally here. In response to the Ministry of Education's call, the experimental primary school had ample lunch break time. Classes ended at 11:40 a.m. and resumed at 2:30 p.m. This plenty of free time was enough for Liang to set up his stall again. Liang hurriedly pulled his phone from his desk drawer, ignoring the 99+ unread messages on his messaging app, and dialed the number of the driver waiting at the school gate. The fried chicken stand on the tricycle was ready. Liang shoved his books back into the drawer and was about to get up and leave. Liang, where are you going? Su Qingqing quickly stood up as well. Are you going to sell fried chicken? I'll go with you. Liang looked at Su Qingqing, his head throbbing. Ever since Su Qingqing found out Liang was selling fried chicken at the school gate, she stopped giving him all sorts of expensive gifts. Instead, she spent the whole morning nagging him about doing chores together, living a self-sufficient life. Liang was truly at a loss with Su Qingqing's precocious yet childish ideas. How can I get rid of Su Qingqing? Look, a UFO. Desperate, Liang resorted to his old trick, pointing behind Su Qingqing. As Su Qingqing turned to look, Liang turned to run away. But then, a tight grip on his arm revealed Su Qingqing's grip on his sleeve. Su Qingqing sighed, her eyes lowered. Liang, I know you're lying to me, but I still looked back, because of my trust in you. As for why I'm holding you back, it's because of my attachment to you. Liang's head spun, his scalp tingling. Have elementary school students evolved to the point of using cheesy pickup lines these days? Maybe they should spend less time online. Alright, I'll take you to set up the stall, but you have to help out and not cause trouble. And don't say things like that make me want to dig my toes into the ground. And so, Liang, looking distressed, led the cheerful Su Qingqing towards the school gate. Speaking of which, in his previous life, Liang had also fantasized about having a daughter. After all, Liang felt that daughters were relatively more obedient and probably less troublesome than sons. But after spending a morning with Su Qingqing, Liang realized a fact. Boys and girls are the same. None of them are easy to deal with. Soon, Liang led Su Qingqing to the stall at the school gate. Looking at Liang's fried chicken stand, Su Qingqing poked and prodded at everything with interest. For Su Qingqing, who had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth and had rarely eaten at street stalls, this fried chicken stand was a novelty. Could you pour the oil into the pot for me? I'll take out the marinated chicken legs first. Liang moved a styrofoam box containing the marinated chicken legs, not bothering Su Qingqing with formalities. No matter how outrageous Su Qingqing's background or how exaggerated her circumstances, Liang still had his principles. Since you, Su Qingqing, are setting up a stall with me, you have to work, otherwise, you can't just stand here getting in the way. Fortunately, Su Qingqing didn't seem to have any princess syndrome. In fact, she seemed quite happy that Liang asked her to help. With a little effort, Su Qingqing lifted a large bucket of oil and poured it into the pot. Miss, danger. Miss, how could you do such a job? However, the next moment, two men suddenly darted out from among the passers-by, both trying to snatch the oil drum from Su Qingqing's hands. These two are bodyguards. Liang looked at the two men's panicked expressions, slightly taken aback, then relieved. He knew it. Su Qingqing, the only daughter of a wealthy family, carries an astonishing fortune. She needs someone to look after her. Seeing the bodyguards trying to stop Su Qingqing from pouring oil into the pot, Liang didn't interfere. If the bodyguards could take Su Qingqing away under the pretext of protecting her, it would be a relief for Liang. What are you two doing? Try touching my oil drum. I'll lie on the ground and cry right now. Su Qingqing frowned slightly and snapped. The two tall, burly bodyguards were startled and quickly withdrew their hands. One of the bodyguards, fidgeting with his fingers, said cautiously, "Miss, if you insist on playing here, then let me pour the oil for you. It's not good if oil splatters on you. This is what Liang asked me to do. I want to prove to him that I can work alongside him and be his good helper." Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at the bodyguard, then happily continued pouring oil. Soon, the oil almost overflowed from the pot. Liang, you should let the bodyguard pour the oil for you. After all that fuss, the first batch of marinated chicken legs finally went into the oil. Meanwhile, students began to line up in front of Liang's stall. Although Liang only set up his stall in front of the experimental primary school for one morning, his small fried chicken stall was already quite famous among the students. After all, the amazing garlic aroma of his garlic fried chicken was its own advertisement. Once you smelled it, you were sure to crave it. "Hey classmate, I want a serving of garlic fried chicken. Brother Ang, hurry up and put the fried chicken in my mouth." Regardless of whether they knew Liang or not, the students rushed to pull out their money. Those who didn't have any cash on them asked their parents who came to pick them up from lunch break to pay. Excited shouts, cries, and parents scolding mingled together, creating a lively scene. "This smells so good. Liang and I can actually make such delicious fried chicken?" The fried chicken went into the oil and gradually turned golden brown. As splattered oil gushed out, the enticing aroma wafted into Su Qingqing's nose. Su Qingqing, this little girl, didn't usually like to eat meat. She preferred fruits and vegetables. However, it wasn't because she was trying to control her weight. She simply didn't like eating meat, which was the opposite of most boys when they were young. Therefore, Su Yuanpeng had many headaches, hiring countless chefs to cook various meats at his home. However, Su Qingqing usually only ate a bite or two before refusing to eat anymore. But for some reason, Su Qingqing felt that Liang's fried chicken was different from other meats. Watching Liang's marinated chicken drumsticks tumbling in the oil made Su Qingqing's mouth water. "Liang, when the fried chicken is ready, can I try a piece first?" Su Qingqing swallowed hard and asked Liang in a low voice. "No." Liang shook his head directly. "Since you're going to sell fried chicken with me, you have to stick to my habits. You can only eat it when we close up shop." Su Qingqing's eyes widened, her cheeks puffing out. She seemed a little angry. "That's good, Grandma, you should hurry up and leave." Liang glanced at Su Qingqing sideways, thinking to himself, "Miss, you want fried chicken? Shall we take you to a fancy restaurant?" "Yes, miss, you don't need to linger here. The fumes are too strong, you might get choked." The two bodyguards, seeing this, quickly added, trying to persuade Su Qingqing. However, Su Qingqing stared at Liang, her cheeks puffing out again. Then, she took a tissue from her pocket, tore it into two small balls, and stuffed them directly into her nostrils. "What are you doing?" Liang chuckled. The two tissue balls sticking out of Su Qingqing's delicate face and nostrils looked both cute and comical. "As long as I can't smell the aroma of fried chicken, I won't be tempted," Su Qingqing said resolutely. "I won't eat fried chicken. I'm determined to set up a stall with you." Liang sighed inwardly, exasperated. Judging from Su Qingqing's personality, this girl was probably the type who would only get more enthusiastic the more you pressured her. Shaking his head, Liang didn't bother with Su Qingqing anymore. He took out a slotted spoon and scooped out a large spoonful of fried chicken. His first customer of the lunch break was thus secured. Please, everyone, don't recognize me." Liang's fried chicken business was booming, the atmosphere was electric. The students, eagerly awaiting their fried chicken, didn't notice a strange adult had joined the queue. She was wearing a large sun hat, sunglasses, and a mask, completely concealing herself. Without a doubt, this was Huang Sueking, the socially awkward teacher. Although Huang Sueking, as a teacher, enjoyed discounted meals at the staff canteen, spending only a few yuan on a full meal, however, she couldn't resist her craving. As the queue shortened and the rich aroma of the fried chicken grew stronger, Huang Sueking's heart raced faster and faster. Finally, she was going to eat fried chicken. Although she had only been working one day, Liang's fried chicken had become her source of motivation at work. Not only did it satisfy her cravings, but it also soothed her tired spirit. Teacher Huang? Huang Sueking finally reached the front of the line. Liang glanced at her and smiled. How much fried chicken do you want, or two like this morning? Huang Sueking was stunned. Liang, how did you recognize me? This. Liang's lips moved, but he didn't answer immediately. Actually, Huang Sueking's figure was quite distinctive, especially her extremely long legs. Although Liang hadn't deliberately looked at Huang Sueking's legs, he had some recollection of them. So, Liang didn't need to look at Huang Sueking's face to recognize her, he could tell it was her just by looking at her legs. But Liang wouldn't say that out loud. Liang didn't want to make a fool of himself on the first day of school, lest Huang Sueking misunderstand or develop any prejudice against him. Teacher Huang, the sun isn't too strong today. Besides you, I guess no one else would cover their face so thoroughly. Liang coughed lightly and explained. Huang Sueking's face, hidden behind her mask, was slightly flushed. For some reason, she felt she couldn't hide anything from Liang. Liang, then get me 4 servings of fried chicken. Huang Sueking didn't press further, simply holding up 4 fingers. Sizzle! The chicken drumsticks went into the oil, and Huang Sueking's order of 4 servings of fried chicken was quickly completed. Liang scooped the chicken into 4 oil paper bags, which Su Qingqing then carefully arranged in a large plastic bag before handing them to Huang Sueking. Huang Sueking, carrying the fried chicken, quietly said goodbye to Liang and ran off as fast as she could. Looks like Teacher Huang's social anxiety still needs some work. Watching Huang Sueking's retreating figure, Liang sighed. Huang Sueking carried the fried chicken all the way to the top floor of the teaching building, the staff offices, where there were hardly any students. Rushing into the large office, and seeing no one around, Huang Sueking removed her mask, sunglasses, and sun hat, then untied the plastic bags and spread 4 bags of fried chicken on the table. Taking a bite of fried chicken, Huang Sueking closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and let out a long, blissful sigh. Many delicious foods that initially wow you often seem to lose their appeal the second time you enjoy them, never quite recaptured the initial thrill. But Liang's fried chicken was different. With its slightly brown crust and infused with a wonderful garlic aroma, it still satisfied all of Huang Sueking's cravings for delicious food. Huang Sueking even thought that the fried chicken at lunchtime was tastier than the one she had in the morning. After all, when she ate the fried chicken in the morning, Huang Sueking was still anxious about work and hadn't fully enjoyed the deliciousness. Now that no one was around, Huang Sueking could let loose and fully enjoy the flavor of the fried chicken in her own little culinary world. Teacher Huang, what are you eating? Suddenly, a curious voice rang in Huang Sueking's ear. Huang Sueking jumped in fright, and the fried chicken in her hand flew up, tracing an eerie arc before landing on her dress. It has to be said that Huang Sueking's dress had a very unfortunate day. It already had oil stains from Huang Sueking eating fried chicken in the morning, and now it was completely stained. Huang Sueking hurriedly picked up the fried chicken and put it back in the bag. Her homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang, looked a little embarrassed and took out a tissue to wipe Huang Sueking's skirt. Ms. Huang, did I scare you? I was just under the desk picking up red pens from grading homework. I guess you didn't see me when you came in. It turned out that while Huang Sueking was enjoying her fried chicken, Wei Yongfang had been in the office the whole time. Huang Sueking's embarrassment and social anxiety kicked in simultaneously, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Ms. Huang is a nice person, just a little too shy. Wei Yongfang thought to herself, glancing sideways at Huang Sueking. Then she smiled and changed the subject, saying, Ms. Huang, where did you buy this fried chicken? It smells so good. Wei Yongfang's words were definitely not just polite talk. A few minutes later, when Huang Sueking entered the office with fried chicken, Wei Yongfang, who was searching for a red pen under the desk, became uneasy. She rushed out to see what was going on, bumping her head several times in the process. This fried chicken. I bought it at the school gate. Huang Sueking forced a smile, stammering. Oh, I see. The smell suggests it's from the same stall that Kid Gosheng from our class bought it from. Wei Yongfang stared intently at Huang Sueking's fried chicken. This morning I smelled that kid's fried chicken that he secretly brought into the classroom. It smelled incredibly good, but as a teacher, I couldn't very well ask him for some. Teacher Huang, tell me where you bought this fried chicken, I want to buy some and try it. Huang Sueking was taken aback. So, Wei Yongfang didn't know that Liang sold fried chicken at the school gate? That's understandable. After all, the experimental elementary school has 3 main gates. If Wei Yongfang usually entered the school through a side gate or back gate, she wouldn't have run into Liang. Teacher Wei, the line at that fried chicken stand is too long. Please have mine first. I bought 4 portions, enough for the 2 of us. Huang Sueking quickly handed a bag of fried chicken to Wei Yongfang, smiling. Although Huang Sueking was socially awkward, she wasn't clueless, she understood basic social etiquette. Oh, I can't accept this. Wei Yongfang couldn't resist reaching out to take the fried chicken, drool practically dripping from her mouth, but she remained polite. After some initial hesitation, Wei Yongfang finally accepted the fried chicken. Taking a piece and putting it in her mouth, Wei Yongfang trembled slightly, her pupils dilating instantly. The crispy, delicious skin, the tender, juicy chicken thigh meat, the spicy yet sweet, slightly caramelized garlic flavor. In an instant, Wei Yongfang felt her taste buds were completely satisfied. It was like rain after a long drought. The deliciousness of the garlic fried chicken surged through her mouth like a torrent, impacting the deepest parts of Wei Yongfang's soul. Delicious. Wei Yongfang tilted her head back, reached out, and removed the black hair clip she used to style her hair. She shook her head from side to side, and Wei Yongfang's long, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Wei Yongfang's appearance left Huang Sueking completely stunned. Wei Yongfang wasn't actually ugly, but her eyebrows were rather light, drawn very thin with an eyebrow pencil, and her cheeks were slightly sunken, giving her a somewhat stern, even harsh, appearance. However, with her hair down and a captivating smile on her face, Wei Yongfang surprisingly exuded a feminine charm, making Huang Sueking's ears turn slightly red. Teacher Wei. Seeing Wei Yongfang hugging the bag of fried chicken, closing her eyes and remaining motionless for a long time, Huang Sueking couldn't help but call out cautiously. Ah, little Huang, don't call me, let me enjoy this a little longer. Oh, right, I saw a bag of steamed buns on the table. You can have some with the fried chicken. Wei Yongfang glanced at Huang Sueking with half-closed eyes, then took out a piece of fried chicken, put it in her mouth, and closed her eyes again. This time, even Huang Sueking was speechless. At the current pace, Wei Yongfang would close her eyes and savor every bite of fried chicken for 2 or 3 minutes. That bag of fried chicken might take her an hour to eat. Huang Sueking didn't have the patience to wait for Wei Yongfang anymore. She opened the bag of fried chicken and started eating by herself. After a few bites, Huang Sueking thought for a moment, stood up, took a steamed bun from Wei Yongfang's table, sandwiched it with garlic fried chicken, and ate it. The more she ate, the more delicious it became. Soon, the whole steamed bun was gone. Huang Sueking, from Lanhai province, was a typical southerner and not used to eating steamed buns. For her, a meal without rice was practically a waste. However, with the addition of garlic fried chicken, Huang Sueking surprisingly found steamed buns quite delicious. Unable to resist, Huang Sueking took another steamed bun from Wei Yongfang's desk. Now, she could skip lunch. Just as Huang Sueking finished her second steamed bun, Wei Yongfang finally opened her eyes. For a fleeting moment, a gentle look appeared in Wei Yongfang's eyes. Little Huang, you don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? Wei Yongfang seemed to have found something interesting in her food. Judging from her posture, she wanted to chat with the newcomer, Huang Sueking, and have a heart-to-heart talk. Huang Sueking quickly swallowed the steamed bun in her mouth and nodded, saying, I don't have one yet, but Teacher Wei, you don't need to introduce me to anyone. I don't want a date right now. Ha ha. Wei Yongfang smiled, don't worry, Teacher Huang, I'm not like other older teachers who all love playing matchmaker. Actually, I don't have a boyfriend either. No boyfriend? Huang Sueking was slightly surprised. She thought Wei Yongfang was already married. Although it wasn't nice to say that, Wei Yongfang did look like she was in her 40s. But in fact, Wei Yongfang was only in her early 30s. It was just that because she was so dedicated to her work and had a stern demeanor in front of the children, she looked older, leading everyone to mistakenly believe her real age. Huang Sueking scrutinized Wei Yongfang for a while. And indeed, with her hair down and a smile on her face, she looked only about 30 years old. Wei Yongfang became increasingly talkative, gradually opening up to Huang Sueking. Little Huang, you know, my dad is a chef. When I was little, he always loved to cook all sorts of delicious food for me. So, I've always had a goal, to marry a husband whose cooking is as good as my dad's. And I still hold on to that dream. I don't care about dowries, houses, or cars. My husband doesn't need to work hard outside. I can work hard and build my career to earn money. I just hope my future husband can cook a super delicious meal for me every night when I come home. That's enough. Unfortunately, after all these years, I still haven't found a man like that. I've tried going on quite a few blind dates, but I feel their skills are inferior to my dad's. Wei Yongfang's views on choosing a partner are truly peculiar. Huang Sueking listened attentively, chin in hand. Logically speaking, Wei Yongfang's values are those of a strong, career-oriented woman, placing great importance on her career. This explains her strict demands on her class. Plus, the salaries for teachers in Kyoto are quite good. If Wei Yongfang accumulates experience as a homeroom teacher, wins several awards for outstanding teacher, and gets promoted to office manager, grade leader, or something similar, she could indeed support her family single-handedly. However, a suitable stay-at-home husband is indeed hard to find these days. I used to think, maybe I'd never get married, since I can't find anyone who cooks better than my dad. But this garlic fried chicken today gave me hope, though it's a bit unfair to my dad to say this. Even if he spent 3 days and 3 nights in the kitchen, he probably couldn't make this garlic fried chicken. Wei Yangfang's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Huang Sueking's hand. Teacher Huang, tell me, is the owner of the fried chicken stall outside a man or a woman? Is he young? Does he have a girlfriend? Huang Sueking was stunned. He is a man, and young, probably doesn't have a girlfriend. Huang Sueking muttered awkwardly. That's good. What does he look like? Is he handsome? Wei Yangfang's eyes shone even brighter upon hearing Huang Sueking's words. At this moment, in Wei Yangfang's mind, she had already conjured up an image of a gentle and handsome young man frying chicken in front of a vat of oil. He. Huang Sueking chuckled awkwardly, not responding, truly at a loss for words. Should she tell Wei Yangfang that the stall owner outside was Liang? Huang Sueking simply didn't have the courage to speak. Wei Yangfang, watching Huang Sueking's hesitant manner, suddenly had a sudden realization. Could it be? Huang Sueking also had a crush on that handsome young stall owner outside? No wonder. That fried chicken owner's skills were so good, it was easy for him to win over a young girl's heart. Haha, Teacher Huang, if you're having trouble, you don't need to say anything more. Wei Yangfang smiled and changed the subject. Huang Sueking hesitated for a moment, counting on her fingers, but decided not to tell Wei Yangfang the truth. If Wei Yangfang really knew that the fried chicken owner she was infatuated with was Liang, Wei Yangfang would probably completely collapse. School gate, in front of the fried chicken stall. Xiaoang, I'm here to buy fried chicken again. 4 servings, please. Gobo finally reached the front of the fried chicken line and pulled out his phone to pay Liang. Uncle Go? Liang glanced at Gobo and smiled. Buying so much fried chicken, is it for Go Sheng? Go Sheng. Gobo paused, seemingly forgetting he had such a son. Well, I didn't eat enough this morning, I was craving some, I'll have some more at noon. Gobo smiled helplessly. He really hadn't eaten enough this morning. After all, the fried chicken he brought to the gym had been devoured by the members. Looks like Uncle Go's really let loose. Liang hadn't forgotten that Gobo hadn't let his son eat fried chicken this morning. However, since Uncle Go had come all this way to buy fried chicken, Liang had no reason not to sell it to him. One by one, chicken legs coated in flour went into the oil, strings of bubbles shooting wildly from the bottom of the pot, bursting into the air and releasing a delightful aroma. Buzz! While waiting for the fried chicken to be ready, Gobo's phone vibrated. Gobo swallowed hard and answered the video call. Brother Go, where are you? Hurry back, the members have already completed the 3-day training plan. On the other end of the line was the bald coach, his eyes wide with horror, as if he'd seen a ghost. Wait, what do you mean? Does that mean, besides completing today's training plan, they also completed the fitness plans I arranged for tomorrow and the day after? Gobo was shocked. This morning, after the members finished their fried chicken, Gobo, following his own plan, used the fried chicken as bait to create a fitness plan for them. Gobo promised that if they trained diligently for the next 2 days, he would bring them another batch of fried chicken. But who knew that the members, upon hearing this, would go into a frenzied, adrenaline-pumping state. They were pedaling the spin bikes so hard they were practically sparking. At the time, Gobo was quite pleased with the members training so hard and wasn't worried about them overtraining. After all, based on his understanding of these members, he figured they would get tired after a while and want to go home. However, while Gobo was out buying fried chicken, the members didn't rest. Instead, they became even more engrossed in their training, completing a 3-day training plan in one go. You can't overdo it with exercise. If the members don't exercise regularly and suddenly put in such a high volume of exercise, they're bound to get injured. That's for sure. Brother Go, come back quickly, I really can't handle this situation. In the video, the bald coach, with his eyebrows furrowed and a mournful face, looked like little Pearl was about to fall. However, his expression quickly turned terrified. Hey, what are you doing? Don't take my phone. Damn, why are you all so aggressive? The bald coach was shoved aside by a bald middle-aged man, who then took over the phone. Coach Go, we've completed the task you assigned ahead of schedule. Does this mean we can have fried chicken for lunch? The bald man's eyes were a little red, making him look somewhat frightening. He was holding a small dumbbell, constantly lifting it, his belly fat jiggling with each lift. Yeah, coach, you can't go back on your word, otherwise we'll train ourselves to death. The bald man turned the camera to a female member lying on the bench press, swinging the barbell like a propeller. Anyone watching was afraid she'd turn into a helicopter and fly away. While swinging, she threatened Gobo. As for the last remaining member, he was lying on the ground, spread-eagled, on his last legs, only his lips still moving. The bald man brought his phone closer to the member, who weakly said, "Help me up. I can still train." Gobo's hair nearly stood on end seeing the member's chaotic antics. Thankfully, he didn't have a heart attack. After years as a fitness instructor, Gobo cried out in genuine distress for the first time, "Guys, please stop training. You'll cause rhabdomyolysis. Rest now, I'm bringing back some fried chicken." Judging from the members' appearances, although their mental state was worrying, they didn't seem to be seriously injured so far. However, if this dragged on any longer, things might get complicated. "Uncle Go, the fried chicken is ready." Liang called to Gobo, and Su Qingqing handed him a large bag of fried chicken. Gobo didn't even bother to eat himself. After thanking her, he hurriedly grabbed the fried chicken and ran off in a panic. Liang watched Gobo's retreating figure with a strange expression. He had a feeling that the garlic fried chicken had produced some strange effect at Gobo's gym. He wondered if it was a good thing or a bad thing for Uncle Go. Never mind, he wouldn't think about it anymore. It wasn't Liang's business. Keep frying chicken, keep selling. Task progress +1, task progress +3, task progress +4. Liang specifically highlighted the system interface. With each serving of fried chicken sold, the task progress increased accordingly. At this rate, selling another batch of fried chicken tonight would probably complete about 70 to 80% of the system task. To be honest, juggling selling fried chicken during school hours was actually more fun than focusing solely on running a stall. This kind of leisurely, unproductive activity not only provides a sense of excitement but also seems to further enhance work efficiency. Liang used to follow some online novelists, and they were all doing well, but suddenly one day they stopped updating. Actually, sometimes it wasn't because the author encountered something that made them too busy to update, but because they chose to pursue full-time writing. It's not uncommon for authors who could previously manage to update daily even while slacking off during their work hours to suddenly go silent once they went full-time. After all, when a side hustle becomes your main job, and a hobby becomes your primary occupation, everything changes. To some extent, this principle also applies to Liang. Although Liang still prefers to sell fried chicken freely and without constraints, the feeling of sneaking around selling fried chicken for a few days now and then is quite nice. Time flies, and soon it's 2 p.m. Students who were taking their lunch break started returning to campus, and Liang's fried chicken stand experienced another small sales surge. However, the few styrofoam boxes containing marinated chicken legs that Liang had were almost empty. It's about time to pack up early. Liang, can we have lunch now? Su Qingqing obediently helped Liang put away the plastic bags while her eyes lingered on the remaining marinated chicken legs. She hadn't eaten a single bite of food all this time. During the lunch break, Su Qingqing's bodyguard had run to several fancy restaurants and hotels to get some food, but Su Qingqing ignored them all. She was waiting for Liang's fried chicken. Almost done. Liang dumped the remaining marinated chicken legs from the several styrofoam boxes together, piling them into a small half box, and nodded. Su Qingqing let out a long sigh of relief, then looked at the students still in line and shouted, go back. If you buy any more, Liang and I won't get any. Come back tonight, everyone." The crowd dispersed, and Liang poured the remaining marinated chicken legs into the oil. The aroma of garlic filled the air, and Su Qingqing couldn't help but swallow hard, her little neck twitching. For some reason, Su Qingqing found this pot of fried chicken exceptionally delicious. After all, she could eat this pot of fried chicken. Sizzle! Liang used a slotted spoon to scoop out the golden brown fried chicken, bubbling with oil. Since it was for his own lunch, there was no need to bag it. Liang set the fried chicken aside to cool, and was about to take out 2 stainless steel bowls to put the fried chicken in when suddenly a surprised voice rang out. "Little Liang, what are you doing here?" "No, should I call you brother, kid?" Liang looked up and saw a young man in a black jacket standing before him, with a capable air about him. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with an upright expression. Although the two were in plain clothes and looked no different from ordinary people, they inexplicably gave off a sense of security. "You are Brother Zhang Lei and Captain Gao." Liang's eyes lit up. He recognized the two. Back when Liang was selling mint cakes, he inadvertently helped the city's criminal investigation team solve a jewelry theft case. At the time, Officer Zhang Lei had disguised himself as a pancake vendor near Liang's building entrance, causing quite a stir. As for Captain Gao, he was the captain of the city's criminal investigation team. Ever since he met Liang, he had ordered mint cakes from Liang several times. "Hey, Liang, this fried chicken you made smells amazing. Is it a new dish you invented?" Before they could catch up, Officer Zhang Lei's gaze was fixed firmly on the remaining garlic fried chicken. "Oh no!" Su Qingqing's face changed, and alarm bells rang in her mind. "Uncle, this is Liang and my lunch. Could you eat a little less?" Although young, Su Qingqing was very perceptive. Before Zhang Lei could even ask to buy the fried chicken, Su Qingqing spoke first. Zhang Lei was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Su Qingqing to preemptively speak. Behind Zhang Lei, Captain Gao chuckled and reached out to pat Su Qingqing's head. "Little girl, don't worry, we won't steal your lunch." Captain Gao smiled, but his eyes glanced at the two bodyguards standing guard to the side. Having been a criminal investigator for so many years, Captain Gao had a sharp eye for people and immediately recognized that these two bodyguards were skilled fighters. It seems, this little girl's identity is quite extraordinary? Yeah, little girl, don't worry, I'll just have one fried chicken leg. Zhang Lei picked up where Captain Gao left off, shamelessly saying. Zhang Lei figured that since the little girl had put it that way, he shouldn't ask for more. However, Captain Gao's thought process was, the little girl had already put it that way, and you still have the nerve to ask for more. Little Zhang, I didn't realize you were so shameless. Captain Gao stared wide-eyed at Zhang Lei, shocked. Zhang Lei, without batting an eye, coughed lightly and said, I'll just try it, little brother, can I try a piece of fried chicken leg? Just give me the smallest one. If it's really not possible, tell me when you'll be setting up your stall next time, and I'll come over to buy some. With the delicious food in front of him, Zhang Lei did his best to get what he wanted. Of course, Zhang Lei also saw that Liang still had plenty of garlic fried chicken left, and Liang and Su Qingqing might not be able to finish it all. Otherwise, Zhang Lei would have been too embarrassed to ask. Okay, brother Zhang Lei, are you sure one is enough? Liang naturally didn't care about 1 or 2 pieces of garlic fried chicken, and cheerfully handed Zhang Lei a fried chicken leg in an oil paper bag. Zhang Lei took the chicken and insisted on paying by scanning a QR code. Liang understood, it was a matter of principle, and didn't argue with Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei took the chicken leg and eagerly took a bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The crispy skin of the garlic fried chicken was bitten through, and the garlic aroma in the chicken burst out as if a seal had been broken. Zhang Lei ate with his mouth full of oil, shaking his head and eating. Captain Gao watched longingly from the side, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Damn it, why can't he be as shameless as Xiao Zheng? Otherwise, Captain Gao would be eating this delicious fried chicken right now. Zhang Lei started eating his fried chicken, while Liang served himself and Su Qingqing some. Faced with a whole bowl of golden fried chicken, Su Qingqing eagerly grabbed her chopsticks, ready to eat. But then, as if remembering something, she hesitated for a moment, then took 2 pieces of fried chicken from her bowl and put them in Liang's bowl. Liang, there seems to be a little less fried chicken in your bowl. You should eat more. You've been busy all morning, don't tire yourself out. What the heck? The 2 bodyguards were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. Their young lady, Su Qingqing, was actually serving food to others? Is this still the same Su Qingqing who used to be so arrogant and unruly at home? Su Qingqing placed some fried chicken on Liang's plate, then turned her gaze to the 2 bodyguards. What are you standing there for? Bring out the food. Fried chicken is good, but lunch needs to be nutritionally balanced. Su Qingqing spoke with the air of a little adult, and the 2 bodyguards quickly brought out the dishes they had bought from another restaurant, placing them on a small square table next to the fried chicken stall. This little girl is really good. Liang was touched by Su Qingqing's obedience. It would be nice to have such a sensible child. It seems I can't just leave this little girl hanging. I need to guide her properly, help her curb her precocious thoughts, and direct her energy towards the right path. While eating fried chicken, Liang looked up at Zhang Lei, who was savoring the taste. By the way, Zhang Lei, what are you and Captain Gao doing near our school? Could it be that there's some fugitive near our school? No, there isn't. Zhang Lei was taken aback, quickly waving his hand. If there were a fugitive near the school, that would be terrible. The main force would probably be here fully armed by now, and it wouldn't just be the 2 of us. Not catching a fugitive. Then what is it? Liang casually inquired. I can't say that. Zhang Lei shook his head. Although he was familiar with Liang, matters within the police force were confidential, and he had to keep his mouth shut. Alright, Xiao Zheng, time's running out. We have a case this afternoon. Let's go to the school and find the principal. Captain Gao patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder, then waved to Liang and Su Qingqing, and the 2 headed into the school. The city's criminal investigation team is seeing the principal on official business? What exactly do they want? Liang pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply buried his head in his food. After finishing his meal, it was almost 2:30. He called the driver to pack up, and Liang and Su Qingqing went back to school to catch up on sleep, to get ready for class. Meanwhile, at Desheng Snack Street. Hey classmate, your roast goose leg is ready. Li Xiangdong handed the last roast goose leg to the student in line, then wiped his sweat with a towel. With Liang gone, Li's roast goose leg business seemed a bit quieter. By 2:30 p.m., there were hardly any people left at the stall. However, overall, Li's roast goose leg was still the most popular stall on Desheng Snack Street, and Li Xiangdong had made a good profit in half a day. He pulled up a small stool and sat down, checking his phone balance. At this rate, I'll be able to pay off my debt to Liang in 3 to 5 years. Maybe 70 or 80 years? Why does that brat spend so much money on his family? Can't he keep his head up? The fiercely competitive Li Xiangdong always felt that the car and rented apartment Liang had bought were debts he owed Liang, debts he had to repay. There's a saying that goes, stress and anxiety are self-inflicted. Li Xiangdong sighed, scratched his head, and felt uncomfortable even sitting on the small stool. Xiangdong, taking a break? Li Xiangdong covered his face with a straw hat, intending to take a nap, when suddenly he felt a gentle pat on the shoulder. Taking off his straw hat, Li Xiangdong saw Zhang Yan standing smiling in front of him, holding a large styrofoam box. Honey, what brings you here? Li Xiangdong quickly stood up, frowning. You should have been taking the caregiver for your rehabilitation walk this afternoon. No need, I asked Professor Wang. He said if I feel well, I can go out for walks on my own. Zhang Yan said with a smile, then reached out and lifted the lid of the styrofoam box. Xiangdong, look what's this? As soon as the box was opened, a fragrant aroma of garlic wafted out. Isn't this the fried chicken that Xiaoying made? Li Xiangdong was taken aback. Did he come home and make fried chicken at noon? No. Zhang Yan shook her head, blinking. This is fried chicken I spent the whole morning researching. Try it, see if it's any different from our son's? Looking at the golden brown garlic-flavored chicken drumsticks, Li Xiangdong was dumbfounded. These were all made by his wife? This aroma smells pretty convincing. So, his son is a culinary genius, his wife is a culinary genius, and he, Li Xiangdong, is a complete failure. Crunch! Li Xiangdong picked up Zhang Yan's fried chicken, took a bite, raised an eyebrow, and smacked his lips. His wife's cooking is pretty good. To be honest, Zhang Yan's garlic fried chicken is definitely not as good as Liang's, but compared to the fried chicken stalls outside, Zhang Yan's garlic fried chicken is far superior in taste. Delicious! Li Xiangdong ate with great relish, not even finishing one chicken leg before picking up another and putting it in his mouth. Seeing her husband enjoying his meal, Zhang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. You always know how to say nice things. Zhang Yan tapped Li Xiangdong's forehead with her finger, smiling broadly, secretly pleased. However, to be fair, Li Xiangdong's evaluation of his wife's fried chicken wasn't entirely biased or insincere praise. If Liang were here now, he would be astonished to find almost all the fried chicken Zhang Yan made in this box was of blue quality. Even one piece of fried chicken lying in the corner of the insulated box had reached purple quality. What does that mean? Although garlic fried chicken isn't a complicated dish to make, Zhang Yan had only watched Liang make it twice, receiving a few casual pointers from him. Back then, when Li Xiangdong and Liang learned to roast goose legs, it took them a tremendous amount of effort. They almost burst their stomachs before finally managing to make purple quality roasted goose legs. Zhang Yan's talent is simply terrifying. It's unimaginable what would have happened if Zhang Yan had been born into a family of chefs, receiving culinary training and influence from a young age. She would definitely be a renowned chef now. By the way, honey, since you think this fried chicken is delicious, how about we launch this garlic fried chicken as a new product this afternoon? That would give the students a change of pace and also increase revenue. Increase revenue? That sounds great. Li Xiangdong nodded vigorously. Zhang Yan turned her back and smiled slyly. There's a saying that goes, what you've lost, you must take back with your own hands. Back then, Zhang Yan's roasted goose legs were all the rage at Tsinghua University and Kyoto University, earning her the affectionate nickname Goose Leg Auntie from the students. Now, Zhang Yan is back in full force, she's going to be the fried chicken auntie again. Soon, it was 3 p.m. Students began lining up again at Li's roasted goose leg stall to buy their roasted goose legs. Hearing that Li's roasted goose leg had launched a new fried chicken product, many students were excitedly eager to try it. Zhang Yan's garlic-flavored fried chicken was incredibly fragrant with garlic and the chicken was tender and juicy. The students were thoroughly enjoying it, and the entire food street was filled with the aroma of garlic. Uncle Li, the usual, 2 orders of roasted goose legs, please. A short while later, a familiar figure appeared in front of Li's roasted goose leg stall. Li Xiangdong looked up. It was Liu Yue from Tsinghua University. Although Liu Yue was from Tsinghua University, after learning the location of Li's roasted goose leg stall, she would occasionally come over from Tsinghua to satisfy her craving. Li Xiangdong wasn't surprised. All right, Liu, here are 2 roast goose legs for you. Li Xiangdong cheerfully took 2 sizzling, oily roast goose legs from the electric oven, wrapped them in parchment paper, put them in a plastic bag, and handed them to Liu Yue. Liu, would you like to try our new garlic fried chicken? Garlic fried chicken? Liu Yue's eyes lit up. I smelled the garlic aroma while I was queuing, my mouth was watering. Of course I have to try it. By the way, Uncle Li, did Xiaohei make this garlic fried chicken? Where is he? Why isn't he here? Li Xiangdong had answered this question countless times today, so he didn't think much of it and casually replied, that brat, he started school. Started school? Started school. Liu Yue was struck dumb. Her reaction was exactly the same as CFA's back then. Holy crap. Because the boy seemed so mature, Liu Yue often forgot he was still a primary school student. School started, which meant his phone would be confiscated and he'd have classes every day. She might not see him for 3 or 4 months. What was she going to do? Lu Yue was in a state of panic, absent-mindedly accepting the garlic fried chicken, not even knowing how she got back to her dorm. No way! Lu Yue suddenly slammed her hand on the table, startling her roommate who was putting on makeup. Her lipstick was smeared all the way down to her ear. Yue, what's wrong with you? Her roommate asked helplessly, wiping the lipstick with a tissue. Lu Yue ignored her roommate and muttered to herself, I have to find a way to find Ziohei Ge. No, we at Tsinghua University have to find a way to find Ziohei Ge. Soon, Lu Yue announced Ziohei Ge's return to school on the Tsinghua University forum. The following events unfolded almost exactly as Kyoto University had when they learned of Ziohei Ge's return. The entire university was shocked, filled with lamentations. A large number of students cried and wailed online, and some extreme individuals even wanted to go to the president's office and demand that the entire gifted youth program be moved to Tsinghua University from elementary school, leaving the president bewildered and calling security. Just as Tsinghua University was leaderless, Zhao Zhenhai, the director of logistics at Tsinghua University, stepped forward. Zhao Zhenhai, being a leader, immediately calmed the students' emotions on the forum, created a search for Ziohei Ge chat group, and after careful consideration, proposed a plan to hold a food festival to get Ziohei Ge to Tsinghua University first. The events that unfolded at Kyoto University were being replayed at Tsinghua University. If Xie Fei were still at the university, he would surely proclaim Zhao Zhenhai as another me in the world. Soon, Tsinghua University also selected several graduating undergraduates and graduate students with few classes to search for little brother, Liang. Time ticked by, and both Tsinghua University and Kyoto University, unaware of each other's involvement, were making every effort to be the first to find Liang. Alright, that's all for today's class. Since it's the first day of school, I won't assign any homework. Finally, the last class was over. One thing that makes elementary school students happier than middle school students is that they don't have evening self-study sessions. Or rather, there's no mandatory evening self-study. As soon as get out of class is over, the previously quiet classroom immediately comes alive, students throwing down their backpacks and rushing towards the school gate. Liang, are you still selling fried chicken tonight? Su Qingqing wasn't in a hurry to pack her bag, but instead turned around and looked at Liang excitedly. After selling fried chicken once at noon, Su Qingqing had become a little addicted to selling snacks at a stall. This wasn't simply because Su Qingqing was infatuated with Liang, but because Su Qingqing felt that selling snacks at a stall had its own unique charm. Seeing the surprised and delighted expressions on the faces of customers when they ate the food, Su Qingqing felt a great sense of satisfaction. Although Su Qingqing only helped pack the chicken legs into bags, but at least she participated. The garlic-flavored fried chicken that customers enjoy also represents a small reward for Su Qingqing's hard work. You don't need to help, I can sell them myself in a bit. Liang directly refused Su Qingqing's request. Sales at noon exceeded my expectations, I can easily close up shop tonight. Liang was telling the truth. Checking the system progress, Liang had already sold over 500 servings of fried chicken today, achieving 88.1% completion of the garlic fried chicken task. Liang only needed to sell the remaining marinated stock, and the garlic fried chicken sales target would be easily achieved. Ha! Su Qingqing's eyes immediately lowered, her face showing disappointment. After a long while, Su Qingqing looked up and forced a smile at Liang. I know, you think I'm too much trouble. I'll go home now, good luck with your stall. With that, Su Qingqing casually stuffed her books into her pink backpack, picked it up, and walked out. As Su Qingqing slowly walked to the classroom door, she kept calling out to Liang in her heart. Liang, you should have called me back. What? You can't even handle this. Finally, just as she stepped out of the classroom, Su Qingqing abruptly turned around. Liang, I'll listen to you and go home first today. We can set up a stall together tomorrow, right? Liang chuckled and nodded in tacit agreement. Su Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, made a heart gesture to Liang, and skipped away. After Su Qingqing left, Liang had just finished packing his bag when two more people surrounded him. It was Go Sheng and Hao Hao, the chubby boy Su Qingqing had almost beaten up earlier that day. What are you two doing? Liang glanced at the two of them. Hey, Nge. Go Sheng rubbed his fingers together. Can we go sell fried chicken with you later? Being classmates and schoolmates, these two naturally knew about Liang and Su Qingqing selling fried chicken together. For adults, helping with a stall is a tiring and troublesome job. But for kids, it's something new and fun. Go Sheng and the chubby Hao Hao had been wanting to join in for a while. However, due to their fear of Su Qingqing, they hadn't dared to say a word all day, only daring to speak to Liang after Su Qingqing left. Liang looked at the chubby boy, Hao Hao, and said casually, I remember your mom said at the school gate that she wouldn't let you play with poor kids like me. I also remember she said she wouldn't let you eat my fried chicken. So, it's not good for you to help me sell fried chicken, is it? That morning, when Liang was setting up his stall, Hao Hao's mom's car was parked next to his stall. Thanks to the system's enhanced body, Liang's ears were incredibly sharp, so he overheard part of the mother and son's conversation. The chubby boy, Hao Hao, immediately blushed. Although he was too young to fully understand the complex prejudices and misunderstandings of adults, he felt incredibly embarrassed. For the first time, he felt that his mother's words might not be entirely correct. Liang shook his head, too lazy to continue to embarrass Hao Hao. "Alright, go back to your mom and stop hanging around me." Even in Liang's memory, he wasn't very familiar with Hao Hao, and now he had no intention of interacting with him. Hao Hao nodded with a long face, then suddenly said, "Liang, thank you for returning my money today." After saying that, the chubby Hao Hao left dejectedly. "And you, Go Sheng." Liang turned around, tapping his forehead helplessly with his finger. "You're an athlete, you do sports, it's fine to eat fried chicken once or twice to satisfy your craving, but you can't keep following me around thinking about my fried chicken." Go Sheng chuckled sheepishly, his thoughts exposed by Liang. Rubbing his nose, Go Sheng continued to explain, "Brother Ang, even if you don't let me eat fried chicken, it would be best if I could stay with you for a while. Usually at this time, my dad should already be at the classroom door to pick me up, but he hasn't come yet. I just borrowed teacher Wang's phone to call him, but he didn't answer. Waiting for my dad at the school gate by myself is too boring. At least I can play games and chat with you while we're selling fried chicken." Liang was speechless for a moment. Go Sheng must have some misunderstanding about street vending. Liang is running a business. He doesn't have time to play games with Go Sheng. After dealing with Su Qingqing all day, is he going to have to act as a temporary babysitter now? This school is really something else. Go Sheng, I think your dad's probably in some trouble. You should contact your homeroom teacher again to ask your mom or grandparents to come pick you up. Street vending with me isn't a good idea. Liang thought for a moment and decisively shook his head, refusing Go Sheng's request. At noon, Liang noticed Go Bo's flustered expression and found it a bit strange. Now, Go Bo hasn't even come to pick up his child from school. Liang could set up his stall and look after Go Sheng for a while, but what if Go Bo still hadn't come after the stall? What would he do then? The safest approach was to have Go Bo go to the homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang. Although Wei Yongfang liked to urge the children to study and spout motivational platitudes, he was a decent person and should be able to properly settle Go Sheng. "Okay, Ang Ge." Go Sheng sighed and obediently left. After Go Sheng left, only Liang remained in the classroom. Enjoying a moment of peace and quiet, Liang dialed the driver waiting at the door, preparing to set up his stall. Meanwhile, at the Fierce Dog Gym, "Coach, push harder." "Ouch. Coach, it hurts. Don't push so hard." In the gym's yoga area, 3 overworked members lay on yoga mats, waiting for Go Bo to use professional rehabilitation techniques to massage and relax their muscles. There was no other way. These 3 members were usually the type to slack off during training, but today they had suddenly increased their exercise intensity exponentially, so their muscles were bound to be sore all over, and they could barely walk. Go Bo nudged a bald man in the back with his elbow, feeling slightly annoyed by the man's screams. Go Bo felt uneasy, like he'd forgotten something. What was it? Damn, that's it. Go Bo suddenly slapped his thigh. It seemed to be the time for experimental elementary school to let out. That meant Liang was going to set up his fried chicken stall. He needed to hurry and finish massaging the members' muscles before rushing to the experimental primary school, otherwise he'd probably have to wait in a long line to buy garlic fried chicken. Thinking this, Go Bo unconsciously increased the pressure of his massage. The bald uncle was rendered speechless by Go Bo's few massages, and in a daze, he seemed to see a wisp of his soul floating into the sky. Nothing unusual happened during Liang's evening fried chicken stall. Aside from teacher Huang, who came in disguise to buy fried chicken, the others were mostly students and parents whom Liang didn't know. After about an hour, Liang's stock of marinated chicken legs was almost sold out, and Liang clapped his hands, preparing to call his driver to pack up and go home. Just then, a boy wearing a red plaid shirt across the street stopped and looked in Liang's direction with a surprised expression. "Kid, I finally found you." "Hey, kid." The boy in the red plaid shirt waved and shouted to Liang across the street. However, with the street bustling with traffic, even with Liang's excellent hearing, he couldn't hear the boy in the red plaid shirt. After loading the pickup truck onto the tricycle, Liang sat in the passenger seat. Vroom! The driver stepped on the gas, and the pickup truck sped off. What the hell? The boy in the red plaid shirt was stunned. The kid he'd almost got had vanished? This won't do. Instinctively, the boy in the red plaid shirt took off after it. If the kid's pickup truck was stuck in traffic, he still had a slight chance of catching up. But as the boy in the red plaid shirt started chasing the pickup truck, a boy in a green plaid shirt also started running after it not far behind. The two seemed to be athletes, running incredibly fast. On the sidewalk, they looked like 2 streaks of lightning, one red and one green, racing side by side. The two exchanged a glance, each giving the other a reassuring look. Although they didn't know each other, they assumed the other was a fellow alumnus, working together to find the kid. However, life isn't a comic book. No matter how fast a person runs, they can't catch a car. Liang's pickup truck got through every green light and soon disappeared from their sight. Huff, huff, huff. Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu, leaning on their knees, were panting heavily, sweat dripping down their faces, soaking the paving stones of the sidewalk. We still lost him, Xiao Hong said with a helpless, bitter smile. It's all right, bro. Xiao Lu caught her breath, straightened up, and patted Xiao Hong on the back. At least we know kid is attending experimental elementary school now. All we need to do is report to Director Zhao, and tomorrow when the school opens, we can have Director Zhao go in and talk to the principal about holding a food festival. Director Zhao? Xiao Hong wiped her sweat with her sleeve, puzzled. Who's Director Zhao? Shouldn't we be looking for Senior CFA? CFA? Xiao Lu paused. Isn't CFA from Kyoto University? Why would we need him? CFA was a top expert in his field, and having participated in the development of a new type of magnetic levitation heart, Xiao Lu, a student at Tsinghua University, had heard of him. The two stared at each other for a moment, then their pupils contracted simultaneously. Holy crap, you're from Tsinghua University? Damn, you're from Kyoto University? Why are you guys looking for kid too? I haven't even asked you yet. The two, who had initially shown a bit of camaraderie, immediately distanced themselves, eyeing each other warily. I can't believe it. Tsinghua University actually plagiarized our Kyoto University plan, trying to shamelessly steal kid away. Heh, Kyoto University people are good at smearing people. Let me tell you, kid belongs to Tsinghua University, Kyoto University, don't even try to get involved. Get lost. Do you even know which university Lee's roasted goose leg stall is next to? Kid only set up a stall at Tsinghua University a few times, and you still have the nerve to say kid is yours? Being students from rival schools, the two clashed fiercely due to their differing stances, and the argument escalated rapidly. Soon, the verbal conflict turned into a physical altercation. Coincidentally, both of them were athletes, and both were specializing in freestyle fighting. Even though they went to rival schools, most people who practice freestyle fighting have some sense of sportsmanship. Neither dared to exchange punches or kicks, opting instead for submission holds, trying to subdue the other without injuring them. In no time, the two were on the ground, one moment red, the next green, tearing at each other. Passers-by were surprised to witness this bizarre spectacle while out for a casual stroll. Soon, a large crowd gathered around Red and Green, with some knowledgeable about combat sports offering their expert commentary. These two are pretty good, they seem to have formal training. Great, Little Red finally locked up Little Green. No, no, no. I think Little Green locked up Little Red. Hey, your posture is indecent, take it easy. The crowd was watching with great interest when suddenly a sharp police whistle blared. A traffic policeman was seen rushing over in the distance, pressing his electronic whistle. What are you doing? Let go. A traffic policeman is still a policeman. He has an obligation to stop a fight. Finally, Little Red and Little Green, who had been locked in a fierce struggle, awkwardly separated. Judging from your appearance, you two must be college students. Fighting and disturbing the peace in the street. What kind of education did your school give you? The traffic policeman looked at Little Red and Little Green, frowning. Which school are you two from? Xiao Hong swallowed hard. Officer, I'm from Kyoto University. Xiao Lu scratched her head. I'm from Tsinghua University. The officer chuckled in exasperation. With your attitude, you call yourselves from Kyoto or Tsinghua? Don't be ridiculous. Are you all right? If you're not hurt, come with me to the station for a reprimand. The officer led Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu towards his patrol car in the distance, glancing sideways at the entrance of the experimental elementary school. That kid selling garlic fried chicken this morning, he seems to be gone? Sigh. He wanted to buy that garlic fried chicken this morning but missed it. He was too busy with work at noon to buy it, and finally managed to squeeze in some time to buy some in the evening, only to find that the kid had already closed up shop, and he even ran into a pair of clowns wrestling in the street. Buying garlic fried chicken is really difficult. Kid's back. About 10 minutes later, the pickup truck pulled up in front of Zhongchang Academy. With a whoosh, the security team and security guard Lu, along with 5 or 6 other guards, rushed out of the security room. Some helped Liang out of the car, others carried his backpack. This entourage left unsuspecting passers-by staring in disbelief. Whose young master is this? But Liang understood. Security guard Lu had probably told the whole team about the fried chicken incident, and these guards were waiting for his fried chicken. Thank you, security guard Lu. Liang nodded to security guard Lu. Liang was quite satisfied with the fried chicken stand on the pickup truck and tricycle that Xiao Lu had arranged for him today. I saved you a few bags of fried chicken, they're in the tricycle behind the pickup truck. Go eat. Hearing this, the security guards excitedly went to rummage through the tricycle behind the pickup truck. Security guard Xiao Lu solicitously opened the gate for Liang, who tightened his backpack and walked towards his yard. After crossing the pebbled path, Liang stopped at the gate of his yard. Woof woof woof. In the yard, a small, creamy yellow dog was wagging its tail and barking at Liang. Next to the dog lay a chubby orange cat. Liang was stunned. Having been away all day, had his house turned into a zoo? Woof woof woof. Liang pushed open the yard gate. The little yellow dog, wagging its tail, happily circled around him, its tongue lolling out as it grinned at him. The big orange cat on the other side glanced at Liang indifferently, then rolled over with a thud, exposing its belly to him, lazily striking a pose that seemed to say, "Come pet me." Liang was somewhat speechless. Ignoring the little yellow dog and the big orange cat, he pushed open his own door. The little yellow dog and the big orange cat followed Liang into the house. Little Ang's back? Although the roast goose leg stall had done quite well today, Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong had gone home early. Partly because it was Liang's first day of school, the couple wanted to cook him dinner. Partly because Zhang Yan had just recovered from a serious illness, and Li Xiangdong didn't dare keep her at the stall too late. Liang greeted his parents, then his gaze fell on Chen Lingfei sitting on the living room sofa. "What's this girl doing here?" Liang was utterly speechless. "Kid, is it necessary to look at me like that?" Chen Lingfei pouted and said, "I ran into your aunt and uncle at the entrance of the complex. They had a little yellow dog and a big orange dog, so I came to deliver some things." As she spoke, Chen Lingfei pointed to a large plastic bag on the sofa. Inside were a cat scratching post, cat and dog toys, cat and dog food bowls, and a series of other pet supplies. "I used to have cats and dogs at home when I was little, so I know exactly what cats and dogs need. But as I grew up, I was too careless, and my parents didn't have time to care for them, so we never had any again," Chen Lingfei said with a smile, "so I'm not here to freeload. Don't worry, kid, I still have boundaries. By the way," Liang looked at his parents. "What's going on with these cats and dogs?" Mentioning the cat and dog, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan found it amusing. When Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan were packing up their stall, they hadn't gone far from Desheng Snack Street when they were pestered by the orange tabby and the little yellow dog. Out of desperation, Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan tore off some roasted goose leg meat to try and appease the two stray animals. However, after eating the goose leg, the little yellow dog and the orange tabby completely attached themselves to Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan. Even after Li Xiangdong had driven half a block, the two were still chasing after him. Zhang Yan softened, and Li Xiangdong immediately called the landlord for permission and took the two animals home. Liang glanced at the orange tabby lying on the ground with its eyes half closed and the little yellow dog sitting obediently beside it wagging its tail, and nodded. "There are some stray animals near Desheng Snack Street, it's not uncommon. The little yellow dog is likely a mixed breed dog, and the orange tabby cat is a mixed breed cat. The two seem to have a very close relationship, most likely because they grew up together. Therefore, it's safe to assume they are not expensive pets that have been separated from their owners, and you can safely adopt them. Furthermore, stray cats and dogs can be a nuisance to people who are afraid of them, so giving them a home and preventing them from roaming freely is a good thing. Uncle and Auntie, I just checked, and the little yellow dog and the big orange cat don't have fleas or ringworm. I'll just take them to the vet for vaccinations later." Seeing Liang arrive home, Chen Lingfei stood up, ready to leave. She had some common sense, it was almost dinner time, and she wouldn't linger with the family enjoying themselves. "Fei, stay for dinner." Zhang Yan hurriedly tried to persuade Chen Lingfei to stay, but Chen Lingfei firmly refused. "Auntie, my parents are home, waiting for me to come home for dinner, so I won't bother them." Chen Lingfei picked up her bag, about to leave, when suddenly she remembered something. "Little brother, you're in 3rd grade at experimental elementary school, right? What do you want?" Liang became wary. Chen Lingfei chuckled. "Don't worry, kid, I've kept everything about you a secret. It's like this, our student council is organizing an event, a campus food festival, and we've invited students from experimental elementary school to come and experience the university atmosphere. You'll probably be visiting our Kyoto Aviation University tomorrow. Is that so? I didn't get any notification." Liang was taken aback. Wei Yongfang hadn't mentioned a thing about the food festival all day. "You brat, of course the teacher wouldn't tell you about this beforehand." Li Xiangdong proudly waved his phone at Liang. "If we told you about the food festival on the first day of school, would the teachers even be able to teach? We parents got notified yesterday, and the teacher specifically emphasized keeping it a secret from the kids." "All right." Liang nodded. Experimental elementary school does indeed have a lot of activities at the beginning and middle of the semester, but fewer at the end of the semester when there are final exams. Speaking of which, Liang was quite envious of today's elementary school students. The extracurricular activities organized by their schools were so diverse and colorful. Back in his previous life, when he was in elementary school, the school activities were nothing more than strolling around the nearby parks. "We were tired of that." Sigh, it's a sad story. But speaking of which, a school food festival. That's a good thing. With this kind of event, Liang could openly sell his snacks. The fried chicken is sold out, next up should be the stinky mandarin fish, right? Little brother, this school food festival is where our university students cook for you elementary school students to try, Chen Lingfei smiled, but if you want to show off your skills, I can arrange for you to be a special guest and assign you a stall. That sounds great. Liang nodded in agreement immediately. After asking Chen Lingfei a few more questions about the school food festival, Chen Lingfei waved goodbye to Liang. Sigh, I'm going to have to deal with Kyoto Aviation University. Liang sat on the sofa, patting the little yellow dog's head, and thought to himself. Actually, if Liang had the choice, he would have preferred to go to the campus food festivals at Kyoto University or Mizuki University. After all, he was more familiar with those two universities. Unfortunately, it seemed that neither of those universities had made any arrangements with their experimental primary school. Unbeknownst to Liang, a group from Kyoto University and Sutsuki University had already created a food festival plan specifically for him. However, as fate would have it, Kyoto Aviation University, completely unaware of the details, snatched it away. This wasn't because Chen Lingfei secretly leaked Liang's information to Kyoto Aviation University, nor was it a pretext for recruitment. Furthermore, Liang didn't have much influence at Kyoto Aviation University. Why would a school create a food festival for him? The whole thing was purely coincidental. Kyoto University and Sutsuki University searched high and low, only to have Kyoto Aviation University get it effortlessly. Life is unpredictable. When Xie Fei and Zhao Zhenhai find out about this, their expressions will probably be quite something, won't they? Hey, I don't know why Fi Fei is being so polite. Zhang Yan served dishes to Liang while gesturing for him. Xiao Ang, let's eat first. Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong had come home early to prepare a sumptuous meal for Liang. Stir-fried vegetables with tofu, braised eggplant, spicy chicken, braised pork chops, pickled mustard greens and shredded pork soup. Liang's eyes scanned the dishes. Although they were all organic, they still made his mouth water. After all, these were dishes his parents had made for him. Most people make good organic home-cooked meals. By the way, Liang, try the fried chicken Mom made today. This batch smells especially good. The aroma of garlic wafted over as Zhang Yan served her homemade garlic fried chicken as the grand finale. Liang was stunned, his eyes widening. Garlic fried chicken. Cook, Zhang Yan. Quality, purple, precious. Review: this garlic fried chicken is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a rich and delicious flavor. It has reached the minimum standard for purple quality and is a rare delicacy. Liang remembered. His mother had only seen him make fried chicken a few times and heard a few of his tips. And in just one day, he made purple quality fried chicken? Damn, that's incredible. Look how much our kid smells it. He's even lost in thought. Seeing Liang's stunned expression, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh. In the past, it was always Liang's cooking that left Li Xiangdong speechless with amazement. Seeing that this brat Liang could actually be amazed by delicious food, Li Xiangdong felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Mom, you're a real talent. Liang gave Zhang Yan a thumbs up, unable to resist saying, if Dad had your talent, I wouldn't have struggled for so long when I was learning to roast goose legs. You little rascal, how can you talk like that? Li Xiangdong glared, your dad was just too lazy to learn. If I had studied hard, my cooking wouldn't be any worse than yours or your mom's. Zhang Yan, a little embarrassed by her son's praise, brushed a strand of hair from her cheek and quickly said, oh, you two, stop praising me. Ang, try this fried chicken while it's hot. I don't know how I made this pot, it smells amazing, it should be delicious. Clearly, there was an element of luck involved in Zhang Yan's garlic fried chicken reaching purple quality. But a result is a result, there's no denying it. Liang ate a piece of fried chicken, his mouth filled with fragrance, feeling his appetite had been whetted considerably. Tonight, Liang planned to eat at least 3 large bowls of rice. Senior Ding? I need to talk to you about something. I'd like to add a special guest to our food festival tomorrow. In another villa in Zhongcheng Academy, Chen Lingfei sat in her bedroom and dialed the number of Ding Yiming, the president of the student council at Kyoto Aviation University. Is this Chen? On the other end, student council president Ding Yiming, while playing games in his dorm room, casually replied, Chen, aren't you in charge of our student council's external relations department? You don't need to discuss this with me. Add them if you want. Damn it, they actually mocked me. I'll beat them until they surrender in 15 minutes. Hearing the commotion on Ding Yiming's end, Chen Lingfei frowned slightly, but patiently explained, it's like this, Senior Ding, the special guest member is a kid from experimental elementary school. A kid? Ding Yiming was taken aback, puzzled. We're holding this food festival to cook for the kids from experimental elementary school, why are you going against the grain and making a kid cook for us? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? As he spoke, Ding Yiming's screen went dark, he had clearly died in the game. Senior Ding, that's not just any kid, he's a real big shot. Chen Lingfei laughed. His braised pork knuckle is incredibly fragrant. Oh, oh, oh. Ding Yiming suddenly realized, so the braised pork knuckle that our calligraphy club president raved about was made by this kid? That's great. Just hearing you guys rave about how delicious that legendary braised pork knuckle is, I've been craving it for ages. Upon hearing Chen Lingfei's words, Ding Yiming readily agreed to be the special guest. Last time, Chen Lingfei's best friends and their boyfriends had an unforgettable experience with Liang's braised pork knuckle, so much so that they kept raving about it after returning to school. This is why Liang, despite never having set up a stall at Kyoto Aviation University, still had a bit of a reputation there. However, because Chen Lingfei hadn't revealed that the braised pork knuckle was bought from her own neighborhood, Ding Yiming didn't know Liang's real age. Alright, Chen, I'll report this to our school leaders in a bit and have them call the liaison person at the experimental primary school to discuss it. I'm going to play now. Click-clack. The keyboard pounded wildly. 10 minutes later, Ding Yiming threw down the mouse. What's the point of playing anymore? Give up. His roommate, who was playing with Ding Yiming, looked helpless as he watched the match lost message appear on the screen. Hey Ding, next time you're playing games, stop bragging about making the other team surrender. I've noticed, you're just destined to be proven wrong. You said you'd make them surrender at 15, and you surrendered yourself. Last game you were so confident you were going to be a god, and you ended up feeding like crazy. And the game before that, you said it was a free win because someone on the other team was AFK, but they logged back in a minute, while our teammates disconnected and never came back. We college students don't believe in superstitions, but I think your mouth is a bit too much. You'd better keep quiet. Listening to his roommate's complaints, Ding Yiming's eyes twitched. It's all just accidents and coincidences. Let's keep playing, let's play all night. I refuse to believe we can't win a single game. Ding Yiming slammed his hand on the table, accidentally knocking over a half-empty bottle of mineral water next to his laptop. Sizzle! Water splashed onto the keyboard, sending sparks flying, and then Ding Yiming's computer screen went black. Ding Yiming stared wide-eyed at his roommate, who quickly averted his gaze and hurried out of the dorm. I'm full. At the dinner table, Liang pushed his bowl and chopsticks forward and let out a burp. For the first time, Liang felt a little nauseous from overeating. Hey kid, take a break. Li Xiangdong got up to clear the dishes, insisting that Liang not help. Liang rubbed his stomach and stood up. It's time to study the stinky mandarin fish. To make stinky mandarin fish, the first step is to marinate the mandarin fish. Marinating mandarin fish isn't actually complicated, simply rub fresh mandarin fish inside and out with salt and spice powder. For convenience, you can use fermented bean curd directly, then wrap it tightly in plastic wrap and refrigerate it to ferment naturally. However, the marinating time for stinky mandarin fish is quite long, at least a week. Liang didn't have that kind of time. He chose to skip class for this simple yet time-consuming task. He'd just buy it from the supermarket. However, finding a good quality marinated mandarin fish in Beijing wasn't easy. Liang searched online for a long time before finally settling on a small Anhui-style supermarket and ordering 2 marinated mandarin fish. The marinated mandarin fish arrived quickly. Liang picked it up at the entrance of his yard and carried it home in a white styrofoam box. As soon as the box was brought home, the orange tabby cat, who had been dozing on the sofa in the living room, suddenly stood up, staring at the styrofoam box with its back slightly arched, in a wary posture. Meanwhile, the little yellow dog, who had been lying near the door, almost asleep, also jumped up and started circling around Liang, seemingly very interested in the styrofoam box in his hands. Liang opened the styrofoam box, and immediately, a peculiar stench wafted out. Plop plop. The orange tabby cat's fur stood on end, and it scurried away on all fours. The little yellow dog, on the other hand, started wagging its tail frantically, its eyes fixed on the pickled mandarin fish in Liang's hand. Pickled mandarin fish. Ingredient quality, purple, precious. Fresh mandarin fish pickled using traditional Anhui cooking methods, suitable as an ingredient for stinky mandarin fish. Not bad. Liang nodded. It was a supermarket owned by a Huizhu merchant, and although the prices were a bit high, he still managed to buy authentic pickled mandarin fish. Liang immediately made a phone call to the Huizhu merchant's small supermarket to place a large order. Afterward, Liang placed a pickled mandarin fish on the cutting board and curiously peeled back a bit of the plastic wrap. Whoosh! The plastic wrap tore open, like opening Pandora's box. After more than a month of pickling and fermentation, the mandarin fish had evolved an indescribable stench, seemingly capable of emitting a plume of black smoke that violently spewed from its body. Holy crap! Liang was so overwhelmed by the stench that he almost couldn't open his eyes, stumbling and nearly falling. Woof woof woof! The little yellow dog was extremely excited, happily pawing at Liang's trouser leg, wanting to taste a piece of that stinky mandarin fish. Xiaoang, what's going on? Is our drainpipe leaking? Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong, who were watching TV in the side room, rushed over, completely bewildered by the foul-smelling mandarin fish on the cutting board. You brat, you've really messed up. You bought spoiled fish. Li Xiangdong immediately realized, frowning, call the consumer complaint hotline right now. What, Dad, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Liang pinched his nose, his voice muffled, that's how you marinate stinky mandarin fish, the stinkier the better. Li Xiangdong was speechless. To be honest, there are quite a few foods that smell bad but taste delicious. For example, stinky tofu, snail rice noodles. However, this mandarin fish was incredibly smelly, so smelly that Li Xiangdong questioned his very existence. Could this stuff really taste good? Kid, you're not going to cook this stinky mandarin fish at home, are you? Li Xiangdong asked quickly, realizing something. The stinky mandarin fish on the cutting board wasn't even completely unwrapped from its plastic wrap, and it already smelled like this. If Liang were to put this thing in the pan, Li Xiangdong was starting to wonder if anyone could still live in the house. I won't cook it for now. I'll just go outside to the yard and cook one or two in a small pot to practice. Liang thought for a moment, then shook his head. The stinky mandarin fish he bought was indeed a bit too authentic, the smell was too overwhelming. Cooking it indoors would be quite a hassle. Oh, right, Dad, I ordered a lot of these pickled mandarin fish. You'll have to help me move them to the basement when they arrive. Before starting his stinky mandarin fish cooking, Liang still had to manage the storage. So much stinky mandarin fish piled up in the living room definitely wouldn't work, the house would be unusable then. It needed to be moved to the freezer in the basement. Li Xiangdong had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Liang was going to go to the yard to cook the stinky mandarin fish. But then, hearing that Liang would have to move it himself again, Li Xiangdong immediately frowned and groaned. Hearing Liang decide to postpone cooking the stinky mandarin fish, the little yellow dog beside Liang tilted its head, whimpered, and looked disappointed. Meanwhile, the big orange cat hiding in the corner in the distance slowly relaxed, gently lowered itself, and tucked its two front paws in. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the experimental elementary school. This must be it? Professor Wang, leading a team including CFA, Lu Tao, Professor Wu, and about 10 students from Kyoto University, arrived at the school gate, carrying portable tents, cots, and bags of snacks. Everyone present had a determined look in their eyes. They'd go all in. After learning that Tsinghua University was also looking for a little kid and had even copied their methods to try and recruit him with a food festival, Kyoto University was furious. Damn it! In Kyoto University's eyes, Tsinghua University was like an inescapable leech, always involved in everything. To prevent Tsinghua University's scheme from succeeding in finding little kid before them, Professor Wang decided to take drastic measures. 2 plans. First, Professor Wang had already used all his connections to try and get the principal's phone number at the experimental elementary school. Now, he couldn't afford to visit the school during its regular opening hours using the usual procedure. If he could contact the principal directly by phone, Professor Wang planned to finalize the food festival arrangements over the phone. Secondly, if he couldn't reach the principal of the experimental elementary school, Professor Wang and his team would simply spend the night outside the school gate to ensure that the first person the principal saw when he arrived at work the next day was Kyoto University, not Tsinghua University. This series of moves was designed to ensure absolute success, leaving Tsinghua University with absolutely no chance of winning. Still can't find the principal's phone number? Damn it, aren't you also an elementary school principal? How come you can't even find the phone number of a colleague? What the heck, you only have the principal's office phone number at the experimental elementary school, and it's switched off now? Damn it, then try to find out the principal's personal phone number, or even just his address. Professor Wang angrily hung up on a friend of the principal, his brow furrowed deeply. Students were prepared to spend the night outside this elementary school tonight. Professor Wang sighed and said slowly, "It's fine, we'll stay here tonight. As long as we can get the food festival arranged in advance and prevent those bastards from Tsinghua University from succeeding in their scheme, I'll stay here for 3 days and 3 nights." The Kyoto University students were in high spirits, their morale soaring. After all, for them, this was no longer simply about finding the kid to invite them to the food festival, it had become entangled in a personal feud with Tsinghua University. Holy crap! Look everyone, aren't those people from Tsinghua University? Lu Tao suddenly looked into the distance, her face contorting with shock and anger. In the darkness, a group of Tsinghua University students, carrying tents and cots, had arrived at the entrance of the experimental elementary school. Have they no shame? Professor Wang couldn't take it anymore, squeezing his bottle of mineral water so hard it deformed. A battle was about to erupt. That's over there. A team from Kyoto University? At the entrance of the experimental elementary school, the group from Tsinghua University widened their eyes in surprise. Having learned that Kyoto University was also searching for Liang, Tsinghua University had mobilized its entire force. Led by Logistics Director Zhao Zhenhai, and accompanied by Lu Yue, Zhu Kongkong, Ma Kekai, Zhao Zihao, and others, they planned to lie in wait at the entrance of the experimental elementary school to see the young man as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, they actually ran into the enemy army from Kyoto University. Kyoto University is outrageous. Zhu Kongkong threw the Red Bull in his hand to the ground, and Ma Kekai quickly picked it up and gave it back to Zhu Kongkong. Zhu Kongkong, this drink costs 5 yuan, don't waste it, Ma Kekai said earnestly. Besides, littering is bad, it'll cause trouble for the sanitation workers. Zhu Kongkong's cheeks flushed red, and he scratched his head sheepishly. I just acted on impulse, I won't do it again. Beside him, Zhu Kongkong's friend Zhao Zihao nodded with satisfaction. Although Zhu Kongkong and Ma Kekai's relationship has gone through various ups and downs, with Zhao Zihao's tireless efforts as a wingman, the two are now practically like a couple, only neither of them has made it public. Zhao Zihao is very pleased with his adopted son Zhu Kongkong. But, can you two jerks please stop showing off your love at a time like this? The two sides are currently at odds, and war is about to break out. Lu Shui, Zhao Zihao glanced at the approaching Kyoto University students, swallowed hard, and patted the boy in the green plaid shirt beside him. If a conflict really breaks out, we'll have to rely on you. Lu Shui, a senior in the physical education department at Tsinghua University, was the one who discovered the whereabouts of little kid today, and also discovered Kyoto University's conspiracy to find him. Zhao Zihao knew that Lu Shui practiced freestyle fighting. With him there, the situation would definitely be under control. Although it said that gentlemen use words, not fists, it would be best to drive those Kyoto University students away with words, but he was afraid that those rude Kyoto University students might get angry and start a fight. No problem, Lu Shui nodded, but his eyes were somewhat evasive. Because Lu Shui discovered that the red plaid shirt guy he'd fought not long ago was now in the opposing Kyoto University team. His opponent was also a trained fighter. Lu Shui hadn't gotten the better of him today. At the same time, Xia Fei tugged at the sleeve of the red plaid shirt. Junior Hua Hong, if anyone goes too far later, you'll need to keep things under control and prevent injuries, Xia Fei instructed, adjusting his glasses. Xia Fei knew that Hua Hong was a junior who practiced freestyle fighting and had a very good record in competitions. In a war of words, Xia Fei was confident he could verbally humiliate the scum from Tsinghua University until they slunk away, but what if Tsinghua University, in a desperate move, resorted to violence? Then the task of maintaining order would fall to Junior Hua Hong. Okay, Senior Xia, don't worry, it's nothing. Hua Hong said this, but glancing at Lu Shui in the distance, a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. That guy in the green plaid shirt isn't so easy to deal with. The two groups drew closer and closer. Inside the security booth at the experimental elementary school gate, the security guard glanced at the Kyoto University group on his left, then at the Tsinghua University group on his right, took off his cap, rubbed his head, and looked somewhat bewildered. These two groups are here to fight? Damn it, arranging a fight at the entrance of an elementary school these days? Are they crazy? The security guard reacted quickly, pulling the windows shut and locking the gate. He'd just sit back and watch the show. Now that the students were out of school, and the teachers and administrators had gone home, there wasn't much of a place at the school, so the security guard naturally wouldn't get involved. Otherwise, he would have at least gritted his teeth and gone out to shout a few words. Soon, the two groups were only a guard booth's width apart. The security guard had already taken out his phone and secretly made a video call to a friend, asking him to guess which side would win. Just then, a figure suddenly crossed the road, blocking their path. What are you all doing? Seeing the green, glowing vest and neat uniform, Hua Hong from Kyoto University and Lu Shui from Tsinghua University both froze. It was someone they knew. Wasn't that the traffic policeman who stopped them from wrestling in the street that afternoon? Hua Hong and Lu Shui simultaneously shrank back, hiding behind other students. The traffic policeman's eyes were resolute. He showed no fear in the face of the two groups. Instead, he stretched out his hands, signaling both sides to stop as if directing traffic. What are you doing? Zhao Zhenhai, the leader of the Tsinghua University group, paused for a moment, then coughed lightly and said, Officer, we were just taking a walk nearby. Professor Wang from Kyoto University immediately chimed in. We noticed suspicious individuals walking near the elementary school entrance, so we came to question them. You son of a bitch. Professor Wang's words immediately drew angry glares from everyone on the Tsinghua University team. However, Professor Wang seemed oblivious, whistling and looking up at the sky. Stop talking nonsense. The traffic policeman frowned, looking at Professor Wang, then at Zhao Zhenhai. You two look quite respectable, one like a leader, the other like an old professor. What are you doing leading a bunch of kids around on the street acting like gangsters? Tell me, where are you both from? Professor Wang started to speak, but suddenly raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, I'm a professor at Tsinghua University. We Tsinghua University students just like to wander around aimlessly, we're really not here to cause trouble at the school gate. Zhao Zhenhai stared wide-eyed at Professor Wang. When did you become a Tsinghua University student? Soon, Zhao Zhenhai realized that Professor Wang was trying to tarnish Tsinghua University's image. Zhao Zhenhai immediately retorted, I'm from Kyoto University. We Kyoto University students just love to follow Tsinghua University around. With Professor Wang and Zhao Zhenhai leading the charge, the two groups immediately started arguing. The poor traffic policeman was caught in the middle, completely overwhelmed. Was it easy for him? Late at night, he returned to the gate of the experimental primary school with a sliver of hope, hoping the little kid selling fried chicken might be out working overtime. But instead, he ran into two groups of lunatics. Enough! The traffic policeman waved his hand, first walking up to Zhao Zhenhai and saluting, "Stop bringing up Kyoto University and Tsinghua University. Show me your ID. ID. Zhao Zhenhai reluctantly pulled his work ID from his wallet. The traffic policeman took it and stared blankly. The director of the logistics department at Tsinghua University. This guy really is from Tsinghua University. And a leader at that. The traffic policeman felt his worldview being turned upside down. A leader from Tsinghua University. What are you doing wandering around the school gate with a bunch of students? However, now that Zhao Zhenhai had proven his identity, the traffic policeman's suspicion lessened somewhat. Wait, didn't Zhao Zhenhai just say he was from Kyoto University? What's going on? Just as the traffic policeman was questioning Zhao Zhenhai, trying to clarify what had happened, Xia felt a tap on the shoulder. "Senior Xia, look at this." Hua Hong, the boy in the red plaid shirt, handed Xia a phone with a strange expression. The phone screen displayed a promotional poster for a food festival released by Kyoto Aviation University. "What's wrong?" Xia glanced at it casually. "A university holding a food festival. It's not that unusual." Senior Xia, scroll down. Hua Hong stretched out his finger and dragged the long image of the poster. At the end of the poster, there was a black silhouette, with the identity labeled in artistic font below. Special guest of the 28th Kyoto Aviation University Food Festival, Kid Brother. Specialties, braised pork knuckle, mint cake. Mint cake. Xia narrowed his eyes, a bad feeling creeping over him. Xia quickly scrolled the poster again. Further down was a QR code. This food festival cordially invites third-grade students from Kyoto Experimental Elementary School to participate. Due to the event, the campus will be closed to visitors tomorrow. Please scan the QR code to make a reservation the day after tomorrow. Inviting elementary school students to a university campus food festival is an old-fashioned tactic and organizational method. However, the combination of keywords like experimental elementary school, third grade, and mint cake sent chills down Xia spine. Xia fell silent. Hua Hong, who was standing nearby, waited for a while before cautiously asking, "Brother Xia, do you think?" "Yes." Xia's voice was hoarse as he spoke, "We've been robbed." Based on Xia's analysis, it was basically certain that the kid was going to participate in Kyoto Aviation University's food festival tomorrow, and there was a more than 90% chance that the kid was the so-called mystery guest. Speaking of which, Kyoto University had always been wary of Shuoki University, and even maintained vigilance towards Kyoto Agricultural University, but they never expected that the kid would actually have a connection with Kyoto Aviation University. Seeing Xia's gloomy expression, Professor Wang and Lu Tao hurriedly came over to inquire about the situation. But half a minute later, their own features contorted in anger, their faces grim as if they were about to burst with rage. Kyoto Aviation University, they really are something else. Professor Wang gritted his teeth. "I shouldn't have given that lecture at their school last week." He had no idea it was all just a coincidence. He felt he had gained another competitor in his quest for the boy's affections. "Xia, what should we do now?" Lu Tao covered her face and sighed deeply, before finally asking Xia in a low voice. Xia looked up, his face contorted, and said, "Since kid went to Kyoto Aviation University, let's go tomorrow too. That saves us the trouble of organizing a food festival." Lu Tao was stunned. "They're going to Kyoto Aviation University too? Are they crazy? Besides, Kyoto Aviation University said they wouldn't accept visitors from other schools during the food festival, right? I have a plan." A flash of madness crossed Xia's eyes, then he waved his hand. "Let's not talk about it here. Let's go back and rest. We don't need to stay here tonight." As he spoke, Xia reached out and waved to the traffic policeman in the distance. "Officer, if there's nothing else, we'll be going now." The traffic policeman gave Xia a strange look, then turned to Zhao Zhenhai and asked, "Director Zhao, so they're from Kyoto University?" After their earlier chat, the traffic policeman had a general understanding of the conflict between Kyoto University and Tsinghua University. The traffic policeman couldn't understand why the talents from these two top universities in the country would fight to this extent over a child's cooking. However, although the reason for the conflict between Kyoto University and Tsinghua University was bizarre, neither university had done anything too extreme yet, so the traffic policeman naturally didn't say much. "You can go now, be careful on the road." The traffic policeman waved to Xia and the others. Zhao Zhenhai and Lu Yue exchanged glances. The people from Kyoto University just left so easily? Were they scared off by the traffic policeman? "The Kyoto University people are gone," and as for your Tsinghua University, the traffic policeman sighed, no matter what, you can't set up tents at the campus gate. It will cause trouble for nearby residents and students and teachers going to school tomorrow. Officer, don't worry. Zhao Zhenhai watched CFA and the others slowly walk away, secretly relieved. Since Kyoto University has given up, we won't stay at the school gate tonight, we'll just find a hotel nearby. There's only one high-end hotel around here, and it's very expensive. The traffic policeman kindly reminded him. It's okay, it's all worth it for waiting for brother kid. Lu Yue interjected, her eyes resolute. Unexpectedly, the Kyoto University people were so lacking in perseverance. They were scared away by a little difficulty? This time, brother kid and Tsinghua University are determined to win. Thinking of this, Lu Yue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Every Tsinghua University student wore a relaxed and happy expression. They, Tsinghua University, had one big, all right. The traffic police officer glanced speechlessly at Lu Yue and the others. After confirming again that the fried chicken stall was still open, he crossed the road, got into his police car, and drove away. Even high achievers go crazy for food. Speaking of which, with my luck, I guess I'll never get to eat that garlic fried chicken again. As the officer drove, he would sometimes chuckle at the bizarre incidents involving Tsinghua University and Kyoto University, and other times salivate at the memory of the fried chicken aroma he'd smelled during the day. Soon, the officer returned to the police station, took off his uniform, and dragged his weary body home. Today was a truly tiring day for the traffic police officer. Besides handling traffic violations and accidents, he also had to educate a pair of lovable rascals who were wrestling and grappling in the street, and mediate a conflict between Kyoto University and Sutaku University. If he told his colleagues about these bizarre incidents, they probably wouldn't believe him. Whoosh! As soon as he opened the door, a strong aroma of garlic hit him. The traffic police officer jumped. That smell! It's the garlic fried chicken smell he smelled during the day. What's going on? Did that kid come to his house to sell fried chicken? Or is he so craving that garlic fried chicken that he's hallucinating? Honey, you're back. A young woman, a few crumbs of fried chicken skin clinging to her lips, emerged from the kitchen, smiling. I bought 2 bags of garlic fried chicken when I passed by the experimental primary school tonight. It was so delicious. Our little one and I couldn't resist eating 1 bag already, and we're saving the other for you. As she spoke, the woman tilted her head curiously at the traffic police officer, asking, "What's wrong, honey? Why are you standing at the door without saying anything?" The traffic police officer felt a lump in his throat, and suddenly rushed forward to hug his wife tightly. "Honey, I love you so much." Sizzle. 8 o'clock in the evening, inside Zhongchang Academy. Liang and Li Xiangdong had already moved the ordered pickled mandarin fish into the freezer in the basement. Now, Liang was standing in front of the cutting board next to the earthen stove, holding a pickled mandarin fish. With a determined effort, he yanked open the plastic bag containing the fish. Whoosh! An indescribable odor wafted out, but fortunately, Liang was prepared and had already pinched his nose. Half a minute later, Liang tentatively released his fingers. A faint stench and fishy smell still lingered in the air, but it was within acceptable limits. After all, the odor of pickled mandarin fish was mostly due to the nitrites produced by the long fermentation of various seasonings within the plastic wrap, along with the smell of harmless microorganisms. While the pickled mandarin fish itself also had an odor, it wasn't as overpowering. Whew! Liang exhaled a breath of stale air, picked up the pickled mandarin fish, and washed it at the tap in the yard. The flesh of a fresh mandarin fish is very tender. Once cooked, it crumbles into the shape of garlic cloves when picked up with chopsticks. However, traditionally pickled mandarin fish, because it's usually piled with heavy objects after pickling, has a rather firm and elastic texture. Just as Liang finished washing the mandarin fish and placed it on the wooden cutting board on the small stone table in the yard, Zhang Yawen pushed open the door and came out. Following Zhang Yawen's footsteps, the little yellow dog and the big orange cat also dashed out, frolicking in the yard. "Xiao Ang, let me sneak you a taste of my cooking. See how you make this smelly mandarin fish taste delicious." Zhang Yan patted Liang's head and handed him a cup of homemade plum juice. Her eyes fell on the mandarin fish on the cutting board. "Xiao Ang, this mandarin fish, it's so ugly. It looks like it's mutated." After Liang cleaned the mandarin fish of all the salt and spices, its true appearance was revealed. The scales had been scraped off during marinating, leaving numerous cuts on its body. After a long marinating process, the cuts looked somewhat grotesque, revealing the pink flesh inside. That was all right, but the mandarin fish head did look rather adorably ugly. A large fish mouth, a slightly deformed head, and eyes that had turned pink and emitted an eerie light. Liang smiled slightly. "Mom, isn't this what pickled fish looks like? Salted fish looks even uglier than this." "Mom, sit down for a bit." After moving a small stool for Zhang Yan, Liang wasn't in a hurry to cook the mandarin fish. He took out the ingredients, slicing ginger, garlic, scallions, chili peppers, and bamboo shoots. Then, under Zhang Yuan's questioning gaze, Liang also took out some pork belly and diced it. You have to cut pork to cook fish. Zhang Yuan blinked. Although she had a high talent for cooking, she hadn't seriously cooked fish many times. Actually, most stewed or fried fish dishes can include pork belly as an ingredient. Pork belly contains a lot of fat, which can be absorbed into the fish during frying, enhancing its flavor and making the fish more tender. After dicing the pork, the mandarin fish is ready to be cooked. Liang took out absorbent paper and carefully dried the remaining moisture from the mandarin fish, even inside its belly. Then, Liang lit the charcoal fire. With the pan hot and the oil cold, Liang carefully placed the stinky mandarin fish in. Sizzle! A drop of oil splattered, landing on Liang's arm, causing him to frown slightly. Xiao Ang, be careful. Just toss the fish in from a distance. Zhang Yuan knew that getting splattered with oil while cooking was unavoidable, but seeing her son get burned still pained her. There's no other way. Liang shook his head, saying, the marinated stinky mandarin fish has firm flesh, but the head is particularly crispy. If you're not careful when putting it in the pan, the head will fall apart and won't look good. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Even frying fish requires careful handling? This stinky mandarin fish looks much more difficult to make than garlic fried chicken. Looks like I still have a long way to go to catch up with Xiao Ang. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. In fact, making stinky mandarin fish does have some difficulty, but the steps aren't too complicated. The reason Zhang Yuan makes garlic fried chicken so easily is because she still retains her experience roasting goose legs. The two have many similarities. Making fish, however, involves many different details, naturally making it feel much more difficult. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Liang kept adjusting the heat of the wok. Frying the stinky mandarin fish requires a slow, gentle frying. Too high a heat or not enough frying time will affect both the texture and flavor. Gradually, both sides of the mandarin fish turned golden brown, and the aroma of frying fish began to fill the air. Liang knew that the fish was almost cooked. Using a ladle, Liang carefully scooped the fish out of the pan, then cleaned the pan and added diced pork and fish, stir-frying. Soon, the pork fat was rendered out. The aroma of the fish and pork mingled, making the little yellow dog and the big orange cat playing in the yard almost irresistible. The cat and dog nestled obediently beside Liang, waiting for his dish to be ready. Even Zhang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. After watching Liang's series of steps, Zhang Yuan knew that it was unrealistic for her to learn how to make the stinky mandarin fish anytime soon. Her mindset had shifted from trying to learn to waiting for dinner to be served. Although she was quite full from dinner, Zhang Yuan was now really eager to try the mandarin fish that had recently been so pungent it made her shudder. She wondered what it would taste like after Liang's meticulous cooking. Sizzle! Smelling the increasingly rich aroma of the pork belly fat, Liang added the already chopped chili peppers, garlic slices, ginger slices, and bamboo shoot slices. Instantly, oil splattered high into the air. The aroma of garlic, chili, and pork belly mingled together, filling the air. With this combination, even frying a shu insole would be delicious. However, while a shu insole might smell bad, it couldn't compare to the mandarin fish. After stir-frying the side ingredients, Liang finally put the star ingredient, the pungent mandarin fish, back into the pan. With swift eyes and hands, Liang added cooking wine, aged vinegar, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and dark soy sauce for color, and then poured in the leftover broth from braising pork hot from the refrigerator. Glug glug. Liang quickly added some charcoal to the pot, and half a minute later, the broth began to bubble. Liang let out a long sigh and put the lid on. Xiao Ang, is your fish almost done? Zhang Yuan stood up. Yeah, almost. Liang glanced at his little genius smartwatch. Simmer for about 15 minutes, and it'll be ready to eat. Zhang Yuan covered her mouth and chuckled. I didn't expect the stinky fish to smell so good. I think the aroma is even stronger than garlic fried chicken. Don't let your Grandpa Xiong and Grandpa Zhao wake up from their houses in the middle of the night. Liang chuckled. Zhao Wenqin's house was closest to Liang's number 8 courtyard, but there were still several villas between them. No way. Meanwhile, at Zhao Wenqin's house. Achoo. Zhao Wenqin sneezed. What's wrong, old man? Tired. Tong Kexia glanced at Zhao Wenqin and teased, first day back at school, tired? No. Zhao Wenqin narrowed his eyes. Old woman, did you smell fish and pork just now? Do you think Xiao Ang is cooking something delicious again? Tong Kexia said speechlessly, old man, are you a little devil? How can you smell Xiao Ang cooking while you're sitting here? Besides, you keep smelling fish and meat, you're probably craving something. Stop thinking about eating. Did you forget the doctor told you to watch your cholesterol? You old woman, you never know how to talk. Zhao Wenqin snorted, ignoring Tong Kexia. He took a sip of tea, a hint of confusion still in his eyes. Is it just a misperception? Whoosh. 15 minutes later, the stinky mandarin fish stew was ready. Liang casually lifted the lid, a few drops of steam flying out, and a wisp of white steam rising. The orange cat, who had been getting bored and was about to doze off with its paws tucked in, suddenly widened its eyes in the instant the lid was opened and the aroma of fish filled the air. It clung to the stove, trying to peek into the pot. But before it knew it, its tail was resting on the embers. Woof woof woof. The little yellow dog noticed this and immediately started barking loudly. Little yellow, I know, you want to eat fish too, right? Zhang Yawen came over and patted the little yellow dog's head, smiling. The little yellow dog paused for half a second, then continued barking. Zhang Yawen was a little confused. This little yellow dog had been incredibly well behaved since coming home. Why was it suddenly barking like that? The next moment, Zhang Yawen finally noticed the orange cat's tail. Oh my god, orange cat, are you out of your mind? Pull your tail out. The orange cat's big eyes were wide open, still trying to peek into the pot. But the next moment, the orange cat sensed something. Ow! The orange cat let out a startled cry, jumped up, and ran a short distance away, rolling several times in the grass. When the orange cat stood up again and raised its tail, half of it had turned black. Thank goodness, it's just a bit burnt fur, no serious injury. Zhang Yawen quickly went over to check on it, then relaxed. Seeing that the orange cat was alright, Liang shook his head helplessly and returned his attention to the fish. He continued adding charcoal to the fire, turning the heat up to full. After reducing the sauce over high heat, Liang thickened it with a light cornstarch slurry to enhance its shine. He then carefully placed the mandarin fish onto an oval plate, poured over the reduced sauce, now reduced to a spoonful, and sprinkled it with chopped scallions and a pinch of pepper. All done! The stinky mandarin fish is ready! Wow! Zhang Yawen's eyes lit up as she looked at the stinky mandarin fish. Xiaoang, you've given the fish a makeover. After Liang's cooking, the stinky mandarin fish indeed looked incredibly appetizing. With the base of the flavorful, dark brown sauce, the stinky mandarin fish was now a caramel color. Because of Liang's thickening, the entire mandarin fish seemed to be glowing. Bright red chilies, slightly charred white garlic, and tender yellow bamboo shoots adorn the dish, topped with chopped scallions, creating a vibrant and colorful presentation. The fish meat, now white and smooth as jade, is revealed through the slicing. The once ugly-looking, pungent pickled mandarin fish, which made people want to stay away, has now been transformed into a delicious dish that everyone loves and wants to grab a bite of. Ding! Stinky mandarin fish. Creator, Liang. Quality, golden legend. Triggering dish effect critical hit. Dish effect slightly boosts the eater's immunity and significantly improves digestion after consumption. Stinky mandarin fish is rich in fiber, which is beneficial for digestion. Furthermore, the fish meat is rich in potassium, calcium, and unsaturated fatty acids, which can help improve immunity with long-term consumption. One bite and it's done. Liang smiled slightly. Having cooked this dish so many times, he became adept at making new ones, achieving instant success. Mom, try a bite. Liang picked up a piece of fish, lifted the gills, and held it to Zhang Yawen's lips. Zhang Yawen was initially reluctant to eat it, knowing that the crescent-shaped meat of fish is generally more tender and delicious. However, under Liang's insistence, Zhang Yawen put the piece of meat in her mouth. The fish meat entered her mouth, and immediately a rich flavor spread across her tongue. The flavor was incredibly layered, a combination of salty and savory, with a hint of pork belly aroma and a touch of spiciness. Wait! Zhang Yawen's eyes widened. She also detected a faint, almost imperceptible, foul odor. Generally speaking, a slightly foul odor in food is not a good thing. However, the pungent smell of the stinky mandarin fish seemed like a stroke of genius, not only diversifying the flavors but also seemingly making the fish meat more delicious and the taste richer. At the same time, it directly stimulated the appetite, making Zhang Yawen, who was initially a little full, feel much more hungry. Liang also picked up a piece of fish meat from the belly of the stinky mandarin fish. Unlike Zhang Yawen, Liang focused on the texture of the fish meat. Not bad. After being fried, the skin was crispy, making a slight crunch sound when bitten. At the same time, the texture of the stinky mandarin fish was different from most fish dishes. It was smooth yet surprisingly bouncy, quite satisfying. Although I'm already full, I could easily finish this half fish, Liang thought to himself. Just as Liang was about to pick up another piece with his chopsticks, he felt his trouser leg being gently tugged. The orange tabby cat and the little yellow dog stood pitifully side by side in front of Liang, their eyes wide open, striking a cute pose. Alright, I'll share some with you since your tail's burnt. Liang chuckled, placing 2 small pieces of fish on the soft grass. The orange tabby cat and the little yellow dog immediately buried their heads in the food. The little yellow dog hadn't even eaten yet, but its drool was already dripping everywhere. After eating just 1 small piece of fish, the drooling increased even more. Liang was somewhat speechless at the little yellow dog, then looked at the orange tabby cat beside him. The orange tabby cat was even more outrageous, its eyes brimming with tears as it ate. Don't let them eat too much. Zhang Yawen glanced at the cat and laughed. It's too salty. Li Ang chuckled. Even if they want more, I won't give them any. A taste is enough. It's not like we don't have cat or dog food. The little yellow dog was still licking its lips, savoring the taste of the stinky mandarin fish, while the orange tabby cat wiped away its tears with its paw, meowing softly, seemingly disappointed. However, the leftover fish bones could be given to these two if we cleaned them up. Li Ang thought for a moment and added, meow. The orange tabby suddenly perked up, sitting up straight, looking like it was waiting for the fish bones. Damn it, this brat is feeding the cat and dog. Why doesn't he think of coming upstairs and sharing some with me? Upstairs, Li Xiangdong pressed himself against the window, watching his son and wife happily devour the stinky mandarin fish. Li Xiangdong had suffered terribly while moving the pickled mandarin fish. The stench had given him a terrible headache. So, he had sworn up a defiant statement that pickled mandarin fish smells so bad, even if Liang is incredibly talented, he couldn't possibly make it taste good. I wouldn't eat a single bite. However, as the aroma of the fish wafted into the house, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was too embarrassed to go downstairs and beg for some of the stinky mandarin fish. Helpless, he could only hope that his son, thinking of his elderly father, would leave him some. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Li Xiangdong was once again debating whether to shamelessly go downstairs and try the stinky mandarin fish, his phone vibrated. Ms. Huan Yuking? Li Xiangdong glanced at the caller ID on his phone, raising an eyebrow. That's Li Ang's new math teacher. Did Li Ang get into some trouble at school? Wait a minute, if that brat had caused trouble, the homeroom teacher would have called already. It's almost 9 o'clock, what could Ms. Huan be calling about? Li Xiangdong muttered to himself as he answered the phone. Hello, are you Li Ang's father? The call connected, and Huan Yuking's slightly stuttering voice came through. Huan Yuking's social anxiety was still somewhat evident over the phone. This is. Li Xiangdong nodded. Mr. Huan, what's the matter? Did Li Ang cause trouble at school? Oh no. On the other end of the line, Huan Yuking put down her red ballpoint pen used for grading homework and quickly shook her head. Li Ang is doing very well at school. I wanted to ask, did Li Ang complete his homework independently at home? Homework? Li Xiangdong was stunned for a moment. That kid must have written it himself, right? Huan Yuking frowned and asked, did you see Li Ang write it with your own eyes? No. Li Xiangdong scratched his head, then, as if remembering something, his tone became serious. Teacher Huan, did Li Ang copy someone else's homework? No, Li Ang's homework wasn't copied. Many of his math solutions used advanced mathematics concepts, you can't copy that. Huan Yuking replied. Advanced mathematics, what does that mean? Li Xiangdong looked completely bewildered. We're all learning math, but there's a difference between advanced and lower levels? Teacher Huan, I'm not very educated, I don't understand advanced mathematics, Li Xiangdong said apologetically. Huan Yuking paused slightly. Li Ang's father, it's alright. Is Li Ang with you? I can chat with him too. Li Ang. Li Xiangdong glanced through the window at Li Ang, who was happily eating stinky mandarin fish. That kid's researching cooking, he's not here, should I call him over? Researching cooking? On the other end of the phone, Huan Yuking's eyes widened instantly. Li Ang's father, does Li Ang have some new dishes? Is he setting up his stall now? Can I come and try them? Faced with Huan Yuking's barrage of questions, Li Xiangdong was a little confused. Why did the conversation suddenly veer off course? Wasn't Teacher Huan calling to talk about cooking? Huang Xueqing seemed to realize she had gotten herself into a bit of trouble. She straightened up, coughed lightly, and said, Mr. Liang, since Liang is busy, I won't bother him. I'll talk to him alone later. Okay, Ms. Huang, thank you for your hard work. Li Xiangdong hung up the phone. For Li Xiangdong, this phone call was a bit inexplicable. After all, what was advanced mathematics? Li Xiangdong had no idea. He only used math for calculations, and sometimes he even made mistakes. Li Xiangdong stopped thinking about advanced mathematics and pressed his face against the window, gazing longingly at Liang's stinky mandarin fish downstairs. At her desk, Huang Xueqing pondered Liang's homework for a long time. Liang's homework was really too strange. Should she ask the homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang? Meanwhile, in a private residence in Kyoto City. Fang, the garlic fried chicken is here. Wei Yongfang's father, Grandpa Wei, wearing an apron, cheerfully carried a plate of fried chicken out of the kitchen. Wei Yongfang looked at the garlic fried chicken her father had prepared and couldn't stop smiling. Her father doted on her the most. Upon hearing that his daughter was still craving the garlic fried chicken she'd had that day, Grandpa Wei immediately went to the kitchen and made her a plate. Eat up, eat up. Grandpa Wei pushed the plate of fried chicken in front of Wei Yongfang, then sat down next to her and casually wiped his hands with a cloth. Wei Yongfang picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of fried chicken. Grandpa Wei's garlic fried chicken was quite good, but it was still far inferior to what Wei Yongfang had eaten that day. What's wrong? Not as good as others. Grandpa Wei raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Grandpa Wei's cooking skills were quite good. A professional old chef like him was unmatched by most restaurants. Yes, Dad, don't be angry, it really isn't as good as the fried chicken I had today. Wei Yongfang nodded, but a blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. It's confirmed. Finally, someone whose cooking skills can rival Dad's have appeared. Next, Wei Yongfang plans to find a way to meet the young lad who runs a stall near the school gate. If possible, it would be best if they could walk down the aisle together next year. Speaking of which, Dad, if I get married one day, you won't be sad, will you? Wei Yongfang put down her chopsticks and asked her father seriously, as if remembering something. From childhood to adulthood, Grandpa Wei has always doted on Wei Yongfang the most. Even Wei Yongfang's mother has often scolded Grandpa Wei for spoiling his daughter too much. But what can he do? If Grandpa Wei doesn't spoil his daughter, who will? Therefore, Wei Yongfang is also a little worried that one day, after being single for so many years, she will suddenly bring a son-in-law home, and her father might not be able to accept it. What? Have you found someone you like? Grandpa Wei was stunned, and suddenly stood up. That's wonderful. Grandpa Wei excitedly clasped his hands together, looking devoutly at the ceiling. Heaven has eyes. Finally, my daughter has a man. Dad, how could you do this? Wei Yongfang was stunned for a moment, then stomped her feet in anger. She never expected her father to react this way. Ring ring ring. Just then, Wei Yongfang's phone vibrated. Wei Yongfang wiped her hands with a tissue and answered the phone. Hello, is this Teacher Huang? What's wrong? Teacher Wei, it's like this, I noticed that Liang's homework often uses advanced mathematics methods. Hearing Huang Yuking's explanation, Wei Yongfang's face immediately fell. Hey, this kind of thing. I've seen it all before. Usually, it's a relative who does it, or someone you pay to do it online. That brat Liang, he's really out of control now. Today when I was grading homework, I saw his calligraphy practice book. He'd written it with a brush instead of a proper fountain pen. It was so illegible I couldn't even read it. And his diary, those little phrases he wrote, they're definitely copied from some essay collection. You don't need to say anything more, Teacher Huang. After the food festival tomorrow, I'll settle our score with Liang. Okay, that's all for now, I'm hanging up. Huang Yuking wanted to add something, but Wei Yongfang had already hung up the phone quickly, seemingly busy with something else. Was it really just a matter of someone else writing the homework? Huang Yuking sighed and opened Liang's homework. In fact, Liang's math homework was indeed written by someone else. After all, the handwriting was different from Liang's own. Take the number 9, for example. Liang liked to first draw a circle, then follow it downwards vertically, while the person who wrote it would first lift it upwards and then draw a circle, resulting in a different 9. However, the problem was that in some math problems, the person who wrote it clearly got them right, but Liang's own handwriting had changed the key steps, making the final answer incorrect. It was clear that Liang's intention was to lower the accuracy rate of his homework so that the score wouldn't be so noticeable. But the problem was, this practice precisely exposed that Liang himself fully understood the problem-solving methods of advanced mathematics. A third-grade kid can do advanced mathematics? This is a prodigy. Actually, a casual math teacher who just glances at the steps and changes the answer casually, while an average math teacher would carefully study Liang's solution steps and judge it as plagiarism, giving him a 0. However, Huang Yuking is a particularly meticulous teacher. She not only discovered the little trick in Liang's math homework, but also saw through Liang's prodigy status. This kind of talent needs to be nurtured properly. To be honest, I don't think it's very meaningful for him to stay in elementary school. Huang Yuking murmured. But, if Liang goes to some kind of competition for gifted children, I really can't bear to part with his fried chicken. Haha, didn't you want fried chicken? Mom had someone search every big restaurant within a 10-mile radius of our house. Try them and see which one suits your taste best. Inside a mansion in Kyoto City, Zhou Yuja, the mother of chubby boy Hu Zihao, was having the nanny lay out plates of fried chicken on the table. However, Hu Zihao, who usually ate with great enthusiasm, looked left and right, picked up his chopsticks, then put them down again, looking completely uninterested. The chubby boy was still thinking about what Liang had said to him after school. Liang's cold words had embarrassed the chubby boy so much that he walked home with his head down. Mom, none of this fried chicken is as good as Liang's. The chubby boy hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Liang, that poor kid again? Zhou Yuja, Hu Zihao's mother, rolled her eyes. Stop thinking about Liang all the time. Think about Su Qingqing. The reason I transferred you from the elite elementary school to the experimental elementary school was so you could get along with Su Qingqing and become good friends. But, the chubby boy immediately said, Su Qingqing is too fierce, she hits hard. Compared to that, I still prefer to be friends with Liang. Brother Ang is handsome, and he's especially loyal. Most importantly, Brother Ang's fried chicken smells so good. Ha! Hearing the chubby boy's words, Zhou Yuja was immediately furious. Good heavens! This Liang was supposed to be her son's rival, but now her dimwit son is calling him Brother Ang. So Qingqing can beat you up all she wants, just put up with it. Zhou Yuja pressed a finger against the chubby boy's forehead. Let me tell you, Hu Zihao, Su's wife passed away early, and she only has one precious daughter. If you become good friends with Su Qingqing, not only will mom rise to prominence, but you'll be set for life. As for that kid named Liang, what good is being good friends with him? Will he make you fried chicken for the rest of your life? Zhou Yuja continued to berate her son, and Hu Zihao's father, Hu Yingtao, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa, finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed the newspaper down, shouting sternly, Yu-ji, you're always talking about poor kids and rich kids, looking down on this and that. Aren't you a poor kid yourself? Our son is at an age where he's developing his values. What kind of nonsense are you feeding him? Although Hu Yingtao doted on his wife, he had his bottom line. Zhou Yuji's snobbish behavior, coupled with her bizarre parenting style, was simply intolerable to Hu Yingtao. That's right. It's precisely because I'm a poor kid, and I know the hardship of being poor, that I want our son to never have to suffer. Zhou Yuji jumped up, and the once-loving couple suddenly erupted into a full-blown argument. Little Fatty Hu Zihao covered his ears and ran back to his bedroom. Sigh. Little Fatty didn't understand the profound things his parents were saying. He only knew that Su Qingqing liked to beat people up. She was bad. Liang's fried chicken was delicious. He was good. Let mom and dad argue. Tomorrow is another day I can see Brother Ang. Meanwhile, at Su Yuanpeng's home. Mr. Su, you're back. Su Yuanpeng entered the house, and an old butler immediately came forward to help him change his clothes. Where's Qingqing? Su Yuanpeng looked around. The empty living room made him feel quite uncomfortable. Usually, when he came home, his daughter Su Qingqing would always come to greet him, jumping and skipping. Why wasn't she there today? This made Su Yuanpeng feel a little empty. Miss is already asleep. The old butler smiled. School must have worn her out today. Oh, Su Yuanpeng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that Su Qingqing, who had always been energetic, would go to bed so early. Su Yuanpeng, accompanied by the old butler, went to Su Qingqing's room. At this moment, Su Qingqing was fast asleep, hugging a capybara plush pillow. Just as Su Yuanpeng approached, Su Qingqing suddenly turned over and began muttering in her sleep. Liang. Su Yuanpeng was speechless. Damn it, she's even thinking about that little boy in her dreams? Isn't this a bit outrageous? She needs to be dealt with. Should he take her to a child psychologist? Liang, fried chicken, it's almost burnt, hurry up and take it out of the pan. However, Su Qingqing finished the second half of her sleep talking, making Su Yuanpeng slightly startled. Fried chicken? What do you mean? Is it the fried chicken I'm imagining? The old butler coughed lightly and said, Mr. Su, Mrs. Bodyguards reported that she helped that classmate named Liang set up a fried chicken stall near the school gate today. She was helping out, and she was working so hard, we couldn't stop her. When Miss came home today, she was so happy, saying she earned her lunch through her own labor. Su Qingqing helped Liang set up the stall all afternoon and finally managed to eat her employee meal of garlic fried chicken. In a sense, that lunch was indeed earned by Su Qingqing through her own labor. Su Qingqing had been weighted on hand and foot since childhood, never doing any housework, let alone earning anything through her own efforts. Therefore, when she first earned her own living, the joy and sense of accomplishment she felt were extremely strong. Listening to the old butler's story, Su Yuanpeng chuckled. This little boy named Liang is quite interesting. Faced with his daughter's pursuit, he neither feared nor yielded. Instead, he took Su Qingqing to set up a stall, letting her experience labor. Even his father couldn't do that, but Liang accomplished it. In the courtyard of number 8, Liang lay on his bed, feeling a slight urge to sneeze, but he held it in. He checked his phone. His chat app had 99 plus unread messages again. Liang was used to this. Most were awkward chat messages from classmates at Kyoto University or Tsinghua University. At first, Liang would respond politely, but now he habitually ignored them. After all, Professor Wang, CFA, Lu Yue, Qian Hengfei, and others all had his father's contact information. If there was anything truly important, they would contact Li Xiangdong. He wouldn't miss anything. Liang immediately closed the chat software, browsed online novels for a while, and then went to sleep. The moon and stars shifted, and soon the sun rose in the east. Ring ring. The alarm clock rang, and Liang had already finished washing up and casually pressed the alarm button. Today was the day to set up his stall at Kyoto Aviation University. Liang was quite excited and looking forward to it. Not only could he use the day to grind tasks, but most importantly, he didn't have to go to class. Every day without classes is so relaxing and enjoyable. Hey kid, you don't need to go to school today. I'll just drop you off at the entrance of Kyoto Aviation University. And that stinky mandarin fish, I'll take it with me. After breakfast, Li Xiangdong took out his car keys to drive Li Ang. Unfortunately, there was a surplus of stinky mandarin fish, plus the gas cylinders, iron pots, and other equipment needed to transport it. Reluctantly, Li Xiangdong hired a van from the property management office. Although Liang could continue to ask security guard Xiao Lu for help, he couldn't do it in front of Li Xiangdong, otherwise his secret fried chicken sale at the school gate would be exposed. Soon, the van followed Li Xiangdong's pickup truck towards Kyoto Aviation University. Liang was in a good mood, humming a tune as he watched the scenery flash by outside the window, a lollipop in his mouth. As they approached the university gate, a group of people caught Liang's attention. These people looked vaguely familiar. It seemed to be Xie Fei, Professor Wang, and Lu Tao. Just as Liang leaned closer to the window to get a better look, Li Xiangdong stepped on the gas, leaving the group far behind. This time, when we participate in the food festival at Kyoto Aviation University, we must showcase the spirit and energy of our experimental primary school students, abide by the campus rules, and be exemplary students. After Li Xiangdong led Liang to Kyoto Aviation University, Liang walked in with his student ID, while Li Xiangdong, needing to transport goods, first completed the entry procedures at the gatehouse. As soon as Liang entered the campus, he was pulled to the flagpole at the university entrance to listen to a lecture from his homeroom teacher, Wei Yangfang. However, at this time, the class was noisy and no one listened to Wei Yangfang's nonsense. Everyone looked around, clearly fascinated by the university campus. I heard that once you get into university, you can study your favorite subjects and even use all sorts of advanced equipment in the lab to contribute to your country and all of humanity. If I ever get into university, I'm definitely going to have a great relationship, find my soulmate, and then we can work together for our careers and families after graduation. Once I get into university, I'll have free time to fulfill my writing dreams. I'll spend every day in the library and the campus cafe, writing a masterpiece. The elementary school students chattered excitedly about their university lives, leaving a passing student from Kyoto Aviation University stunned, even a little embarrassed. Wow, are elementary school students these days so ambitious? The reason he, a university student, was able to get into Kyoto Aviation University was because he heard that university students could go to internet cafes every day. My ambition is far inferior to that of today's elementary school students. Just as this Kyoto Aviation University student was secretly blaming himself and preparing to dedicate himself to scientific research, a lazy voice rang out. Little Fatty How picked his nose and said, "All your ambitions are bullshit. When I get to university, I'm going to grind every day." Phew. The Kyoto Aviation University students, who were just about to make their own resolutions, inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and cast admiring glances at How. That sounds better. After Wei Yangfang finished his lecture, the moment he uttered the word dismissed, the students scattered in a flurry. Frankly, even hundreds of sparrows released into the wild wouldn't have scattered that quickly and happily. Huang Xueqing craned her neck to look at Liang a few times, but the children were scattered everywhere, and she soon became dizzy. Never mind, I'll discuss his mathematical talent with Liang when I have a better chance. Huang Xueqing adjusted her glasses. The important thing today is to enjoy the food. Kyoto Aviation University cleared out its campus commercial street as a venue for the food festival. Culinary enthusiasts from Kyoto Aviation University had set up stalls, and both students and faculty members offered their signature dishes to students and elementary school students from the experimental primary school. Some even made small colorful flags and banners to attract customers, which fluttered in the wind. Meanwhile, many volunteers wearing red hats looked after the elementary school students' safety and maintained order in the shopping street, creating a lively and bustling scene. Liang strolled along the commercial street, his gaze suddenly landing on an empty space in a corner. Special guest kids reserved stall. This is it. This is Liang's hideout for today. Liang first took out his phone to inform Li Xiangdong of the delivery location, then sat on the curb waiting for the pickled mandarin fish to arrive. However, before Li Xiangdong arrived, two familiar figures approached. Su Qingqing, Go Sheng. It seems these two have been following Liang ever since the team disbanded. Liang, you said you'd take me with you to set up the stall today, why did you leave me behind when the team disbanded? Su Qingqing complained, her cheeks puffed out. Go Sheng, on the other hand, had a band-aid on his nose and a gauze bandage on his forehead. Brother Ang, just take me with you today, let me help out a bit. Go Sheng pleaded pitifully. No, wait a minute, Liang hurriedly interrupted Go Sheng, what happened to the injury on your face? Ugh, don't even mention it, my dad got beaten up, Go Sheng said helplessly. What do you mean your dad got beaten up? Did Go Bo beat up Go Sheng when he got home yesterday? That's too much. It was clearly Go Bo who was busy with work and forgot to pick Go Sheng up from school, how could he beat the child? No, Brother Ang, you've misunderstood, it's like this. Go Sheng shook his head and said, yesterday I listened to you and went to find Teacher Wei, but Teacher Wei couldn't reach my dad either, so she called all my mom and grandparents. That guy, as soon as they heard I was stranded at school with no one to pick me up, my grandparents were so worried they rushed back from the suburbs. My mom even skipped an important meeting at work. Everyone came together to pick me up. My dad didn't get home until after 9 o'clock at night, and as soon as he walked in, he got a double beating from my grandparents. I saw the scene was too brutal and went to try and stop it, but I ended up getting hit a few times myself. My grandpa's fists are really hard, and my grandma's broom skills are amazing. Listening to Go Sheng's story, Liang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No wonder it's the Go family, they have such strong martial spirit. Alright then, Go Sheng, you can help me set up a stall today. Liang looked at Go Sheng with some sympathy and said, but don't regret it. How could I possibly regret it? Go Sheng chuckled, scratching his head. To elementary school students, helping with setting up a stall is usually a lot of fun, let alone something as rare as setting up a stall. Sometimes even a simple task like the teacher asking them to help throw away the trash makes them incredibly happy. Vroom vroom vroom. The sound of a car engine filled the air. At that moment, Li Xiangdong's Raptor pickup truck arrived with his van. Kid, hurry up and unload the goods. After unloading, I have to go to Desheng Snack Street to set up my stall. I don't have time to help you here. Li Xiangdong led the way, and together with Liang, Su Qingqing, and Go Sheng, they unloaded boxes of pickled mandarin fish from the pickup truck. Go Sheng's nose twitched. For some reason, he felt a faint, unpleasant stench wafting from somewhere since earlier. After the pickled mandarin fish was unloaded and piled on the lawn behind the stall, and the tricycle, gas stove, and large pots used for setting up the stall were also set up, Li Xiangdong prepared to leave. Farewell, father-in-law. Su Qingqing stood by the roadside to see Li Xiangdong off. Li Xiangdong's hand, gripping the steering wheel, trembled violently. This little girl, so cute and well-behaved, how could she start swearing? When did he, Li Xiangdong, become a father-in-law? If he, Li Xiangdong, is a father-in-law, then where is Liang? Brother Ang, what's next? Go Sheng asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together. It was clear that Go Sheng was thrilled with his upcoming street vending business. Let's take the pickled mandarin fish out of the styrofoam boxes first. Liang instructed Go Sheng while arranging the various seasonings, pots, and pans on his tricycle food stall. Okay. Go Sheng cheerfully lifted the lid of a styrofoam box, then swayed and fell onto the grass. Go Sheng. Su Qingqing was startled. A strange, foul odor wafted over, hitting her right in the head. Su Qingqing quickly pinched her nose before realizing what had happened. Go Sheng had been knocked unconscious by the stench? What happened to Go Sheng? Liang wiped the cutting board without turning around. Go Sheng, Su Qingqing cautiously approached Go Sheng, checking his breath. Go Sheng is alright, he's still alive. After a while, Go Sheng finally woke up. Wow, Ang Ge, what's that stuff in this styrofoam box? It's a poison gas bomb. Did Uncle Dong set a trap for you? Go Sheng yelled, covering his nose as he ran to Liang's side. How can you talk like that? Liang glanced at Go Sheng, walked to the styrofoam box, picked up a pickled mandarin fish, and tore off the plastic wrap covering it. Today, the dish I'm going to make is this stinky mandarin fish. After a night of training, Liang had developed some immunity to the smell of pickled mandarin fish. Although he still found it smelly, it was within his tolerance. As for Go Sheng and Su Qingqing, they were swaying from the stench, quickly covering their noses again, afraid to breathe through their mouths. The pickled mandarin fish, already strong enough to knock Go Sheng unconscious in its styrofoam box, now unleashed its full power. Instantly, students and faculty from Kyoto Aviation University and students from the experimental elementary school passing by covered their mouths and noses and fled. A grilled cold noodle stall next to Liang's, which had been doing quite well with 5 or 6 people in line, was completely shunned by the smell of the pickled mandarin fish. The stall owner initially wanted to confront Liang, but before even reaching within 3 meters of his stall, he turned and staggered away, pushing his cart far off. On the bustling commercial street, Liang's stall suddenly became a vacuum. Even the curious students who gathered around only dared to watch from 50 meters away. The smell of the pickled mandarin fish acted like an invisible barrier, keeping customers out. What's that smell? This stench is pungent and it's hitting me right in the head. Oh my god, this stench is overwhelming. Thicken it up with some cornstarch and it'll be awesome. Look at this stall sign, it even says special guest. Is this some kind of sabotage? I don't eat much fish, but I'm wondering if this smell is just like spoiled, rotten fish. Is it even edible? Looks like the pickled mandarin fish really does have a strong smell. The chatter of onlookers grew louder, and Liang apologetically rubbed his nose. Clearing his throat, Liang turned to Su Qingqing and Go Sheng. If you can't stand the smell, you don't have to help me today. I'll make the stinky mandarin fish myself. No way. Liang, I'm sticking with you today. Su Qingqing's eyes were resolute. She abruptly released her grip on her nose, trying to get used to the pungent smell of the pickled mandarin fish. Go Sheng hesitated for 2 seconds, then pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and tied it over his nose as a mask, also making his stance clear. Fine. Since the two insisted, Liang had nothing more to say. He chopped scallions, ginger slices, garlic cloves, bamboo shoot slices, and chili pepper segments, then diced pork belly. While preparing the seasoning ingredients, Liang had Su Qingqing and Go Sheng clean the pickled mandarin fish. This job was incredibly difficult. Go Sheng looked utterly miserable, while Su Qingqing gritted her teeth and persevered. Actually, Liang could have easily done the cleaning of the mandarin fish himself, but he assigned it to Su Qingqing and Go Sheng as a way to discourage them from trying. However, Su Qingqing was determined to one day set up a stall with Liang and support themselves, so this little difficulty was nothing to her. Gradually, Su Qingqing's expression relaxed, and she cleaned the mandarin fish with extra care. In no time, a pickled mandarin fish was ready and placed on Liang's cutting board. Sure enough, it was quite clean. Liang chuckled, shook his head, and began cooking the first batch of stinky mandarin fish. Sizzle. As various spices and mandarin fish were added to the wok and stir-fried, a rich aroma, a blend of fish and pork fat, quickly wafted out. Oh, what's that smell now? Amidst the stench, there seems to be a hint of fish flavor and the aroma of stir-fried spices. The curious onlookers around had strange expressions. No one could have imagined that such a pungent pickled mandarin fish, once cooked, could actually release such a rich fragrance. Normally, smelling such a smoky, homely aroma of food would make everyone want to take a few deep breaths and savor it. But now, the air was still filled with the stench of pickled mandarin fish. If you were to take a deep breath, you'd probably feel your soul leave your body. So, everyone present was in a state of agonizing anticipation, torn between wanting to get closer and smell the delicious aroma of Liang's cooking and being overwhelmed by the pungent smell of the pickled mandarin fish, a truly agonizing dilemma. He poured in broth and simmered. He reduced the sauce over high heat. He sprinkled on scallions and pepper. Liang methodically carried out the steps of preparing the stinky mandarin fish, the aroma growing stronger and stronger, even overpowering the stench of the pickled mandarin fish. The onlookers began to get restless. Although the pickled mandarin fish smelled terrible, the finished dish was undeniably delicious, making one feel lightheaded. Even the pungent aroma of the stinky mandarin fish made the stench of the pickled mandarin fish in the air seem acceptable. Maybe we should go and try one? Just as the onlookers were still hesitating, a group of people suddenly emerged from behind, pushing through the crowd and forming a long queue in front of Liang's stall. It's done. The first serving of stinky mandarin fish was ready, and the Golden Legend quality notification immediately caught Liang's eye. Liang was busy ladling the stinky mandarin fish onto disposable plates when an impatient customer's voice rang out. Hey kid, does this stinky mandarin fish cost money? Of course it costs money. I'm a special guest, food here isn't free. Liang replied casually without looking up. The price is 100 yuan per fish, but you probably can't finish one. I suggest buying smaller portions. What's there to not finish? Kid, give me 2 to whet my appetite first. A cheerful voice rang out, and the more Liang heard the voice, the more familiar it seemed. He looked up and was stunned. The customer at the very front of the line. It was Professor Wang. Behind him, in order, were Professor Wu, CFA, Lu Tao. Liang rubbed his eyes. What's going on? He clearly remembers setting up a stall at Kyoto Aviation University, right? How come this is an all-Kyoto University lineup? Hey kid, we're here too. Zhang Shan and Li Si poked their heads out from the line about 10 meters away, waving at Li Ang. Goodness! All the VIP members of Li's roasted goose leg are here. Professor Wang, I remember the Kyoto Aviation University Food Festival isn't open to visitors. How did you guys get in? And, how did you know I had a stall at Kyoto Aviation University? Liang handed Professor Wang a plate of stinky mandarin fish, asking suspiciously. However, the impatient Professor Wang quickly took the fish and shook his head, saying, Kid, we'll talk about that later, let me try this stinky mandarin fish first. Professor Wang took the plate, casually sat down on the curb beside the lawn, then snapped open a disposable chopstick with a crack, and stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth. Wow! Professor Wang's eyes widened suddenly. The taste of this stinky mandarin fish exceeded Professor Wang's expectations. Most people imagine the ultimate deliciousness of fish as something incredibly fresh and tender, but Liang's stinky mandarin fish didn't follow that route. While it might not taste incredibly fresh, it had been marinated for over a month before being prepared. However, in terms of flavor, the stinky mandarin fish presented a dazzling array of aromas. The fragrance of fish, the rich aroma of pork, and the aroma of various spices blended together, enhanced by the freshness of winter bamboo shoots, creating a feast for the senses. One bite, and it was spicy, savory, and perfectly salty enough to make you want to eat it with rice, but not too cloying on its own. What's even more amazing is that the subtle pungent smell of the pickled mandarin fish, intertwined with the other flavors, doesn't spoil the experience. Instead, it acts as a complement, elevating the overall taste to a new level. Slurp. Professor Wang ate with increasing relish, eventually using his chopsticks to scrape pieces of fish off the plate and slurping them down his throat. Everyone's heard of eating fish, but drinking fish is a first. This immediately made Professors Xie Fei, Lu Tao, Wu, and others in line behind him incredibly hungry, and they hurriedly ordered another serving of stinky mandarin fish from Li Ang. Professor Wang ate half of the stinky mandarin fish, then took a small swig from a bottle of strong liquor from his waist, and finally let out a satisfied burp. Professor Wang, can you tell us now? Li Ang asked Professor Wang with a smile. He was genuinely curious about how Professor Wang and his team had pinpointed the location, and how they had managed to infiltrate Kyoto Aviation University. Little kid, how we found your location is a long story. Professor Wang took a deep breath. From devising their plan to find little kid, to discovering him at the experimental elementary school, and finally competing with Tsinghua University. The twists and turns of this story would probably take half an hour to explain to Liang. However, as for how we got into Kyoto Aviation University, that's truly an epic tale of blood and tears. Professor Wang straightened his back, a hint of wistfulness appearing in his eyes. For a moment, one felt that Professor Wang wasn't some highly educated university student, but rather a veteran fresh from the battlefield. Liang chuckled, deciding to continue cooking the stinky mandarin fish while quietly listening to Professor Wang's ramblings. Professor Wang took another small sip of his sanbei liquor and slowly began to speak. Yesterday, CFA called on the school, saying he was going to storm into Kyoto Aviation University today to eat your cooking, and that guy immediately got several thousand people sign up. Several thousand people? Liang's cooking movements paused slightly. The system's assessment of Liang's reputation level at Kyoto University as extremely famous seemed reasonable. That kind of influence was indeed terrifying. If several thousand people from Kyoto University really came to Kyoto Aviation University, then Kyoto Aviation University would probably have to dig trenches immediately. That wouldn't be just storming the school gates, it would be an attack on Kyoto Aviation University. Yes, CFA was worried that too many of us from Kyoto University would be too conspicuous, so he used a lottery system to select 300 members from about 10 chat groups. These 300 people are the 300 brave warriors who stormed Kyoto Aviation University today. Every one of our names deserves to be remembered. Liang glanced at the queue. There were probably only a little over 100 Kyoto University students in line. It seemed that Kyoto University had paid the price of 200 lives to get into the aviation university. This loss ratio could indeed be described as an epic of blood and tears. Professor Wang gazed solemnly at the sky, as if comforting the spirits of the 200 students who had perished. Liang found this amusing and curiously asked, Professor Wang, what happened when you sneaked into the aviation university campus? Why did you lose so many students? Professor Wang shook his head and sighed. Originally, we were planning to sneak in through the school gate today because of the event at Kyoto Aviation University and the large crowds. Now that I think about it, we were too naive. The security guards at Kyoto Aviation University were very strict. They checked student IDs for everyone entering the school, and they detained about 10 of us. The rest of us saw that this wouldn't work, so we chose to climb over walls, crawl through holes, and squeeze through fences. It sounds simple, but the reality was brutal. Some overweight students got stuck in the dog holes, and some with big heads got stuck on the railings. Sigh, it's horrific just thinking about it. Even though they were in deep trouble, they kept yelling for us to hurry up and buy food from the kid and bring it to them. At this point, Professor Wang choked up, and Lu Tao and Xie Fei, listening nearby, also looked deeply moved. As for Liang himself, he almost burst out laughing. Professor Wang is truly talented. He managed to make even the most ridiculous and embarrassing situations sound grand and dramatic. However, even though we acted with extreme caution, we still attracted the attention of the school security team and the student council. After several rounds of encirclement and suppression, all the students who were stuck in the fences and dog holes were expelled from the school. During the escape, some of us were caught, and in the end, only about 100 of us were left. We are survivors, but we are also victors. Professor Wang spoke passionately, gripping his wine jug tightly. Professor Wu, behind him, seized the opportunity to reach for some fish with his chopsticks, only to be slapped away by Professor Wang, who seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Professor Wang, judging from your tone, you didn't just sneak into the campus, you fought a war. Liang had already prepared the second batch of stinky mandarin fish, stir-frying the spices and covering it to simmer. That's right. Unexpectedly, Professor Wang's resolute gaze fell upon Liang. Fighting for your food, that was a war. We, Kyoto University, have won. After what happened today, my relationship with the students is no longer just that of teacher and students, we are all comrades who have fought side by side. Professor Wang was still making grand pronouncements. Liang glanced at him speechlessly and handed the prepared stinky mandarin fish to Xie Fei, who was standing next to Professor Wang. Xie Fei, your stinky mandarin fish. Xie Fei quickly took the fish, and Professor Wang immediately changed his expression, grinning and leaning closer. Little Xie, can I have a bite? Judging from his expression, the bond of fighting side by side he had mentioned was completely gone. Xie Fei took a half step back, watching Professor Wang warily. Professor Wang, you still have half a fish left, why are you taking mine? I wanted to taste your fish to see if it tasted the same as mine. Aren't you just being disruptive? They're all cooked in the same pot, what's the difference? While Xie Fei and Professor Wang were arguing, Professor Wu's chopstick suddenly slipped under Xie Fei's armpit, grabbed a piece of fish belly meat, and shoved it into his mouth with lightning speed. Wow, this stinky mandarin fish has both the rich flavor of soy sauce and the freshness of a delicate aroma, tisk tisk, so delicious. Finally having stolen a bite, Professor Wu smacked his lips and exclaimed. Xie Fei, on the other hand, was about to lose his composure and was about to curse. While the group was in a chaotic mess, Lu Tao smiled and went to Liang to order more stinky mandarin fish. The chaotic scene left Su Qingqing, standing behind Liang, speechless. Su Qingqing had felt something was off since earlier. That old man surnamed Wang seemed a bit mentally unstable. Now it's confirmed, the people queuing up all seem mentally unstable. She really didn't know how Liang knew these people. And that old man surnamed Wang said he was from Kyoto University, was that true or not? By the way, Go Sheng, have you ever seen Liang interact with these people before? Go Sheng. Su Qingqing, looking bewildered, slapped Go Sheng awake from his nap on the grass. Go Sheng rubbed his eyes. Haha, I passed out from the stench while washing the stinky mandarin fish. Didn't you see how many people have lined up at Brother Ang's stall in just a short while? Seeing Go Sheng's silly grin, Su Qingqing lost interest in continuing to talk to him and try to find out more about Liang, and went back to obediently helping Liang wash the stinky mandarin fish. Meanwhile, 50 meters away. Chen, is that the genius kid you mentioned at this stall? Student Council President Ding Yiming, along with Chen Lingfei and her two best friends, squeezed through the crowd to the stinky mandarin fish stall. Looking at the long queue, Ding Yiming wiped the sweat from his brow. This is ridiculous. At the campus food festival, various food stalls were flourishing, with roughly 100 stalls set up by the faculty and students of Kyoto Aviation University. With so many choices, university and elementary school students wandering around generally didn't choose long queues. This mentality meant that even the most popular stalls on the commercial street rarely had double-digit queues. On the other hand, the scene at Liang's stall was truly terrifying. Hey, I told you to come earlier, Chen Lingfei sighed. Senior Ding, I originally wanted to show you kids' cooking skills, but who knew we'd have to wait so long? I don't even know if I'll get to eat kids' food this morning. I had no choice. Ding Yiming smiled wryly. Just now, hundreds of lunatics tried to break into our campus. Some climbed over walls, some crawled through holes, and some squeezed through fences. Our school's security team was overwhelmed. I had to rally all the male students in our student council to catch them, and only then were we able to clear them out of the campus. Was it that scary? Chen Lingfei's best friend was taken aback. Who were they? Were they criminals? They wouldn't tell us their identities, but they looked like university students like us, though we didn't know which school they were from. Ding Yiming narrowed his eyes. It was clear he was also puzzled by the intruders' identities. Alright, stop talking. Let's get in line and grab a spot. If we're lucky, we might get a table by noon. Chen Lingfei interrupted Ding Yiming and her best friend's conversation, and the group joined the very end of the line. At the very end of the line was an extremely tall boy, who cast a small shadow behind him, a good place to escape the sun. Chen Lingfei and her group were lucky to be behind him in a way. What's that smell? Ugh. As soon as Ding Yiming joined the line, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils, causing him to gag repeatedly. This smell, it must be the smell of pickled mandarin fish. One of Chen Lingfei's best friend's eyes lit up. She was from Anhui province and knew the smell all too well. Looks like this kid is making stinky mandarin fish today. It smells awful now, but it'll taste delicious once it's in your mouth. As she spoke, Chen Lingfei's friend from Anhui couldn't help but greedily inhale a few breaths of air. Is that so? Ding Yiming's face was pale. He was about to say something when he suddenly gagged again. His friend from Anhui province frowned. Although the air still smelled of pickled mandarin fish, the aroma of the dish Liang had prepared had largely masked the stench, making it tolerable. Was Ding Yiming really that bad? Don't misunderstand, I'm just sensitive to smells. I can't stand either fragrant or foul things. Ding Yiming said, almost gagging again. Fortunately, Ding Yiming had a pack of tissues with him. He quickly tore off 2 tissues, crumpled them into 2 balls, and stuffed them into his nostrils. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, stopping the gagging. Hey classmate, I didn't expect you couldn't stand the smell either. Seeing Ding Yiming's comical expression, the tall boy in front of them couldn't help but turn around and chat with him. I have the same problem as you, my nose is too sensitive. But since it's kid brother's cooking, even if it smells awful, I have to taste it first to see if it's salty enough. The tall boy said with a chuckle. Looking at the tall boy's face, Ding Yiming was slightly taken aback. The feeling this face gave him, it's both strange and familiar? Hey, have we met somewhere before? Ding Yiming asked, frowning. Have we met before? The tall boy tilted his head. Are you also in the physical education department of Kyoto University? Kyoto University? Ding Yiming's pupils suddenly contracted, and Chen Lingfei and the others' gazes instantly focused on the tall boy. Oh no! The tall boy was startled and swallowed hard. So Ding Yiming and his group were natives of Kyoto Aviation University. Didn't he just give himself away, revealing he was a Kyoto University student who had infiltrated the university? Phew! Don't panic, stay calm. Although his identity has been exposed, he believes he can use his intelligence to get out of this predicament. The tall boy took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, while Ding Yiming stepped forward, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Excuse me, I'm Ding Yiming, the president of the student council at Kyoto Aviation University. May I see your student ID?" The tall boy hesitated for a moment, then sheepishly produced his student ID. Ding Yiming took it and looked at it. Good heavens! It really is Kyoto University. It seems that the group of mentally ill students who invaded the campus and were expelled by their student council earlier were also from Kyoto University. Having figured out the intruders' identities, Ding Yiming's hostility towards the tall boy lessened somewhat. After all, Kyoto Aviation University and Kyoto University had no real animosity. In fact, the two schools had quite a few joint activities, including a friendly basketball game just last month. What are you Kyoto University students doing here at our Kyoto Aviation University? Ding Yiming asked, handing his student ID back to the tall boy with a strange expression, trying to gauge his interest. Well, good food knows no borders. The tall guy chuckled awkwardly. I'm here to enjoy the food and participate in the food festival. Enjoy the food? Ding Yiming asked curiously. Then why are you queuing here when there are so many food stalls at Kyoto Aviation University? Hey! Seeing that Ding Yiming didn't seem to intend to kick him out, the tall guy smiled relaxedly. The food at Kyoto Aviation University can't compare to what I make. I just tried some dumplings at the entrance of the commercial street. The taste was a complete mess compared to my 5 blessings dumplings. Ding Yiming's eye twitched slightly, while Chen Lingfei was startled, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Classmate, those dumplings at the entrance. I made them all overnight, Ding Yiming said coldly. What the heck? No, President Ding, you must have made a mistake. The dumpling stall owner is a cute girl, I even got her WeChat. The tall guy quickly pulled out his phone to explain, showing a girl's WeChat ID. I'm not mistaken. Ding Yiming's face turned green with anger. The cute girl you're talking about, she's my sister. I just asked her to help me set up the stall. Then should I call you, brother-in-law? The tall guy tentatively called out, trying to get closer. Get lost. Enough is enough. Ding Yiming immediately pulled out his phone, ready to call security to arrest the tall guy and expel him from campus. It wasn't that Ding Yiming didn't want to take action, but the difference in physique between him and the tall guy was simply too great. If he took action himself, it would be utterly humiliating. No. Seeing Ding Yiming calling for backup, the tall boy made a last-ditch effort. We've known each other for a long time. I even played a basketball exchange game at your school last month. I'm the center for our Kyoto University basketball team. I finally remember. Ding Yiming was stunned. He finally remembered why this tall boy looked familiar. Ding Yiming was a well-rounded student, excelling in academics, character, and physical fitness. He was the student council president and also a substitute player on his Kyoto Aviation University basketball team. During the exchange game against Kyoto University, Ding Yiming had played. The result: he was dunked over by Kyoto University's dominant center, suffering a humiliation. Because of this, Ding Yiming was ridiculed by his classmates for over a week. During that time, he didn't dare walk with his head up on campus. You're finished. Old and new grudges surged up at once, and Ding Yiming didn't care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and was ready to fight to the death. Luckily, Chen Lingfei and her best friend held him back, preventing Ding Yiming from being killed in retaliation. Finally, about 10 security guards arrived after receiving Ding Yiming's call. Ding Yiming pointed at the tall, bewildered-looking boy and shouted angrily, "Security officers, this is an unregistered visitor from Kyoto University who has barged in. Get him out of here immediately. Also, anyone in the line ahead could be from Kyoto University. Please search everyone's student IDs." The tall boy immediately turned pale. Ding Yiming's attitude towards him was quite nice just now. How come after just a few words, Ding Yiming looks like he's about to devour him? Meanwhile, at the front of the line, Professor Wang had already finished most of a stinky mandarin fish with some liquor, took another sip, and stood up to sit next to Liang. For Professor Wang, now was not the time to continue enjoying his meal, it was time to get down to business. Hey kid, how have you been these past few days? Is your studies going well? Professor Wang greeted him with a smile. Not so good. Liang added broth to the pot, casually saying, "Professor Wang, to be honest, I don't want to go to school for even a single day." Professor Wang's eyes lit up. It seems Liang and Kyoto University might be mutually benefiting. "Kid, I have an idea," Professor Wang said, rubbing his hands together. "I'm thinking of starting a special program for gifted children and recruiting you. That way, you won't have to continue primary school, and Kyoto University can enjoy your cooking every day. What do you think?" Professor Wang was being completely frank with Liang, not holding back. Liang was slightly taken aback. Going to a university's special program for gifted children. Liang had considered the skipping school approach before. After all, with his knowledge from his previous life, reaching the level of a university special program for gifted children would be quite easy. But Liang hesitated for a moment, about to give Professor Wang a reply, when suddenly someone at the very end of the Kyoto University queue shouted at the top of their lungs, "Everyone, run! The security guards from Kyoto Aviation University are here." Lu Tao, who was happily eating stinky mandarin fish while squatting to the side, suddenly jolted awake and quickly stood up to look towards the back of the queue. At the end of the line, Kyoto University Star Center was being dragged out of the campus by 6 security guards, his hands and feet held captive. Other guards were already checking students' IDs, and they were quick to catch them. "Let's retreat." CFA hurriedly patted Lu Tao's shoulder and said in a low voice. But Lu Tao glanced at the large pot of simmering stinky mandarin fish. Her stinky mandarin fish was almost ready. Giving up the stinky mandarin fish and leaving now was simply unacceptable. CFA frowned and said urgently, "We'll retreat now, lie low, and come back to buy stinky mandarin fish when things calm down. But if you get caught, you can forget about eating kid brother's stinky mandarin fish today." Lu Tao took a deep, sorrowful breath of the stinky mandarin fish aroma in the air, and she and CFA took off running. Professor Wang's expression changed as well. He abandoned his conversation with Liang and hurriedly chased after Lu Tao. At this moment, the scene was chaotic. More and more security guards and members of the Kyoto Aviation University Student Union arrived, surrounding the Kyoto University students. Among the onlookers, some were live streaming, some were taking photos, and some were volunteering to participate in the capture. As for the Kyoto University students, they began to scatter and flee, breaking into smaller groups and rushing in all directions, trying to break through the security guards' blockade. The scene was chaotic, leaving Liang completely bewildered. How did a perfectly good food festival turn into this? This shouldn't be Liang's fault, right? Amidst the chaos. No, amidst the fleeing ranks of Kyoto University students, Professor Wang realized something and abruptly turned his head. He saw that in front of the stinky mandarin fish stall, Kyoto University students were either being arrested or fleeing, almost no one was still in line. But Professor Wu, Zhang Shan, and Li Si were still waiting anxiously in front of Li Ang. "Old Wu, what are you waiting for? Run!" Professor Wang hurriedly called out to Professor Wu. If the Kyoto University students were caught by security and expelled from the campus, that would be relatively acceptable. Who hasn't been young and impetuous? But if a respected professor like Professor Wu were caught and expelled from the campus, it would be a matter of face. How embarrassing. However, Professor Wu remained calm and composed, even straightening his back slightly. "I'm too tired to run anymore. I'm going to take a gamble and see if I can get a bite of kid's stinky mandarin fish before I get caught." With such delicious food before him, Professor Wu decided to go all out. If he could taste the stinky mandarin fish before being caught by security, he'd accept it even if word got out that he, Professor Wu, had broken into the Aviation University to steal food. Professor Wang was stunned for a moment, seemingly influenced by Professor Wu's thought process. He considered going back to eat the stinky mandarin fish, but after hesitating for a while, he stamped his foot and ran off. "Kid, how long until the stinky mandarin fish is ready?" Zhang Shan and Li Si, who shared the same thought as Professor Wu, anxiously watched the wisps of steam carrying the aroma of fish rising from the cracks in the pot lid. Soon. Liang was also somewhat helpless. He knew the situation was critical for Professor Wu and his group, but they couldn't force it out of the pot before it was done, could they? Finally, the sauce reduction for the stinky mandarin fish was complete. Liang ladled out the fish, sprinkled it with scallions and pepper, and handed it to them. Professor Wu and his companions, ignoring the security guards rushing towards them menacingly, quickly grabbed their chopsticks and began to eat. This taste. The moment the fish entered their mouths, Zhang Shan and Li Si's eyes instantly became glazed. They had never imagined that the texture of stinky mandarin fish could be so springy and plump. Even, the fish could be described as juicy. After a long marinating process in Liang's cooking, the flavors of various seasonings and spices were deeply locked into the firm flesh of the stinky mandarin fish. One bite was like an overturned spice shop. The aromas of garlic, salt, spiciness, and bamboo shoots burst forth all at once, accompanying the fish and diced pork belly as they went down. Instant satisfaction. Professor Wu had already sneaked a taste of CFA's stinky mandarin fish, but he still ate it with great relish. In less than a few seconds, the three of them had devoured half a stinky mandarin fish. Liang couldn't help but call out to warn them, worried they might choke on a fish bone. These three are definitely from Kyoto University, take them away. Ding Yiming, who had just arrived, recognized the three from their eating habits and called to security. After all, aside from a handful of people like Chen Lingfei, practically no one at the entire aviation university had ever tasted Liang's cooking. These three guys, eating with such relish and obsession, are probably not from the aviation university. Speaking of which, Ding Yiming also found the people from Kyoto University ridiculous. They'd actually risk breaking into their aviation university's gates for a bite to eat, practically offering themselves up to embarrass themselves. Is it really worth it? Even if Liang's cooking is excellent, it's not worth going this crazy for. This stinky mandarin fish, no matter how good, can it be better than the fragrant dishes prepared by master chefs in restaurants? It's probably because the food at Kyoto University is so bad, these guys have never eaten anything good. Just as Ding Yiming and the security guards were about to apprehend Professor Wu and his two companions, a middle-aged man with a bowl cut rushed over. This man was probably in his late 40s, almost 50. The reason he had such a avant-garde hairstyle at his age was because his hair loss was different from the average person. Ordinary people's hair loss starts at the hairline, eventually leading to a receding hairline or even baldness. This bowl cut is different. It started from his temples where he began to lose hair, eventually forming this bizarre bowl cut hairstyle. However, while the bowl cut looks comical, it's not just anyone. This is Zhang Kailan, the Director of General Affairs at Kyoto Aviation University, a high-ranking official. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Seeing the sweat-drenched Zhang Kailan arrive, Ding Yiming quickly stepped forward to help him up and asked, "No, I haven't even asked you yet." Director Zhang Kailan, panting from running, leaned on Ding Yiming's arm for a while before catching his breath. He said, "Xiao Ding, how did you manage to make such a mess of the food festival?" The scene was indeed quite chaotic at the moment, with Kyoto University students fleeing and aviation university students and security guards chasing. In this chase, like an eagle catching a chick, some bumps and knocks were inevitable, with road signs and even stalls being overturned. What if someone gets injured, or even a stampede occurs? Zhang Kailan glanced at Ding Yiming with a hint of helplessness. Zhang Kailan was not only the Director of General Affairs but also the overall supervisor of the food festival. Although the event was organized spontaneously by the student council members, if a safety issue arose, he, as the Director of General Affairs, would also be implicated. Director Zhang, this is a special case. Ding Yiming swallowed hard and began to explain, recounting how the Kyoto University students sneaked in, how the student council discovered them, and how they were apprehended. Director Zhang, we didn't want things to turn out like this, but the Kyoto University students were simply too much, ignoring our school's campus discipline. I say, Ding. Zhang Kailan sighed. Kyoto University is, after all, a friendly institution. They just sneaked in to eat something, it's not a big deal. We need to prioritize. As a leader, Zhang Kailan's perspective was naturally different from Ding Yiming's. The food festival doesn't accept visitors mainly due to campus order issues. If Kyoto University students sneak in, as long as they don't cause trouble or disrupt things, we can just let them. It's better than the current large-scale arrests that create security risks, isn't it? Poor Zhang Kailan. He was already incredibly busy today, dealing with students' recent complaints about the cafeteria food, and working with the admissions office to figure out how to conduct the upcoming summer recruitment season. With so many things on his plate, and now Ding Yiming had managed to create such a huge mess. Professor Wu, it seems we're not going to get arrested. Hearing Zhang Kailan and Ding Yiming's conversation from afar, Zhang Shan, while stuffing stinky mandarin fish into his mouth, turned to Professor Wu and asked, "Haha, this is truly a case of when one door closes, another opens." Professor Wu savored the stinky mandarin fish tail with great enthusiasm, his eyebrows dancing. "Kid, give us another stinky mandarin fish." So it's Professor Wu from Kyoto University. Hello. Haha, Kyoto University and the Aviation University are like family. It's quite a nice occasion for you to visit our school today. Compared to Ding Yiming, Zhang Kailan, as the Director of General Affairs, was clearly much more magnanimous. After exchanging identities with Professor Wu, the two exchanged a few friendly pleasantries. Ding Yiming stood to the side, his teeth itching. Ding Yiming knew that, in terms of general principles, Director Zhang Kailan was indeed correct. They were friendly institutions, someone coming to the Aviation University for a meal shouldn't cause too much of a fuss. But regardless, Ding Yiming still felt a little aggrieved. Director Zhang, we really feel ashamed for coming uninvited this time. Sigh, it's just that the food cooked by the kid was too tempting. Sorry. Professor Wu and Zhang Kailan chatted, and soon, Liang had another stinky mandarin fish ready. Professor Wu, his eyes gleaming, accepted the stinky mandarin fish. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly looked up and asked Zhang Kailan, Director Zhang, why don't you try this kid's cooking too? Regardless, Zhang Kailan had helped Professor Wu out of an awkward situation, and it was only right and proper that he let him try the stinky mandarin fish. Liang glanced at Professor Wu, then at Zhang Kailan, and shrugged. Whatever. He was just here to complete the task. It didn't matter to him who got the stinky mandarin fish. Hee hee, then I'll try this young Liang's cooking. Zhang Kailan took the chopsticks, his face beaming, but inwardly he was speechless. Professor Wu, at his age, calling Liang brother all the time, didn't he get tired of it? Just as Zhang Kailan was about to take another bite, Professor Wu hurriedly spoke up again. Director Zhang, please don't be shy. Take whatever you like with this chopstick. I'll eat the next bite. Professor Wu seemed generous, but he was actually emphasizing, I'm letting you eat my stinky mandarin fish now, but only one bite, no more. Heh. Zhang Kailan chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that Professor Wu must be a lunatic. He quickly finished the stinky mandarin fish and left. Zhang Kailan didn't have time to linger in this commercial street. He casually picked up a piece of meat from the tail fin and swallowed it whole. This fish meat. The next moment, Zhang Kailan's bowl-cut hairstyle suddenly exploded, his hair standing on end. The taste of this fish was completely different from any fish dish he had ever eaten. Compared to the common steaming or stewing methods, the stinky mandarin fish had a much stronger flavor. Upon first bite, the most immediate sensation was a salty and savory aroma, somewhat similar to salted fish. However, unlike the overwhelming saltiness of salted fish, the stinky mandarin fish had many more layers of flavor. Just as the saltiness was starting to make his mouth slightly dry, a rich, savory aroma surged up, accompanied by the mellow texture of diced pork belly and a hint of peculiar pungent smell. Suddenly, the fish felt smooth and delicious. He swallowed the fish, his mouth watering, and his appetite was whetted. This. Once upon a time, Zhang Kailan would wander the streets and alleys, wasting half a day searching for a satisfying little restaurant. But as he grew older and his workload increased, he no longer had the leisure for that. Eating, as long as it filled him up and provided the necessary nutrition, that was fine. When work got busy, Zhang Kailan even hoped that professors could develop a capsule that could replenish the body's required nutrients and energy, freeing up more time for work. But the stinky mandarin fish, rich in multiple flavors, seemed to encompass all the tastes of the marketplace, directly awakening the long-lost warmth and vitality within Zhang Kailan. For Zhang Kailan, eating this stinky mandarin fish was a double enjoyment, both in terms of taste and spirit. Wait, Zhang Kailan suddenly paused. Little Liang could actually make such a delicious dish. His culinary skills were probably comparable to, or even surpassed, those of the master chefs in top restaurants. Don't be fooled by the abundance of chefs. Those whose cooking is outrageously delicious are truly rare and valuable talents. Let's take, for example, the two major problems currently troubling Zhang Kailan: student recruitment and cafeteria management. With a culinary prodigy like Liang as his mentor, how could students possibly be dissatisfied with the school cafeteria? And if Liang's culinary skills were a signature feature, it would be an absolute game-changer for recruitment efforts. Just look at Kyoto Agricultural University, also located in Kyoto City. That university has defied the trend of declining enrollment by offering delicious and affordable food in its cafeteria, cultivating wave after wave of important talent in the niche field of agricultural science. Zhang Kailan suddenly understood. He finally understood why Kyoto University valued Liang so much, even to the point of being obsessed with him. Liang was definitely a treasure, and now this treasure was fortunate enough to stay at their Kyoto Aviation University. Director Zhang, you've almost finished eating, right? It's time to give me back the stinky mandarin fish. Seeing Zhang Kailan take a bite of the stinky mandarin fish and still seem a little reluctant, Professor Wu quickly reminded him, letting you have a bite was to make you a friend. If you eat more, then I won't be happy. Hee, no problem. Zhang Kailan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, Professor Wu, which university are you from again? I'm from Kyoto University. Haha, Director Zhang, are you bewitched by the aroma? You've forgotten? Professor Wu didn't think much of it and answered with a smile. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kailan's expression changed drastically the next moment. What are you doing at our aviation university, Kyoto University? Xiao Ding, quickly get Professor Wu out of here. Ha! Professor Wu was stunned. Why did Zhang Kailan's face change so suddenly? Before Professor Wu could ask any more questions, Ding Yiming, who had already felt aggrieved, let out a long sigh and quickly grabbed Professor Wu's arm, pulling him out. Poor Zhang Shan and Li Si, seeing the situation was bad, tried to escape but were grabbed by security guards and escorted to the school gate. Zhang Kailan looked at Liang and suddenly smiled slightly, a smile that made Liang feel a little uneasy. Little Liang, are you thirsty? Are you hot? Shall I fan you? Zhang Kailan, who had initially been indifferent yet friendly towards Liang, was now practically ready to massage Liang's shoulders. Liang waved his hands repeatedly, and Su Qingqing behind him almost called her bodyguards to kick Zhang Kailan out. I'm sorry, little Liang, your stinky mandarin fish was just too delicious. I couldn't help myself. John Kylan coughed lightly. One bite of stinky mandarin fish made John Kylan fully realize Liang's strategic value. John Kylan finally realized that now was not the time to be sentimental with Kyoto University. He had to firmly grasp the opportunity of Liang. Oh no, the kid's visit to the Aviation University, cultivate a good relationship with the kid, and the future benefits would be immense. Even if he could keep this talent at the Aviation University, making him a cafeteria consultant or a recruitment ambassador, the Aviation University would be rolling in money. Without a doubt, Liang had now become John Kylan's focus. Get the logistical support in place for Liang's stall on our campus as soon as possible. It's so hot, quickly get a fan. Also, Liang doesn't seem to have brought any snacks or water. Hurry up and get a case of water and a case of drinks, and hurry up and buy some snacks too, I'll reimburse the cost. John Kylan was instructing Ding Yiming on the support arrangements the Aviation University would provide for Liang. After this whole process, John Kylan felt that while it might not necessarily make the young man favor their Aviation University, it would at least leave a good impression. Okay, Director Zhang. Ding Yiming carefully took notes, then suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Director Zhang, quite a few people from Kyoto University ran away earlier. They're probably hiding on our campus now. Should we still intervene? Yes, absolutely. John Kylan's tone became unusually firm. He was joking. This was a crucial opportunity for the Aviation University to build a good relationship with Liang. Naturally, they couldn't let another university take advantage of it. All right. Ding Yiming grinned, just waiting for Director Zhang to say that. Soon, logistical support from the Aviation University arrived. Liang's stall was piled high with snacks and bottled water, and a large fan was blowing, making it considerably cooler. However, Liang still felt a little uncomfortable with the Aviation University's unexplained hospitality. Go Sheng, on the other hand, picked up a bag of snacks, washing the pickled mandarin fish with his right hand while stuffing snacks into his mouth with his left, looking quite relaxed. Without noticing, Go Sheng accidentally put the pickled mandarin fish in his mouth, yelling out in disgust at the stench. At the same time, Liang used the excuse that Go Sheng had eaten the fish to make him buy some with his pocket money, considering it his lunch. After Kyoto University left, Liang's stall was deserted for a while, except for Chen Lingfei, Ding Yiming, and their group who bought a few pieces of stinky mandarin fish, entering a brief period of emptiness. However, after the commotion caused by Kyoto University and Ding Yiming's group, the students developed a strong curiosity about Liang's peculiar stinky mandarin fish stall. Gradually, students from the Aviation University began to line up in front of the stall. Without the interference from Kyoto University, the Aviation University students finally began to truly appreciate Liang's skill. Tasting the stinky mandarin fish, everyone was amazed by its strong and delicious flavor. Before long, a long queue formed in front of Liang's stall, making it bustling again. 10 a.m., in the Aviation University Student Union Activity Room. I've called everyone here because our school is facing a serious security problem. Kyoto University students have invaded our Aviation University. This concerns our school's reputation, discipline, and dignity. Therefore, I've decided to form a patrol team. We'll conduct an intensive search of the campus and try to find those Kyoto University students hiding there. Ding Yiming, sitting in the center, was speaking animatedly, but the student council members below, including Chen Lingfei, were somewhat listless. In the morning, catching the Kyoto University students had indeed been quite exciting and fun. However, having everyone spend the whole day aimlessly wandering around the campus catching people was really getting boring. Everyone's got their hands on something. Some are busy preparing for graduate school entrance exams, some are rushing to study, and others have plans to go shopping with their partners. Who has the time to play childish games on campus? Besides, catching those guys from Kyoto University isn't enough with just the student council officers on site. We'd have to organize lower year students as volunteers. It's incredibly troublesome. To encourage everyone, I bought a few stinky mandarin fish from Kid's stall. Share them and try them. Ding Yiming winked at Chen Lingfei, who was sitting to his left. Chen Lingfei shrugged, confused, not understanding Ding Yiming's signal. Reluctantly, Ding Yiming personally placed 2 plates of stinky mandarin fish on the long table in the activity room. This stinky mandarin fish, it smells quite unique. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen fish prepared like this. They used so many spices? It has to be said, the stinky mandarin fish had an immediate effect, quickly attracting everyone's attention. 10 seconds later, when everyone tasted the stinky mandarin fish with disposable chopsticks, the room was filled with exclamations and cheers. 30 seconds later, everyone's chopsticks were in a frenzy, and they started grabbing for it. 4 minutes later, both stinky mandarin fish were completely devoured, and even the side dishes like diced pork belly, sliced bamboo shoots, and garlic cloves were all snatched up. While everyone was still savoring the lingering aroma of the stinky mandarin fish, Ding Yiming immediately spoke up. Think about it, if we don't stop those Kyoto University students, they'll monopolize this delicious stinky mandarin fish. Every extra Kyoto University student stealing stinky mandarin fish means our friends, teachers, and juniors will have one less serving. Do you all agree? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. But Ding Yiming's explanation really ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Damn it, we can't stand it. Absolutely not. Damn, thinking about it this way, Kyoto University is trying to take advantage of our school. We have to get rid of them. The stinky mandarin fish, like a blazing fire, instantly set everyone ablaze. Without Ding Yiming needing to further mobilize, in no time at all, student council members were roaring outside, organizing to arrest the remaining Kyoto University students. Phew! Ding Yiming let out a long sigh, then rummaged under the table and pulled out another serving of stinky mandarin fish. Senior Ding, why did you hide another one? Chen Lingfei swallowed hard. Although Chen Lingfei had already shared a stinky mandarin fish with her best friend at Liang's stall, and had taken several bites during the earlier scramble for it, her stomach was already slightly bloated. But seeing a whole stinky mandarin fish still made her mouth water. Hi! Ding Yiming chuckled, I reserved this for my sister. She works hard watching over the dumpling stall for me. By the way, Senior Ding. Chen Lingfei suddenly remembered something and said, I remember you haven't tried this stinky mandarin fish yet, have you? I can't stand it. I can't stand the smell of pickled mandarin fish. If I put this stinky mandarin fish in my mouth, I'd definitely throw up. This stinky mandarin fish doesn't smell bad. I have strange tastes. I can't stand even the slightest stench. Ding Yiming shook his head vigorously. Actually, although Ding Yiming used stinky mandarin fish as a propaganda tool, it didn't really appeal to him personally. Ding Yiming was eager to arrest the group from Kyoto University, that was purely a personal grudge in fulfilling his obligation to John Kylan. However, Chen Lingfei was the type of person who wanted others to try delicious food and see their reactions. Seeing that Ding Yiming hadn't even touched the stinky mandarin fish, Chen Lingfei began to persuade and urge him. Finally, Ding Yiming couldn't resist the persuasion and put a piece of stinky mandarin fish in his mouth. Ugh! The next moment, Ding Yiming quickly covered his mouth, almost gagging. What the hell? Chen Lingfei was startled. It seemed Ding Yiming really meant it when he said he couldn't eat smelly food. Just as Chen Lingfei was about to pour Ding Yiming a glass of water, she saw his Adam's apple bob, and he gritted his teeth and swallowed the stinky mandarin fish in his mouth. This stinky mandarin fish, stinky, but it's so delicious. Ding Yiming's eyes shone, whether from gagging or genuinely amazed by the stinky mandarin fish, it was hard to tell. The next second, Ding Yiming picked up another piece of stinky mandarin fish with his chopsticks. Ugh! Ding Yiming gagged again, forcing himself to swallow the stinky mandarin fish once more. For others, eating stinky mandarin fish was a treat for their taste buds, but Ding Yiming was literally risking his life. Chen Lingfei was speechless. Maybe you shouldn't eat it? The sound of gagging is disgusting. The massive manhunt at the Aviation University was in full swing. With the active cooperation of students and security guards, batches of Kyoto University students were quickly apprehended. Actually, if the Kyoto University students had resisted, the arrests wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But the key point is that Kyoto University students were indeed in the wrong for trespassing, so most of them only had the intention of running away and were too embarrassed to actually clash with the Aviation University students. Tap tap tap. In the Aviation University Administration Building, the sound of John Kylan's leather shoes echoed in the empty corridor. Soon, John Kylan arrived at the door of the Aviation University President's office. President, are you there? Come in. In the minimalist office, Aviation University President Wu Tengfei looked up and adjusted his reading glasses. Xiao Zhang, what's up? Principal, I've made a major discovery regarding the recent enrollment and cafeteria management issues. Since John Kylan was Wu Tengfei's former student, the two were very familiar with each other, so John Kylan was casual and got straight to the point. Oh, Wu Tengfei sat up straight. In recent years, the Aviation University's enrollment trend has been sluggish, and complaints from students about the cafeteria food being too unpalatable have been rampant. This can be described as both external and internal troubles. The current campus food festival was originally one of the measures to appease students. John Kylan actually claimed to have come up with a solution to solve these two major problems at once, so Wu Tengfei naturally wanted to listen carefully. To solve the enrollment and cafeteria problems, all we need to do is establish a special class for gifted children. John Kylan said with a gleam in his eyes and a hint of excitement, as long as we recruit little Liang into our school and go through the special class process, and also sign an employment contract with his guardian, everything will be a piece of cake. John Kylan felt he was a real genius. Presumably, no elementary school student would resist the allure of a prestigious university's special class for gifted children. Although their university's reputation might not be as renowned as Kyoto University or Tsinghua University. However, in terms of research strength in their respective fields, their university was absolutely top tier, and in some areas, they were far ahead. When Liang hears he's been accepted into the Aviation University's Gifted Youth Program, he'll be overjoyed and join, thus becoming a member of their university. Meanwhile, Kyoto University can only weep silently. Brilliant! John Kylan felt his brain was truly working today. He'd actually come up with such a brilliant method. If the people at Kyoto University find out later, they'll be furious, ultimately admiring John Kylan's ingenuity. However, to join the Gifted Youth Program, Liang's academic performance must be exceptionally outstanding. But John Kylan didn't think that was a problem. He'd find 10 or so professors to tutor Liang overnight. He was sure Liang would meet the requirements. Flawless, perfect. No. Aviation University President Wu Tengfei stared at John Kylan for a long while before slowly saying, "Little John, are you running a fever? If you have mental health issues due to work pressure, our Aviation University has a psychological counseling center." Wu Tengfei simply couldn't understand John Kylan's logic. Establishing a special class for gifted children. What the hell does that have to do with admissions and the cafeteria? Besides, who is this kid Liang? What kind of nonsense is this? John Kylan didn't answer. Faced with Wu Tengfei's questioning, he simply smiled slightly, then untied the plastic bag he was carrying and placed half a stinky mandarin fish on Wu Tengfei's table. This is... Principal Wu Tengfei paused slightly, then his face darkened instantly. "Xiao Zhang, are you really crazy? This is a work environment, take the food out." John Kylan, however, remained unmoved, earnestly saying, "Principal, please try it." "Try what fish?" Wu Tengfei slammed his fist on the table in anger. In his view, Xiao Zhang was a diligent and studious student, and quite responsible and reliable at work. How could he suddenly go mad today? Besides, only half of the fish was left. It was clearly what John Kylan had eaten. Was this an insult to him, Wu Tengfei? And, what's so great about tasting a fish? Although the fish looked appealing, and smelled. The smell was quite good too, with a savory aroma, but it was different from the smell of fish with soy sauce, perhaps because more seasonings were added? Oh, the fish even smelled slightly foul. However, this stench wasn't offensive at all. In fact, it inexplicably made Wu Tengfei's mouth water. What was going on? Wu Tengfei didn't usually like smelly food. With this job, eating fish isn't really a good idea. Wu Tengfei's facial muscles gradually relaxed. Although he still verbally refused, his constantly bobbing Adam's apple betrayed him. With such a fragrant and delicious dish in front of him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. In this state, Wu Tengfei couldn't resist the persuasion, and finally, he picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of the stinky mandarin fish. "Principal, how is it?" Seeing Wu Tengfei put the stinky mandarin fish in his mouth, John Kylan immediately asked, "Is this Liang's cooking?" If our aviation university had young Liang, we could totally emulate the agricultural university's recruitment strategy promoting it online. That would definitely have a positive impact on enrollment. Not to mention, if young Liang taught our cafeteria a few tricks, the cafeteria's problems would be solved too. John Kylan was enthusiastically explaining his ideas to Wu Tengfei when Wu Tengfei suddenly reached out and interrupted him. "Don't talk yet. I'm enjoying myself." John Kylan was taken aback. Wu Tengfei stood up and poured himself another cup of strong tea. He sipped tea and ate fish with great relish. 10 minutes later, half a stinky mandarin fish was finally gone from Wu Tengfei's stomach. Wu Tengfei let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, and felt refreshed. Stinky mandarin fish, with its strong flavor, has a unique taste when paired with strong tea. Principal, about the Gifted Youth Program. John Kylan couldn't help but ask for a final result after Wu Tengfei finally finished eating. Establishing a gifted youth program for just one person, that's really quite difficult. Wu Tengfei shook his head. Besides, even if I were the principal, establishing a gifted youth program isn't something I can just decide on a whim. It requires approval from the Education Bureau. So, Wu Tengfei stood up and grabbed John Kylan's arm tightly. "You quickly arrange the itinerary. We'll go to the Education Bureau today. Such important talent must belong to our aviation university." "Teacher Huang, why are you pulling me?" "Ugh, I'm not going to eat Liang's stuff. Besides, Liang's mind isn't on his studies, he's always thinking about his stall. If we go and support him, we're just encouraging his idleness." 100 meters away from Liang's stall, Huang Sueking was trying to persuade Wei Yongfang to try Liang's stinky mandarin fish, but Wei Yongfang flatly refused. Wei Yongfang knew that Liang had been invited as a special guest by the Aviation University. However, in Wei Yangfang's opinion, it was probably just because the Aviation University wanted to establish a role model for elementary school students, and since Liang's family ran a stall business, Liang had gotten lucky, nothing special. Moreover, Wei Yangfang really had no interest in the stinky mandarin fish that Liang sold at his stall. In her opinion, it would be better to take advantage of her free time to stroll back to the experimental primary school and see if the young man selling fried chicken was still there. "Oh, Teacher Huang." Huang Sueking urged her urgently, and Wei Yangfang immediately raised her eyebrows and stomped her foot. "I really don't want to eat stinky mandarin fish. How good can a child's cooking be? Besides, with such a long line, we definitely won't get a table before noon today. If you want to eat, you'll have to come back in the afternoon." Wei Yangfang was getting impatient, but the socially awkward Huang Sueking was also a little upset. She meant well, wanting Wei Yangfang to experience Liang's cooking. Moreover, hearing Wei Yangfang say that Liang's cooking was definitely not good, Huang Sueking didn't know why she felt 1,000 times unconvinced. Huang Sueking even started to wonder if she should take this opportunity to tell Wei Yangfang the true identity of the young man selling fried chicken, her Prince Charming. However, glancing at the long queue, Huang Sueking calmed down a bit. Wei Yangfang was right, the queue at the Aviation University was incredibly long, already winding around 2 corners. If she queued now, she probably wouldn't get any food until noon. Perhaps, coming in the afternoon would be better, at least she could wait a little longer. Thinking this, Huang Sueking sighed, glanced reluctantly at Liang, and was pulled by Wei Yangfang to try snacks at other stalls. Time flew by, and soon it was 12:30 p.m. "Sorry, we'll be taking a short break at noon, and we'll reopen promptly at 1:30 p.m. Liang declined the offer from the Aviation University students waiting at his stall, indicating that they would temporarily close. However, the Aviation University students waiting showed no sign of leaving. "Hey kid, I finally got to be first in line, it would be a shame to leave now, I'll wait here for the whole afternoon," the Aviation University student said with a smile. Yeah, I finally made it to second place in line. I finally made it to 10th place in line. I finally made it to 175th place in line." The students from the Aviation University were shouting in the queue, and surprisingly, over 100 people showed no sign of leaving, preferring to stand in front of the stall and wait all afternoon for Liang to set up. Well, fine. Since they're willing, Liang can't do anything about it. "Brother Ang, finally going to rest?" Go Sheng, who was half dead from washing the pickled mandarin fish, suddenly jumped up, as if experiencing a final burst of energy. "Since we're taking a break, that means we can have the staff meal, stinky mandarin fish." Su Qingqing rubbed her hands together expectantly. After a morning of hard work, she was rewarded with an incredibly delicious lunch. This sense of fulfillment and satisfaction was captivating to Su Qingqing. "Hee, the stinky mandarin fish is here." Liang brought over the stinky mandarin fish he had reserved beforehand. Go Sheng, quick as a flash, helped Liang tear a piece of the stall from the back of his tricycle and spread it on the lawn. The stinky mandarin fish, along with the snacks sent by the Aviation University, were placed on the stall, and it became their picnic. After setting everything up, everyone suddenly felt a little hungry. After all, it was midday, and the sun was blazing. Although the 3 of them found a shady spot under a tree and had a small fan to cool them down, the heat was still hard to dispel. After a busy morning, Liang, Su Qingqing, and Go Sheng were already drenched in sweat. While setting up their stall, their attention was scattered, so the discomfort wasn't obvious. Now, resting, all 3 felt their school uniforms clinging tightly to their clothes, even starting to feel sticky, which was quite uncomfortable. Su Qingqing took a deep breath, wondering whether to call in the bodyguard she had ordered to wait outside the school gate to help them get some air conditioning, when she saw Liang already wolfing down his food despite the heat. He took a bite of the stinky mandarin fish he had made, then crunched it down with some potato chips. After finishing, Liang smacked his lips and tore off a spicy strip, stuffing it into his mouth. "Ouch, so spicy," Liang hissed, then stuffed another piece of stinky mandarin fish into his mouth. This way of eating left Go Sheng and Su Qingqing completely stunned. Finally, Go Sheng couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ang, aren't you getting sick of the spiciness eating like that? It's so dry right now," and Liang has been eating nothing but salty and spicy snacks. Even if stinky mandarin fish is mouth-watering, it's still a strong-flavored dish, you can't eat like that. It's spicier. Liang licked his slightly chapped lips and laughed. "This is my secret way of eating, just eating vegetables, to make myself thirsty. Until my mouth is so dry, and I can't stand it anymore," Liang said, getting up and bringing over a styrofoam cooler. He opened it with a click, revealing 6 bottles of cola inside. Besides the cola, the insulated box was also stuffed with cotton cloth and ice packs, so even after sitting there all morning, the cola was still ice cold. Whoosh! Liang bit open a bottle of cola with his teeth and gulped down half of it. The cool, stimulating sensation instantly widened his tight throat, welcoming the refreshing coolness. The discomfort and heat from sweating throughout his body instantly vanished. Liang now felt light and refreshed, as if a breeze was blowing under his armpits. Actually, the reason Liang came up with this bizarre way of eating cola was because in his previous life, he often worked overtime until late at night, and since there were no buses or subways, he had to walk home. The 5-kilometer commute left Liang parched. A sip of ice-cold cola was the only solace for his weary soul. However, Liang's mindset was completely different now when he ate like this. Gone was the anxiety and toil of his past life, now it was filled with the simple pleasures of life. Liang lay down, a lollipop dangling from his lips, and gazed at the sky. Just then, patches of clouds drifted by in the distance, blocking the scorching sun and bringing a touch of coolness to the air. This is life. Wow! Su Qingqing and Go Sheng followed suit. Soon, they each found a spot and lay down on the soft grass. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair, and all three squinted their eyes, looking completely relaxed. Oh, right. Liang crunched his lollipop, seemingly remembering something. Ever since Professor Wang and his group escaped, I've seen several groups of student union members from the Aviation University searching the campus. I wonder how Professor Wang and the others are doing. Speaking of which, setting up a stall on this unfamiliar campus, I'm actually hoping to see a few familiar faces this afternoon. Inside the cleaning room of the Aviation University. Sorry, consider this money as compensation. Professor Wang sneaked into the empty cleaning room, changed into a gray cleaning worker's jumpsuit, and placed a wad of cash on the table. After being ambushed by the student council, Professor Wang had originally fled with Lu Tao and CFA. However, they encountered several more groups of ambushes along the way, leaving them no choice but to split up. Although they escaped the pursuit, Professor Wang knew his body couldn't continue this life or death struggle. He happened to pass by a cleaning room and came up with the idea of disguising himself as a cleaning worker. Professor Wang was really going all out. Just to be able to eat some of Ziohei's stinky mandarin fish that afternoon, he acted like a spy. However, with this uniform, Professor Wang essentially had a ghillie suit, allowing him to roam freely on campus. Professor Wang let out a long sigh, walked out of the cleaning room, and casually picked up a broom at the door. Just then, a patrol team from the Aviation University Student Union walked towards him. However, the patrol team clearly had no interest in Professor Wang, dressed in a cleaning uniform, and simply said, "Thank you for your hard work," before heading off. "Little punks, we can't catch all the Kyoto University students." Professor Wang waved his fist at the retreating members of the Aviation University Student Union. Buzz! Just then, Professor Wang's phone rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was a video call. The caller was none other than President Hao of Kyoto University. He had to answer this call. "President, what's up?" Professor Wang pressed the video call answer button. Professor Wang, where have you been? I can't find you anywhere on campus." Principal Hao narrowed his eyes, and when he saw Professor Wang dressed in a gray janitor's uniform and holding a broom, he was stunned. Before Principal Hao could speak, a man of about 60 years old squeezed into the camera's view. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, he looked quite imposing, like a leader at first glance. "Professor Wang, why are you dressed like this? Where are you?" The man was also taken aback when he saw Professor Wang. "Ha ha." Principal Hao snatched the phone back into the camera's view, winking at Professor Wang. "This is a leader from the Science and Technology Innovation Committee. They're here to present you with an award." More than half a month ago, the new artificial heart developed by Professor Wang was successfully launched. This had a profound impact on both the medical and scientific communities, so naturally, leaders came to present him with an award. Actually, this was a prestigious and auspicious event for both Kyoto University and Professor Wang. Who knew that Professor Wang would disappear at the last minute, and when he finally answered the video call, he was wearing a cleaning uniform and acting like a lunatic. Wasn't this making Principal Hao lose face in front of the leadership? Therefore, Principal Hao's wink to Professor Wang meant for him to quickly come up with an explanation to smooth things over. Of course, Professor Wang understood Principal Hao's thinking. Although Professor Wang usually acted recklessly, he still possessed basic social skills. "Good morning, sir. I'm currently sweeping the streets. Because it's a part-time job, yes, earning some extra money in your spare time," Professor Wang said with a smile. Yes. Professor Wang likes to earn some extra money in his spare time besides his research. Principal Hao, hearing Professor Wang's words, quickly followed up to smooth things over. "Nonsense." To everyone's surprise, the leader slammed his hand on the table in anger, nearly knocking over Principal Hao's water glass. "Professor Wang is an important talent in our country, a true gem in the medical field. You, as the principal, don't provide Professor Wang with sufficient material support, and instead make him sweep the streets to earn extra money. Isn't this absurd?" The leader was furious, his nostrils practically flaring with rage. Professor Wang, over 60 years old, is actually relying on sanitation work to earn extra money on top of his demanding research work. Isn't this an insult to our country's technical talent? A TV star earns millions a day, while a key pillar of my country's medical industry has to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. The leadership has already decided to report Principal Hao's heartless treatment of the elderly professor and demand justice for Professor Wang. No, sir, you've misunderstood. Principal Hao jumped up in fright, hurriedly saying, "This is purely Professor Wang's hobby. Our university provides Professor Wang with the highest possible salary and benefits, absolutely no mistreatment." Professor Wang, explain yourself. When has Kyoto University ever shortchanged you in salary or funding? Professor Wang tilted his head and thought for a moment. The stem cell cultivation funding I recently applied for hasn't been dispersed yet. You said you'd consider it. Disperse it, it must be dispersed. Principal Hao didn't care about anything else, and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, and I'd like to establish a gifted youth program. Why would you establish a gifted youth program? Principal Hao looked puzzled, but noticing the cold look in the leader's eyes, he immediately nodded and said, "Establishing a gifted youth program is necessary. I'll start the approval process right away." Professor Wang nodded in satisfaction, blinked, and said, "Sir, actually, Principal Hao has been very kind to me. I'm not short of money, I just want to help beautify the city environment." Hearing Professor Wang say this, the leader finally relaxed a bit. "Professor Wang, are you sure? Don't worry, if you encounter any unfair treatment, I'll help you." "Yes, Principal Hao has been very good to me," Professor Wang said seriously. "Good heavens, Principal Hao has become Little Hao now. This Professor Wang, Principal Hao isn't done with him. Next time they meet, Principal Hao will definitely spit on him." Sir, I'm not available right now. If you wish to issue any honors, Principal Hao can sign for them on behalf of Kyoto University and myself." Finally finished the video call, Professor Wang put his phone in his pocket and let out a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, getting a cleaning uniform brought an unexpected bonus. Looks like Professor Wang's luck is on the rise. He'll surely be able to get Liang's stinky mandarin fish again soon. Professor Wang was feeling quite pleased with himself when suddenly he felt a tap on his back. In the blink of an eye, it was a student from an aviation university. "What are you doing?" Professor Wang swallowed nervously. Could it be? He'd gone to such lengths to disguise himself, how could anyone see through his disguise? "Hello, you must be the cleaning staff?" The student glanced at Professor Wang and suddenly asked. "Of course, look at my clothes. What else could I be but a cleaner?" "Does your job cover this men's dormitory building?" the student continued, his eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Professor Wang gradually relaxed. Judging from the student's expression, he didn't seem to have realized he wasn't a cleaner. He should be able to get away with it quickly. "Of course it does. Excuse me, I need to go in and clean." Professor Wang was about to make an excuse to leave when the student reached out and grabbed his sleeve. The pipes in the men's restroom on the 4th floor have burst. Could you please go and fix it?" "Sure," Professor Wang replied casually, then his expression froze. "What did you say? The toilet pipes exploded?" It was 1:30 p.m. Liang had taken a short nap at noon and was now full of energy. So Qingqing and Go Sheng continued cleaning the pickled mandarin fish, while Liang began his afternoon session selling stinky mandarin fish. Even though the midday sun was scorching, driving away some students who had planned to wait in line all afternoon, there were still 40 or 50 people in front of the stall. As soon as Liang set up his stall, everyone perked up, shouting loudly, "Hey kid, I want 2 servings of stinky mandarin fish." "Hey kid, I'll just take 2. I want 10 stinky mandarin fish." "Can you even finish 10 stinky mandarin fish?" "Don't mess around. If I can't finish them, I can resell them to other students, double the price, no problem." Trying to scalp stinky mandarin fish, everyone, beat him up. The stall became bustling again, and Liang could only smile and appease them. "Don't rush, everyone, one at a time." Compared to garlic fried chicken, making stinky mandarin fish is indeed quite slow. The main problem is that the fish heads are too easily deformed. Liang can only cook 2 or 3 fish at a time. If he forces several fish to be cooked in one batch, the appearance won't be good, and he definitely won't get the golden legendary rank. Liang carefully prepared the stinky mandarin fish, and more students lined up to buy it. Soon, the queue returned to its morning state of winding around several corners. In the queue, besides ordinary students from the Aviation University, there were also members of the Aviation University Student Union. One of the student union members was wearing an Aviation University t-shirt and a school badge pin, with an electronic megaphone strapped to his shoulder. The megaphone on his shoulder kept repeating a message. "Arrest the Kyoto University stowaway. Report any leads immediately. Arrest the Kyoto University stowaway. Report any leads immediately." The announcement played on a loop, annoying everyone. Some hot-tempered students angrily demanded the student council member turn the volume down. Sorry. The student council member reached up and turned off the megaphone on his shoulder, casually pulling his baseball cap, which was already covering his eyebrows, down even further. Infiltrating the enemy is the best disguise. After doing all this, a smirk appeared on the corner of this student council member's mouth. He wasn't from the Aviation University Student Council at all. Look at the person under his baseball cap. It's CFA. After CFA, Lu Tao, and Professor Wang separated and ran away, the Aviation University Student Council members chased after him and Lu Tao. Both of them knew that if things continued like this, they would both be caught. Only by sacrificing one person can the other escape. Lu Tao acted decisively, hoping that CFA, her senior and a junior, would provide cover so she could escape. CFA, being very kind, immediately agreed and bent down to tie her shoelaces. Lu Tao was initially touched, until CFA tied her 2 shoelaces together. And so, CFA successfully escaped Lu Tao's angry shouts, managing to procure a t-shirt, a school badge pin, a favorite among student council members, and a promotional megaphone from the campus store, thus disguising himself as a student council member. Junior Lu Tao, I'll remember your sacrifice. Eat a few more bites of stinky mandarin fish. CFA thought gratefully, loosening his belt. The line slowly infiltrated. It was 3 in the afternoon, the sky cloudless, the sun blazing overhead. The temperature continued to rise, feeling like midsummer. Many students queuing at Liang's stall had their clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to their backs. CFA had been queuing for over an hour, and seeing about 50 people still ahead of him, he felt increasingly impatient. No choice. The stinky mandarin fish was slow to prepare, but he had to wait. What could he do? It was just too delicious. Just as CFA yawned, a student wearing thin-rimmed silver glasses in the line ahead of him suddenly spoke up. Hey kid, could you speed up the process of making the stinky mandarin fish? Ugh, always rushing me. The people at the Aviation University don't know how to be considerate of kids, all they do is rush me, CFA muttered to himself. Liang paused slightly, then smiled wryly. Excuse me, I'd like to speed it up, but my tricycle can only fit 1 pot. I can't speed it up. The boy with the silver-rimmed glasses hesitated for a moment, then said, Kid, maybe I can modify your tricycle for you. A lift-up design should allow you to fit another pot safely. Liang's eyes lit up. Oh? If he could really upgrade his tricycle to a lift-up design as the student suggested, it would certainly speed up the process of making the stinky mandarin fish. More importantly, he can still use the modified tricycle for his future stall. If you can modify my tricycle, that would be great. If you succeed, I'll give you a VIP card for my stall as a reward. Liang replied with a smile. Back when CFA modified the electric oven at his Li Ji roasted goose leg stall, Liang gave out 3 VIP cards. If this guy really upgraded his tricycle, giving him a VIP card wouldn't be unreasonable. As expected of senior brother Yang Ming, even queuing for stinky mandarin fish has made him show his innovative spirit. Tisk tisk, a tricycle for a lift-up stall, only senior brother Yang could come up with such a wild idea. Look, talent is always in demand. While we're still queuing for stinky mandarin fish, senior brother Yang has almost got Ziohei GE's VIP card. By the way, what's the use of a VIP card? It's clear that this guy called senior brother Yang seems to have a certain reputation at school. In fact, senior brother Yang was indeed a top student at the Aerospace University. Yang Ming, a doctoral candidate, had achieved numerous significant research accomplishments in the field of aerospace engineering, making him a leading figure among the university's younger generation. Hearing everyone's praise and admiration, senior brother Yang scratched his face somewhat embarrassedly. Meanwhile, CFA, standing behind Yang Ming, had a contorted expression. What the hell? Upgrading a tricycle and adding an extra pot will get you a VIP card? That kind of thing. He could do that too. Immediately, CFA covered his mouth, cleared his throat, and mumbled, a tricycle with a lift mechanism for street vending is an idea only an idiot would come up with. If it were a folding type, then at least 3 more pots could be added. As soon as CFA finished speaking, Yang Ming was startled and quickly turned to see who was speaking. However, CFA was currently wanted, so upon seeing this, he coughed lightly and pulled his baseball cap down again. Who was talking just now? Who advised me to change the tricycle to a folding type? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Folding type? I didn't hear anyone speak. Senior brother Yang Ming, what's wrong? Are you hallucinating? However, CFA and Yang Ming were quite close, and CFA's voice was relatively soft. Combined with the noisy surroundings, most people in line didn't hear CFA at all. A hint of doubt flashed in Yang Ming's eyes, and his gaze naturally fell on CFA. Judging from the volume he had just heard, the person who had reminded him was most likely the student in the baseball cap. But the idea of a folding tricycle was indeed more reasonable than Yang Ming's proposed lift-up design. If it really was this student in the baseball cap who gave the advice, there was no need to hide it, right? Could it be? It was just Yang Ming's imagination? Yang Ming shook his head, his attention returning to modifying the tricycle. A folding tricycle, it definitely has potential. No sooner said than done, Yang Ming quickly drove from the lab to retrieve various equipment, ready to give Liang's tricycle a live makeover. While the tricycle upgrade was underway, the stinky mandarin fish business was naturally suspended. Yang Ming squatted beside the tricycle and began his modifications. Sizzle! Yang Ming used a chainsaw to cut the tricycle's frame, sparks flying instantly. So Qingqing and Gosheng, who had initially been curious, quickly turned away, and the aviation university students who were watching made room for Yang Ming, about 20 meters in diameter, to work his magic. Liang, meanwhile, chose a spot far away on the grass, put on sunglasses, and watched Yang Ming modify the tricycle with great interest. Although Liang's undergraduate degree was in computer science, he also enjoyed watching DIY videos in his spare time. Watching a professionally trained expert like Yang Ming put his hands to work naturally added to the enjoyment. In Yang Ming's plan, he intended to add 2 metal plates to his street vendor tricycle, along with a stove, so it could be stored in the tricycle's cargo bed when not in use and simply unfolded when needed. This level of modification was a piece of cake for Yang Ming, a top student. Before long, Yang Ming clapped his hands, ready to announce his success. Is this the level of students at the aviation university? Suddenly, a cold voice rang in Yang Ming's mind, sounding somewhat distorted, almost like a mechanical prompt. Who is it? Yang Ming quickly turned his head, but there was no one within 10 meters of him. The mechanical voice clicked its tongue impatiently and continued, "Your idea for the modification is correct, but it's still ill-considered. It doesn't adequately take user experience into account. The design of adding a metal plate to the tricycle isn't inherently problematic, but you need to consider that the child might use the metal plate not only for cooking, but also as a cutting board, or as a support to lean against. Based on your current design, with long-term use, the metal plate is likely to become misaligned or jammed. You must change it like this." The mechanical voice launched into a long, detailed explanation of the modification plan, and Yang Ming's initially confused gaze cleared. "I understand, you're a system, right?" A flicker of excitement flashed in Yang Ming's eyes as he lowered his voice to ask. Yang Ming had a habit of reading online novels, and based on his reading experience, what he was experiencing was a system awakening. And judging from the system's tone, it should be very helpful for his future scientific research. Yang Ming was so excited he was almost in tears. As a child, he had fantasized about being the protagonist of this world. But as he grew older, this unrealistic and beautiful vision could only be buried deep in his heart. Who knew that at this moment, he would awaken a system? Then he would surely rise to prominence and be remembered in history. What's this idiot standing there doing? About 20 meters away under the shade of a tree, Xiafei patted his electronic megaphone, looking puzzled. Xiafei had been furious watching Yang Ming modify the tricycle. Judging from Yang Ming's modification methods, he seemed to be an engineering scholar with solid theoretical knowledge but lacking practical experience. Seeing that Yang Ming's modified tricycle was riddled with flaws and could potentially cause trouble for the kid later, Xiafei had a sudden inspiration. He used the directional broadcasting function on the electronic loudspeaker to give Yang some pointers and suggestions. This way, he could get the guy working more efficiently without attracting attention. Directional broadcasting is essentially controlling the sound propagation within a certain range, allowing broadcasts to be made without disturbing nearby residents. It's commonly found in some models of loudspeakers and stereos. However, because the function is so impractical, in daily life people basically only use it to deal with noisy square dancers or other disruptive neighbors. He never expected Xiafei to use it today. To everyone's surprise, Yang Ming, instead of immediately making changes after hearing his words, started muttering excitedly, making Xiafei want to kick him. "Stop standing there, hurry up, finish modifying the tricycle first." Xiafei raised the megaphone, impatiently urging, "By the way, since we've already started modifying it, why not add a solar panel, a battery, or something to power it, install a computer so it can play games, maybe even add an anti-theft system?" Xiafei's old habit of overdesigning resurfaced, and he gave Yang Ming a lecture. Yang Ming, watching from a distance, nodded repeatedly. "Looks like this is the system task. I must complete it properly." Thinking this, Yang Ming hurriedly set off again to the laboratory to get the materials. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon. The sun, as if knowing it would set in 2 hours, intensified its scorching heat, baking the earth relentlessly. The students waiting for the stinky mandarin fish under the blazing sun truly felt the heat of summer. They fanned themselves with their notebooks and promotional posters, craning their necks to peer at the stinky mandarin fish stall. Yang Ming was still busy upgrading his tricycle. In fact, Yang Ming had already completed most of the tasks assigned to him by the system. Solar panels, installed. An extendable metal cutting board with a gas stove, installed. A small onboard fan, installed. Yang Ming even equipped the tricycle's cargo bed with a small refrigerator. Although its capacity wasn't enough to store food, it could be used to store cold drinks. It can be said that while Yang Ming's modified street vendor tricycle wasn't as epic-making as the electric stove Xiafei developed for Liang, it was definitely top of the line in the world of street vendor tricycles. The system required Yang Ming to install an anti-theft function on his tricycle, but Yang Ming was at a loss, unsure how to design it. Electric anti-theft? That's too likely to cause injury or death. Installing facial recognition in fingerprint locks is a feasible approach, but if he actually did that, it would probably take him an entire afternoon to finish. Just as Yang Ming was pondering a solution, Huang Xueqing and Wei Yongfang approached from a distance. Looking at the crowd watching Yang Ming modify the tricycle, Huang Xueqing blinked, somewhat curious. What is this? What are they doing? Liang, why aren't you setting up your stall? Wei Yongfang's attention fell on Liang. Liang was lying in the shade, far away from his stall, so at first glance, it looked like the students were surrounding Yang Ming, observing him, and ignoring Liang. Teacher Wei, Teacher Huang. Seeing Wei Yongfang and Huang Yuqing approach, Go Sheng stood up, brushed the grass seeds off his clothes, and greeted the two teachers. Wei Yongfang looked at Liang, who was sucking on a lollipop, then at Yang Ming, who seemed to be busy with some kind of craft in the distance. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled slightly. Liang, after today you should understand that food can't compare to the spark of scientific knowledge. Look, the reason why the top students at the Aviation University can get into higher education institutions is because they always have a thirst for knowledge, not just to fill their stomachs. So, you should understand what you need to do from now on, right? In Wei Yongfang's view, this was the perfect opportunity to educate Liang. The university students were all watching Yang Ming's hands-on research, ignoring Liang, who was selling food at a street stall. What does this prove? It proves that studying is a better career path than cooking. Wise people don't confine their vision to the mundane tasks of filling their stomachs. Their ambition lies in learning, exploring, and practicing. Liang sighed and stood up. Professor Wei, perhaps you're right. But I have to interrupt you, they're modifying my street stall tricycle. What? Wei Yongfang was amused and exasperated by Liang. You mean, the elite talents at the Aviation University have nothing better to do than tinker with a street stall tricycle instead of conducting scientific research? This kid, is he delusional? Little brother, the tricycle upgrade is finally complete. Just then, Yang Ming let out a long sigh of relief, stood up, and greeted Liang. Although Yang Ming still hadn't figured out how to implement the anti-theft function on the tricycle required by the system, just now, the system had angrily berated him, demanding that he deliver the goods quickly so that Ziohe could continue selling stinky mandarin fish, otherwise the system might not get any this afternoon. While Yang Ming didn't understand why the system had such an obsession with stinky mandarin fish, it was still a completion of his first system task. Great! Liang stretched his arms. To be honest, Yang Ming had been upgrading the tricycle for so long that Liang was getting impatient. Now that he could start selling stinky mandarin fish again, Liang was energized. Under Wei Yongfang's dazed gaze, Liang returned to the tricycle. Looking at the tricycle that Yang Ming had modified with all sorts of fancy and miscellaneous functions, Liang felt a sense of déjà vu. This overly designed style, doesn't it look a lot like CFA's work? Hey kid, let me show you how to use the solar panels. Yang Ming was about to demonstrate all the functions of the tricycle to Liang when Liang waved him off. Just teach me how to fold and extend the tricycle. It must be said that Yang Ming's modified tricycle is indeed more sophisticated than similar products on the market. Simply reach for the base and pull a lever, and the tricycle automatically extends, allowing for cooking on 3 stovetops simultaneously. It even has an anti-pinch function during extension, which is incredibly thoughtful. To pack up, simply pull the lever back, quite convenient. The only downside is that the modified tricycle looks a bit like a simplified version of a transformer. If someone rode one on the road, the traffic police would definitely impound it. However, fortunately, Liang currently only uses the tricycle for his street vending business, so he can easily hire a van for transport, which is acceptable. Thank you, Yang, Liang nodded, quite satisfied with the upgraded tricycle. Wait a moment, I'll draw you a VIP card. Liang didn't bring a pre-printed VIP card with him today, but a VIP card personally certified by Liang is just as valid. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming shook his head, refusing Liang's offer. Little brother, no need. Having the honor of making this tricycle is the best reward for me. Yang Ming wasn't just being polite, after all. Yang Ming awakened a system through making this tricycle. Why would he need a VIP card? Yang Ming was now heading straight to the lab to conduct groundbreaking research and make a name for himself. Don't go. At least let me bring you a stinky mandarin fish. Watching Yang Ming walk away, Liang scratched his head, a little helpless. He felt a bit bad about letting him upgrade his tricycle for free. But since Yang Ming didn't want a VIP card, Liang had no choice but to call Su Qingqing and Go Sheng to start making the stinky mandarin fish. After the tricycle upgrade, Liang could operate 3 stoves simultaneously. The workload was slightly large for him, but still well within his capabilities. With 3 woks simultaneously frying the stinky mandarin fish, efficiency was naturally greatly improved. Finally, the stinky mandarin fish was served in a steady stream, offering a welcome respite for the students whose spirits had been battered by the sweltering heat. In the queue, CFA watched the line grow shorter and shorter, his heart pounding with excitement. What had CFA been doing all this time escaping and giving Yang Ming advice for? Just for this stinky mandarin fish. CFA could imagine that in about 10 minutes, the delicious, rich stinky mandarin fish would be in his mouth. CFA had even planned how to eat it. First, eat a third of the stinky mandarin fish, then buy an ice-cold soda from the convenience store and eat another third with it, and finally, get a bowl of rice from the cafeteria and mix it all into the fish dish. Thinking this, CFA's mouth watered, and he swallowed hard. Just then, footsteps sounded in the distance, and a large group of Aviation University Student Council members rushed over. CFA was startled, quickly pulled his baseball cap down, and turned around. "It's him! Get him!" Suddenly, a girl's angry shout rang out from the student council group, and 5 Aviation University student council members swarmed forward, grabbing CFA. "What are you doing? We're on the same side." CFA was stunned, shouting loudly. But to his surprise, the next moment, CFA saw a familiar figure in the student council group. Lu Tao. This guy's actually hanging around with the student union at the Aviation University? Student Lu is very righteous. When he was expelled from campus, he said he would report another intruder hiding in our Aviation University. "This student, stop trying to deny it and come with us." The Aviation University student union members grabbed CFA's arms and pulled him out of the line. CFA's body went limp, and he slumped against the student union members like a deflated balloon. Happy times always pass too quickly. The sky was bathed in a pale gold glow, the sun was setting, and it was time for Liang to pack up his stall. After a full day of selling his wares, Liang had completed a quarter of his system tasks, earning a good income. However, he was somewhat disappointed that no one from Kyoto University came to buy his stinky mandarin fish that afternoon. Instead, his classmate, the chubby Hu Zihao, came over wanting to buy some. Hu Zihao seemed rather hesitant, pulling out a wad of cash and begging Liang to forgive what his mother had said and to reconcile with him. Looking at Hu Zihao's expression, Liang felt a bit helpless. His relationship with Hu Zihao was hardly that of friends, so how could they possibly reconcile? But since Hu Zihao had paid, Liang didn't mind selling him a serving of stinky mandarin fish. Of course, Liang didn't take any extra money from Hu Zihao, he only charged the normal price. Hu Zihao was so moved he cried, and he wolfed down the entire stinky mandarin fish on the spot. He was later taken to the school clinic because a fish bone got stuck in his throat. However, this was just a minor incident and didn't affect Liang's business. Beep beep beep. As the last serving of stinky mandarin fish sold, the whistle for assembly at the experimental primary school rang out. Liang asked the students from the Aviation University to take his stall's tricycle out of the school first, then led Su Qingqing and Goose to the Aviation University's playground. After a day of food festival activities, the experimental primary school children standing in line on the playground looked somewhat tired. Ostensibly, the children were participating in the school food festival, but in reality, children their age are like wild horses, running and playing all day, with very few actually enjoying the food. Su Hiang, the experimental primary school's academic director, strode onto the flagpole, picked up the microphone, and began his usual activity summary speech. The speech was nothing more than urging the children to set ambitious goals and get into aviation universities in the future, something Liang had heard countless times in his previous life, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention now. Taking out his phone, Liang contacted Li Xiangdong, asking him to come to the school gate and take away the tricycle used for street vending, and also to pick him up later. Liang. Suddenly, a bitter voice rang out. Liang turned around and saw his math teacher, Huang Yuking, looking distressed. "I queued all afternoon, but I still didn't get to eat your stinky mandarin fish." Huang Yuking looked a little devastated. Early that morning, Huang Yuking had wanted to queue for Liang's stinky mandarin fish, but Wei Yangfang had said the queue was too long and told Huang Yuking to come in the afternoon. When Huang Yuking arrived in the afternoon, she found the queue had become even longer. In the end, Huang Yuking, unsurprisingly, didn't get a turn in line. Having smelled the strangely pungent yet fragrant aroma of stinky mandarin fish all day, Huang Yuking was now incredibly frustrated and heartbroken, not even getting a single bite. "Teacher Huang, it's all right." Go Sheng, listening to Huang Yuking's miserable experience, waved his hand like a little adult and comforted her, saying, "Although you didn't get to eat stinky mandarin fish, Teacher Huang, I ate 2 at noon today. I can explain the taste to you in detail later." Huang Yuking stared at Go Sheng, feeling an urge to explode. However, remembering the wisdom of children's innocent words, Huang Yuking could only roll her eyes at Go Sheng and sigh. "Teacher Huang, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll still be selling stinky mandarin fish at the school gate for the next few days." Liang smiled slightly and gently patted Huang Yuking's shoulder. "So don't worry, you'll be able to eat stinky mandarin fish tomorrow." Liang's task wasn't finished yet. Naturally, he would continue selling stinky mandarin fish for the next few days. Hearing Liang say this, Huang Yuking's eyes lit up. "Really? When have I ever lied to you?" Liang smiled slightly, teasingly. For some reason, hearing Liang say this lessened Huang Yuking's bad mood considerably, and she reached out to pat Liang's head. This kid, Liang, always made Huang Yuking feel at ease. "Hey, Suji, haven't you noticed? Liang and teacher Huang seem to get along really well." Go Sheng glanced at Huang Yuking, then at Liang, and suddenly leaned close to Su Qingqing, speaking mysteriously. Su Qingqing's face immediately fell. "What do you mean?" Go Sheng, seemingly oblivious to the subtle tension, stroked his chin and said, "I always feel Ang Ji has been acting particularly mature this semester, even more so than my dad. Look at how teacher Huang and Liang get along, they're like best friends, always chatting and laughing." Go Sheng genuinely noticed some changes in Liang this semester and began analyzing it for Su Qingqing. However, Su Qingqing interpreted these words quite differently. "Go Sheng, explain yourself clearly." Su Qingqing's eyes widened, and she exploded. "What do you mean teacher Huang and Liang are close? Are teacher Huang and Liang closer than me and Liang?" At Go Sheng's age, it was hard to understand why Su Qingqing would suddenly go crazy. However, Go Sheng did understand one thing: if Su Qingqing really lost her temper, he wouldn't be able to handle it. "Sister Su, don't misunderstand, I didn't say you and Brother Ang aren't close. I meant Brother Ang treats us a bit like kids, but he treats teacher Huang like a good friend." Go Sheng's explanation was worse than no explanation at all. Su Qingqing gritted her teeth, her face turning bright red. "Ouch. Sister Su, you actually kicked me. Brother Ang, help." The children's playful fighting started suddenly, and Liang, who was talking to Huang Yuking, was startled. "Su Qingqing, don't fight." Liang frowned and stepped forward to break up the fight. However, just as Liang got close enough to shield Go Sheng, Su Qingqing's fist flew straight at him, striking him squarely in the stomach. Liang smiled slightly. A child's fist, for him after being enhanced by the system. "Wait a minute. Holy crap." Liang's expression changed, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. How could Su Qingqing be so strong? This punch certainly couldn't injure or break Liang's defenses, but, ouch. Liang clutched his stomach, wincing in pain. This terrified Su Qingqing. "Liang, are you all right?" Su Qingqing asked anxiously, quickly supporting Liang, then her icy gaze turned to Go Sheng. "It's all your fault. What does this have to do with me?" Go Sheng, pushed to his limit, shouted, "Brother Ang, beat her up, or we'll both get killed." The commotion caused by the three kids was quite loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding elementary school students. "Wow, Liang is fighting their class's toughest girl, Su Qingqing. Go, Brother Ang." Shouting encouragement is reckless. If Su Qingqing wins, you might be next. The students buzzed with discussion, hoping the conflict between Liang and his two friends would escalate further. At that moment, the Dean of Studies, Su Hiang, noticed the small commotion and his face immediately darkened. Those three students fighting. Get to the flagpole. The flagpole. This is a special spot for students. While the flagpole holds a sacred mission, it's often used as a public shaming location for mischievous students during drills and speeches. Upon hearing Dean Su Hiang's words, Su Qingqing immediately stopped her playful antics. Go Sheng, head down, slowly made his way towards the flagpole with Su Qingqing and Li Ang. As they passed their homeroom teacher, Wei Yongfang was still holding her forehead, giving Liang a helpless look. After all, it was Liang and his two companions who had misbehaved first. Wei Yongfang couldn't protect them even if she wanted to. Besides, Wei Yongfang had long been annoyed by Liang's constant neglect of his duties. With the students at the Aviation University having upgraded Liang's tricycle stall, the kid was probably already swaggering. Using the Dean of Academic Affairs to give Liang a lesson, to teach him a lesson, wouldn't hurt. Su Hiang watched the three approach, his eyelids suddenly twitching. This little girl looked vaguely familiar. Su Hiang remembered who Su Qingqing was. This Su Qingqing was not to be trifled with. "What are your names?" Su Hiang coughed lightly, turning his gaze to Liang and Go Sheng, and asked calmly. "Liang, Go Sheng, why were you two fighting?" Su Hiang asked, narrowing his eyes. "I wasn't fighting, I got hit." Liang shook his head, somewhat helplessly. "Bullshit, I saw it all." Su Hiang glared, angrily shouting, "Get back here." Liang sighed. Is every school's dean of students like to be unreasonable and overreact? However, Liang was too lazy to say anything more to Su Hiang, and simply stood behind him with Go Sheng. Su Hiang wanted to say something more to Su Qingqing, but she ignored him and walked over to stand beside Li Ang. Go Sheng, facing the gazes of his classmates, immediately felt his face burning with shame. Su Qingqing, meanwhile, kept her head down, still pondering Go Sheng's words. Liang, on the other hand, remained nonchalant, casually pulling a lollipop from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. In his past life, Liang had been an obedient and well-behaved top student. If he had been punished like this in public, his reaction would probably have been similar to Go Sheng's wanting to disappear into a hole. However, Liang had experienced the harsh realities of life, and his skin had become thicker than a city wall. This current level of harshness was hardly enough to stir any emotion within him. Seeing the three students standing side by side behind him, Academic Affairs Director Su Hyang snorted, tightened his grip on the microphone, and looked ahead. There are actually troublemakers while I'm speaking. This really pains me. Do you think being disorganized and undisciplined is impressive or cool? People like this, so free and undisciplined, if they don't correct their ways, they'll have little future. Su Hyang was a seasoned veteran. While seemingly lecturing Liang and Gosheng, his gaze swept over the rows of students. The students' lazy demeanor after assembling had long annoyed him. Now he was making an example of Liang, using him as a negative example to punish him, ensuring no one would dare disrupt his lectures in the future. You two go home and write a 500-word self-criticism, to be submitted to the Academic Affairs Office tomorrow. Any further offenses will result in expulsion. Understood? Su Hyang waved his hand, speaking coldly. Understood. Gosheng stood ramrod straight, startled, and shouted. Liang's eyes lit up. Director, I want to ask, if I'm expelled from elementary school, what happens to my compulsory education? If no school accepts me, does that mean I don't have to go to school anymore? Ha! Su Hyang was taken aback. The so-called expulsion was just a threat to intimidate Liang and the others. Who knew Liang would actually take this seriously? And judging from his expression, he seemed quite expectant. This kid is a real troublemaker. But if he could let this brat show off in front of him, he might as well quit being the Academic Affairs Director. Su Hyang's face twitched, and he looked at Liang, saying in a deep voice, Liang, I want to ask you, if you don't go to primary school, how do you plan to make a living? Are you going to rely on your parents for the rest of your life? I also want to ask you, if you're expelled from experimental primary school, which school do you think will accept you? Su Hyang gripped Liang's shoulder, convinced his words were cutting to the bone. A troublemaker like Liang had to be publicly suppressed to establish his authority as the Dean of Studies among the students. Seeing Su Hyang's menacing expression, the students below the stage were all sweating for Liang. Of all people to offend, why did he have to offend Su Hyang? Su Hyang had a nickname among the students, the Devil's Nightmare. He was incredibly shrewd. No matter how stubborn you were, arguing with him would definitely end badly. Liang opened his mouth, about to answer Su Hyang, when an elderly sanitation worker in a gray overalls jogged up from the back of the crowd, his clothes smeared with some unknown filth. As the old sanitation worker approached, a stench assaulted the students' nostrils, causing them to quickly move away, creating a small commotion. Wait, excuse me. I wanted to ask, is little brother, oh no, little brother Liang here? Little brother, you're here. I've finally found you. The old sanitation workers suddenly noticed Liang on the flagpole and rushed towards him. This sudden movement startled Su Hyang, who quickly stepped in front of Liang, trying to stop this seemingly mentally unstable old man. Criticizing Liang was one thing, but as the Dean of Academic Affairs, he had a duty to protect the children. However, while Su Hyang was a fearsome figure among the children, he was clearly outmatched by the elderly sanitation worker. The worker casually wiped some filth onto Su Hyang's face, causing him to nearly faint from the stench. Taking advantage of this moment, the elderly sanitation worker broke through Su Hyang's defenses and lunged at Liang. Professor Wang? Upon recognizing the elderly sanitation worker, Liang frowned slightly and shielded Gosheng in front of him. Professor Wang, still fuming, hugged Gosheng tightly, tears streaming down his face, saying, Little brother, you have no idea what I've been through. My old body, I've truly suffered today. Professor Wang, please calm down. Liang glanced at Gosheng, who was foaming at the mouth in Professor Wang's arms, and gently pinched his nose. After a while, Professor Wang finally composed himself, straightened up, and awkwardly released Gosheng. By the way, kid, I have some good news for you. Our principal has already started applying for your gifted youth program. Once the procedures are completed, you can come to Kyoto University. Go to Kyoto University? To the gifted youth program? Dean of Academic Affairs Su Hyang straightened his tie and frowned. This guy really is a madman. Putting aside the fact that the gifted youth program basically doesn't admit elementary school students, just looking at Professor Wang's filthy appearance, you can tell this guy is definitely spouting nonsense. You think you can just go to the gifted youth program like that? Does he think he's the president of Kyoto University? Old Deng, don't run. Just then, another group of students from the Aviation University Student Union suddenly arrived. Ding Yiming led the way, followed by John Kylan, the Aviation University's Director of General Affairs. Strangely, like Professor Wang, they were all covered in dirt and reeked of a foul stench. Seeing Ding Yiming and the others arrive, Professor Wang was slightly taken aback, and couldn't help but shield Liang in front of him again, leaning out and shouting, You guys, that's enough. I didn't deliberately burst the sewage pipe. Hearing Professor Wang's words, Ding Yiming trembled with anger. If you hadn't impersonated a cleaner, none of this would have happened. You're supposed to be a top professor at Kyoto University, have you no shame? Recalling what had happened not long ago, Ding Yiming was filled with resentment. He He was on patrol when he received a report from the men's dormitory that the cleaner currently repairing the men's restroom looked very much like Professor Wang, a famous professor at Kyoto University. Upon hearing this, Ding Yiming naturally led the student council team to the scene. However, before they even had a chance to ask any questions, Professor Wang had accidentally burst the sewage pipe. Instantly, sewage gushed out, sweeping over everyone like a high-pressure water jet. Everyone in the restroom at the time was affected, while Professor Wang managed to escape in the chaos. "Get old Deng out of here." Poor Ding Yiming, having vomited up all the stinky mandarin fish he'd eaten for lunch, was now pale and gritting his teeth, directing the student council members to grab Professor Wang. "Anyone who dares to come near, I'll smear it all over their face." Professor Wang, equally reckless, strode forward, waving his filthy hands. The student council members, seeing Professor Wang's heroic figure, hesitated to approach. Liang watched the scene, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He truly wished he could disappear into the ground. Being paraded on the flagpole wasn't so bad, but Professor Wang's antics in front of the entire school were a complete disgrace to Liang. Go Sheng, on the other hand, looked at Professor Wang with bright, shining eyes. Under Go Bo's tutelage, Go Sheng trained diligently every day, and his greatest idol was the chivalrous heroes in TV dramas who could take on 10 men single-handedly. However, compared to Professor Wang, Go Sheng suddenly felt that those chivalrous heroes who roamed the martial arts world seemed to lack even a fraction of Professor Wang's imposing presence. There's a saying, if a broom gets dirty, Lu Bulletin is reborn, and it's not without reason. Wait a minute. The previously oblivious Dean of Academic Affairs, Su Yang, suddenly realized what was happening, his face instantly turning bright red. Judging from Ding Yiming's words, this crazy old man in the cleaning uniform seems to really be from Kyoto University? And a professor at that? Holy crap. So, Kyoto University really intends to admit Liang to their Gifted Youth program? This is a huge deal. If Liang gets into Kyoto University's Gifted Youth program, that's way more impressive than a school producing a city-level outstanding student or a top children's competition champion. With promotional materials, next year's student body will be phenomenal. With phenomenal student numbers, his bonus as the Dean of Academic Affairs will be phenomenal too. Su Yang swallowed hard, looking at Liang, his eyes suddenly softening. He had misunderstood Liang. This isn't a troublemaker at all. This is clearly a precious gem. Liang couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Speaking of which, he still preferred Su Yang's cold and ruthless demeanor earlier. Now, Su Yang is like a psychopath, giving Liang the creeps. Professor Wang. Su Yang's gaze shifted again, and he bowed slightly to Professor Wang with his palms together. Liang has always been an outstanding student in both character and academics at our experimental primary school, and I greatly admire and like him. I was very rude just now. Please tell me more about the Kyoto University's Gifted Youth program. Su Yang was about to have a deeper conversation with Professor Wang when a loud shout rang out. If little kid really wants to go to the Gifted Youth program, why would he need to go to Kyoto University? He should go to our Aviation University. John Kylan strode out from behind Ding Yiming, ignoring Professor Wang's filthy appearance, pushed past Professor Wang, and grasped Su Yang's hand. I am John Kylan, the director of the General Affairs Department of Aviation University. Our Aviation University has already registered with the Education Bureau. Just a few more procedures, and little kid can come to our Aviation University's special recruitment program for gifted youth tomorrow. Damn it, you think you can get away with this? Professor Wang's eyes widened, and he grabbed John Kylan's sleeve. What kind of shoddy stuff is your Aviation University? How dare you compete with Kyoto University? Kyoto University? John Kylan sneered. Just a name without substance. Our Aviation University is the real deal, a top-tier national defense university. Professor Wang and John Kylan were locked in a fierce argument. Su Yang quickly stepped in to break it up, but their shouting carried far across the playground through the microphone in Su Yang's hand. The children of the experimental elementary school looked at each other, completely bewildered. For 8 or 9-year-olds, the amount of information in this scene was overwhelming. What's a gifted youth program? Besides, aren't John Kylan and Professor Wang both from the prestigious universities that teachers and principals speak of? The manners of these two, they seem rather ordinary. Intellectuals arguing their words are more venomous than those of the elderly folks on the street. And this ghost fear as Su Yang just said Liang was disorganized and undisciplined, and even wanted to punish him by making him write a self-criticism. How come Liang is now a model student in his eyes? The children's eyes were full of confusion, while Wei Yongfang, as a teacher, was filled with shock. Wei Yongfang felt her worldview had been turned upside down. This was the Gifted Youth program at Kyoto University and the Aviation University, a field that countless gifted children dream of entering, and Professor Wang and John Kylan actually handed it over to Liang, even almost fighting over him? Why? Liang's grades are clearly quite average. Is it just because he's a good cook? Has the world gone mad? Huang Yuqing stood behind Wei Yongfang, her expression complex. To be honest, Huang Yuqing wasn't surprised that Liang accepted the invitation to join the Gifted Youth Program. Putting everything else aside, the mathematical ability revealed in Liang's math homework alone was enough to meet the requirements of the Gifted Youth Program. But, if Liang really agreed to go to the Gifted Youth Program, Huang Yuqing would never again be able to eat Liang's cooking, nor hear him give her his life advice. For a moment, Huang Yuqing desperately hoped that Liang would refuse Professor Wang and John Kailan. But Huang Yuqing knew that was unrealistic. Which child could resist such temptation in the Gifted Youth Program of a top university?